Good morning, Dota fans. We're here again for another day of lower bracket action in the European closed qualifiers on the road to TI 2026. More teams to be eliminated, more teams to wander through that lower bracket and maybe get towards one of the two slots remaining, as yesterday we crowned some TI participants, Waga.
Yeah, we got Team Spirit and Team Vision already making it, qualifying in, and we got the chance to talk a little bit to Collapse, and he felt pretty relieved. He said maybe gonna take a day off at least and celebrate a little bit, have some ice cream and whatnot. But yeah, in this heat, understandable, impressive stuff coming out from them. Obviously, I think Team Spirit leveled up in the final series against Enigma Galaxy, who have looked really strong. They're now one of the, as I call them, gatekeepers, waiting there in the lower bracket for the teams to test themselves against. There are still two slots to be taken, but you need to go past either Enigma Galaxy or Virtus Pro to get it.
Yeah, and got 3 series to get through as well as these teams in the lower bracket round 2, as that's our focal point for today, going from bottom to top. Starting with Huligani and Joy, then Mouse and RV, and following through towards Team Ball against Power Rangers. Wagga, you're already prepped to fanboy over Team Ball. You're set, are you?
I'm very Team Bald, okay? I'm very Team Bald. More Team Bald than Team Bald is, actually, as it were. But yeah, here we have the schedule. Of course, as you mentioned, Enjoy versus Huligani going to be your first series, and then Navi Mouse is going to be the 2 series that you and I get to cover. I do think going into the first series, the Enjoy will probably have a little bit of an upper hand against Huligani, but I think it could be a close race. Navi versus Mouse, though, these are big names here. Navi definitely going in the favorite, but Mouse, their hopes and dreams, they're going to have to best Navi to take this one.
Yeah, I mean, I'd also imagine Enjoy have the slight upper hand, but not that long ago, 23 days ago, Huligani did 2-1 them in the EWC qualifiers, so there's definitely that chance to have a bit of back and forth between these squads. We're at the point now where everyone's pretty closely matched, so we could have a situation where we have a situation where it is actually anyone's game, depending on the day, on the draft, and we've seen through these qualifiers, there's a tumultuous time depending on what draft you've got, how you're actually able to play through the game.
Yeah, well, we're down now to the final 10 teams remaining, as with the 8 teams, of course, here in the lower bracket first that we are going to be seeing which ones will make it to the Enigma and Virtus Pro matchups later. But Gareth, still a long way, though. We're kind of late into the tournament, but still 3 series to go here for someone if they want to qualify out of these 8 teams.
Yeah, still a pretty long journey. I kind of realized that when I was looking back at the drafts and recent games for these 2 teams, because the fact that Huligani and Joy did play against each other like almost a month ago, on Enjoy's Dota buff, it's only a couple of series ago, whereas Huligani, they've played so many series already just trying to get through this bracket. There's a page in between them. They've already had a pretty long run, as Enjoy obviously enjoyed staying in the upper bracket. Winning their first series meant they got to skip a couple of series as well.
Yeah, no, it's nice to see Huligani's recent game history. It's a lot of wins there in their recent game history, and on top of that, I also think that they have been, obviously they went through the open qualifiers, so they kind of had to win a lot to get here. But yeah, we can have a look at the most played heroes here by Team Enjoy in the qualifiers.
Yeah, Magnus up there. 0 wins, 1 loss. A hero that we've not seen on our screens when casting, but a guy that I'm kind of excited to see rise in popularity because he's strong, he's fun, he's a TI kind of hero. A hard carry with a big team fight ultimate, an exciting guy to show up. But so far through these qualifiers, he's felt a little lackluster in terms of early mid game, and you're kind of waiting for these big individual moments, which doesn't give you a lot of leeway if you're behind, especially, which is what we've seen.
I respect what they did, though. This was, the loss on both Enigma and Magnus that we saw there was actually from the games they had against Team Spirit. Of course, Enjoy, they looked really good against Team Bald in the first game in the upper bracket. Then they got to face off against Team Spirit, and that's where they lost with this. So, the loss doesn't say that much necessarily. And here we have the Huligani most played heroes. We saw them play Terrorblade twice. And other than that, still pretty wide variety of heroes coming out from every single role.
Yeah, more games, more players on more heroes, and yeah, pretty broad that hero pool for them. I like the fact that Respect is still playing that Undying as the 5, as we've seen a lot of offlane Undying. Not sure if we're super on board with the offlane Undying as a first pick, as we saw in the opening days of the qualifier.
Yeah. as we have the lobby, I believe, is rehosted here. So we'll have the players start up in just a second. We'll get ourselves in and ready. But yeah, see the players locking in. It is, again, a morning series. Yeah, respect. I feel you. I see him like sinking his head into his hands. But this is where you have to show up, right? This is the hardest series to play ever, is when you guys play early in the morning, or not super early, but for these players, perhaps. Some players play very late. You have to play at your best immediately. So hopefully they had time to get at least 1 or 2 pubs in, warm up a little bit, get some nutrition in, and get ready for this.
Yeah, wash your face, get ready. Brush your teeth, have a shower.
That honestly makes a big difference. Like just cooling yourself down, or getting a little reset is really, really nice before you get into the game. But yeah, the players are looking pretty locked in here. Like the fixed stare, Sweden strong, sitting here.
Yeah, it's me holding things up, guys. I had to restart the game to get back in the lobby. It's the caster holding everyone hostage. It's classic stuff, honestly.
Yeah, Respect is bored with you right now. He is like this unprofessional caster.
I can't believe I'm just sitting here with these guys, absolute amateurs, violence laughing, like English casters. Rubbish.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's also, I don't know, one of these funny points that we've talked about in the past. You brought it up just then, but like time of day can make a difference in terms of how you play, what you're playing. We had the stats run not longer. I think 2 years ago, there was a fun little meme stat put out by one of the OG fans that OG had like a 70% win rate if they played after 2 p.m. and a 40% win rate if they played before 11 a.m., something like that, right? Where it was legitimately shown that their players just were sleepy little boys and they needed a little bit of time to wake up, play in the afternoon, do a little better.
I believe it was across like quite a long time period as well, so like statistically kind of relevant stat, which is funny. But yeah, you need to have some pretty diehard fans for your team to actually be pulling out the stats of your win rate on different hour slots. That's
just wish we had
work to actually look at that.
I wish we had it for all the teams, It'd be kind of cool to see who are the early risers, who are good in the morning, who's good in the evening, if there is actually anything to it. Because it was similar to that discussion we always used to have about advantage in a best of 3 or best of 5. Like, if you win game 1, then you've got momentum heading into game 2. Or if you lose game 1, then win game 2, you've got momentum heading into game 3. I think Knoxville did a lot of the stats and ran a bunch of projections on that, and it didn't matter. There was nothing to it whatsoever. Winning any of the games in the series didn't really matter, no matter who you were.
Yeah, which order, and that just makes the words of No Tail ring even more true. You always had to win 3 games in a TI Grand Finals. You always have to win 2 games in a best of 3. So if you lose the first game, you shouldn't get disheartened. It's still the same deal. It does feel a bit more overwhelming having to win back to back, but in reality, it's the same thing. You just got to win 2.
That's the same total, same cumulative amount. But here we are. Game 1, best of 3. Time to stamp your mark on this series. We get ourselves a Clockwork first pick. So already setting up for this. Position 5, Clockwork with a turret carry, which we've seen so much of through the qualifiers. And a Puck first pick. Similar story. A very valid common opening.
Yeah, Puck has shown to be very popular among these teams. I'm still not fully convinced on first pick Puck. Similar to a lot of first pick slippery heroes. It can work, and it has worked in some of the games that you and I have cast, but I still feel like it induces a vulnerability in your draft that the Clockwork opening doesn't here. I don't really see how to abuse a Clockwork first pick other than saying, okay, we know that they're gonna play probably some form of ranged carry. Like, that's not much to work with. Whereas knowing the enemy has a Puck, that's the mid laner already revealed, confirmed. We know that it's going to be a elusive type mid player. There's a lot of information gained by that pick.
Yeah, and it does also show full confidence, though, right? In Mirage, Huligani saying, okay, we're going to give you your Puck. You're going to have a great time. We'll cover you. Don't worry. Trian already a good step towards that, just with living armor. So you've got a slippery hero with an additional save mechanism behind it. Makes it much easier to play.
I will say this, I think Mirage may be my MVP so far for Huligani, though. So, yeah, I mean, putting confidence in him makes a lot of sense. I think he played fantastic in the games that you and I have been casting. And overall, leaning on him seems to be a big strength of this team.
Yeah, like his Ember and Earth Spirits were pretty incredible. Had some great performances on them. Not sure if I've seen his puck, but I'd assume it's up there. Ember Spirit, one of the answers to puck that we've seen. Ember and Night Stalker very often the answer to this puck. For now, just the Ember Spirit. Got that chains to catch him. Got the slide to spam him in lane. And also the ability just to chase with remnants, right? Like, puck has an orb, a blink. Ember has a ton of remnants that you just keep running you down.
Yeah, it's very true. It is a bit volatile later on, but at least the laning stage should be pretty easy for Ember. And being able to get off the ground is usually all you need as Ember. You get your urn, get your face boots maybe, and start running with your supports, and you can actually do a lot. And oh my god, I'm so happy, dude. I'm always happy seeing Lich. Lich Clockwork was actually what we saw yesterday as well, being pulled out. I believe it was Team Spirit busting it out when we were sitting and talking about how it would be nice to see, you know, some Lich. And this is the same support duo that the qualified team of Team Spirit drafted against Nigma.
Yeah, so now it can get a little bit more challenging for Puck to finish people off, because it's quite a low damage hero. You try and bring people to like half with your magic nukes, then you're essentially just right-clicking them to finish them off. Having a frost shield to protect them through that can actually make the difference, especially on a hero like Ember Spirit. You know, a fraction of a second to get a remnant away. That frost shield could buy you enough time.
The thing about Lich is that every single ability is pretty important to talk about, right? Like the Chain Frost obviously is the big thing, but his laning stage, Terror Harassment with the Nova is great. The Deny that he got is super nice. The shield prevents any physical damage, but then you have maybe the sleeper thing that, in my opinion, makes him good against heroes like Puck or against Ember, like Nigma Galaxy drafted, is that you have that insta-disable. The Sinister Gaze is fantastic setup against the Puck, so you could maybe either set up or follow up, and that is a very powerful tool.
Oh, speaking of Sinister Gazes, we've now got a Medusa. I was literally just about to say, is Lich related to Medusa because he forces you to look into his eyes and stuns you, paralyzes you, holds you in place? And Medusa just gets straight up picked afterwards as well.
You put Medusa behind the Lich, Lich just pulls them towards Medusa.
Yeah.
And then they get stoned. That's the strat, Gareth.
Turn them into an art gallery of statues.
Yeah. I mean, they do have Doom on the enemy team, so the Medusa is pretty common. It is maybe the best carry in the game against Doom, along with, like, Wraith King, I guess, because she doesn't really care if she gets doomed. And you and I have cast so many games of Doom versus Medusa in our days, and Doom players, for whatever reason, will still press Doom on Medusa. I don't know what's up with that, but, you know, I don't think they should.
It's the eyes. It's the eyes. Yeah, you see Medusa, you look her in the eyes, and you're like, oh, God, no. she's getting the Doom. Yeah. I'm casting my ulti on her.
The funniest thing is when they cast ulti on her after she already used her ulti. At that point, it's just like, okay, it doesn't really do anything. It stops her from throwing more Mystic Snakes, I guess. But yeah, the draft so far coming out from Huligani, pretty strong ultis, and now with that targeted hatred from Doom and Hoodwink burst damage as well, looks pretty potent for pickoffs. But Enjoy, they're setting themselves up to be the stronger late gamers. Just have to watch out for a counter. They ban out the anti-mage, of course. And Murta can actually be a pretty serious threat to Medusa since she doesn't get attacked. Her ultimate is great.
Yeah, you can just stand there and whittle the Medusa down in a team fight, actually focus into her quite nicely. I like the Centaur ban. Medusa can't. Do not want to handle with that. That is too much nonsense.
Yeah.
And it's a pretty strong timing as well from Enjoy. You know, Medusa... Manta Butterfly, you know, minute 25 around that period is looking to steamroll down some towers. If you've got a Lich protecting him, a Clock and Ember Spirit able to cause a bit of chaos, you know, all they need is this hero that can jump and give vision to allow the Medusa to do what she wants.
Yeah, unfortunately for Enjoy on their offlane, they're not going to be able to have a favorable matchup most likely, as they have to reveal their offlaner and going to get possibly counterpicked. It could be a carry Doom as well.
Yeah. I'm not sure we've seen Snowy do it, but that's definitely a possibility.
Yeah, it's not really Snowy's style, but with how frequent it is in the current meta, I'm sure that he could bust it out if the need is there.
Especially if there's an axe pick or something, right? You're like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's very possible. I'm excited to see Corrupted again, though. I think Corrupted has also looked really amazing on Huligani, so seeing him on Doom, see if he can lock onto that Ember and get the good target before the team fight really starts would be very interesting.
Just thinking about some old, you know, counters to Medusa. We used to have Ursa, Diffusal Blade carriers, you know, like Phantom Lancer have kind of gone out the window recently, and we often just look for these hyper damage dealing carries. Are we looking at like a Terrorblade for Snowy, or like is there a Spectre that comes in here to try and out tempo the Medusa, go late game against her?
I feel like he could morph here, honestly. It depends a lot on what the last pick is, but you know, Snowy is a good Morphling player. I could totally see him picking it up here. It's a hero that Medusa struggle a bit against because he's so mobile, jumping around. Turning into Medusa can be a serious play as well in late game. And I don't think their heroes are very good against Morph right now.
Mr. Morale Mars. Not seen a lot of this hero, been calling for it through the tournament. He's had one pick. Oh, 100% win rate. He's already doing well. Collapse played it and won with it.
Right, Collapse busted it out.
Of course, it would have been Collapse.
Yeah,
We've been shouting his hero, and I know the other caster pair have been saying, yeah, we want Mars, but he's just not good, not very good right now. We'll see how he does in this game.
He's playable. He's not fantastic, but he's playable. His ulti also locks them in place a little bit here, getting, like I said, some way for Medusa to keep people in place so that she can actually hit them, because main problem with the Medusa is that the enemy can easily kite you and run away. Mars also cuts a lot of trees, which is annoying for Treant Protector in team fight. One arena could suddenly ruin your life as Treant Protector.
Ah, super annoying. You'll set the build against the puck, very nice. Actually, all around it seems pretty damn good here for the Mars. It's also this hero that opens up the eyes of the Ember and the Medusa. If a team fight needs to start, he can be the one to jump in.
Mars can at any given point unstun people from the bushwhack. He just needs to commit an ulti. Not a big cost at all. I mean, it's kind of a 5-head thing, right? You gotta, if your Ember gets caught or something, you could actually break it immediately. Obviously, you would like to catch an enemy hero in that ulti as well, but it's an interesting thing to keep in the back of your mind.
So we see the Mars clock lane. We've got a Treant, and we want some kind of range carry. Is there a punish here against Mars clock?
I mean, I think it could be Mars Lich and Clockwork Medusa lane, but...
Oh, but melee range, that makes more sense.
Yeah, I think either kind of works, but I do like the Clockwork with Medusa a lot here. They're going to go for Lifestealer. A hero that has not seen too much play. Very good against Ember, typically. It's hard as an Ember to do too much Lifestealer. Either he rages or he just infests. It's hard to lock onto him.
Curious about the item build, though, because Lifestealer has very much been a Radiance buyer. And in this meta, Radiance for strength carries in particular has been very good. But I'm not sure how that's going to fare against the Medusa in terms of timings.
Radiance is pretty good because it gives you evasion, so at least you avoid getting hit a little bit, and you can be better at just running up and man-fighting. The problem is the Butterfly will come in pretty early on the Medusa, and at that point, if you're sitting with the Radiance, you don't want to buy an MKB second item. You got to buy, like, you know, some Sanchiasha or something else, maybe even, you know...
So is there any world in which we think about the old school Armlet Deso kind of stuff, or is that just too old hat now?
It would be nice, but again, the Deso is also disincentivized by Medusa's, inability to care about armor. She has this no fucks given about them. So I think you do go Radiance. It's a little bit tricky, though. I feel like he's going to be on the back foot. They definitely didn't find a super strong Medusa counter, unless he does something creative. Who knows? The
Diffusal Blade Lifestealer.
Yeah, let's go. It's probably going to be more about how good his lane can be and if he can accelerate his own farm really hard, because he needs to win lane. If Lifestealer loses lane, I feel like it's almost like a death sentence for this game, right? If Medusa does fine, even if Medusa loses, she goes jungle, Lifestealer goes jungle, Medusa farms faster.
I mean, I'm honestly thinking, like, you know, Pango is a hero that rolls up and gets magic immunity, spell immunity, debuff immunity, whatever you want to call it, buys Diffusal Blade. Lifestealer has rage. Does he need any real items? Can't he just buy Diffusal Blade and Moonshot and go and right-click the Medusa? He's got skills that set him up for the mid-game. No, he's got Radiance queued up, guys. Lifestealer's got Phase Boots, Soul Ring, Radiance queued. We know what's
There's
going.
this big thing, actually. A lot of players in my experience, will buy Diffusals pretty early to counter a Medusa when they play carry. But you need to think, how often, realistically, will I fight Medusa before she has Butterfly? And if that answer is like once or maybe twice, then Diffusal is probably a bad item. If the answer is like 5-6 times, then okay, sure. You know, you can go defusal and go do it, but most likely Medusa will tuck away, sit somewhere safe, and you won't be able to reach her, and you just invested into a diffu, and you look like a sucker when she comes out with banter style and butterfly. You know, it's I've seen this movie too many times.
Yeah, I've looked like a sucker many times in my life. I guess it also fits in with the way that Radiant will be looking at taking these fights. Oh, Sweet and Strong is just going to cog up the Lifestealer, put him back in the prison.
Cheeky.
Gets caged back up with his little wizard friend. 3 bounty runes there, thanks to Sweet and Strong, going the way of the Dire. And Joy off to a good start. But yeah, like, long duration team fights, right? You've got this Puck who likes to play in and out of team fights, play this skirmish guerrilla style. Hoodwink and Treant, same story, want to try and poke, catch, maybe do a bit of damage, then heal back up, reset, Lifestealer with Radiance, lots of damage over time, chase people down, and Doom, similar story. So having Radiance there, staying alive and just doing damage is going to be the name of the game.
Yep, they also have good infest targets. One good thing about Lifestealer in this game is the fact that they have Puck, and they have Doom, they have Treant. All these heroes are very good vehicles for the Lifestealer to get into and then just gank someone or get out of a team fight.
And Treant already having all these trees cut down by the Mars. Respect. Trying to play that left-hand side of the lane and even dragging Wave around. Trying to connect it back up where the clockwork is, because Sweet and Strong is doing some lane manipulation. That does leave the Mars in a straight 1v1 against Lifestealer, though.
Yeah, a matchup where Lifestealer should be getting decent farm. But yeah, we see a lot of pruning already on both lanes. As the top lane, so many trees have been cut already against, of course, the Hoodwink. Don't want to let her have easy bushwhacks.
Well, the players think the old event's going on, huh? The tree cutting Timbersaw event? How many trees can we cut down? No, it's Dark Carnival time. Clownfall has come.
Clownfall is here. The natural transition. And some clowny cosmetics at that as well.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping, when you mentioned the Morphling pick, I was kind of hoping for it just to have that automaton morph.
Oh yeah. Looks pretty silly. I think my favorite really is the sets. Monkey King though. The Bonobo Monkey King set. Bonobo Clown.
Little guy. Some great ones out there. I think I'm gasping for the IO one. I really want the Scryo set.
Scryo.
Yeah.
Madame Scryo. That's a good one, honestly.
Some good stuff. Well, laning stage going pretty well for this Ember Spirit so far. 12-2 against the Pucks, 10-3. Mirage still going to be able to get the Water Rune, but has to pick it up before the bottle arrives. So Squadix doing a good job putting pressure on in that mid lane. Well, down at bottom, Respect playing behind Dire's tier 1 tower. Being very annoying, sneakily sniping couriers.
I mean, you see the movement speed from a Treant with the boots of speed, plus the Nature's Skies just runs in there. Very hard to keep track of where he is as well. So unfortunately, Courier will die. Mr. Morale tries to keep his creep wave from going under a tower, but gets punched a lot by Treant Protector meanwhile.
Still a pretty chill laning stage across the board. Mars maybe a couple of last hits behind where he wants to be. Oh, he doesn't get the spear back. Snowy is raged up. Trying to get some cheeky pushback play on the tower, but it's not going to work this time.
Yeah, that's a hard thing about playing Mars against Lifestealer. You almost need to pump fake the spear just to see if you can force out the rage. But as long as Snowy is wide awake and had enough caffeine in him, then he should be fine.
How does it work now? Can you rage out of Yules before spear hits you?
Yes. Yeah, you can.
Okay. So he's always going to be okay if the Mars gets this Yules up and running as well, right?
Yeah.
So then Mars probably just going to be trying to focus the Puck, if that's the direction he goes.
Yeah, rage you can get off. There are some abilities that you can't get out, like the Yule's trick into Puck is pretty good because you don't have time to phase shift. Phase shift doesn't work. It's a little bit inconsistent. Some abilities are a bit more instant than others. I feel like rage and phase shift are both pretty instant abilities, but phase shift is not able to be cast.
What is this, Animal Farm? All abilities are born equal, but some are more equal than others.
Definitely.
Yeah. Man, I remember sitting and doing so much testing like 10 years ago when OD was popular at World Devourer. We used to have OD, Mirana, Lifestealer, 3 very popular heroes, Nyx Assassin as well, trying to figure out like when does Carapace proc, when does Arrow land, does it have to be on top of them when they come out the OD Astral? So many funny things that you have to try and figure out. Like you learn by doing. I think that's one of the things I love about Dota is I don't want to read wikis and troll through a paragraph of text. I do.
I think
I fail, but I do.
Yeah, I think one of my favorite examples of those old combos was old Cloud9 when they played. They used to do the Naga Siren Mirana combo where you song and then send the arrow, and then you unsleep right as the arrow is on top of a hero, and they couldn't do anything. Even if you have BKB, you just got stunned immediately. Very nice combo.
Impossible to get out of. 5 minutes in, not even an attempt at a first blood. We've had a couple of these games in the qualifier where it's been very tight in laning stage. All the carries very difficult to kill, and everyone looking for a bit of a later timing. But as we approach, minute 6, minute 7, things start to get a little bit itchy. As we will dive under this top tier 1. Rain getting chased by Corrupted, but Sweden Strong's also going to rotate and TP up here as a 3v3 emerges. Trying to force something to happen, but no real guaranteed catch. So Corrupted walks away from the clockwork, has to evacuate the lane, while the Lich battles with the Hoodwink further to the left-hand side.
Yeah, maybe a minor mistake there by Respect getting too close, showing himself under a tower vision. But that gank may not have worked out anyway. Meanwhile, this leaves the Lifestealer very comfortable in the 1v1 against Mars. Mars at least has built some CS for himself. He's actually ahead of the Doom at least.
Okay, Waga, bottom rune. Oh, it's top. Okay, it's a new day. New rune spawns. Yesterday, I think we have 80% of our rune spawn bottom, so it's a nice, fresh experience. And Mirage is going to be very happy with it.
Gets himself a regen rune as well. Very nice to be able to stay on the map. Obviously, the harassment from Ember over and over going in with the Slide Fist, the burning from the Flame Guard can be hard to sustain through. But now he should be able to stay on the map and maybe even think about contesting the Wisdom as 30 seconds until the Wisdom spawn. So far, no real move being made for it by anyone, except for maybe Treant. Respect is kind of walking in.
Oh, come on, Lifestealer. Get back in there. We had a beautiful moment where we had 3 heroes all at the exact same last hit value. Medusa and Ember are still keeping creep value pretty close, but it was all 37 to 6 at exactly the same time. Aesthetically pleasing. Yep. 7 minutes about to hit, though. Wisdom Shrine time. Respect looking to contest it, but immediately met with some firm resistance out of Mr. Morale. Even Ember Spirit rotating, not quite getting the latch on. Can't get the chains on this Treant, but they'll secure the Wisdom Shrine.
Man, Treant Protector, what a hero. So annoying. He just runs away, completely fine. And that's Ember rotating. Of course, he was able to get back to mid lane again and back to farming, but that's TP used by a mid laner. Quite a bit of resources spent, so if he doesn't get the next rune, he doesn't really have any resources to go and gank anyone.
No, getting a little bit behind the puck in net worth as well. Only about 100 right now, but yeah, could get a little worse, like you say, if he doesn't get his hands on the active rune. Hoodwink already prepping to defend it. He's going to go back and stack camps on the left-hand side, which have already been built up. And then could contest the rune a little bit later. There's a lot of bank actually being built across the map. Like, Lich is stacking camps in the middle of that northern jungle. Corrupted is still farming on the left-hand side. And everyone's pretty happy just to get into their gold.
Stacks being made and prepared, and we did get the rune over on Puck again. So regen into shield rune. Very happy Mirage here with tons of sustainability coming in his way. And he is getting a full level advantage on the Puck right now. Level 8 versus level 7. Pretty flat level 7. Looking good for him.
Yeah, under no threat as well with that shield rune.
At the same time, enjoy. They have Violent, completely free farming on Medusa. Top of the net worth. You gotta feel pretty good about this if you're Dire.
Yeah, that's where this Lifestealer matchup, I'm still not sure about, like, the way the timings coincide. Because you're just letting the Medusa get away with all this.
One push back.
Corrupted.
Hog miss.
Pulled back into the Medusa, but not able to grasp onto him. Still Rocket Flare and right clicks flying, but he's going to pop a heal and stay alive.
And very good damage done, though, with the creep wave pushing in on the tower. Doom not having any HP. They could look to go aggressive, but more likely Medusa just wants to keep hitting creeps. That is sort of the MO for a Medusa player.
We're not far away from Squadex. Making a move, though. He's got Urn. He's going to reset back in Fountain. I'd imagine he wants to join up with the rest of his team and make a play somewhere.
It's a bit tricky though. So
Yeah.
Ember's gank here, you can't necessarily gank the lifestealer that easily. He gets away very simply against a hero like Ember.
Not just lifestealer, but it's lifestealer and treant. It's like, you know, you can't gank lifestealer, and then if you go into a treant, you're like, okay, is that worth it? Not really.
Yeah, you almost need to play on Puck at this stage. Play for the power rune, try and play on killing off this Puck, but he has the shield rune from before.
They're bringing everyone here to try and guard it. Bottom rune, invis for Squadic, so he gets his hands on it. That took 3 heroes to rotate and protect it, though. Mars left the lane, Clock and Lich both come across.
Legion, shield, and invis gone, so the rest of the runes are very powerful, by the way, that are remaining. We got haste rune, DD rune, arcane rune, all these very useful ones coming in.
Lifestealer.
Moving out a lot, but Snowy should be completely fine here.
Yeah, literally just walks away. Still about 600 net worth behind the Medusa, though. He's got a bit of catching up to do. Closing in on that relic timing, though. That is a long journey towards that initial item. And then, of course, he starts accelerating much faster once it's completed with the full radiance.
Yeah, at least the lifesteal did win his lane, and you can see even with that, the net worth gap is starting to build between him and Medusa, because Medusa just farms incredibly fast. And I have to say, this is a very, very slow game. 0 kills, 11 minutes in, and I think nobody's happier about that than Violence. This is just absolutely perfect for Medusa.
Yeah, super chill. Just leisurely farming through jungle. Sweet and Strong doing a good job bodyguarding the Mars, so Mr. Morale can farm pretty freely, even in the face of the Lifestealer and the Treant. Doom, Puck, and Hoodwink all clearing out the stacks, though. So they built up a fair amount of gold that's then going to flow into Corrupted and Mirage. So we're closing in on Puck's Witchblade. And this Doom already has the phase boots and drums completed.
I would like to see some more urgency coming out from Huligani here. See them maybe go for an infest gank, do something. I understand wanting to get your Radiance timing, but ultimately they're all kind of just mode farm right now. And I do think the stress is on them to make something happen. The pressure is on them. Meanwhile, Enjoy, they're just in a very good spot right now, so keep controlling the rune. They get one of those power runes, like I mentioned, the DD rune.
That's a big one. Spirit Vessel, a couple of 100 gold away. Squadic's going to have Vessel plus Amplify damage if he wants to make that initial move. But yeah, I think you're right. Violent, very happy, just sat back in that northern jungle. We're getting now to a point where she's, what, 1,100 ahead of the Lifestealer? It feels only moments ago I was saying there's a 600 gap, and now there's 500 more. It's getting pretty insane.
I mean, you
just going from lane to jungle, back again.
Yeah, you couldn't ask for a cleaner game as Medusa. You have 7k net worth at 12 minutes. Mantastal is only 500 gold away right now. So he's going to have a, what, 14 minutes Mantastal? Normally you expect 15, 30. So he's almost a full, you know, almost 2 minutes ahead of the expected timing. Which means that the butterfly timing could be almost 2 minutes ahead as well. So maybe a pre-minute 20 butterfly is possible here, which is super scary.
It's still just kind of insane that we're 13 minutes in and there's some heroes that aren't level 6 yet as well. Clockwork and Treant, level 5. Kind of thinking, well, do we need our ultimates if no fights are happening? Are we actually sad about this? Not really.
I mean, this is what happens when you don't get any kills. Supports actually rely on the kill experience quite a bit to get their levels. So the fact that nobody's dying anywhere, how long will this 0 be kept, Gareth? We already had one of these games in this qualifier, but that wasn't this long. It was 1309, right, or something?
Yeah, yeah. In my head, it was
we're
like,
already
yeah,
broken the record.
It was like the tail end of 12 or the early part of 13. Yeah, we're past that now. In the 14th minute of gameplay, no first blood. Can we drag it to 20? Can we see how far we can take this?
I think they can make it for 15, but this is going to be the pivotal moment here. Maybe a power rune on 14 minutes. Doesn't look like anyone's dying though. Again, players are pretty safe.
Sayosh,
okay, never mind.
Sweden Strong has a hook shot. They found the Hoodwink. 14 minutes, 7 seconds. The first blood is spilled. Mr. Morale kills off Sayosh. Down you go. Sit down.
14:07 is a horrible speedrun split for First Blood in Dota. That's not setting any records there, but respect. We'll sneak in using some of this space created by his fellow support to take up the enemy experience.
Yeah, the gold split on First Blood is 14 seconds, 7 milliseconds, not 14 minutes.
So we're 60 times slower than that.
They've just got the time code wrong, yeah? They weren't sure if it was hours, minutes, or what. Well, there you go. Yeah. 1-0. Dire leading with the Medusa on their side, so even more comfortable for them, even happier for Violent, as they are sitting pretty, not really losing any major health on their towers either. There hasn't been a concerted push to take objectives, so the map isn't getting smaller for anybody. It really is just waiting room radiance, which is now.
Yeah, they have to explode onto the map with this Radiance. They need to do stuff right now, break this status quo, because I think they're rapidly losing the game on Hooligani. I do not think it's even close. I think this is very, very favored for Enjoy.
I swear to God, if Lifestealer farms one more camp, I'm going to scream. Stop killing frogs, go and kill heroes.
Yeah, we need to see activity.
Already smoking up. Smoke breaks. They know that, yeah, Doom is there. They've got ward coverage on that left side of the top tier 1. They were trying to go fishing for Corrupted. He's going to tuck himself behind tower.
Good choice by Enjoy to not fully dive it, though. I mean, they can look for kills, but diving behind tier 1 might be one way to feed away to the opponents. They're really looking at this Doom, though. He was under ward for so long. The hook shot is not far away.
Well, they really want it, but looks like Corrupted has got a full read. He knows something's coming. Especially when Ember Spirit comes and cuts the wave. So they move Medusa all the way to the right-hand side of the map. Now actually planting herself in front of the Lifestealer. Usually a move we see from heroes like Tidehunter. I'm going to plant my body in front of the enemy carry or mid, make sure they can't just continually farm and push lane. Medusa, for a moment, says, okay, I'm here, and then back to farming jungle.
Yeah. Bit disappointed they haven't created any ancient stacks for him to clear up again here, but yeah, he's getting pretty massive. 2.1k gold, 16 minutes in. The Eagle song is very close. At least they're pushing with the catapult wave down bottom. So activity from Hooligani. Puck is moving over past the Blink and the Witchblade, so they can at least start taking down some of these outer towers. But there we go. Step 1, Gareth.
Step 1 of many. Many. Need to get our 10k steps in as this Lifestealer.
Yeah,
start the bottom lane, head towards mid, then to top. Enjoy in the meantime, though. Dewarding the Radiant Ancients. Still trying to pressure this Radiant top tier 1. The Hoodwink and the Doom with the puck. Looks like they want to try and make a defense happen. But a hook shot into the grasp. Corrupted, loses a quarter of his health, but an immediate snap reaction going to come in here to kill off the Lich. Mirage makes sure that dive gets cut short.
Now that Blink puck is so good at punishing squishy supports, and Lich showing himself gets taken down very quickly. Not even able to use your Chain Frost. So good successful defense of the tower, and they have the living armor to repair the tower, but I don't care about protecting your own towers. You need to take enemy towers right now. Hooligani. They're still on the defense, still farming with the Lifesteal, working on an armlet.
They need to go forth and vanquish instead of sitting back and languishing in this jungle farming. Sayosh is going to get slain by Violent as the Medusa gets involved. A kill to her name. 1-0-0. 235 last hits, though. And she'll come in and take out that top tier 1. Respect, in the meantime, has been speared back and killed off by Squadix in that mid lane.
Yeah, there's only been 4 kills in this game. One of them happening from the Medusa, the most, passive hero out of them all, is not what you want to have happen. And my prediction before seems to be coming true most likely. She is already about to finish up Claymore Ordinal Talisman of Evasion. Maybe we won't crack the 20-minute mark, but at least an early 20 or 21-minute butterfly timing is still fantastic.
Yeah, because usually I've got 25-minute Medusa. That's when she's ready to go. That's a bit faster now.
Yeah, for sure. Lifestealer, though, has everything he needs, really. Armlet and Radiance. There is no excuse to keep farming right now. You just have to go and absolutely play like a madman on this map.
Was that the name of the Hon version of Lifestealer?
Madman?
Madman?
I actually don't know. I played some Hon, but
that rings a bell.
It was so early.
He was some weird little... He was like a lifestealer who had a jump. He could launch himself onto you and start munching on you. I think it was. Well, that's what he's going to act as. Try and cut across this map and make things a little harder for the Dire to take areas to farm for this Medusa. It seems like Mirage kind of itching to get a fight going, playing with his Hoodwink alongside. The Puck and Hoodwink would love to find a support to kill.
Wasn't Lifesteal Predator?
Predator, that's
so.
it. That's
yeah, because I remember it was like some franchise name. It's like, wait,
Predator. Oh, hello. A route into catch and kill on the Lich. Gonna pop a heal and keep himself alive a little bit longer. Delays his death only by a second.
He falls. And Coil onto mid as well. Will at least be able to get the Puck. Oh, the Doom.
The Doom comes in on the Ember Spirit. Oh, Squadex thought he'll be able to turn back and maybe fight alongside his Clockwork, but Puck just comes in, Doom follows through, and the big group up here from the Radiant finally coming to fruition, getting themselves a couple of kills and now a 2k net worth lead.
This is exactly what they need. Need to get some momentum, get objectives. Now Tormentor could be possible for them as well. Might see Medusa start making that swing over because she finished up the 2015 was the butterfly purchase timing. She hasn't delivered it yet, but it's coming. If she swings down to bottom, then taking Tormentor will be dangerous, but looks like she just has her eyes on mid, opening the mid tower.
It feels like one of those games, yeah, whoever is able to set up in an area of the map and posture the hardest is going to come out on top. Like, whose tanky carry can we put on the front lines and make unkillable? Is it Medusa? Is it Lifestealer? Can we sit behind his core? And it looks like for now, Torment are going to be given up on.
It was
Huligani.
deterred by the rocket flare.
Yeah,
so Clockwork sent a rocket over, and it's always scary to do Tormentor under enemy vision while you don't see where they are, right? We could see that, okay, they probably could take the Tormentor and then get out, but it's just a little bit too ballsy to do that.
They have to fully evacuate all the way through the Twin Gate, play up top. No attempt from Enjoy to go and take the Torm. They're instead going to smoke across the map, sweeping through middle. Seems like a pretty tight-knit group here from Huligani, though. Hoodwink playing with a Lifestealer. Puck is going to shift back into mid to try and defend tower. But we've already got Enjoy just controlling this bridge from bottom lane towards mid.
The Siege Snake is coming mid. She's about to hit level 17. Puck also having a very good game, and I like the observer pointing out, has a greater healing Lotus ready for the next fight. I might have to use it soon.
Yeah, it's been eyed up here. Snowy's going to rage away from the chains. Enjoy. They've bullied back Huligani from that middle lane.
I hate to say it, but I'm a bit disappointed that we haven't seen any real Infest Bomb moves from Snowy. Like, you have a Blink on Puck, you have a Blink on Doom. I wish we would have seen some, you know, combination plays. Just group up as two, Infest, hop someone, and kill something.
He's been very focused on his farm, Waga. You leave him alone. He's got creeps to hit.
He's very too focused on this one.
A little too focused. He's got the hyper focus going on. Nothing else matters. He's not going to eat, not going to drink, not going to shower. Only going to hit creeps. That's the Lifestealer's MO.
The real grind set.
Oh, Huligani get to play two lanes. Shove out mid, farm top jungle, push out top with a Hoodwink. Whereas Enjoy, very grouped up here, really wanting to steamroll through with his Medusa. Gathering up what farm they can as they maneuver themselves down that bottom lane. Still not going for a Torm. Instead, hunting in the trees, expecting someone to be lurking in the shadows there. Maybe a treant behind them.
Yeah. They're not sure where the treant is, but they see him now on the other side of the map, so that should give them pretty good information that this is a safe Torm to take.
Well, these Tormentors get spooky, don't they? The supports just can't stand there.
Yeah. It hurts quite badly, but at least they buffed the region afterwards now, so it's pretty nice to linger. I like that Medusa instinctively lingers a little bit, but you don't get any mana, buddy. There's no heal for you. Get out of here, Snake.
Doesn't do anything.
Feels like she got scammed right there.
Oh, that's rough. Should have turned Medusa into an automaton.
Yeah.
What better way to do it? You know, HP is like drinking water, eating food, nourishing, nutrients. The mana pool is like a robot. You know, Futurama. Just drink some alcohol, guzzle some oil.
The healing Lotus is just a battery, really.
Yeah.
Just put in some fresh triple A's.
Just
There you go.
recharge. That's the way to do it. And 4-3. Still waiting to see Huligani pop off.
Sayu is trying to activate his team. Says, guys, let's go smoke. Smokes up the Doom and the Puck.
BKB timing. That's the big thing here for them. Doom and Puck both have these BKBs to protect them against the Lich, Mars, Ember Spirit. And they're trying to make a move with Treant, giving vision and leading. They see Mr. Morale, and they're going to jump straight on him. Waning Rift into orb damage brings him low. Still has a Yules in hand to try and play around with. Overgrowth on the Clockwork in the back as Mirage already killed the Mars. Sweden Strong is getting blasted and sharp-shotted down by Sayush. 2 kills off the back of that smoke maneuver. And the lead is building.
Good quick reflexes by the Ember, though. Pops the BKB and TPs out. Squadix realizes there's no way to really fight. So at least that was Doom used, Overgrowth used, you know, Coil, a lot of big abilities being spent. And sure, it's kills, but it's still not slowing down Medusa. She is about to hit Eye of Skadi. I am beyond concerned. But from the bright side of things, you know, they have pretty good farm on all of Radiant's heroes. Lifesteal is only 2,300 gold behind the Medusa. It's not a massive gap, and he's getting pretty big.
Yeah, if they find some way to dogpile this Medusa and just, you know, 5v1, eventually kill her off, all of that net worth just goes down the drain. And they've got damage, they've got tools to potentially do it.
Yeah.
But this is definitely that phase of the game.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, just that phase of the game, right, where you're thinking, okay, we're ahead, this Lifesteal Radiance is working, but Medusa Skadi, that's going to put a stop to all this nonsense.
It will be very strong for team fights, but there's a mentality that's very obvious here from Radiant where they're just building.
Coiled, chain stunned. They knew he didn't have BKB. He'd used it previously, still on cooldown for 15 seconds when that fight broke out.
Yeah, hopefully for them, their strat will work, because from Radiant's point of view, they're trying to build a big lead on the rest of the cores, just becoming hard to deal with. And as we see Lifestealer munch on the Lich. Lifestealer is also a hero that requires a lot of single target damage to actually kill, and Medusa doesn't actually bring him down that quickly. Sure, Lifestealer probably doesn't bring down the Medusa either, but if the two of them stay alive, kill the other team, you know, eventually maybe Medusa gets outnumbered.
There can be only one. Only one big tanky carry. Well, still wants to be that one.
He's queuing up the MKB, so obviously he's starting to address the Medusa issue. Roche definitely one of the focal points now for the teams.
Oh, respect. It's a catch on Sweden Strong. Snowy comes in. Respect actually finishes it. Violent stepped across here to try and guard his Clockwork, and Mr. Morale's here as well. Mars at half HP already. A rough spot for him to be in. Doesn't really want to go aggressively, even though Respect had shown himself and spent the overgrowth a little frivolously. And now we've got Snowy just running straight into the midst of things, forcing a Frost Shield over onto Violent, and forcing the Dire to tighten up their ranks, which means Mr. Morale right next to Squadix. That's a 2-man coil thanks to this. Mirage, he's going to blow up the Mars, and out comes Snowy looking for this Squadix Ember Spirit now. Rain spent the Chain Frost, but it does very little as they just get steamrolled. One by one, and Joy heroes are dying. They've ignored the Medusa and killed everybody else. Now what, Violent? Medusa's got to run.
I think they're doing a great job at just avoiding Medusa, but at the same time, could say that this is maybe Enjoy's mistake to not utilize this turret. They run away from the Medusa, don't rely on her ulti, and a very late ulti that did nothing from Medusa there. And big wins coming in from Huligani, taking the Wisdom as well and still chasing. I think Clockwork is dead too.
It looks like, yeah, Mirage just keeps on going for it. Another orb to high ground. Ooh. He's diving under tier 3. It's risky business. And we're going to get a Lotus eaten up by the Clockwork to stay alive. Refills his battery.
It's gonna live, but not an easy time here for the rest of the squad. DD rune available up top as well, so Puck is gonna go and scout it and be very happy to find some damage buff.
But yeah, that whole situation, we were thinking, okay, if this is, you know, a relatively even game or a mild lead for the Radiant, the Dire team have got a pretty good shout heading into these team fights. But if it's only the Medusa holding all eggs in this Violent basket, really. The Ember Spirit and the Mars starting to really drag behind in net worth compared to the rest of the cores, and the dire supports are both very poor. It very much is all in on Violent. So Corrupted tipping him.
And he needs damage at this point. The problem is he has this big survivability, sure, from the Eye of Skadi, the Manta, and the Butterfly, but he just got ignored a lot and needs to get to a point where he cannot be ignored. Needs to be a serious damage threat so they can just sit next to him and allow Violent to kill everything. Problem is, they're doing a great job of dancing around him, and now with some armor buffs coming in, the Shivas on Doom, maybe they can keep going for this playstyle.
We just haven't seen anything out of Mr. Mirage Mars, really. There's Yule Scepter not able to set up on the puck whatsoever, because I think Mirage has done a very good job staying out of arm's reach. Yeah. Making sure he never gets caught.
Also itemizing the BKB, right? It sort of deters it in a way, but I think you still need to force that BKB, so it's a tough spot for Morse.
We've got Lich out on a warding mission. Got an observer ward in lane a little further north of where he died. Picked up the Watcher, but then Doom just claims his life. And now we're looking at Roshan time for Huligani. Straight into the Roche pit. Rocket Flare's going to scout them though, and this is coinciding with the Daedalus timing on Medusa.
It's so fast though, the damage with the DD rune as well. They're just going through it super fast.
As
damage from the life stealer.
Even jumping on this mid lane, respect, giving vision for Mirage to sprint across and nearly finding a go on the Mars.
Yeah, and I think the pressure is coming, so Violent realizes, okay, if we're not defending tier 2, we need to go and at least get something done on the other side of the map. Gonna take out a tier 2 down bottom. But again,
Mars might just die here. I'm getting coiled up. Self-Yules as Mirage goes in on top of him, but a blink away gets the distance. Squadix going to try and hold them back as well with some chains. There's the Spirit Vessel on Mirage to deter them. Doom was thinking about connecting a little further on, but thinks better of it.
Yeah, gonna back out of there as the Medusa TP's top. Where Lifestealer is happily just infesting a creep and zooming around.
Well, they've got to go back to the game plan and join. Put Medusa up at front. Sit behind her. Use smokes. Use the terrain, the fog, the tree lines. Anything you can to hide from the Treant. But Violent, he's being initiated on. They're going on this Medusa. They've started out with Snowy here and a jump into the back to try and give vision on the ledge. Violent's out of mana and an overgrowth coming in. Rain and Violent in some trouble as Respect goes 1v5. There's Tendrils from Corrupted connecting as well. They're doing it, chasing Violent down and slaying the beast. Medusa falling. She's got no resources left and she's out of here for 80 seconds. They've just run them over. Corrupted still alive. Hookshot comes in with Squadix trying to damage down the Corrupted Doom. A double kill for Sweden Strong does come in as Squadix BKBs and Remnants back to Fountain. You get something out of this, yes, but you lose your Dusa, you're losing your buildings.
They tried to react there to Dusa being gone on. I don't think she expected they would jump her, but unfortunately she was pretty alone at the point of getting jumped, so lost major part of her mana before the fight even really started, the 5v5 that is. And yeah, they're just, again, very, very confident with their gameplay. So very impressed by what Huligani are doing here. A lot of teams, you know, would have played much more stressed, and that's what I wanted to see from them as well, to have a little bit more urgency. But they're showing that their approach of just dismantling the backline, dismantling the rest of the 4 players, has been very successful.
The Medusa death summary, only showing the HP falling and not the mana pool disappearing, is also pretty funny. They did way more damage than the board shows. They spent a long time hitting this Medusa. First off, going in with the Tendrils.
Yeah, this
round
is what I mean
one of it.
Look at all this damage coming into her when she doesn't have anybody nearby. And it's like her entire mana pool is gone. Her mana star is on cooldown, so she can't get out of the roots. And then Doom jumps her. It's very, very tough stuff for him.
Really cool how they start with an infested Croaker, and they've also got the devoured ancient Croaker as well, so double Congregations of the Deep. They don't have a Tide on their team, but they're basically
building their own Ravage.
Just building their own Ravages. It's Build-A-Bear, but with Tide Hunter's Ravage.
Yeah. Speaking of building, the Lifesteer's almost finished building an Eye of Scotty right now. Massive item coming in for him soon. Just, age is still lasting for 1 minute 30. He can now replace it with the Scotty when he wants to.
And now I'd imagine the Dire are thinking, okay, what do we do now? We've not been able to put Medusa front line. We've not been able to hide our heroes in the back line. Who are they communicating with, saying you've got to change the way we're playing, or whose job role has suddenly shifted?
Yeah, it's difficult. They need to tighten up their positioning a lot, but playing against Treant, who's scouting in Invis, and playing against these heroes who all jump the backline, the Lifestealer going in there, the Puck and the Doom both blinking in as well. It's not that easy to have good positioning, but they need to at least start, you know, trying to move the Medusa in front and be within range with the rest of them when they're ready to take the fight.
Well, she buys herself an orchid. Let's see if that changes anything, because you've got to respect and respond to what Hooligani are doing here at your doorstep. Snowy's on the tier 3 and already bringing it to half HP. Frost Shield offers a little protection, but I don't really think he's bothered about that. 30 seconds left on Aegis. 3,800 health. With this Sanjiasha Radiance Lifestealer just taking your buildings. There is no response.
Yeah, for now, trying to go on Lifesteer, silence him.
Sweden Strong just blown up. The tendrils jump from this Doombringer, kill him off. Chainfrost's going to get disjointed by the jaunt out from the Puck. And Snowy's like, okay, cool, back to hitting buildings, I guess. 5 minutes left on Aegis. He'll step back momentarily, let himself regen. But I'd imagine they go back again.
That was a bit weird. They didn't have Ember to be there and Searing Chain with the silence from the Orchid. So he was just split pushing, but yeah, this Rax is falling.
Orchid, Spear, Remnant here. Lifestealer taking some damage, but he's going to rage and break free of the go out of the Dire team. Melee Barracks at 90 HP. Snowy's not going to stand for that. Goes back in for one more hit, and now we can retract.
I think they're going to keep going, though. The cooldown on Medusa ulti could easily keep making plays.
Arcane Rune down the bottom, pretty good.
Yeah, they're going to fix the lanes, check the runes. And with Octarine Core and Arcane Rune, this Puck is a big one to look out for in the next team fight. Infested as well.
Scary. First big Puck showing off. Infested now as well, so you get your Infest bombs. And Squadix, BKB ready. He's got to be quick on pulling that trigger. And he's going to get it off. But the Overgrowth now comes in. Mars with the Arena trying to hold the back line while up at front. Snowy's already killed off Rain, and Squadix falls quickly after. Just one by one into the meat grinder. This Lifestealer is unstoppable. Walks over you.
It's crazy, this game. It looked like everything was gonna go the way that Enjoy wanted. They had this early game that was super passive, no kill until minute 14. They have heroes that are very, very nice once they get a bit of farm, the Medusa, but every single team fight, Hooligani have been very on point, getting onto key targets. They have been in very impressive positioning, and I just can't say the same for Enjoy.
No,
They've been outfought at every single step and corner.
Yeah, there's just so many things going on. Like, the perfect culmination of, like, this Treant has been a problem. Giving vision, info, scouting behind. Hoodwink, same story, can start off with this Doom whenever you want to fight. Puck has had a perfect game, unkilled, coming out that mid lane. And I guess that early portion of passivity, giving Snowy time to get to Radiance, and then scale and scale and scale. If they're able to play this perfectly, man, it worked out for them.
Yeah, not just Radiance. I mean, he basically got to farm the armlet as well as the Sanjiasha, and sure, Medusa got really big, but if they never win a team fight on Dire, then it doesn't really matter. And at this stage, I kind of wish he would have gone for a Rapier Desperation instead of the Bloodthorn that he went for. Maybe they could have found a timing to put up a fight, but it feels like his damage output is... It's good, but at this stage, 30,000 gold behind, you kind of need to get desperate. I don't know if he realizes his 30,000 gold difference right now, though. Crazy farm on Radiant.
Medusa might not realize it, but the rest of the team, I think, does.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Morals.
Lich feels it.
Yeah, the Lich feels it, the Mars feels it. They're all thinking, guys, we are so far behind right now.
Yes, the Mars has been overtaken by the Hoodwink, by the way, and is actually being threatened a little bit by the Treant Protector. That's the gold coming in from the barracks, the towers. All this control on the map. Roshan.
If we take the Lifestealer out of the game, it's an even game, huh?
Yeah, it would still be favored for Radiant
No way.
in net worth. Like, it's crazy.
Oh, that's what Dota Plus win probability cares about. The net worth difference.
It's pretty serious. That's a lot of golds. And some big talents as well. The level 25 talent for both Lifestealer and Puck have come in. The Rage Duration. I love this talent. I always mention it, but Lifestealer's Rage Duration talent a while back didn't do anything at all, and it was still a higher win rate talent than the other talents. That's one of my favorite bit of trivia in Dota ever. There was like a year or something where this talent didn't do anything at all, and it still had higher win rate because conceptually players who took it had a better understanding of the game and thus won more than players who actually took a level 25 talent that did something.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so good.
It's a silly thing.
If you
Also,
take left
I can't
talent, you're just
believe-
automatically better at the game than people
I
who
can't
take
believe
right
it didn't
talent.
do something for so long. Like, it's, you know, it should be very easy to verify. Do you feel like you're getting 1 second more? It was even 1.5 seconds, I think, back then.
Yeah.
But, well, I mean, it was 0 seconds, but it pretended to be 1.5, I think.
Oh, that's crazy. It's funny when numbers pretend to be other numbers. You know?
Yes.
Like Doom, his 0 armor, or his -1 armor pretended to be 0 for a long time. Everyone's like, oh, he's got 0. No, he's got -1, actually.
Actually.
Hidden
Doom, by the way,
numbers.
with Aghanims, Octarine Core, and of course, the Congregations of the Deep.
One last effort from this dire team as well. They've got a couple of buybacks up their sleeve. Medusa, of course, is buying out, doesn't have buyback, is just buying all the items. But we've got Ember Spirit, Mars, and Lich who can return and will
The
need to.
jump is imminent. It's coming now. The Puck is looking for it.
Yeah, straight in onto this Mars, forcing that defensive Yules as Snowy leaps out of the puck and starts gobbling up onto Mr. Morrill. He's gonna get the Frost Shield put on him and try and get a bit of distance, but the magic damage, it just stacks up and kills him off as he holds onto his buyback for now. Violent sat by his tier 4 towers, just watching all the barracks fall. So we're now in a situation with mega creeps coming towards this dire base in 3 seconds.
Pushes on you, and unfortunately doesn't have enough gold on Medusa to get the rapier, so goes for this BKB instead.
I gotta do something right here. Stand and deliver. Snowy just steps up, whacks into this Medusa, trying to burn through the mana while the backline is pierced. Mirage is there dealing with rain, and Violent has the BKB up. Mana pool already gone. Force staff a little closer to the fountain, but it's a foregone conclusion. The Radiant are losing nothing. HP pool, mana pool, morale, and everything full here. And Hooligani, they've got this AoE Doom going. Violent forced back into his fountain. A jump in from Mirage again, just zoning them away as the throne has been taken down. Snowy calls the GG. And Hooligani come out victorious.
Calls the GG as they're winning. Very strong play coming out here in game number 1. Not a single death on Mirage, not a single death on Snowy, and honestly, superb team fighting by them the entire game. Just kept getting these pickoffs, and I just waited and waited for Enjoy to show up, to do something, but it felt like they had all their eggs in the Medusa basket, but then they never used that basket. They forgot it at home, man.
They dropped it. It got stolen by Yogi Bear or something. Went off for a picnic in the forest. It just didn't happen, did it? Yeah, and
Yes.
Mr. Morrill, they did decent in laning stage though. Like they got themselves away from this Lifestealer lane with decent net worth on the Mars early on. The Ember Spirit was doing pretty well against this Puck mid lane as expected, but never really got to transition into these lanes. Like you said though, he can't gank a tree at Lifestealer lane. He can't really go into this Doom lane because Corrupted was AFK jungling. So he could only go to the Puck, who is a difficult hero to get. And yeah, it was really rough for the two dire supports to get anything going, because if you got no kills early on, they're sitting at level 5 thinking, well, we can't ulti anybody.
Yeah, I think Lifestealer pick was probably a better pick than I first realized for them here. Just the fact that it made Squadix games so difficult. Ember Spirit really hates ganking into these built-in BKB heroes. Juggernaut or Lifestealer are really, really hard for him to bring down. You need to take such a long fight, and ultimately it allowed Hooligani to be very safe in the early game. And then they eventually just started cracking down, whereas we didn't see the same tempo coming out from Enjoy.
No tempo, no confidence. Didn't really leap into action or anything. And yeah, it was a standout performance here from Mirage. 30,000 net worth, 35,000, close to 36k hero damage, tons of kill participation. And the itemization, that earlier BKB, again, just doubling down on this survivability. Make sure that all of the comeback mechanisms that the Dire could have had in these team fights were non-existent. Right? When you're ahead, it just feels so much nicer to go for these defensive items to keep your advantage, whereas Enjoy were forced to go for aggressive items, which meant they were still squishy and getting run over.
Yeah, I do think it's more about, decision making and how they moved on the map. But either way, it didn't work out for them. And we'll see if they can go back to the drawing board, find some new strats, or maybe, find some more urgency for game number 2, because we're going to have a short break. We'll be back soon.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, everybody, here as we get into the regional qualifiers for Europe. One more time, we've got this lower bracket elimination zone situation going on as Hooligani take on Enjoy in a best of 3. And game 1, a curious one. Very late first blood, slow-paced game. A Medusa team enjoying that delayed action until the Lifestealer counterpick and the plays out of Hooligani showed that this all eggs in one Medusa basket is not a strategy that can pay off.
Yeah, Hooligani, they played towards, a very thought-through plan. You can tell that they weren't too stressed about the situation. And once they had their items they felt they needed, they started punishing everybody on the map. They ignored the Medusa for quite a while because she ultimately didn't have enough damage to threaten anyway. So they just dive the backline, pick apart this Mars. They just jump the Ember over and over. A lot of nice dooms, honestly, connecting from Corrupted. So well played to him as well. But Mirage was really just completely free on this first pick puck. He got to do whatever he wanted.
Team ban.
I'm wondering if there's a conversation going on about this Treant as well. Like, the Treant Hoodwink duo just seemed so good to set up the map. You're dodging all of the ganks the Ember's doing. You've got these heroes which are difficult to gank into. Very challenging heroes to try and catch. I think you just have to rejig your entire draft as Enjoy.
Yeah, they already are showing their respect now, banning out the puck in the next game, saying that Mirage doesn't get to do the same thing again. And I honestly think Mirage, looks like such a good player. If he gets his hands on one of the strong meta heroes like Puck, he's going to be very happy. First game, Hooligani banned. Okay, Dark Willow. I mean, Dark Willow has been a great setup hero. We've seen her work really well with a lot of the global strats the team have been running. It's similar to Hoodwink in how it plays. I keep saying that, but with all the Nature's Prophets, all the, sneaky setup heroes here and there, we see her having pretty good success.
Yeah, especially in the right hands. Like these Brambles, against the Treant in particular, feels pretty good just to be able to set up on him with a number of spells that go through the trees. Get a catch. We'll get the Treant against the Hoodwink this time, so both teams are going to have some nature-dwelling scouting heroes that can actually play out and give information. So Enjoy making sure that Hooligani don't get their hands on both of them.
Yeah, I think having the Treant opener feels fantastic here for Hooligani. They come in from one win and now already set up with probably the strongest support in the game, I would say, right now. Treant Protector, even though he's so powerful, there is some priority on other heroes being banned out. The Rubik ban and Dark Willow ban is interesting to me. Feels like they intentionally tried to leave the field pretty open so that Treant would slip through.
I want to get their hands on him. Now what? A couple of bans for Hooligani. Trying to figure out what they want to get rid of here. There's still quite a lot of options out there if you want to go down the line of banning, like the Largo that's looked very good, the Underlord, some of these tanky offlane heroes that kind of build up pressure and just walk through a Treant lane. The Treant loves having this back and forth where you can go and have a bit of skirmish, a bit of scrap, then back off.
I feel one thing about Enjoy that is perhaps a possible weakness is if you understand that you focus Mr. Morale, you know what Squadix is going to do. Squadix is going to play a spirit hero. Like 9 out of 10 games, he's going to be on either Ember or Storm, one of these heroes. So he's pretty predictable. He's very strong and very good player, but you also kind of know what he's going to go for. So if you instead try and shut down and make sure that Mr. Morale doesn't have a good time, then that puts a lot of pressure on Violent to have impact. And it's sort of what we saw in last game. He was farmed, but he didn't necessarily offset how the game was going. You and I have been talking about how we see these Yatoro moves, right? A lot of rotations where the carry, we saw it from Sumail and from Yatoro in the qualifier finals. They kept joining in for those early fights, joining for rune fights. That's not something that Medusa can do in the previous game.
No.
And Violent might need to be on a hero where he can actually have some form of impact earlier.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. You're going to have to put him on something that can actually make moves. They might even consider that Doombringer as a flexible hero to get picked up early on, and then maybe put him on that. That's an idea they've run a couple of times. And Joy have like second pick Doom a number of times this qualifier. Well, Morata's going to get taken out here. There's no way we're going for a Medusa again, is there? Ban to go Medusa.
I mean, I don't think that you do it this early at least, but with the Treant Protector picked up, some form of Manta carry is very likely to be the case. I do think it's quite likely that they will go for a last pick for Violent this game, as they have the ultimate last pick.
5 seconds remaining.
And I guess if they're going that direction with, you know, a turret hero for Violent, the SF is still out there, Medusa's available. We've also got the option of Centaur to be that guy who buys the Agnum Scepter, picks the carry up in the cart. That's a lane that's very nice alongside a Hoodwink.
I feel like they're discussing Violent's hero though, because Rain keeps saying something and then Violent shakes his head no, and he's looking very deep in thought now, so maybe they are gonna grab a carry early here. Bane is going to be picked up first, but yeah, you can tell Violent is very engaged in this part of the draft, and normally the carry players, you kind of zone out for most of the draft, and then when it's your turn to pick your hero, you know, they give their input. But Rain has been back and forth with Violent a lot here.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, they'll pick up, I guess they're picking up Rain's hero, right? Pick up his Bane, so wanting to know what the lane matchup's going to be, but you don't get the Bane SF. You've allowed now an SF Treant and a Ringmaster for Huligani. So multiple saves for this big turret hero. SF Treant lane going to be incredibly annoying to play into as well. I think Snowy there saying, I can't believe they've let us have it. They've let us have SF Treant.
Yeah, and Ringmaster against Bane. That's one of the big things as well. When you pick Bane, sure, it's a great hero if you pair it with SF, and it's generally very good at saving, but or you know, gripping or saving. But now the grip part is going to be taken away by the save of Ringmaster. So once Ringmaster gets a blink, he can cancel Fiend's Grip super easily. Not a great spot there for Enjoy, I think, draft-wise.
Nah, I think Enjoy have been turned around on here. Dagger stabbed in their back. Impalement
You can tell
arts.
by the player cams as well, they do not look super confident about this spot right now, so they're thinking about a way to make this turn around. Obviously, drafting in Dota is so complex.
Especially when like Undying's already been banned, right? The way to pressure these SF Treant lanes we've seen has been very much like Undying Hoodwink as the lane to do it. So you don't have that option. You don't have an Underlord to do that either. Bristleback's going to be the grab for them.
Okay.
Is that a hero that can lane into an SF? Or is this can't be the mid, can't be the carry, it's got to be the offlane hero, right?
It should be. It can. Hoodwink and Bristleback is a lot of damage. They can get to a point where they just dive. And, oh, would you see? Is it Squadix on a Spirit hero?
It is.
Yeah, like I said, it's always going to be. The forehead of Squadix is going to be the Storm Spirit this game. It's nice to get a hero that can get onto Ringmaster. I think in the Nigma series, we spoke how Sumail needed to go on the Bane, you know, he needed to jump the backline. Here it's going to be similar where Storm has the responsibility of jumping the Ringmaster to prevent him from stopping Bane's Fiend's Grip. So any way they can get vision on him is going to be really big, finding where the Ringmaster is hiding.
And a pretty good grab here. Chains against the Storm. Gap closed to try and find the Bane. Like you said, a way to get on top of them and stop things
It's
from
a good
happening.
hero.
And
It's
also,
a
Vessel against
nice-
Bristleback's nice.
Yeah, it's a nice active pick as well coming out from Huligani. I do favor Storm a little bit overall just in what he brings to the table, but Ember, you can't really complain. It's a good hero as Mirage locks in for his performance here.
He's doing some thinking, isn't he? he's locking
literally
in,
racking
focusing
his
up.
mind.
But you're right. It doesn't strike confidence into you, the facial expressions and stuff there from Enjoy. Doesn't seem like they're in the mood or in the groove, and you've got to be. Here in TI Quals, this is your last chance to step towards one of those slots. Game 2 in a best-of-3 elimination situation where you're already game down. This is make or break for Enjoy. And Huligani laughing and smiling, having a great old time.
And all pressure right now on Violent for his hero pick and what he can play to have a good impact. I mean, I praised him a lot for his farming in previous game and how he played the early game, but we really need to see him have some PvP impact, right? Dota is not a farming MMO, sit and just chill, you know, you gotta eventually go there and do something. Break the pattern of your opponents, set up your team for success. And really, it's the story that core players, in the same way that supports enable the cores in laning stage, the cores enable the supports in the mid and late game. If you don't have cores who are willing to make moves or go and do something, then the supports are the ones who suffer. You know, the cores will still hit creeps, they'll still get item progression, but your supports are just gonna fall behind as they don't have any activity. I'm thinking as well what hero suits him best here. The TB and Lifesteal ban out from Huligani were good bans. I think Enjoy still are not made up on what hero they want because obviously they have the last pick. Huligani gonna have to show theirs.
I reckon Violent's going to bang out his Magnus and give it a shot. He's gonna try his Magnus carry. He'll be like, trust me, boys. Trust me, boys, I'll do it.
Could be. First, we gotta see this man's hero, Corrupted. What's it gonna be?
Dark's here.
5 seconds.
It's possible. It's very possible.
Centaur.
It's Centaur. Okay, yeah.
That's the hero I said like 8 picks ago.
Exactly. It's super good. It's the classic SF combo as well. If it's not banned out, late game, you can always put the SF in the cart. Does really well from the Aghanims of Centaur. And overall, their draft looks pretty amazing on Huligani. I really like this. Super strong combos, nice laning stage, and the team fight is amazing. Late game scaling is nothing to complain about as well.
It feels like, obviously there's a 5th pick to come, but it feels like you've seen Enjoy's draft and you've picked a 5-man draft to beat it, right? It feels like they've gone through this process, preemptively getting all the heroes that they need, pre-countering stuff. It's been beautifully set up by Huligani. And Violent, well, his pick is going to be the Kez.
Okay. Oh, yeah. I mean, I can see it here. I actually think it's a pretty good hero for this game. So this is going to be an exciting one to me because obviously I'm a Kez favorite. But yeah, I think this brings what we were hyping and talking about. Need some activity, need some game impact. And with Bristleback, Storm, and Kez, these cores are definitely looking to get active in the early mid game. And yeah, Huligani looking at this and trying to read how the game is going to play out.
And so we'll have what? Ringmaster Centaur lane, Treant SF lane. Going up against this. A Bristleback Hoodwink, and then a Bane Kez. Storm mid against the Ember Spirit. That's some cool hero matchups.
I think every single lane has possible kill potential. Obviously, mid it shouldn't really happen, but the side lanes from every position as well. Not just that there could be kills on either lane, but either team can create it. So it's going to be quite exciting to see how it plays out, and we'll see if any of the teams get advantage from the start. Any bonus bounty runes, any first blood rotations.
Yeah, just try and find a way to upset the cart a little bit. Put
I
your
think they
thumb on
should
the scale.
be pretty proud of themselves, though, on the side of Enjoy, how they salvaged the start of the draft. I said that, you know, the start looked really tough after the opener, the first 5 picks, but I think they managed to land on a pretty powerful timing here. They have some strong stuff to play towards. Their core picks are really nice.
And there is a lot resting on the shoulders of Mirage again in this mid lane. He is the tempo setter. And quite often we see the Centaur, you know, go for this Helm of the Dominator, sit back, farm jungle and drag waves. Doesn't really get involved early on. Treant's not really a hero that maneuvers around and ganks people. It feels like another slow-paced, steady early game for the Dire, just trying to get into their initial items. So Mirage has got to make sure that he's able to gather runes, connect properly, to keep these lanes, the side lanes, defended as best he can. And so his moves as the Ember Spirit.
We'll see if Centaur is going to go for the same build as well, the Dominator and Heart build that we've seen done a few times by other teams here in the qualifiers. Or if he's going to go for, you know, I think Crimson Guard would be strong in this game against both Kez and Bristleback. Storm auto attacks for a fair amount as well. It's easy to think of Storm as just this magical damage hero, but he actually does get a lot of hits out in a fight.
Yeah, both Storm and Puck, right?
Too.
Like magic damage, spellcasters, but rely heavily on their right clicks to actually kill people.
Yeah, there's a number of them actually. Like Queen is the same. Queen also gets a lot of auto attacks out in the fight, so some of them are deceptively high in physical damage as well.
And smoke breaks on the Ember and the Storm. Looks like
The battle begins.
Ember Spirit's just going to leave that bottom rune to get gathered up. Doesn't want to go contesting. Both teams playing off their vision as we have all 4 observer boards placed around the river, looking at this mid lane and entry points into the jungle. It looks like we'll set up our lanes as normal. Ringmaster Centaur bottom against those Bane and Kez. Bristleback up top, already body blocking his wave, with the Hoodwink sitting a little further up in lane.
And a little special shenanigans happening here. And already a sentry on the lane. I kind of like that from the Hoodwink, preparing for the Treant. But Treant already finds it. Respect. Good stuff. Puts a defensive sentry and finds the Hoodwinks.
You know, it's probably going to sound really weird, but it warms my heart to see people body blocking creep waves again. It's like a nature is healing kind of moment. You know, we go through so many things in life, hardships and difficult times, patches where some heroes just suck. But seeing people body block creep waves, it brings happiness to me. It's like, oh yes, Dota.
If I could have one day of pro games where nobody is doing shenanigans and pulling the creep wave behind tier 1 tower, then I would feel like Dota is healing. Until then, Dota is still on the deathbed.
Okay.
I mean, I understand that it's a necessary move, and I do it myself, you know, when necessary,
Bane.
but yeah.
Bane is dying. The daggers are thrown, blood grenade chucked, and Corrupted slaps him with a big axe of Centaur. Bane already dying in his bottom lane.
It's honestly just a mistake as well. Bane is a very strong laning hero, so is Kess, but he overplayed against Ringmaster. Those impalement arts, he has so many of them. 3 charges, a lot of auto attack damage. It's a death that shouldn't really have happened.
Yeah, he got a bit like body blocked by his own creep wave and things got in the way. Not ideal. I'm going to try and pull small camp at least as he's got access to it.
Small camp is going to help them a little bit on that lane. Meanwhile, on top, we see SF standing pretty confidently, having the Treant to protect him. And this is a lane where I expect the Bristle to not have a great time early on, but maybe with the Boots timing, he could swing things. And yeah, I'm not putting it past them that they could find a chance to kill the SF even.
Oh yeah, especially if they're not able to reset equilibrium enough times here. You know, Sweden Strong's going to try and guard the large camp, hold the wave back. And didn't keep the block on the small camp though. That got sentried up by the Treant, like you said earlier on. Made sure he had access to it. That's going to put the Bristol back in a better spot now so he can heal up a little bit. Waiting for his magic wand and a bit more regen to arrive.
Big creep should be going the way of SF here, but we'll try and get it. Doesn't get it though.
A bit of chip damage onto Respect at least.
Yeah, on the mid lane, we have this matchup we've seen numerous times already in this qualifier. 18-3 versus 15-3, so no shutout this time, no really one-sided thing. We saw Lorinov play this matchup super well on his Storm, but this time it looks like it's going quite evenly.
Yeah, not too much in it. A couple of last hits. Advantage for the Storm Spirit as the next waves meet. But down at bottom, Ringmaster being gap closed by this Kez. Rain setting up for a kill on the ring this time. Seosh's turn to get caught out of position.
It can be difficult as a backline hero like Ringmaster to stay safe against Kess. He has all his abilities, went for the 1-1-1 skill build. Can easily just get on the Ringmaster, and of course Corrupted tried to help him but missed his hoof stomp.
Last hit wise, yeah, Corrupted having a few struggles. 13-2. Gonna be very happy to have the wave in front of his tower at long last. Even with that early kill on Bane, hasn't really been able to gather up all the last hits. And Storm Spirit also getting daggered and darted in that middle lane. Has wand charges and a fairy fire and 50 health remaining. But it's gonna be a long walk back to base as the Dire, they connect on both water runes here.
He's so mad right now, having to walk base. I mean, this is very frustrating for Squadix. Not only do you get forced base, but you also have the double water rune coming over for the Ember, so he's going to be very, very happy they support left that.
And the Bane's going to make sure it's not an easy run back to lane. Have a little fight in the forest.
Yeah.
Battle in the trees. A nightmare through the tree line.
Yeah, he sleeps himself through a tree line, but doesn't have time to get a single auto attack into the nightmare, so essentially just 120 mana spent without much result.
Kazrai Katana stacking up some damage over time on this Centaur. Doesn't seem like he's all that bothered, though. He's got the Helm of Iron Will, double ring of protection. Now 900 gold away from that Helm of the Dominator. Just a matter of time before Corrupted can hold his own in this lane and start dragging waves with the Helm creep.
There's an awkward thing about the combo of Bane and Kess in safe lane is that if Kess ever goes for an auto attack on Centaur, you can't sleep him anymore, right? Because the bleed stays for 7 seconds and will wake him up through the Nightmare. So it's a bit tricky. It's very hard to not accidentally wake up the target.
Yeah, so you can't like chip and harass and then into Nightmare and to go.
Yeah, and that's normally what you need to do. You need to harass, bring the opponent low, and then you find a kill spot. So it just not the most natural combo. I do like a lot of other combos better with Kess, like Witch Doctor or even Dazzle. I think a lot of post 5s help you more than a Bane does.
On the Bane right now, trying to guard 6-minute rune, but Ember Spirit gets the amplified damage up at top. Squadix yet again, empty bottle, getting harassed out of lane as the Ember Spirit has everything pumped into him. Rotations from this Ringmaster, rune handed over, and now moving up towards top where we're 40 seconds out from Wisdom Shrine. Mirage even going to steal a medium camp here. Sweden Strong needs to come across and try and gather up some of this because he's built up bank just to have it stolen away. He gets 2 of the creeps, but the rest of it all gathered up by Ember.
At least he sat close, so he got some experience from it. It's not that terrible. But yeah, 20 seconds for the Wisdom. Looks like they might not dive this, though. Both Bane and Hoodwink are up top. Pretty dangerous one. So instead they TP, protect their own Wisdom. Meanwhile, Violent finds the chance to go in and buy a Ring of Health. Of course, going for that Mage Slayer build.
Storm Spirit, another walk back to base, though. Went to Fountain, then TP's back to mid. Respect, trying to contest the Wisdom Shrine. Gonna get bushwhacked. And blood grenaded.
Oh, Justice there.
Keep reveal on him, but Mirage with his amplified damage rune, 2-man chains, and the TP out. Treant is safe. Nightmare there onto Mirage. He's got 15 wand and a remnant. And he's not going to go for it. Can't keep eyes on Sweden Strong's Hoodwink, so instead zips back towards mid lane to protect against that wave.
Yeah, still some good damage dealt by him, but he'll be back to mid and keep farming. Meanwhile, Storm Spirit invades, looking to steal some medium camp of his own.
Squadix is like, oh, you did it? I'll do it. I'll take your medium camp. A little bit of a smaller one. Oh, but an Observer Ward placed under a sentry there. And Squadix.
He sees it with his own Observer Ward as well. It was outside of his regular vision, but he turns around and gets it.
Nice attempt to deny it there. Yeah, it was kind of telegraphed that he was walking towards it. Like, hang on a second. He saw us place it. Still gonna get picked up, though, as Rain on the Bane. Forced to pick up the Illusion Rune. Does get the Nightmare stop and hold back on Mirage, though, so no bottle refill for Ember this time.
Silly Squadix thinking it's bottom rune. That was yesterday. Today is all top rune.
It is. It is, yeah. All top rune today.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But this is where things kind of get easier for the Dire. Like, Centaur can now AFK farm his 4 jungle camps. His Helm Creep is going to push wave, drag wave, do whatever it takes to defend his tier 1. So difficult for Violent to clear wave and then shove. It does leave Violent free to obviously get complete farm. But it means now Centaur is, ungankable.
Yeah, he's very, very tanky, sitting very far back as well, so he's unlikely to be contested too much. Meanwhile, the Bristleback is trying to recover as well. He's pretty far behind the rest of the course, though, so they are stacking up Ancients for him, trying to prepare.
And then Centaur being ungankable makes it a little nicer for Mirage to make his moves, because he can go for plays onto supports that are like chasing the Helm Creep or try and cut into that bottom jungle.
Speaking of chasing the Helm Creep, the Rain Nightmare stops the creep pull by the dominated creep.
Storm's going to come down here and kill it off. You need to do this. You cannot let the Centaur get away with murder.
Yeah, it's what gives him so much farm acceleration. We've seen a lot of Centaurs have fantastic timing on the heart, like 16-minute heart after a Dominator or something like that. He's going for the same build. We'll see exactly how fast it's going to be.
But yeah, it's another game where, bottom lane ungankable, top lane is a treant lane. So you spend a lot of time chasing respect, or you get embroiled in this really long, drawn-out attempt on a snowy SF who will have living armor put on him. You can't move into the Ember Spirits lane, so I'm looking at this Enjoy side and wondering, you know, is it just sit back and farm and recover? Play another similar game to game 1 where they try and hit this timing? Because Squadix, half HP, get a little zip away. Nearly gets caught out there around the bottom rune spot. Even getting chased by a hasted Shadow Fiend. Snowy picks up the active rune and sprints towards them in that southern jungle.
Runs in, pushing mid now, but this is an SF without Mask of Madness, going for a Yasha instead. So early Manta emphasis. It's okay. Bristol back. Tanking a bit too much damage on that camp.
Getting pretty low from the Prowlers.
Are scanning.
Nasty guys.
Radiant's
But he does clear it. And rushing straight to the Lotus Orb. But yeah, nothing you can do here as Enjoy, but watch your tier 1 tower mid die. And then SF, Treant can filter back to their lanes. Centaur is now 4,400 net worth, closing in on that big old item. The Heart of Tarask is queued up, Waga. He's going for the build that Collapse has shown off.
Yeah, he's going there, but Bristleback has done a great job closing the gap with the triple ancient stack that they had. Got a lot of gold from that. That's why Treant Protector now went in, dropped some sentry to block it up. Trying to take away. This is, again, not the most aggressive early game, so they're doing what they can to mitigate, you know, the resources that are available for Enjoy. Sentries on the medium camp, sentries on the ancient camp. This disrespect being annoying.
I'm just watching the squirrel chase. It's already done and killed. Chasing a satyr for like 30 seconds, blood grenading it, bushwhacking it. Please just kill this freaking guy. The wave still gets doubled up though. Centaur tucked away and safe, while top lane, Snowy and Respect pressing forward on this Radiant Tier 1. Mirage going to come and join from across the map if needed. Says, hey, we can attack here. Especially once I get that 12-minute rune.
I think it's a bit scary to hit the tower though. Storm could easily TP and just sap for a kill. Meanwhile, it's instead going to be action in the river.
Yeah, zip in from Squadix, grip out onto Mirage, trying to focus down this Ember Spirit, but he's pretty damn tanky. Still has Fairy Fire and 9 1 charges after the box is spent, so Mirage pretty happy here, just to slide around, dance over them. As Rain dies, Squadix out of mana now, zips to high ground, but another Remnant forward with Vessel on him. Squadix in all sorts of trouble. Needs the bushwhack, good defensive play out of the Hoodwink. A further jump, though, from Ember Spirit gets a catch. Squadix, he popped another wand and somehow able to slip away out of the grasps of the Dire.
It's that Arcane Rune, man. He got the rune, such a good rune to get as well in the middle of that fight. Meanwhile, while all this was happening, sure, SF joins and does something, but I actually think it was okay what Violent did too. Just lock onto the tower. Takes out a tier 1 tower, and a pretty difficult one to get otherwise. If he didn't get it now, they would lose control of the bottom area soon.
And up top, Ringmaster. Being dived onto that tier 1. Yeah, Bristleback. Feeling pretty good with Sweet and Strong alongside him.
Good move. They could even move Kess through the gate if they really want to take this tower quickly. They are against the Treant Protector, so overkilling the towers is not a bad idea.
Well, they're pinging it out. No move yet from the Kez, but it seems like there's no concerted effort to come and defend it either from Skuligani side. Just putting the Treant there to slow things down a touch. Well, that's now both side lane tier 1 dying. 13 minutes in. Match starts to open a bit more for this Radiant side.
Yeah. I mean, was good at least by SF to take the mid tower earlier on, but this is going to put them in a pretty uncomfortable spot on the side lanes. Normally, you want to have Treant set up for these kills on the sides. He's going to try it now. To the Bane.
Yeah, straightforward. With the Ember Spirit jumping, Rain, a bit of a heal up his sleeve there with the wand. The raindrops keep him tanky, but the chase is on to Sweet and Strong. Sayush, he's actually hopping and skipping away. He doesn't get taken down by the Bristleback, so not just the 2 supports falling over on Enjoy, but Mr. Moral also getting hunted down. Vessel with the slight chains, a ton of damage over time coming his way. The Quill Sprays are stacking up.
Oh my god, so
A blood grenade, the tankiness of the Bristleback is getting a little annoying, but they've got the double kill for Mirage in the end. And Centaur is also closing in on his mid lane, forcing Squadix to zip away.
Bit of indecisiveness too. Squadix went for, you know, trying to help out his Bristleback, but left the region rune bottom now.
Oh. That's a rough one.
Could have been a great rune for him to have. We have a Fiend Script potential, but that is a super tanky Centaur.
Yeah. Yeah, not even going to bother trying.
I like the out region, the auto attacks coming in from Bane. Bane didn't do anything to him.
35 regen a second, that's what you need. Out regen a Bane.
is under
Yeah,
attack.
he attacked him like 3 times and didn't do anything at all. Still, game is fairly close. 2-5 now. I think the big timing for Enjoy is going to be when the Desolator is complete on Kess. They can start making some moves, but so far the activity has been better from Huligani on the mid lane. This Ember has really gone some nice moves. 3-0 and 1 already.
Yeah, and I know this might hurt your feelings a little bit, Waga, but I have more faith in a carry Shadow Fiend than a carry Kez.
Okay. I mean, listen, even a chimpanzee could play carry Shadow Fiend, right?
Yeah, no, ease of execution. Yeah, I mean, button pressing is not my forte. Let's put it that way.
No, honestly, I kind of agree. It takes a lot of games and a lot of practice before you get really comfortable in Kess. And Violent is only silver tier Kess. That doesn't inspire confidence in me. I haven't seen him play it that much before.
And what are you?
Well, I mean, I'm Grandmaster too.
Grandmaster. Okay, fair enough. You got like 2,000 games on it. I should have known.
I've been Grandmaster for 800 games on Kess already, man.
Jeez, that's wild.
Anyway, I do think that he's doing fine mechanically so far. Violent, his farming is obviously good. He's a very, very solid carry player. But he's got himself into a bit of a pickle here. Oh, the 3 ulti missed.
Yeah, they've still got the dust on him. And Violent, I don't know if he can get back to high ground or just try and slay Sayush. Echo Slash is back, but the Wheel of Wonder in here, controlling up the Kez. Nightmare save. Try and get him out of danger, but Mirage is keeping tabs with a double remnant over the top and the damage over time ticking from those impalement arts. And kill the Kez in the long run.
Grandmaster would have lived.
By not being there.
Yeah, he kind of walked into a lot of players there. Even the Centaur ulti, so a lot of resources at least were expended for him. Quite a few of the Remnant charges, the Ringmaster and Treant ulti. So now they could go and make a play. Storm has the Guardian Greaves as well, so this is a good timing for them to fight.
Definitely upsetting though, when SF's first entry to the game was like 7 minutes ago, he gets a tower, gets a kill. Kez's first entry into the game, like properly, he dies.
The hell was that? He slipped the melee creep instead of the Ember.
Oh.
He misclicking a little bit.
Not for Daisy. Well, tier 1 mid being fully defended here by Huligani. Bring the numbers. Centaur not in the vicinity, just relying on SF and Ember to outspam the wave. Hold on to this objective. As Enjoy have brought 4 of their own into this mid lane. Not able to kill off the tier 1, and now the living armor starts to kick in.
Able to just regen up, and they can easily keep defending now. Obviously had that power dip where their ultis are on cooldown, but now 10 seconds, Ringmaster ulti is back, Treant ulti is about to be back, and when the Centaur across the map with his Heart of Tarask is going to be able to have impact. He didn't get a 16-minute timing, but he got a 17:30 timing on the Heart. Very good still.
Yeah, and now he's 3,000 HP. He's gone from ungankable to unkillable.
At some point, he will leave this cave that he's been sitting in. Corrupted is basically, you know, he's distanced himself from all of civilization. He's just left and hung out in this random corner of the map.
Well, it's classic, right? Ascetic living. He's a hermit studying the lore of the universe, trying to figure out and achieve inner peace. Maybe that's it. All you have to do is buy a heart, inner peace, immediately purchased.
Yeah. Of course, the RimWorld player will talk about ascetic, the nice trait where they don't need a whole lot. Good stuff right there.
Yeah, of course.
Don't get envious of the fancy bedroom.
No, I mean, I was also thinking about the Wizard of Oz, where all you need is a brain and a heart to be able to live your life. Centaur's got a brain. All he needed was that heart to ask.
Dude, that's what all I ask from my teammates in Dota as well. A brain and a heart. That's all you need. But
no,
you know, usually you
and
get
no
maybe
mouth.
one of those.
And no mouth, Wagga. Not enough of people screaming at me.
Yeah. Long gone are the days of fear wanting people to have a microphone. Nowadays, I wish we could take back those microphones that he sent to people.
Those $5 mics that he was mailing to people. Oh, good stuff. Yeah. Oh, Mr. Moral. 2,000 HP brought down to half as he tries to deal with his tier 1 mid lane, but it's been brought back to 70% of his health thanks to living armor. It's been a challenge for Enjoy to really find a rhythm in this series. Never mind just this game. They're not actually connected on anything in a confident way, right? Making a move of their own to go and find a target that they've chosen in a manner of their choosing as well. It's all been dictated by Huligani, like where, when, why we're fighting. The Dire team says, okay, it's going to be this mid-tier 1. We're going to defend it. You're going to come here, then run away.
Honestly, Hooligani are playing pretty similar to what they did in game 1. And looking back at their previous games too, it is a pattern that they really enjoy going late game. They really go for a lot of like farming, building up your items. They're not a very chaotic team. Because I looked at their series and some of them have gone, you know, the full distance. Also had several like 50+ minute games. So this is just their style, and they get to play it again in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, their average game time is well above normal. They've had a couple of like 78-minute games as well through this qualifier. Some pretty long stuff, dragging things out and looking for that late game chaos. It's early game calm into late game chaos.
Yeah, meanwhile, Mirage is the one who plays pretty active from the start to finish. They're on the hunt right now. Kess walked over an observer ward just recently.
Oh,
Has to
violent.
dodge the Ringmaster ulti.
Sticks around, tries to farm the boglets. He's going to get dusted as he turns around to try and kill off this Ringmaster, but the Centaur stampede and a stomp there to deal with the bird. Violent drops again. 2 deaths on this Kez as he gets swarmed by Hooligani.
Already Blink Dagger on the Centaur as well. Nasty timing coming in from him. He's very, very strong at the stage. And as they pressure mid, I don't think they're going to be able to do anything. Again, the building damage isn't that great from Radiant, especially with Kess dead. His Desolator is the one thing they have.
The way the Hooligani are defending this tower, I'm not sure mid-tier 1's going to die this game. Just bringing freaking everybody. And now with a Chains Catch on Squadix, Overgrowth after the whip. No, didn't use it. I thought he cast it there, but he cancelled.
Yeah, the Guardian Greaves. He didn't want to use it because he wanted the... He knew Guardian Greaves would insta-dispel it, so he kind of pump-faked it, expecting Squadix to maybe use his Greaves early.
Dire's top tower is under
It's
attack.
the threat of the Overgrowth.
The rumbling noise that he makes. One of my favorite spells to animation cancel. It's up there with Thunder God's Wrath and Requiem from SF.
Not Warlock ulti? I thought you would be
Oh,
Warlock.
and I mean, sorry, that goes without, honestly, that goes without saying when you're talking to me. I didn't think I had to mention it, but yeah, yes, Warlock ulti is number 1. that is top of the list. Death of Sweden Strong and a chase onto Corrupted. Centaur actually taking a tremendous amount of damage out of this Bristleback, and Kez stomps to hold him back, and Box will save him up as they dive in with a Requiem and a Remnant onto Rain. Shadow Fiend and Ember Spirit gap closing and isolating, meaning Mr. Moral, he's trapped on this right-hand side, getting stampeded, Wheel of Wonder, stomped up and chain disabled. Bristleback's being pummeled. Violent now the target of choice. And Mirage just keeps tabs on him. The hasted Ember Spirit with a Remnant remaining. On top of this Kez to blow him up.
I mean, this game is being dominated again by Hooligani, man. They're playing so much better in the team fights. They have this very successful formula against Enjoy, just kind of chilling in the early game. The Dominator this game was creating a lot of time as well. They keep chasing the Dominator creep. Meanwhile, they're farming every lane. And eventually, when they have their items, we see them just play really well as 5. The way they connect together. To head into Roche, we can see a recap of what happened with the fight, but started out with a 1 pick off and then looked pretty good at first. The Centaur takes insane damage because of the minus armor. Desol plus the viscous goo is putting him at minus like 12 armor.
Yeah, they brought him down to like half, less, like 20% of his health at the tail end of that. But then, yeah, you just get cut in half, right? This Ember and SF very well positioned to make sure that the advance, the defense just isn't there. And even though they're going up high ground, they've already killed off 3 heroes. So it's like, okay, we're in a 5v2. Hell, we'll chase this Kez all the way back to his nest.
I think importantly, they took out the supports first. Kill both the supports, and then it's easy to deal with the core players when the supporting cast isn't there. You don't have any, you know, disjoints or random saves anymore. Ringmaster's gonna get picked off up top. Bushwhack into Storm Jump. Easy kill.
Yeah, an easy kill, but then you think, okay, the rest of the map, where are we going? We can't really push top tier 2. We're not contesting a Roshan or a Torm or anything. It's just a kill for kill's sake.
Yeah, finally we have hit the Aghanim's timing for Kess, so this is where he can show his prowess. Let's see if this silver tier Kess is gonna blow my mind though. I think he needs to. The thing about Aghanims, he could have gone BKB or Ags. Aghanims, you need to have some really good button pressing and cast some nice spells. So this is very execution heavy. BKB could have been a nice play to have a dispel. Obviously against Treant as well, and all the all the random spells. There's a lot of things, right? Ringmaster ulti, Searing Chains, SF ulti, Treant ulti, Centaur Stomp. There's a lot of stuff you need BKB against. But I respect that he went Aghanims. I would also have gone Aghanims here.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, you know, you're up against it, right? Game 2 in a losing best of 3, elimination on the line. You want to try and get closer to TI. You've got to back yourself. You've got to say, okay, I'm confident in this. This is what we're going for. I back my button pressing. Yep. It's going to take some sick execution here to hold them in this game as a 9k lead has come out for Huligani, 11-3. They are running the map, playing 2 lanes. Double observer wards already in this Radiant base as they're prepping to go for tier 2s and maybe even think about high ground with the remaining 3 minutes of this Aegis.
Yeah, Snowy, he knows that everybody is just out on the map farming somewhere, so he starts knocking on the high ground, and he's knocking pretty hard. He's banging.
This is Grond. Grond has come to knock down the doors.
Grond.
Oh, just battering into them. Yeah, Shadow Fiend's a battering ram now. Doesn't need a warrant or an invite to enter your base. This is no vampire Shadow Fiend. Not abiding by the rules of the land.
He's going at it again.
And nothing to stop him, eh? Tier 3 gone. We're saying goodbye to that. So Radiant now relying on wave cutting. Shadow Fiend and Hoodwink in behind, making sure there aren't any additional waves coming down this mid lane. So at least they've stemmed the flow of bleeding.
Yeah. I'm looking at Kess and I feel so sad seeing this Desolator. We had this last time as well, man. The 0 charges Desolator, no stackies. It needs his +2 damage. But they have basically found no kills this game. 3 kills only. Not a great time. But a Power Spike is coming in. They have Aghanim Scepter now on Bristleback, so that's a pretty nice thing to play towards. Being able to burst a little bit better.
Yeah, it can definitely help out in these scrappy fights if they're able to drag them out. It feels like we also need Aghanim Scepter Storm. He's got the Witchblade just completed, but I'd love to see him go for that Aghanim Scepter Vortex, just to have another layer of control. You can't just rely on a Bane Nightmare setup into a Bushwhack from a Hoodwink, especially when these supports have been dying so quickly in the early portion of the fight. Storm Spirit's got to bring something to the table, and right now he doesn't have it. That means Huligani just going to go back up to high ground here and deal with the barracks.
Range has already fallen. Feeble is going to try and slow it down a little bit, but Lotus Orb is there as well. Quickly dispelling.
Well, and even after killing the building, Snowy's like, right, I'll clear the wave as well. Silver Edge gets delivered, and he's going to shift away with the Shadow Blade Invis as they head up top, trying to cut the map. That's a really nice move as well. So you play mid, kill the barracks, and then immediately you go bottom and top, knowing that Centaur is tanky enough to push an additional wave, and then making sure that there aren't any pockets of resistance left.
And also controlling the Wisdom with Snowy's move, going behind the tier 2. He's on the Wisdom rune, making sure that there's no easy comeback into the game here for the side of Radiant. And Corrupted with a good read that, okay, I should shove bottom lane, but I think they're coming for me, and indeed the smoke is here. Man, they're just on top. Like, Huligani, from game 1 to game 2 here, their reads have been really good.
It honestly has really started reminding me of Na'Vi Jr. or like Na'Vi a year ago, right? When they were kind of popping up onto the scene, winning qualifiers. Their game reads, they're just the vibe of the game. They feel like they're confident. They feel like they know exactly what's going on at any given moment. And that usually speaks to team comms.
Oh, Ringmaster.
Right?
Zip.
He's going to get zipped on by the Storm. Hoodwink also coming in from the shadows from the back, but in that enemy Ancients areas, the Kez that's been found, bound and rooted up, pummeled into the ground by Corrupted and Respect, while the Shadow Fiend stands toe-to-toe with his Bristleback. But with the Storm arriving, Snowy is falling. This Shadow Fiend dropping, and he'll die eventually. It's cost a lot, but they get a kill on the SF.
A massive kill to get them. Storm does get to safety, so you're definitely happy with this. You took a fight far away from your base. You're not losing any buildings from losing the fight. And it's not really a lost fight. Yeah, it's 3 for 2 kills, but the kills you get are really good here. Getting this kill on SF is so monumental for them. Tons of gold.
And all into the hands of the Storm. Yeah, Storm gets like 700 gold off the back of that. It starts out with that grip. They're getting cancelled out, and it looked decent here as they dealt with the Kez, but it takes a while to kill him.
He's, I mean, somewhat tanky with the Mage Slayer and some random parrying. He doesn't die super fast. He almost has BKB timing as well, so surviving until that, before the next high ground push comes, is really important for them.
A bit of bite back, showing that there's life in this Enjoy side yet. The fourth death of Cares definitely sucks, but killing that Shadow Fiend, getting Storm closer to his next item, which looks like it's going to be the Shivers Guard. Puts a spring in his step, but he has to zip away from Corrupted, who grabs the Arcane Rune right under his nose.
They dusted the tree up top, but he just walked away. He's gonna feel fine. Ooh, gets zipped from far away though.
Yeah, Sharpshooter, in onto Respect, but he's still alive. Somehow keeping it going, finally dies to Squadix's final zip in, and then a Ball Lightning TP out, while the Bane has been left stranded. So Ember Spirit. Mirage will pick up the kill on Rain.
Again, these 1-for-1 trades are really, really good for Radiant, so Enjoy doing a good job staying in the game. Yeah, BKB is complete on cast now. If they delay and drag out the game long enough, they get some of these power spike timings. Could be possible that we see a shift in the game.
Yeah, this is where Hooligani got to lock it in. Think, okay, objective time. We killed that mid lane of Barracks a while ago. What's our next step? Tormentor number 1. 20 seconds till fast spawn Roshan. That's probably going to be number 2. So a case of setting up the map and the game around that Roshan pit.
Yeah, for sure. At this point, need to just shut the lanes. Again, something Radiant have been doing a pretty good job at doing, just pushing out the lanes, even though they're behind, is never easy to do. But you see Hoodwink and Kess and Storm as well, always working on getting the lanes out.
Now, top pit Roshan. Let's see if they're able to get out there with some Observer Wards. And currently, it's Hooligani gathering up in this mid lane. They have kept the tier 1 at pretty much full HP. 31 minutes in this game. A tremendous job playing out this mid lane and even smoke pivoting now. Try and find a gank before they attempt Roche.
Kept it. It's dropped pretty low, but they keep working it back up again with this 3-in Protector. Very annoying stuff.
Which direction do they go? They go north towards where the Bane is sat. Rain has gone for a long migration, but he's going to go under dire vision in a second.
Yeah, he's in vision. Not the biggest kill ever, so we don't see them immediately going crazy about it. If they saw a Storm or a Kess up there, they would be much more speedy about getting over there.
He's already TP'd out. Yeah, Snowy chasing, but won't be able to find him. Going to realize pretty quickly that's all gone, but they'll know about the high ground Observer Ward. And they can just reposition to get back towards this Radiant Triangle. Have we found a better word yet? I've been trying to not call it the triangle, but sometimes it still slips out.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of weird. I want to say ancients, but you know.
The outpost area, ancients area.
Yeah, I think outpost is probably just the most logical. But it's triangle, man. It's been triangle for, you know, a decade, maybe more. It's always going to be triangle to me.
Yeah, so now it's not a triangle between 3 jungle camps. Now it's a triangle of 2 jungle camps plus outpost. It's an isosceles triangle now.
It's a new triangle, yeah.
We used to have a beautiful equilateral triangle. Now it's all gone isosceles. Oh, here's the Roshan. Amplified damage on this Ember Spirit. They're in the pit, and there's no contest coming. Enjoy very much stuck pushing out the lanes and trying to gather up what gold they can.
Yeah, they're at least shoving all the way to tier 2 down bottom, trying to delay this, but I think they might go with urgency now. This high ground push could be coming in. And the Silver Edge, we haven't talked about too much, but Silver Edge on SF that he's had for a while could be very problematic as well for the Bristleback in next fight.
Oh, big time.
SF's here. I do love how Snowy has approached this game. That he sometimes just randomly runs up to the high ground faster than you would expect. Look at all the damage he's doing before any reaction is there.
Yeah, like he's already taken it to half. Before they've even smoked, he's already got the tower to half health. And now you've expended
on mid too.
And now you've expended Glyph already. And so he's like, cool, you've glyphed and you've lost the tier 3 tower. So we're just going to step back, hold this terrain. We've got the high ground advantage. So Storm Spirit, there's a lot on him to give vision with Sweden Strong, trying to find a catch on Mirage. Corrupted guessed incorrectly, looking for where the Hoodwink was lurking in the trees. They don't catch him with the slight chains either. So Sweden Strong, very fortunate there to slip away and grab an Invis rune.
Yeah, and he's holding the Centaur ulti. I think Corrupted didn't really want to ulti just for a kill on the Hoodwink. He wants to hold it for a more important point in the fights. Maybe disjointing the Bristleback or Kess off some of his teammates or himself.
And now come back in for another round on this top lane of Barracks. And Snowy gonna farm while he waits for the creep wave to come in. I'm not going to go bull rushing into anything. Just waiting for camps to spawn. Snowy wants to hit creeps.
I mean, it's the Satanic 200 gold away, and Satanic will be up, so having Satanic as well as the Aegis is going to be feeling fantastic. Basically 2 extra lives.
Storm and Hoodwink. I'm trying to play through the observer wall they placed in the Dire Ancients area near the outpost. Might have spotted Mirage on his way over to the Wisdom Shrine. Either way, Squadix realizing that now the shrine has been taken, someone's nearby, but you're losing your barracks while the Storm and Hoodwink go for a wander. Your ranged barracks just gets clicked out by the SF.
Yeah, quickly taking it down. SF is feeling pretty damn good about his damage dealt now. Backing out, farming a bit more. So awkward. They have to make something happen. The Kess desperately wants to finish a full Daedalus, but he's 900 gold away. If he had Daedalus, maybe they had the damage to burst something now.
They're just going straight on the Bristleback. Blink Stomp into Wheel of Wonder. The damage through the Shadow Fiend with a Silver Edge break. They've killed off the Bristleback. And now the barracks fall simply after. We've got a long wraparound coming from the Storm and the Hoodwink, though. They've gone all the way through Twin Gate area top left. Gather a Lotus, but just nothing that they're doing.
No. And that's really been the story of the series. Like, Enjoy have not been as decisive as Huligani. Oh,
Look at
they're on the SF.
the zip over onto Snowy, but yeah. He just requiems and says, get the hell out away from my outpost. This is my Isosceles Triangle.
Listen, this was the biggest win they've had in quite a while. They forced an SF ulti and, you know, didn't have to use anything except for Storm's mana. This is big, Gareth.
Well, like 500 milligrams of copium straight to the veins. That's some hard stuff, Wagga.
Injected. It's raw.
You've got to get off that. That's bad for you, brother.
It's a big win, Gareth.
Holy moly.
The next team fight, SF won't have ulti. Big.
Well, 60 seconds to go. Let's see if they can exploit that massive window that's been left open by the Shadow Fiend. What a blunder, casting ulti.
It's a barn door, Gareth. It's huge.
Mate, this Radiant side couldn't hit a barn with a freaking artillery cannon. They've had a real struggle.
You might be right.
The banner up on the high ground now.
Man.
Lift up creep wave going for tier 3 with Shadow Fiend just raining in the right clicks.
Not
They
again.
jump Mr. Moral yet again. Same story one more time to bring down the Bristleback. Sayosh staying alive for the Storm Spirit as well as the spin out from Violent doesn't even kill off Snowy. We've got Aegis in the hands of the Shadow Fiend and he's not being dealt with. He Satanic's up to full HP, forces Radiant back into their base. You brought back your Bristle, but this Dire team's still pretty happy to stand and deliver against Mr. Moral, who's going to die back unless this Nightmare saving the BKB buys him time. Turn around with Violent to get some damage on Corrupted. Aegis of SF going to respawn in a second, though, and Snowy can start unloading the damage, but Violent gets the high ground and parries back. They've somehow kept this defense going with a grip on Snowy, maybe an attempt on the Shadow Fiend with a bushwhack and a spin. Violent's got the damage. Snowy's in trouble, but the heal. Oh, the Shadow Fiend just Satanic's back to full again. The Radiant don't have enough left in the tank now, and the Dire, they're going to chase up the high ground, thinking about going for Kez, but they're going to respect the buybacks and the hold. They had the damage, but they didn't want to follow through.
They're going to go again, just healing up a little bit. Jungle, back to the lane again. They have a lot of sustain here. The Vessel and the Distiller can keep healing them.
And a smoke in behind the Shadow Fiend, knowing they can just put Snowy up on the front lines, hit the buildings. They sit behind him and defend. Only one buyback on the Hoodwink. Everyone else has to get in there and fight with only one life.
Yeah, and there's only one Rax as well. Down to this last exterior building. SF, by the way, from all this fighting, has actually farmed up an entire Daedalus almost, so maybe they want to wait for that Power Spike to come in as well. Get his item.
I'll be here shortly on the courier. He's buying out for it.
To Violent's credit, he did play that fight pretty well, by the way. I was watching his perspective pretty closely, but unfortunately they are, 20,000 gold behind. They're in a situation where fancy moves and footwork is not gonna guarantee a win.
And they've shown that they can kill the SF with the fancy footwork, with the buybacks. They can take down Snowy, even with his Satanic, but we're now dealing with a Centaur Aghanim Scepter. They've got Cart ready. He'll stampede and get away. Sayosh does get blown up, though, as Violent in the midst of battle BKBs and tries to get on this SF. But they've got so much control, and now the cart comes in, so Snowy stands tall in the vehicle being driven into the middle of the Radiant. They have lost their cares. Hoodwink will buy back and try and hold back this dire side, but Mr. Moral being dived by Mirage. The vessel on him, the slight, the chains, the damage, not quite enough to kill the Bristle, but he'll take Swin Strong instead. And Mirage seems pretty unkillable. Octarine Core, Mage Slayer, BKB, 3,500 HP, just zips back to his Remnant as they gain the Mega Creeps. Storm zipping in and out again, but 3 heroes down against the 4 alive of Hooligani. Tier 4's in trouble and the game coming to a close. Storm will try. Mr. Moral will put his body in harm's way, but they know it's over. GG called.
GG gets pulled, and Centaur is leaving with his SF. He's pulling him away to a different place. Going for the creeps, of course. A little bit of extra stat padding before the game ends. What a performance by Hooligani. I thought this would be a somewhat close matchup. I thought these teams were, you know, probably on about the same level, but Hooligani is so prepared for this matchup, it seems, and enjoy. Their playstyle just didn't really click against them. I don't know what went wrong in these 2 games even.
No.
It just felt like they were not able to make a single successful move in 2 games.
No, they felt asleep at the wheel. You know, draft seemed okay, but unable to connect really on any ganks, any big moves. No confidence, no decisive maneuvers at all. And a situation where we have an open qualifier team knock out one of the invited teams as well as we say goodbye to Enjoy.
Yeah. Also, one of those sad kind of stats. I don't think it's necessarily a fault, but, you know, losing the game as a 5-0-2 Storm feels so bad. I always hate losing a game where you never died, because it's like, you did what you could, but you know, you really want to somehow swing the turn of these fights. It's just, I don't know, every team fight. Look at this. Look at how clean Hooligani take it. They pick off the support, then they bait them in, they overcommit, and then the Bristle is completely 1v5. Then somehow they stay a little bit too long as well and get punished on the Kess as well. It's just rough. Enjoy didn't really look as sharp as Hooligani today.
No, I mean, very often it's very easy to praise aggression or bold moves and stuff, but honestly, Hooligani is showing incredible patience, holding spells for the right time, holding positionings and not showing heroes to come out of the fog when they're not necessarily required. Just allowing Snowy, right? You said it several times. He's feeling confident enough to play ahead of the curve, get up to a high ground, hit buildings, play in front of his team, really trusting and respecting the rest of his squad, knowing that they will have his back every step of the way.
Yeah. No, the team play was on point for sure. Hooligani, they looked very coordinated, and that's what we need, seeing them move forward here, because we have been saying that any team that advances, there's already some big hitters waiting for you. Virtus Pro and Enigma Galaxy are waiting. It would be Virtus Pro that they would have the best if they win their next series as well here, which is going to be against the winner of Navi versus Mouse coming up next.
Wow. I mean, some of these numbers being put up. Shadowfiend doesn't have the greatest kill participation we've seen in this tournament. You know, some people getting 97% kill participation. Net worth, cool. GPM, great. Building damage. That's what we're looking at for Snowy here. 28,000 building damage. He just plants himself on high ground and hits the tier 3s every single time he has a chance.
Yeah, they could very comfortably just say that, okay, you take care of buildings, and he did. And I praised him for it, because I think the decisive manner that he cracked high ground both those times on mid and top showed confidence, and you need to play with speed and confidence if you want to win this.
You absolutely do. But there we go. Hooligani marching forward in that lower bracket, a step closer. Now, one series between them and that series with VP later on down the line for a qualification slot. We'll find out who they're going to be playing up against, though, as Natus Vincere against Maus, our next best of 3 series, coming up right after this break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, folks, here, returning with another lower bracket best of 3 European regional qualifiers for TI 2026 continue, and trying to figure out who's going to get knocked out today and who gets to march on through that lower bracket towards one of 2 remaining qualification slots. And Waga up next, two big dogs, 2 guys who are probably vying for these slots, going head to head in this lower bracket already.
Yeah, the 2 biggest names out of these 8 teams that we started out with today in the lower bracket round 2. And it's going to be Navi versus Mouse going against each other. One of these teams will drop out. One of them will advance and go up against Huligani, who we just finished casting. We can have a look at the bracket here, of course. We're in the lower bracket, in the bottom part here. And yeah, Navi Mouse coming up. Huligani are already waiting. Looking super strong. They played very well against Enjoy, but I do also feel like Enjoy didn't really perform at the level we saw on day 1.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Definitely a firm opponent against them, but we'll see how these 2 big dogs take on each other as we get ourselves a little view into the boot camps there. We've got CY, the coach, sitting in Daze's seat, drafting and prepping the team to get into game 1 of this best of 3. Now, usually at this point, I'm kind of setting the scene, talking about the history of these teams, their recent results, and how they've played against each other historically. A little challenging with these 2 because their history goes back to 2011. Navi and Mouse have played against each other for 15 years at least. It's crazy the amount of history these 2 squads have got.
Yeah, that's a lot of different rosters though throughout that time. It hasn't been, the same players throughout that time. That would have been an impressive achievement. Though Navi have had some, long-running existing players.
They've got games on Wikipedia that don't even have the drafts up. They don't know what tournament it was part of. That's how long ago it was. Oh, there's tons. Yeah, all the way back at the Defense Season 4. We played Dota 2 League Season 1. The International 2013. All sorts of stuff going all the way back. But you're right. This is the Navi Junior squad that became Navi. Much more reasonably new squad. And then Mouse with their 5 men there. We've got, of course, Immortal Faith, the coach, sat next to Boom, taking up that drafting seat.
Yeah, and looking at these teams, what you can say is that obviously there's a lot of experienced players on the side of Mouse. You have, people who have been on the scene for quite a while with good success. And at the same time, Navi coming in as, a little bit the younger team, I want to say, but they also have just had really good results in the recent times overall. They've been proving themselves time and time again.
Oh, you pick Green Hero, we pick Green Hero. Treant first pick, sure, it makes sense, into a very quick Necrophos answer. A hero that has a tremendous win rate, has looked very good through this qualifier for sure, but I feel like it's quite often been later picked.
Yeah, usually it's picked later because that's the value that you can, surprise the opponent, pick a Necro, and, maybe confuse them if it's +1 or 3, but a lot of times running it as a +1. Those tempo +1 carry heroes are pretty popular right now and are doing quite well. We see the Doom, the Necro, and a few other heroes being slotted in. Obviously, Nature's Prophet kind of slots into that role too, but he's more traditional carry, I guess.
Yeah, and I guess when Treant is already picked, you kind of know that he's the 5. I feel like we very, very rarely see him as a pos 4 nowadays. So some of those answers.
PMA, what are you doing?
The mug cam.
Get mugged.
Admin. Admin.
Get him.
we need to see him.
He's hiding strats.
There he is. Where are you gone?
That's a good mug right there.
The harder I work, the greater outcome I get. Wise words from the Navi boot camp. But yeah, the point I was attempting to make before getting rudely distracted by a mug. Treant, he's pos 5. Oh, good job.
He actually did it.
PMA, my boy. Yeah, that's one of the funny things in British English. Mug can also mean face, or it can also mean fool. So he's got his mug in front of his mug, being a mug.
So they're all mug cams, really.
They're all hey now, bunch of mug shots. But yeah, some of the counters to this Necro have been Shadow Demon, Oracle, very often from the support role, right? With dispels, purges, ways to get this guy locked in place and without his Ghost Shroud. With Treant already picked, you kind of know that they are not necessarily off the table, but less likely to be picked. So you've got a pretty free Necro grab there.
Yeah, it's a nice Necro pick. I do wonder if that already, prompts certain reaction, because one thing I look towards when I see Necro is Murta, right? It's a classic hard
Yes.
counter to Necro. You can shoot him even in the ghost form, and Murta's a very natural combo with the Treant Protector as well. Oh, Doom. I don't love that opening at all, actually. It's a counter to Necro, sure, but this feels like we ran out of bans and we have to pick Doom to prevent getting doomed.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, that definitely scans, given what we're seeing here. Still a solid all-round hero, though, that can just get chucked into the offlane and say, go deal with it. Is Necro still flexible between core roles?
A little bit. I mean, technically, Necro can be played +3, 2, and 1, and it's completely fine on any of those. So he still holds some flex, but with the Doom picked up, it takes away a lot of the, I guess, unpredictability from both the heroes. Doom wants to be this, is it carry, is it offlane? But now with the Necro and the Doom picked up, sure, you can flex it, but you already know what you're flexing between. It's either Necro or Doom gonna go on that lane, most likely.
And I honestly wouldn't put it past Mouse to have some funny little strat where they're like, we actually flex this Necro to pos 5 or something, you know? You dangle it in front of your opponents, they try and hard counter this first pick Necro, and you just swap it somewhere else.
That's what I want to hear. Going against Navi in the lower bracket. Qualifiers to TI, what are we gonna do? First pick, pos 5 Necro. That'd be, I mean, if they did that, the no ban on Murta makes more sense. They're like, yeah, counter a Necro, and then you somehow just snag up like a Shadow Demon or something to counter the Murta, and suddenly you have turned the table on them.
That's just next level baiting. Super baiting. And Clockwork now coming out for them. So I'm assuming Clockwork Necro lane. Pair him up with a nasty green man. But we move away from the demonic, undead, nasty draft. We don't have the full thematic stuff going on. We'll have Panto on his Clockwork, Boom on his Doom. Chrysalis on the Necro, I'm assuming. And it's also nice to see. Nice to see Necro come back before TI. Remind us a little bit of Matumba Man.
Yeah, the GOAT. Matumba the Great. And it's not going to be a support Necro, I think, anymore, as we see the Clockwork in Bane here. So,
support who?
unfortunately, Gareth.
Support Necro? What kind of crazy ideas are you coming up with?
Yeah, sorry. I must be out of my mind.
He's getting to you, Arga. No one's talking about support Necro.
Heat isn't getting to me, man. I'm aerodynamic as hell right now. I'm completely fine. I have countered it in real life.
Yeah, you have. Well, Invoker now for Na'Vi. So carry Wind Ranger with a Treant. Techi's heading into that offlane with somebody else, and then Invoker into the mid. So they've got Shackle Shot, Blast Off, and I guess Overgrowth later on to set up for Sunstrikes and maybe a Cataclysm in this game. I think most importantly, you've got tons of control. You've got Tornado, EMP, Cold Snap against this Necro. Lots of ways to make his life a bit more challenging, and honestly, probably force the Necro to buy BKB, which is something he doesn't necessarily want to do, but might have to.
That's very true, actually. Every core hero playing against Invoker may need to buy BKB at some point, right? If you're playing Juggernaut, if you're playing Lifesteal, it doesn't even matter. You might need it still. So pretty amazing to get Invoker. You also get that Dispel against Necro's W. By tornadoing him, you can remove it. So a lot of nice things to come out. And even the Techies magic damage is pretty substantial.
It can all add up, right? With the proxy mines into the magic damage. Wind Ranger quite often goes for that Mjolnir build, but we did see Sumail go for the Hydra's Breath last night.
He was playing really, really well, and it worked out. I do wonder if it was so much the Hydra Breath first item working out, or more just Sumail being the GOAT and actually owning there, you know? Because I think he played out of his mind in that game. Great rotations and fantastic targeting overall.
Could still be a good build here, right? Because he went Hydra's Breath, BKB, Lincoln's Skadi.
Yeah.
Tank yourself up,
game.
Have protection. It's a very, very good Lincoln's game.
Yeah, I will see. I wouldn't be completely against it. I still think that maybe you just open with the specialist array and then start itemizing into, you know, some of those items, like go towards the BKB, go towards the Lincolns maybe a little bit earlier instead of finishing the entire thing, or at least get the specialist and Dragonlance like you were mentioning when we cast the series, and just don't buy the recipe as well, because it's still 1100 gold for the recipe, plus you need to buy the Orb of Venom. It's quite a bit of gold.
That's pretty costly. Final pick, Offlane Hero. What are we going to have for Mr. PMA? What does he need? Underlord kind of guy? Feels like an Underlord pipe kind of game. Pipe Lotus, some big tanky
Maybe
boy.
we get PMA Lycan coming out. Maybe Lycan is
Ooh.
back.
Or PMA
Hear that.
Bat Rider?
True. Batrider is a classic counter to Necro as well. If you want to shut down that hero even more.
I think he's got quite a lot of options, honestly. And then last pick
He's
for
definitely
Mao's.
the hard breasts.
One of the rare times we're seeing mid one's hero left to last, and that now triggers my brain wondering if maybe they're going to send the Doom or the Necro mid, because Mao's usually first pick mid one's hero and say, okay, off you go, off you go into the mid lane.
I think it's completely fine to send a Necro mid against Evoker. The lane isn't that bad. You just have to watch out for the Meteor power play. When it gets Cold Snap, Meteor, and Tornado, it's very, very strong.
There's the bat. The magic damage galore against the Necro. Pretty good at dragging him out of position as well.
Yeah, also nice to have a hero that can just kind of fly away from the Clockwork or the Doom being chased.
10 seconds.
I don't mind it. More single turret disable as well. Something that they were lacking a little bit.
Remaining.
Well, mid one is the one giggling and being a bit vocal now, so I'm assuming it is his hero to come out last. Unless he's been asked, do you want to play the Necro mid? The Doom mid? I don't know if we're going to see any of that.
Yeah, I think he's probably laughing, saying, no, you take the Necro. I'm good. I don't want to play it anymore. You know what? No, I be my guest. Have it.
What is there for him, though? Like, ban-wise, there's still spirits available, right? All of the spirits?
Yeah, pretty much. I'm not sure they look great here in this game, though.
A
Oh my
Tinker!
God. Tinker comes out. Okay. I've talked to, some Tinker specialists saying that Tinker is actually not bad in this patch, but I have yet to see it. First pick of the tournament. I've yet to see it be, impactful on pro games right now. His shard is still disgusting. But outside of that, I think Tinker is a little bit complicated.
Yeah, I mean, what in particular here as an ultimate last pick? Usually, this kind of gotcha or the feel-good pick. Is this the tempo, global map pressure from Tinker and Necro, wave pushing, snowball? What's the...
Yeah, I mean, it kind of does that. I think it can fix the side lanes while they just push with Necro, right? If they want to 4-man Dota push towers, and then Tinker can be the one fixing side lanes and shoving them out, that's something valuable he brings. And later on, the laser is pretty good against Wind Ranger, being able to stop her auto attacks. She's a very auto attack driven carry, as I guess most carries are, but quite often she doesn't even have a BKB going, and you just laser her, she's fine. Or she's ignorable.
Yeah, she's not fine when she gets lasered. She's very sad, very upset.
Yeah, she's not fine.
She's not fine. You're fine. I mean, it's still risky, though. Into this Bat Rider, techies who can catch you. Invoker can run around invis and hunt you down. Not necessarily the easiest Tinker game, but yeah, I guess your point there is if they are having the upper hand, they've got momentum on their side and they're pushing lanes, he's the one that's just going to be defending side lanes and making sure that they can sustain the push to keep on going.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how many stacks he can get going for himself as well, because timing is a very important thing for Tinker in general. And they are playing on a timer in this game. Definitely, I think Na'Vi have such an amazing advantage going later into the game. But, we'll see. Doom is still a good hero as the game drags out.
Game 1, best of 3. Elimination on the line in this series. And getting a bit of wind in your sails. Going to be important here for morale to boost things up for both these teams who didn't expect to be in the lower brackets so early on. Na'Vi and Mao's a step away from being eliminated and 2 steps away from getting a qualification slot.
It's double boot support coming out from Mouse. I
Bane
have
and
not
Clock.
seen that in a long time.
Wow.
Yeah. This is very unusual. Also, no blood grenade on either of them. This is so off meta.
And a smoke move here from Na'Vi, actually going to put them on top of Panto. They're going to try and start out on the Bane, but he's already under tower, so he's safe.
I mean, does this speak to them wanting to play towards the water rune and making rotations? Because I feel double boots is a bit excessive. One support having it is fine, I feel, but...
Yeah, I fully get the Clockwork, right? Clockwork Doom lane, you're against this, Wind Ranger Treant. You don't want to play heads up, you want to try and drag wave. I'm on board. The Bane, he's already a hero that deals with lane shenanigans. He's not against a guy that's going to be like wave dragging the techies, or the techies bat lane, right? They're going to be playing heads up. I'm not sure. Maybe it's just so Panto can run away from danger.
But also, even if you go for the boots, normally it's like Riddies did. Look at Riddies builds. It's Sentry, Ward, Boots, Blood Grenade. This is the normal boots first support item build.
Yeah.
None of them went for this. So, very curious. I don't love it from Mouse, but we'll see how it works for him.
Maybe a little bit of tinkering that they've tried out here. I can still ferry some regen out, but yeah, no blood grenades. A bit awkward. Mid lane, Invoker versus Tinker. Sunstrike to secure some range creeps. A 3-in-1 already for Niku up there. As mid one tries to drag that wave across to his little high ground closer to his tower. Make sure he doesn't get outranged and outgunned by Invoker, who can get very annoying with the spam clicks.
Yeah, especially once he gets the Force Spears going, but it's actually going to be mid one who comes in with the first summons. I didn't know the little turrets give 5 gold. Yeah, that's not very much. Doesn't feel great fighting into that.
1 hit each, 5 gold each. And turrets against Forge Spirits. Lovely stuff.
And these turrets, what I've heard from Tinker Spammer is that the turrets are actually broken right now. That they're actually busted.
Oh, like damage-wise?
Yeah, that they're just really, really strong. They used to be like way too weak, and now they're actually like feeling amazing. So we'll see.
There's a lot of zone control, right? March the machines plus turrets. Difficult to get into an area that the Tinker's already controlling.
Yeah, the thing is, in April, actually on my birthday, one of the things that happened on my birthday was that Tinker got buffed, so that was one of my least favorite presents. But yeah, they increased the missile speed, making them very hard to dodge now compared to before. It doesn't seem like much, like gave them 150 more speed, but that did change them from like barely missing a lot of the time to almost always hitting, and that's a big impact.
Oh yeah, big difference. It's always funny, there's little changes that have like dramatic effects on the game. Like changing the health on a range creep by like 10 or something means, oh, Lena's Dragon Slave no longer straight up kills the range creep with 1 spell. Changes that hero, changes the way that, you know, Snapfire would want to try and blast down a creep wave. All these little changes make a big difference.
Look at them. Look. Boom, boom, boom. They just shoot. It's a lot of damage.
Man, Niku down to like 1/3 of his health. Oh, difficult stuff. As bottom lane continually in front of the Doom's tower, so it seems Boom going to be able to gather up some last hits as he's down in the dumps at 6 and 4 currently. Both offlaners having a bit of a struggle getting onto their creep waves, as both these side lanes doing a good job dragging back into small camps and maintaining creep equilibrium.
Yeah, look at Niku. He's actually struggling so badly. Has to run all the way back to try and maybe tango up. But this lane is being controlled very nicely by mid one.
And top lane, full zone. And PMA sent back. Techies trying to step forward, but they've got full access to large camp to pull.
This is a lane, or top lane is a lane that should be swinging back though in a bit. Like, yes, Necro is owning it for now, but with a few levels, the Batrider gets to a kill potential where Firefly, Sticky Napalm actually threatens the Necro pretty hard. And there's also a rotation already. This gate move by Riddies.
And Yamich does get 2 courier snipes, and I think he's got a pretty good idea here that the Treant has made a move. Clockwork is... Yeah. Yamich has fully scouted this out, I think. So Necro and Bane both sat by their tier 1. Not stepping out, not wanting to die. That gives Batrider time to get his last hits going. Yeah, from bottom of the table now up to top. 18 and 2 for PMA. And suddenly accelerating quickly towards his drums.
No, getting decent farm, a little bit from the help and rotation as well, but you see again Niku just struggling to trade against mid one. As he tried to go for the rune, he got pushed back by the deploy turrets. So mid one used it to like shove him away from the rune. Just nice little details.
A little knockback, yeah. That's funny stuff. Old concussive grenade, basically. Feels kind of illegal. Oh, the Sunstrike. Not going to land. Boom's Doom going to wander away from Riddies and got the juice. It feels kind of illegal that Treant was left, or allowed to leave the lane for a good minute, leaving Got the Juice alone. He was in front of Dire tier 1 and just didn't take any damage. He got the Juice 1v2 this lane. Top, Daze and PMA, they're onto Panto. First blood, it's there for Daze Techies. And the diving Chrysalis as well. Creep Wave is on him. 4 stacks of Napalm. Trying to get on top of this Necro, but he's got 20 Wand, Fairy Fire, and Lotus. So he's kind of baiting them in.
Yeah, he's not a kill, but they force him to at least use the magic stick, so he heals up to half HP. On bottom, a good Shackle Shot sets up an attempt on Boom again.
A few more hits. Sunstrike coming. He dodges to the right. Doesn't get clipped by it. Now with a cog push around, Treant taking a fair amount of damage on his way out of there. Gets onto the bridge. Clockwork trying to cut off the
all
gap.
the way base on Doom, but this is pretty sad time to walk base because these creeps are gonna die on the tower while he's not here.
Yeah, Yamich went hunting for the Treant kill, but he's going to miss out on that experience as well. Boots and Windlace, not even enough to catch up the tree who walks through the trees.
Tower is under attack.
Reddy's even thinks about going up top as well.
Could have predicted this.
I mean, great for Navi. You
rotations.
can just leave Windranger alone down here.
Yeah, she's already been helped quite a bit, but there's a lot of creeps down bottom, so if you leave her completely alone, she might get dove. There's actually Ensnare on the Doom.
He's going to chuck it at her.
Quite.
Another one Shackle Shot is enough there to hold them back. Top lane, meanwhile, that's the Riddy's rotation. In onto Chrysalis. A ton of Napalm stacked up on his Necro. Cogs trying to push around PMA with a Nightmare save, and Chrysalis, he's dead. And trying to stay alive with the help of his 2 supports. PMA running from the Death Pulse. What is it, level 2?
He's fine.
He's fine.
He's completely fine. Regens quite a bit over the time they runs away here. But yeah, this is why Batrider is quite commonly used against Necro. It can really counter him in lane. You have a lot of healing on Necro and you rely on Ghost Shroud to survive, but ultimately you just take more magic damage and you get melted.
I had to run over. Burnt alive.
Radiant's
2 kills to the good. Na'Vi with a 1k lead. Feeling pretty good in both these side lanes. And I guess Invoker at 41 and 10, even though he'd been bullied a bit by mid one early on, more than recovered. And feeling pretty confident about things now. Especially since they've
Identical CS though.
shut this Doom down so much.
Yeah, Doom is definitely delayed quite a bit in his farm, and they're trying to get him one more time. Onto him now.
You know, the combos coming in need a little bit more damage, and they don't quite have it. With Yamich and Panto both sprinting in here with their boots. They get close enough to protect the Doom and got the juice. Well, he's going to get run down, tries to go for the focus fire, kills the Doom on his way out, but is going to give the double kill over to Panto.
Bit unfortunate, I think. They probably thought they had Sunstrike coming in, but Invoker tried for a solo kill on mid lane onto the Tinker. Didn't get the kill. He was pretty close, but he used all his spells on mid lane. So no Sunstrike means that kill bottom backfires, and now losing Wind is a costly affair.
Yeah, real rough stuff. They're keeping vision on mid one at least, so they know that he's over here stacking and farming camps. Already he's going to be right on top of that Tinker, but there's sentry placed already that sees him coming.
That was an old sentry trying to D-ward mid. Just gonna get rid of that as well with his own sentry.
It looks like Chrysalis evacuating that top lane, saying, I don't want to lane into bat anymore. Windranger's not bottom, she's not showing. And got the juice, is actually twin gated up here to get some damage on tier 1.
Navi have been very fast in this game. Their moves across the map have been pretty crazy, hard to keep up with.
This is where Tinker can make it a little
responding
bit
top.
more difficult, though. Full control of this area now. Screen's length, where you're not allowed to pierce into this top lane. And PMA, who is back here trying to get onto the wave, is going to get zoned completely out of this spot. A Firefly into TP's great for him, but we've also got Boom Doom over and got the juice. He's chucked the ulti out here and he'll chase her down. Blast off from Daze, tries to buy a bit of time. The Doom is not going to kill her. 100 health remaining.
Great blast off there. Very nice save. Optimistic from the Doom, but I think you're still pretty okay with it. Sure, you didn't get killed on Windranger, but you take all her HP away, force her to go base, heal up, TP out. Meanwhile, Doom just goes bottom, already ahead of her, and just farms out this lane. I'm a big advocate for actually using your big spells, right? Like, you don't want to hold it. He could have not risked the ulti there, but I respect the play.
Yeah, I mean, there was a solid chance that he just solo kills the Windranger if Daze wasn't there.
Oh.
What's the potential? We do also have that situation with the living armor against the Doom. As we've said in previous games, you've got this damage block. You know, don't care about the heal or anything, but just being able to block some of this Doom damage is pretty handy.
Yeah, I did the math on it last time. It was like 300 and something, 350 HP that you can block on max levels.
That's been tasty.
Quite a bit of survivability you can add.
With all the noise in the side lanes, Niku has just sat here mid, blasting down creep wave, putting this tier 1 tower at 200 health. Actually forcing Mouse to keep coming back to defend this mid lane objective. Invoker standing as the turret in the mid lane, launching some strikes whenever needed. And you were saying you prefer Na'Vi heading late game?
I would say so, yeah. Like, obviously there's some big strengths on Dire as well. Tinker can become a real cancer to deal with in late game, and of course Doom is good for removing one hero. But I think Navi's lineup just appeals more to me as the game drags out. I think Batrider will counter out the Tinker quite well. I think that the Wind Ranger will be the only traditional carry hero in the game. Like, actually, regular scaling right-clicker.
So what's the timing for Mouse then? If it hasn't been laning stage, isn't going to be late game, they must be aiming for mid game, surely.
Yeah. I feel like for Necro, it's going to be the Radiance Shard Travels when you get that. That's like the holy trinity for Necro. They can sort of going wherever you want, doing everything. And I'm more interested in seeing exactly what item build we're going to see coming out from mid one on his Tinker. Looks like Kaya into Blink for now, so very standard stuff. You can always have a different power spike depending on whether you go for Aghanims or not on Tinker. I think Aghs in general is pretty damn strong now. It gives you a lot of different bonuses.
We've got a Nightmare set up on PMA top. Yamich and mid one both here. And as they grip up the Bat Rider, chuck the Doom on him. A backstab coming in from the rest of Na'Vi, dealing with Crystallis, but he's got the Scythe down on Daze to find that kill, and Riddy's been zoned by the Doom fully. PMA did get away from the grip of the Doom, but with a Blood Grenade and a chase forward, they're going to cut him off on the bridge, and Cog push around with the Blood Grenade and Brain Sap. They get a killing spree over on Panto. It felt like Na'Vi was starting to respond decently, but they didn't bring all the numbers.
It's harder for them to bring everybody, right? The Tinker has such an easy time getting over there. And Tinker also had a very easy time getting rid of the Wind Ranger. She popped the Focus Fire trying to hit him, and he literally just pressed his laser, and then he's fine. So yeah, fantastic fight for them. And then we see level 7 Panto. Not caring too much about this little level 5 techies.
Nah, dragging him all over the place. And yeah, so easy to set up.
That Fiend script getting cancelled fairly nicely. It was nice play by Daze, honestly. He got 3 hero blast off, but his team just kind of on the run. Oh, back in live, we have a setup onto the Batrider up top. Don't have a great lockdown, but they do have a lot of damage.
You can't quite catch up to him, and in fact, he's going to go for the lasso. Turns back and kills off Panto. PMA saw his moment, goes for it.
Cheeky little play there. Not only surviving, but actually turning the fight around. Yeah, good stuff. Gets value out of his lasso. Can now go back base. He is only 400 gold away from Blink Dagger. Now, obviously, with the lasso spent, don't really need it yet anyway.
Yeah, back to farming. Boom, with the help of the hook shot, again, right on top of this Riddy's Treant. A few little swipes of the sword, gets to the center of the tree. Now onto that tier 1 tower. Not the best pushing heroes, but they'll drag the wave, keep the creeps going, at least get something done.
Yeah, they're looking pretty strong now. Once they get the Radiance timing as well going for them on Mouse, they will hit a pretty big timing already. Whereas Radiants need a little bit more time.
Yeah, because that Necro timing you're talking about, the Radiant's Travel Shard, he becomes Henry the Hoover. He just goes around the map, clearing out so many jungle camps. He's got to be one of the fastest farmers in the game when he gets to that point. It's crazy.
Yeah, he definitely can be. At least if we're measuring only heroes who don't have illusions everywhere, farming everything, of course. That's kind of like cheating. You can farm the entire map with that. But yeah, he definitely relies on the travels for the movement, speed, and mobility.
Niku making a little home for himself in the top jungle. He killed that tier 1 mid quite a while ago, and now he's using the fruits of his labor, the bit of map space he's created for himself to stand and make sure that there's no chance to get into this jungle as the Dire team. And there's that
Looks like
Radiance being
focus
brought
is-
out. Ether Lens on the Bane. Some item timing is being hit here by Maus.
That's a super early Ether Lens. Holy crap, the Bane is farmed. I mean, that's an early Ether Lens with a maxed out Brain Sap, Fiend Script available. He can do some serious work.
This is all because he didn't buy Blood Grenade at the start. The Brown Boots build,
It's
Wagga.
the boost first. Yeah, I mean, it worked out to their credit.
Huh? Alright, paying off decently. A blast off up at top though. With the focus fire, trying to chase it onto Crystallis. He'll give the Reaper Scythe, but Day stays alive. Barely kept up through the scythe. Cogs push back though. The answer and response from Maus is to bring people up top. Grip the Bane on the tower, but he's gonna get distance now as he fireflies off to the east. And Maus under their tier 1, trying to get through the ice wall. No chase really to be had as Niku just TP's out under the Ghost Walk. Sentry came down, but it wasn't fast enough.
Unfortunately, can't really grab more, but still a good kill. They got the Necro, take over the area for a second, but then the massive response comes in. And that was almost enough that Necro survived, by the way, but only because of Daze kind of misclicking one of his mines. He tried to be as fast as possible. You always want to get those triple mines down super quick. So he placed one a little bit, unfortunately, but it worked out anyway.
And they got the kill. Didn't delay the Radiance, though. Just makes the shard and it travels a little bit slower. Necro's still going to be able to soak up all of that neutral farm. Oh, bottom jungle. What's this? A Doom on the Wind Ranger. Sunstrike off the mark. Panto low, but he's going to get the distance now. Got the juice already falling. Overgrowth from Riddies. I'm trying to kill off this Boom Doom. Niku's going to come in and give the damage. Invoker stamping his mark on this fight as the Bane going to TP home. Successfully so.
Yeah. Nice attempt though. The Batrider realized he doesn't have any stun anymore, so just wakes up his techies who could theoretically cancel a TP out, but not quite in time. But yeah, the game is looking still pretty good for Dire. 3k gold lead isn't massive.
Is that real? 0 out of 8?
Yeah, I think. I mean, do we count the accuracy on the creep that he landed earlier?
No, that's a 0.
But he got the creep.
You want to give him 1?
1% accuracy.
1% yeah, not 1 out of 8, but 1% accuracy.
1% accuracy. Yeah, you don't get a full percent for hitting a range creep.
I mean, to be fair, he's not got the best setup in this game. It's like Shackle Shot is the one spell he can rely on, but everything else
He's got
is
pretty good setup. He's got pretty good. There's Overgrowth, Lasso, Shackle.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about like through the first 18 minutes, right? Like in laning stage, you don't have Lasso or Overgrowth. So
Okay.
you know, these 8 Sunstrikes haven't had.
So from here on, it will be not 0% accuracy.
I'd imagine so. Yeah, I would agree with you. From here on out, he does have the setup available. Just previously, he didn't.
Okay, he invoked the Sunstrike. It's ready. They're gonna go for it. Oh, Lasso. They saw Clockwork, but then they lost him.
The tasered Batrider is actually pretty fearsome, honestly. And they've got a Lasso here. Sunstrike.
He missed.
He dragged it away from the freaking Sunstrike.
He missed.
Necro's just going to walk in now. Walk over the landmines. Reaper side the Batrider down. Chrysalis is dead, though. Niku picks up that kill. There's a litany of errors and weirdness going on. So invoke a Batrider for a Necro Bane, trading 2 for 2, and another Sunstrike missed.
I mean, it's still got a good kill on the Necro there. It slows down his timing, so that's at least something, delaying his boot to travel. But
Is it worth throwing your Invoker and Batrider at, though?
No, not really.
No.
Not really. But listen, this gives time and space for the techies to farm. He's gonna get his items going.
I've stopped listening now. Like you can't tell me to listen and then do that. You're like Na'Vi from Ocarina of Time. Hey, listen, and then tell me some irrelevant bullshit. I don't want to hear it.
I will tell you that Sunstrike, he missed it.
Yeah, okay. I'm not arguing that he missed it. I'm still gonna. I will also blame the Batrider. Invoker did miss the Sunstrike, but Batrider also dragged him out of it.
As Batfire just pushes his elbow when he's like shooting pool or something.
Yeah, I mean, imagine being that. Oh, shit, I'm gonna die. Imagine being that Turkish sharpshooter. You know, the guy who had his like hand on his hip, super relaxed pose. Imagine he gets.
Wouldn't miss.
He would. I mean, but he would miss if someone shoved the freaking target out of the way.
Would he though? I don't know. I trust that man. He would land the shot.
Okay,
He
valid.
wouldn't
He
make
was very good.
excuses.
Radiant
Yeah.
scanning.
He would take his other hand out of his pocket and then he would land a shot.
Just needs a bit more balance.
Unlocking a little bit more than 25% of his power.
Well,
Anyway,
to 11.
I want to point out that while other heroes have been randomly dying, Tinker has been growing to a massive, nasty tumor on this game and has 12,200 net worth. He has the BKB, he has the shard, and this combination is disgusting. The shard and the turrets. This is when you start seeing some serious impact from it. He's going for Aghanim Scepter next, which will give the turrets even faster attack animation as well. Things are gonna get nasty.
It's kind of cringe that Tinker has 2 displacement tools.
Yep. Yeah, you can push you to the side and push you back again.
Pull you in, really. Yeah, he's got the fishing rod. He decides if you're being let loose or being reeled back in.
At least the turret doesn't push you much. It pushes Tinker a little bit more so he can hop around with it, but...
They were like, Sniper's got concussive grenade. Tinker needs something as well. The mobility creep in Dota is getting real. We gave Ursa's Earthshock a little hop, skip, and a jump. And that was a step too far. That's what broke everything.
That was the start, yeah. That was the beginning of the downfall. Now we have Zeus hopping around with the Super Mario jump. And pro players not even skilling it. Can't believe my eyes.
Oh, no, you can't. I had a hook shot somewhere. Hey, Daze is being chased down by Yamich.
Well, Mid-1 tries to go for the push tech on himself, but he has Blink ready now.
There's a Blink Warp Flare. Rearm things up and laser him down with another zap out. Mid-1 on a killing spree, picks up the techies. Keen on keen violence. Techies, Tinker, Tinker Clockwork versus techies.
Yeah, they're punishing the traitor, right? It's only the one.
Dire's middle tower is under
You're meant to be on our
And,
team. You're meant to be with us. Riddies.
Taking a fair bit of damage.
Yamich dies to Daze. Riddies going to get sliced by Boom, so we lose a couple of supports on different sides of the map.
That's a panic overgrowth. He has Purge on Doom, so with 3-second cooldown on a Dispel, you're not really gonna do anything. It's just wasted his ability.
It's all getting a bit frantic now.
Yeah, it is. Invoker's picked up the Shard, the free Radiance. Easy. Or extremely discounted Radiance, at least.
Can start playing that split push game, put a bit of pressure on Tinker and Necro, who are very farm focused. You could see Invoker maybe sniping one of them out if he's got a bit of backup.
Pretty dangerous though. They saw him walking up here, and you could have Tinker TPing in if Clockwork gets onto him. Before BKB, the Invoker is not safe. You get repeatedly pulled back by the Tinker Warp Flare, and you just die.
It feels like Na'Vi kind of waiting for this Mjolnir and Wind Ranger. We've got this Maelstrom BKB, but still doesn't feel super competent heading to these fights to stick it out and get the damage going. So I think got the juice, just making the call like, hey guys, I need another, 2 minutes of farming. Just give me that. Mao's aren't going to give them that, but already smoking up. They've got timings that they've hit and they're ready to strike.
Yeah, I think they're already on the track as well to find a Wind Ranger. She might walk under a ward. No, not quite. They didn't see her with that Observe ward. Barely missing. I think that might save his life here. If he got spotted, they would instantly have chased after him.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it's a big juicy target.
under attack.
And bottom lane push and then into smoke to sweep through the bottom jungle. Back to mid. Na'Vi.
Clockwork is going. Is he gonna get him? Tinker TP? Nope, not gonna dive this.
Na'Vi going to react though. They're starting to TP back to this tier 2. Daze has a blast off in onto this Clockwork. Doom over on the Invoker though. Boom with the TP from the Tinker. They're straight onto Niku. BKB gets out of the overgrowth. Warp Flare pushes him back. Wind Ranger has come in though with a BKB of her own to deal with the Tinker. But he's going to get a BKB to lasso. PMA makes sure that they drag him back into death. Boom.
And Doom as well.
Double kill dominating. Killed off Riddies, but then he's found by PMA and got the juice.
Yeah, a bit awkward spot. There was no creep, I believe, for Crystallis to TP2 to join mid. So, yeah, picked off. And yeah, meanwhile, Techies landed multiple mines in a row onto the Clockwork, who tried to blink to safety, got power shotted and run down by remote mines over, or one after another. Sorry, proximity mines. Remotes live on in my heart.
Mutually assured destruction. That's where you get it.
The mad mines.
Oh, mad mines. But yeah, that was a fight without Clock, without Necro, basically. It was basically without Bane either. Doom plus Tinker went in pretty wild under that tier 1 mid.
Yeah, and as the game hasn't been super hectic already, we've progressed pretty far in itemizations. We have BKB on the Doom, of course, BKB on the Tinker. Both of them used it before, but we're about to have BKB on Crystallis as well. So triple BKB for Dire.
Wow.
Meanwhile, on Radiant, the Invoker is about to finish up his. Wind Ranger, of course, had hers already, and Batrider is very close to his. So soon, within like 400 gold for some players, we have 6 BKBs.
A lasso and a meatball drop right on Boom's head, and this Sunstrike will land to kill the Doom.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Is that the first one that's landed?
Increasing. Not sure. I think he landed one earlier, right? We'll pull up the accuracy stat later on.
I've lost track now.
Is under attack.
But yeah, we got a very good kill there. 30 seconds with no Doom. And Na'Vi starting to swarm this middle lane. We've got the Juice leading out. Nobody here from
Slow
Mouse,
up the
though.
Bane. As Bane feels a chill, he turns around and runs the other way, and he lives.
Dire's middle
Chill
tower
down your
is under
spine.
attack.
You know someone's watching.
Yeah, someone's in this room. He successfully passed his perception check right there.
And he did. Hair standing on end. Chill down your spine. Ears are burning.
Techies, though, get flared, and that's a lot of rockets. The turrets.
It's a lot of machinery. Industrial Revolution killing off the techies there. Mines, turrets, cogs, all the good stuff, while Niku comes out and trades. Killing Yamich with a nice little combo.
It seems like always these teams are getting simultaneous pickoffs going on. Support dies here, support dies there.
That shows how evenly matched they are. Net worth-wise, kill-wise, game state, everything very even. But we are heading into that mid-game where Mounds with these items could start building up the death ball, playing that fast-paced bulldozer style to run down towers. As they need to do it. They've not killed any tier 1s yet. Actually opening up this map is pretty important for Mouse. And Na'Vi's job right now is just to defend tier 1s.
The lasso is coming.
Jump onto Crystallis. Gone off the BKB though. Quick enough. Finger on the trigger. Still losing HP quickly. But into the Ghost Round with a heal of the Death Pulse. Crystallis takes a step back with a Nightmare save as well. PMA and Got the Juice pop their own BKBs. As we had this back and forth, Mao's going to get launched at by Daze, who blasts off in towards Crystallis, but doesn't have any follow-through behind him. And now with the Tinker arriving, full zone control. Crystallis knows he's got the backup of his squad. Tornado's going to delay the go on Daze, though, as the Reaper Scythe doesn't land. Nightmare save, though, buys time for Crystallis to stay alive, and in comes mid one, blasting into Niku, blowing up the Invoker.
Tinker is low, TP's out, says he can come back in a second, but I believe all of Na'Vi should be running now. You don't want to fight round 2 where Tinker comes in with a bunch of mana.
And so many little things happening, so many little saves, so much back and forth, BKBs being pressed at exactly the right time, so much damage being dealt, but only one hero falling. Just testament to both of these teams towing that line between madness and insanity and greatness.
Oh, he's starting
Unfortunately
to
for
fake with the
Na'Vi,
mines.
the mines, they blow up, but it looks like Mao's, they've got through the worst part of it. Riddy's in the tree line, just trying to run and hide, gonna get found by the turrets and the cogs, pushing him from side to side. Got the juice though with PMA arriving onto Panto, quickly dispatching with the Bane. No, the Bane saves himself with a Nightmare, and a hookshot comes in. The Shackle shot, where is it? Got the juice, trying to deal with mid one. BKB'd up Tinker though, Sunstrike coming, it lands and kills him. There we go, Niku. And a Tornado onto this Necro, the Invoker trying to go for more. Ice Wall to slow the advance. BKB in a few seconds for the Invoker. If he just waits it out, he could go for another attempt here with a blast off onto the Clockwork. Daze sets it up for him. Crystallis chasing the Invoker while Panto burns in the back. Niku picks up that kill. And Necro, Crystallis, this is a pretty deep dive. Niku stayed alive through it all, and Riddies is blinking in aggressively, looking for this counterplay onto the Necrophos. Crystallis in all sorts of
Still has
trouble.
BKB.
He's got that shard
holding it.
pulse and a BKB to play with. Jumps back in towards you and a scythe in a second. Maybe he can do this. Crystallis trying his hardest, but he'll die. Even though he finds Riddy's on the way out.
Yeah, his dying hands got the grip on that tree and pulled it with him into the grave. But great takedown there and very impressive defense of the tower by Na'Vi. They do not want to give up this bottom tower, fighting tooth and nail. Some really impressive stuff actually coming out. The Sunstrike barely clipping onto Tinker there was extremely clutch. If he didn't die, they would have lost the bottom for sure.
These fight recaps are insane. 1,500 gold for the Invoker, 5555 in the experience. He's laughing in Thai.
Yeah, he is. I mean, it straight up doesn't look like an early game team fight, right? It doesn't look like a 30-minute team fight should. It's bizarre the amount of sustainability on both these teams. You have the heals coming out from the Tree and Protector, as well as Tinker. Now with the Aghanims, the March healing, the Necro healing.
And it's a game where BKBs are nice, but they're not, you know, unpierceable. We've got so many ways to go through them. It's actually kind of insane.
Yeah, both teams have numerous ways. You know, you have the Doom, the Fiend Script, the hook shots, you have the Lasso, you have the Overgrowth. There's so many things. Even the Sunstrike, you know, just piercing through with the damage. So there's a lot of interesting things where you have to consider exactly the moment when you should pop the BKB.
Net worth difference.
It's all, yeah. Basically nothing at this point, but that's Na'Vi working their way back from a deficit. They were 3,000 gold behind for quite a while, 4,000 for a little while, and now all the way back.
Yeah, balance the scales. I was going to say, net worth difference keeps bouncing. You know, the less than 1k sign jumping from one side to the other in that little period. Literally nothing in it. It's going to come down to these mid-game team fights to try and get Maus back into the driving seat. And Na'Vi starting to feel more and more confident heading late game. Getting a catch on Yamich here. Sunstrike not going to land. I think Niku was trying to go for the preemptive, always going to hookshot away. Sunstrike in front of him, but Yamich held on for it for a little bit longer. While Daze, he's gone deep here with a catch on the Doom. And Boom going to hold his BKB. Has a Lincoln Sphere in his inventory as well, so it wasn't really under that much threat.
Yep. Holding the area as well on the side of Radiant. Still controlling the Roche. Looking for bottom, a setup again. Holding the Lasso till last second.
Jump Lasso into Crystallis. He's going to get off the Shroud and BKB, but you force his hand there.
That's awkward, and he needs ways to get out of these sticky situations, so he buys a Manta Style next. Not bad when you're a Radiance carrier, of course. This is also going to give him a way to cancel Blink Daggers, as there's already 2 Blink Daggers, and we might see more being purchased. Wind Rangers typically go for 1 eventually. Might see 1 on Invoker.
Mid one. He's all right.
Off to safety.
Just feel how itchy Na'Vi are. It's like, oh, we can go get him. We can kill this guy. Getting ready, prepped in position.
Dire's middle tower.
Good forward movement
Observer,
from
can we
Na'Vi in the
get
past
a-
few minutes.
Can we get a Eureka check on Tinker? See what he's at right now? So how Eureka are we at this point? His innates sitting at 52%. Pretty decent amount of cooldown reduction, of course. Peaking at 60. Not too far away now.
Oh, that's pretty good.
I mean, that's really the thing. Once Tinker reaches the maxed out Eureka, it starts getting really annoying to fight him because that cooldown reduction is already at 6.7 seconds cooldown on Lincolns. Like, that's disgusting. And it's about to get even lower.
And I guess that also counts if he puts it on other people, right? You just start spamming it.
Yeah, but yeah, it's when you put, I think if you put it on multiple, the first one disappears, I think.
Okay. That makes sense.
I know at least when trying it out, it didn't work in the way that you could just put it on everyone when I tried it a while back.
Yeah, mate,
Sure,
with
it's still that.
the blink and the jetpack. He's still not getting enough distance. Crystallis, though, wants to get into here. They've got vision over multiple Na'Vi cores, but the Shackle Shot and Blast Off, Crystallis being pounded.
It's a lot of damage coming out very quickly. There's a nice regen rune to grab for Gotta Juice, so he can stay on the lane or in the fight.
Bypassing the mine's a pretty tough job. So they just let Na'Vi get through their fingers. Back
Some
to
big
farming.
items already as well. This Wind Waker rush from the techies after Glimmer Cape, just straight Wind Waker, is pretty amazing. Now you can cancel the Fiend script, very low commitment. Just bothering him. Lasso was on cooldown, so PMA couldn't really go for this kill.
Such a tight game.
This is a great game though. This is really brewing. I kind of lost for words for a second here as so much is being done. All these little moves. Posturing. Roshan is now going to shift down bottom. So importantly, both teams need to vie for control of that area.
It's getting a little bit challenging for me. You know, the heat is picking up in Europe. It's getting warm in my studio. Being on the edge of my seat in games like this, I'm starting to slip off my chair while it's squeaky bum time now, as well as this Clockwork. Jetpacks in with a Tinker, backpacking onto Clockwork, but they can't get a grasp on the Treant, who had already jumped away and passed his
And
tier
the fact
1.
that they still have all their towers alive on Navi is making it very difficult for the side of Mouse. They want to take Roche, but all these little outposts to TP2, you have all these points on the map, the tier 1 towers.
Right,
It's hard to go for it.
I think we both imagined a game where, like, 25 minutes in, tier 1s had all died. Necro was, you know, pressing forward across the river into the map. Tinker was shoving waves. That's just not come to fruition at all for Mouse.
I
Pretty
think
big
it's what also
problem.
imagined as well. It's the game plan after all.
Now we're looking at a Roche attempt. Na'Vi are going all the way to top. Trying to think about someone defending that tier 2, but they're going to realize pretty quickly that nobody's up there. Re-smoking and repurposing that smoke maneuver from top, heading back down through mid.
Oh, the Sun Techies.
Gonna make a jump, but he's gonna Wind Waker. He gets away, and of course the hook shot missed to begin with. And Roshan's barely been touched here. Mouse can't really continue it with all these eyes of Na'Vi looking towards the Roche pit.
Yeah, they're hunting. Have not found the D ward yet. Boom, trying to hide, but he's hiding right on top of a ward. This is some big information. Can they make a play with it? I think PMA wants to go.
Boom. Might see it. Daze makes a jump into the back. Boom has split the formation, though, as Crystallis gets onto the
Wind Ranger
tankies.
Doom.
They do get the Doom out onto Got the Juice. Tries to run away with the BKB and the Lotus, but gripped up Riddy dies in front of them. As Mouse, they swoop in to get that first kill. Does that secure Roshan for them, though?
I don't think so. It was a costly kill. Like, they used the Doom on the Wind Ranger. They used the Fiend script as well. So, sure, you won the fight, but they don't have to back out here. The only one who's too low to fight is the Wind Ranger, but the rest of them still want to have a go at this.
Niku's under sentry, though. They've got reveal. They see this Invoker. Boom's going to make a jump. Warp Flare forces Niku to BKB. And Boom has zoned PMA away from this, but Roshan is still at half HP. They are struggling to bring him down, and Yamich in the back is dying to the Bat Rider Techies combo, who loop all the way in round behind Mouse to snipe out their support and force him to buy back. Now with the Tornado actually clipping Necro and Tinker, they've stopped this run forward, but I think Daze is kind of caught here.
Yeah, definitely so. Good buyback, realizing how important it is to stay fighting for the Roche. Tinker still getting stronger and stronger in this game, though. 57% on the Eureka. He's about to peak, Gareth. 3%
peaking.
more.
He's cooldown maxing.
Yeah, 6 seconds cooldown on the Lincolns now.
And back into Roshan. So Invoker pushes out top wave. Mouse trying to deal with it, but it's a lasso play. PMA gripped up, held in his place. Yamich, that's a dieback out of the Clockwork, though. As mid one trying to stand here with Crystallis to kill off the Treant. March of the Machine zoning Na'Vi away, and Crystallis just diving straight towards Cause in the bag. Forces PMA
Riddy's
and Got the
alive.
Juice to
Okay.
both fully disengage.
They finally get that kill. Some hard work right there.
Back to Roshan for the 4th time.
It is crazy how close they are, and I don't think we're done. The Invoker scans it out.
There's diamonds behind this wall, I swear. They just keep on digging and digging. Hopefully they don't give up.
Firefly, Batrider's looking for it.
They might go for a steal. There's a nightmare there onto Got the Juice. BKB's up. Wind Ranger sprints into the Roche pit. Roshan's about to die. Who can click faster? It's Crystallis who snatches it. And this Necro now can die safely and respawn, but Boom is being burnt alive. The Doom is being pummeled. Mid-1 and Crystallis, though, inside the pit. Dealing with Daze, forcing him back after killing Got the Juice. 90 seconds, no Wind Ranger. And Mounds with another support buyback, looking to continue this fight, but PMA has another jump. Lasso Sunstrike landing on Panto. Na'Vi are going to find a freebie. Necro, well, he's attempting to play aggressively again with a Tinker behind him, but the damage, the magical burst, it brings him down. Chrysalis is gone. Mid one's now stranded. BKB up, he's got Lincolns and Yules to try and play with here to blast through Niku, but he's all alone.
Oh, he can't get him?
The Tinker, he's 1v4 in, but Yamich will help out, give a bit of keen help to this Tinker to kill off Niku, finally getting it done.
Looking for another one. He's going to blink forward.
They're going for more with PMA. Well, he's trying onto mid
Pretty low
one.
mana.
Push back from the Rockets, but he's been bounced around by the flame break. Mid one picks up the Trin kill though. The Yules, but no blink. He's trying to
he's
stay
up the
alive.
level.
He's kept up and running, but he's finally going to die. PMA with a BKB up. The fight has lasted so long. The Batrider has another round of spells and items to go.
He almost has Lasso. It's coming off cooldown soon.
3 seconds time. That's why
I
they're
think
pinging
we're
and
dead.
tipping him. PMA just
got
never
this.
ending spell after spell, cooldown after cooldown. Lasso's up on the boom now. Mounds lost 4 and it might be about to be 5. There's Doombringers being pushed back in towards this Techies and Batrider to get the 5th kill and a wipe.
Tip PMA right now. What the hell, dude? He's putting in work in this fight. Actually just clocking in overtime and overtime so much that the next shift started, Gareth. It's crazy work. Holy, look at his damage done in that fight. 10,300 damage from a Batrider in that fight.
But that's fight 3, right? That's fight 1 and 2
Yeah.
aren't included in this fight recap. That's like tripled. All these numbers should be tripled.
Absurd stuff coming in.
So Na'Vi coming out on top from that Roshan fight, huh?
Yeah.
7k, 8k lead for them.
And still not a clear winner in this game as well, as we have an 8k lead, like you say, but, you know, Dire showing their potential as well. The Tinker maybe overplayed a little bit, blinking forward that final time, right? It's always a bridge too far, and if you went back to heal mana, I think they could have been happy with the fight and gotten out. Instead, Batrider gets him.
Dire's top tower is
That's some big timings as well coming in, I believe. Did we actually... Oh, he changed his mind on the Invoker. He previously had the Aghanim Scepter in the quick buy, but opted to get away from it. Went for the Octarine Core instead. We've seen this actually quite a lot. A lot of the Invokers are opting for Octarine instead, as you have these active items and all your spells.
Yeah. Tanks
Oh,
you
yeah.
up. Makes
The
you feel nicer.
That's true, Observer. We are peaked on Eureka, 60%, and he has Wind Waker. It's a 7.6 second cooldown Wind Waker. I mean, that's disgusting, dude.
I'm
Absolutely.
sorry, what?
Yeah, and it lasts for 2.5 seconds, so, you know, pair that with Lincoln's, it's pretty hard to kill him.
Ah, it's crazy business. It still doesn't do damage to towers, though. Which I feel like has been a struggle for Mouse this game. 43 minutes, not a single tier 1.
Yeah. I mean, that is the problem with their draft, right? No traditional right-click hero. When you pick both Tinker and Necro, you put yourself in a pretty awkward spot.
Necro has done
So you have to...
300 damage to a tower.
I mean, he has a relic. He could hit hard with that. The Radiance component.
So all that other damage has just been creeped to these side lane towers. Fair enough. Mao's MVPs,
Yeah,
the melee creeps and the catapults.
Unfortunately...
Oh, Lasso.
Oh, we have another Lasso.
The Lincoln's popped him. Lasso dragged him into Sunstrike. He's dead before the Sunstrike even comes in.
That is fast burst damage coming out, and they mass TP down bottom as well. They're looking for more.
Yeah, trying to catch up around this Tormentor area. PMA gets gripped, but it's cancelled out. Crystallis, BKB's up, trying to find a way back into the fight to scythe down Daze.
Holy.
I can get that kill, but Crystallis now on the run with no TP ready. He's stranded down here. Lose the Tinker mid, then your Bane bottom. Crystallis surrounded. He's going to try and Death Pulse his way out of this one and maybe get a kill on the exit, but it's just not happening. With the positioning of Na'Vi, they get a double kill on Got the Juice. Now fully in the driving seats, they grab the game by his horns. And Na'Vi looking like the favorites now, heading into late game.
I mean, that's we always knew they were going to feel pretty good, because now they have the Daedalus, Satanic, the Wind Ranger is just this continuous source of damage. And even if Tinker is disgusting late game. You do not kill buildings like you mentioned. Look at what happens the moment Navi win a team fight. Straight towards buildings. Even through backdoor protection, she takes down the tier 2 tower. It's a clear difference in how you can build on your lead. And honestly, if Mouse were able to get buildings any of the times they won a fight in this game, I think the game would have been, you know, over long ago. I think it would at least have been close.
They would have had way more chances. Because you're able to actually close the net in around Na'Vi, stop them getting through their items, play this Tinker as he's meant. As the heroes intended. Instead, it's Na'Vi just coming in, clearing out a lane of barracks without so much as a whimper from Maus. They've gone back through the hole in the wall.
Yeah, this is looking hard now. You have to get out on the map somehow, and it's not that easy to do. And look at the little tree and the eye in the forest that scouted Doom coming out.
Oh dear.
They know about this Lincolns too. They've been good about breaking it before. They're gonna do it again.
Yeah.
Use Hurricane Pike to break it.
He gets off his BKB, but they've got enough physical damage to bring into him.
It
Tinker
doesn't matter.
trying to protect him here. Wind Waker's off to the right-hand side. He'll blink away safely as well. That's Doom now dead for a minute and a half.
Yeah, long time on the sideline. And this Doom didn't really go for a scaling build as well, on top of all the, you know, the hype we have for Navi being stronger late game. Doom not going for the Midas Octarine style, instead being going for fighting items. They really don't have a whole lot going for them other than the Tinker.
No.
So, a lot of pressure on mid one.
A ton of pressure. The weight of this game on his shoulders. 20k lead for Na'Vi. Looking for the second lane of barracks. Catapults in front of them. Alacrity Wind Ranger going in for damage on that tower. Looks like the March of the Machines and the presence of Maus are going to deter Na'Vi, at least for now. But there are no rush.
Ultimately,
They can think about
they don't have
Roshan.
Aegis, right? Just chill, wait for Aegis, get yourself a second life with the Wind Ranger. They can go for it again. And they've been doing a great job punishing anyone who shows. Like, their lineup is so absurdly good at pickoffs. You have Lasso, you have Tree and scouting with the ice in the forest. You have the random little invoker running around in this. So many things that can pick you off. And they have the gem control as well, so dewarding the entire map.
I want to see Mr. Trian. Hey, Riddy. Hey, Riddy, listen up. I want to... Oh, hang on. Is Yamch dead? Oh, lassoed out of his hook shot. Are you serious? Can't even escape. Ah, Tinker tornadoed. Is he going to be all right with the Lincolns and Wind Waker? He'll get a bit of distance. He's okay for now.
Get Wake to safety.
That's good to be woke. I really want to see this Trian healing up all the towers to full HP. Imagine a game where all 3 tier 1s are full health.
That's true. Yeah, it's a bit dissatisfactory that these towers are not in pristine condition. It's not that much he needs to do as well. What were we talking, like 6? Maybe somewhere 6 to 8 uses of the living armor and they're full?
Are you just trying to avoid saying 6, 7?
Yes.
The tone of your voice there, I was like, he's dodging real hard.
It's definitely not 8, but it's somewhere between 6 and 8 uses.
Decently long Roshan spawn. Still a minute and 45 to go. Maus are bunkered down in their base though.
And got the juice, is locking in. He's got the swift blink now as well. He's looking absurdly strong on the Wind Ranger. So many items. And at this point, if she blinks onto a target, it's hard to save them. Even with the Lincoln Spheres, the Yule Scepters and whatnot, Nightmares, you might still not be able to disjoint this Wind Ranger from the target.
Wanga, I'm kind of scared.
Yeah? What are we scared of?
Well, it's my job. Okay, we've got to pause. Good. It's it's my job to, you know, notice things and call things out as they're happening. And there's so many things in this next team fight that I'm already trying to prepare myself for. With the Lincolns and the Wind
What's on the
Wakers.
screen.
But there's so many things on the screen. I don't have enough words.
If a player uses a spell, you call it out. Next team fight.
But they all happen at the same time. How am I meant to do my job?
I mean,
these teams are too good. These players
would have done it.
These
Gareth.
players are too
I
skilled.
can't work under these conditions. I've been next to ODPixel. He called every spell. You can do it too, Gareth. Come on now.
I'll try. Oh, no, this has been something
You
like
gotta warm up. Gotta do your Peter Piper, pick the pickle, blah, blah,
Peter
you
Piper
know,
picked the
do
pickled
what-
peppers. She sells seashells by
There
the
we go,
seashore.
there we go.
All right, we'll do it. Okay. I don't know. These players are just so good. They're casting all the spells at the same time. There's the grip on one, doom on another, lasso on a third. It's been honestly insane individual performances from all 10 players in this game.
I think my favorite was the Doom and the Reaper Scythe at the same time on the poor techies in the bottom fight. It was like, we're dying, let's kill something, and they just saw techies, and he was at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Him.
Through everything. Speaking of techies, he's kind of building a belt here, like the proximity belt. The Grapes constellation.
The DMZ.
Yeah.
They're not allowed past this parallel. 30 seconds for Roshan.
Unfortunate for Mouse fans. They're kind of just stuck in base now, and even then they probably don't feel safe, because we've seen some random bat scoutings in the base, you know, some kidnappings actually have happened.
Yeah, not a lot of action. You know, it feels like Mao's right now in the center of the hurricane, right? The eye of the storm. There's been a flurry of action. Wind speed's picked up. Now it's that dead calm, but you know that in a matter of moments, the chaos is about to kick up again, and you're going to have to batten down the hatches. You're going to have to board up all the windows. This dire base needs protecting.
The rain stops around you, and that's when you should be scared.
All the birds fly away, and you're like, where are they going? That's always one of the first indications. When the insects and the birds leave, you're like, oh shit, it's about to go down.
Oh, and Clockwork, he didn't listen to the insects. He tried to get there for a potential steal on the Aegis. Might as well try. You know, he's not randomly here just feeding.
That's the trouble. That's the trouble, right? We've got Treant here, who is one with nature, building all of the trees so the birds and the insects can live there in harmony and give that early warning system. Tinker and Clockwork, Industrial Revolution, burning trees down. They're the Uruk-hai, destroying all the lovely natural landscape to build their nasty machinery. They don't
So you're
have...
saying that the Ents are gonna win this one?
I think they are. They're going to march on Isengard. There are 2 towers, 2 tier 3s left in this dire base. They must be brought down.
The Ents are going to war. ETA 2 to 3 business days.
The moot is over. The Ent moot has ended. They're here. The Ent wives, the Ent husbands, they're coming for this dire base as Crystal is already getting blasted off, nightmared up and BKB'd up, but got the juice. She keeps on giving it
he's
to
still
him with
on
the
him.
overgrowth there. Crystallis, Windmaker buys a bit of time. Sunstrike when he lands. Damage not good enough. Necro breaks free and gets a bit of distance. Na'Vi still on the high ground and looking at this melee barracks, though not bothered by Mouse's defense through the March of the Machines.
Aegis not even burned, so Wind Ranger could heal up a little bit on creeps. Keep going. The Rax is falling to just a bannered up siege catapult. A successful push in the end, but you can see the potency and the defense is still there. Tinker high ground is always hard to crack. Why didn't the Batrider just fly the ring to Mordor? Just Firefly.
Just fly over. What's the argument against the birds and the hawks doing it? It would take too long to get a message to them, or they didn't know, they didn't care.
It would be too boring, I think. That was
Too boring.
No, actually,
No,
yeah,
there's some like in-law reason, like they didn't want to get involved because they're too snooty or something.
It's some cope. That's all I hear. I've heard the argument. It sounds like, you know, a little oopsie doopsie.
It's like the lion doesn't
Pissing off
concern itself. The eagles don't concern themselves with the rings of men.
Yeah. But then they're there the moment it's done, dude. I don't get it. Being consistent.
Well, it just took them too long. They started their journey. It just took too long to fly there.
But Batrider would have gone there. Look at him. He's already going.
I don't think the Eagles in Lord of the Rings had freaking bongo boots and hurricane pike. You know, PMA is straight over the top of this Clockwork. They've got Boom's Doom getting a grab in the back on this Invoker. Wind Waker buys a bit of time for Niku, but the Reaper Scythe is going to come in. Where is he?
Oh,
He's back to base. Niku, he's dying in Fountain. A Wind Ranger trying to go into this dire base. As Niku, he's ticking over. They've got to catch and got the juice, but he's been healed back up to half. Yamish
the
makes a
double
move
lasso?
onto him, but the Cataclysm comes in, and the double lasso on the Chrysalis, and boom, drags them back into the death zone. They're being burnt down. Got the juice. Wind Waker again. Buys some time for him to maybe survive, but he's also got Aegis as a backup plan. Safety net is there.
The first life.
And Maus, they've double bought back to try and hold their high ground here, but still losing out tremendously as Niku goes in for another round of spells on the Chrysalis and mid one. Tornado to hold them back. Got the juice and PMA. They're on boom. He's dead in the mid lane. Dead for 2 minutes now. And got the juice chases Yamish down. A clockwork. Not much left in the tank. The Hurricane Pike forward from the Wind Ranger allows the gap close. And Mao's now in a 3v5 to try and hold on to these tier 4 towers. A lot to do for mid one and Chrysalis.
The Wind Ranger, she's too strong at this point. You don't have a right-click carry. You cannot deal with her. She has so much. Even BKB is off cooldown again. Satanic is soon back. Trying to fend her off, but really the Necro is just wandering around like a sort of annoying flashlight, shining at people, but not really doing much else.
The proverbial laser pointer, just zapping people.
Yes.
But there's the two-man lasso again into the Cataclysm. Na'Vi have done it to him. Buyback from Necro's going to come out, but mid one, he's got a Wind Waker back to try and find safety now as they grip up this PMA bat. There's so many ways to disengage and break free. Niku low distant BKB'd up. Dealing with Chrysalis as PMA pushes mid one and Panther back towards Fountain. Reaper Side's gonna land on the Bat Rider though, getting Chrysalis a kill and maybe restoring health. No, he's dead. 2 minutes gone on the sidelines. Gone for a while, and mid one being burst down. Got the juice, gonna chase him all the way in to kill him off. One hero remains for Maus. It is mid one's Tinker. A 1v5 as Na'Vi have the flurry of buybacks to finish off the mega creeps and look for the tier 4.
Nah, there's no way to stop this. He tries, but he's just gonna get held in place, disabled. Link is only gonna save you so much.
Blast off is so quick, just jumping straight on the Tinker, blowing him up. And there we go, 43 to 31, 48k lead for Na'Vi. When Maus were picking up the pace in those first 20 minutes, it looked good, but they fell short. That hurdle, just too much to jump over.
It's so funny to see the players' reaction afterwards. So different. Like Niku, super animated, got the juice, flies out of his chair, and then you have PMA, who had a crazy game, maybe the craziest game out of them all. And he just calmly like scratches his head a little bit, like, "Wow, that was that was something." As he absolutely owned in this one on Batrider. Impressive stuff from Na'Vi.
Super performance.
Yeah, this is that fight, right, where the Batrider just lasted forever. Basically, it was the dragged out bottom Roche fights. He ends up killing so many, 10,000 damage dealt in one fight, minute 39 as Batrider.
I mean, this was as long as the Lord of the Rings Extended Edition, this fight. We had three books, 50 freaking chapters, tons going on as we had a back and forth over the period of 4 minutes around this Roshan pit.
Tinker tries to stand his ground as well and fight, and this is where Tinker gets a little bit overzealous. He blinks forward, gets some kill. This was a nice play, but here the next blink is the one that I think is a bit overcommitted. He looks for a bit more, and look at his mana pool. It's not very high, and he blinked. You could argue that that was a backwards blink, but not really. He knew that, you know, this is towards action.
Yeah, towards the Roche pit, it's towards action in this situation.
Yeah.
Oh, PMA, yeah, had a great one. Getting on top of that Tinker, an incredible last pick for them.
It was impressive stuff, though, for Mouse. I think they put themselves in a very hard spot with the draft. I mean, I do generally like the flex of putting some offlane heroes as a carry, playing these Necro +1s and so on. I really enjoy it, but I think opening with the Necro into the Doom, I think is too predictable. And adding the Tinker as a last pick, I think really shoehorns you into one horrible spot where you don't have building damage. And they basically lost to living armor. Like, straight up. They can't break the Riddies.
No, you can't. I mean, how do you defeat a guy with 2 gems and a refresher orb? It's undefeatable.
Yeah. There's definitely the man of the hour, though. Holy crap. 90.7% kill participation. Hero damage, absurd for a hero who's an initiator. Yeah, doing 53,000 damage is some serious dish. She did more than the Wind Ranger, by the way. She did 46,000. 56 on the Invoker, slightly higher, but, you know, that's Invoker as well, with Cataclysm, mind you.
Yeah, it's so much easier for him to do that stuff. Great from PMA on that Bat Rider. So many double lassos at the tail end of that game as well. So Na'Vi, they come in, take the game on victory, look pretty good against Maus, who tried something a little funky there with the Necro first pick. We'll see how it develops, though. Game 2 coming away right after the break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back to Na'Vi versus Mouse here as we get ourselves into game 2 of this best of 3 lower bracket for the EU regionals heading to TI 2026. And Na'Vi, a game to the good while getting this best of 3. Mouse falling short with their kind of death ball push strat.
It's a death ball push strat, but it's a push strat without push damage, right? You had sustainability, and that's your only pushing power. No actual cracking building damage. So I didn't like this draft. I feel like it's way too all in. Maybe Mouse feel like they're that far behind Na'Vi in terms of just expectation for the series. But I really would like to prop up the players more than that. I think these are really good players. I think they have the potential to win without doing something so all in. I think they put themselves in a really uncomfortable spot, and Na'Vi just kind of, win by default if the game drags on long enough. I don't think Mouse need to be in that spot.
No, definitely go back to basics and try and figure out how to develop your draft without just throwing everything out there in the early stages of the draft. Immortal Faith got a frown on his face. He's got to figure out what the process is here to try and deal with CY and his draft over on the Na'Vi side. Coach versus coach action here in game 2 as the draft begins.
Yeah, deep in thought, obviously racking their minds a bit, but Na'Vi, credit to them. I think even though their draft was supposed to win by default as it goes late game, they put up a really good fight in the early game as well. We particularly saw some really nice action coming out from PMA together with the 2 supports. I think they held the line really well. I actually don't think that, interestingly, Got the Juice didn't do that much that early, which normally I praise Got the Juice a lot when I cast Na'Vi. But I think he did what a normal carry does, which is carry the game in late game. But early on, he was really saved by the impact of his teammates.
Yeah, even with, all of the Sunstrikes missing in the first portion of the game as well. It was 0 and 8, 0 and 10. Niku had a difficult time connecting them, but then he gets his Aghanim Scepter, gets the Cataclysm going. All of a sudden, we've got these double lassos into Cataplays, which are easily landed. It's very much a case of Na'Vi just getting through that early portion, get towards late game, and Mao's had the entire game flipped on their heads.
5 seconds remaining.
And we'll see here as this draft shapes out. Na'Vi already banning out the Huskar, don't want to deal with that. And Lonerid keeps his 100% ban or pick rate combined. He's been played a little bit, but 98% ban rate or something like that. This hero is going to be out of this game as well.
I think it's also wise to just remove that Treant. You've shown in your hands how strong it can be. A 74% ban rate for the tree. Remove it yourselves. As we get a first pick Shadow Fiend here for Maus, so definitely shifting tact as they get themselves a Chrysalis hero that can stand and deliver. Actually hit towers.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I think feels a bit nicer to actually not have this pressure. I just don't really want to see Tinker and Necro together. I don't want to see Tinker or Necro at all, to be honest, but that's more a personal touch. But the 2 heroes I feel together is just asking for trouble.
Now, the response to this SF has been a difficult one that a lot of teams have tried to find a way to, kill him. Like, him and Drow, kill them in lane, get some Undying with a decay spam into a Hoodwink with a damage output. But it's felt like Undying offlane has fell short more often than not. So I'm not sure if I like that, beat SF in lane but then lose the game kind of situation. For now, they're just going to grab the Clockwork and make sure that there's no SF tree or SF clock combo. And they've got a way to get on top of the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, exactly. It kind of works nicely in both ways. You can sometimes just mess with Shadow Fiend's game, even in the mid-game. You hook shot onto him, drop the cogs, and then run away or fly away as Clockwork. And you kind of leave SF trapped for a little while. Can stun him even through the BKB as well, which is kind of nice. I think primarily this is just a block pick, like you mentioned. Take away the combination, but also leaving them with less options on mouse.
All right, ban out the Darks here, which we've seen used as a tool against some of these ranged agi carries. Not exceptional in the early laning stage, but definitely can put a bit of pressure with the right partnership and dives under tower with twin gate plays. And of course, just later on in the game, a punch in the wall, very annoying to deal with. It's a good shout to get rid of him.
Darkseer is a hero that overall I think you need to respect against players who are good at comboing, and Na'Vi is definitely one of those teams, right? They have a little semblance, in my opinion, to like old VP Polar. I'm talking many years ago. VP Polar used to run this Slardar vacuum combo all the time, and they just had clean execution with it. I get some of those vibes every now and then when I watch Na'Vi and how they throw their spells. Last game was a mess, though. It was a mess because there were so many things happening from both teams. So spells did land and some spells did miss.
Yeah, I mean, they were good with their combos when they could land them. There's just so many Wind Wakers and Lincoln Spheres and stuff being spammed. But a little bit challenging here and there. And then the PMA Batrider also being respect banned. And Shadow Fiend is a hero that can often find himself in front of his team, hitting an objective. If you're able to double the distance with a lasso drag back, can make that life challenging for the Shadow Fiend.
Makes sense to give a lot of credit to PMA after previous games, while banning out both the Darkseer and Batrider. Seeing what he did and how he held the game together, he was definitely looking super good. Calm and collected, Mr. PMA.
And now ban-wise from Na'Vi, do we want to ban Bane?
I mean,
it feels like an okay
also
ban, but it feels also like a bad ban.
It's a fine ban, but you also have Clockwork, so you could just leave the Bane. And oh, actually, Bane was banned by Mouse in first phase. I missed that.
Right.
But yeah, even if it wasn't, I think you could have still have left it here because you have Clockwork, very good at canceling Bane and fighting against him in the mid game. They're gonna snag up Axe for themselves. We have seen Axe do well even against Shadow Fiend. I believe it was Davai Lama who played Axe against SF and actually crushed that lane. We praised him as the MVP after that game, but we'll see if we can have a repeat of that by PMA.
Yeah, it feels like you've got a few options where you can play this Axe Clock as a lane and just play standoffish, drag wave back and be a little bit cheeky with your movement on the lane. Or you can put this Clock 5 and have Axe with a Hoodwink where you're actually pressuring and doing damage with Battle Hunger plus the Bushwhack Acorn Shot being very irritating when they come in conjunction together. I'm really struggling to figure out what Panto's playing in this game, though. Like, do we go back for the Tusk? Do we have like what is the SF lane gonna be? It might be this.
I don't. Yeah, it could be Largo. I feel like this is probably still just post 3 though. But definitely could be. It's pretty nice to have Largo in the lane because Largo actually does allow you to dispel the Battle Hunger as well. And yeah, he did play it before.
I can give you options. I think just trying to figure out what Panto wanted there was the hard part.
Yeah, I think it's similar. Playing Largo against Axe reminds me a bit of like Warlock versus Largo situation where like you rely so heavily on your spell spamming and you just get dispelled by the lick. The same thing can happen here. We'll be curious to see. At least they keep the flex open here. So I would actually like to see them pick up the second support at this point, because that could kind of fake out whether this is an offlane or not on Largo.
And then could we come back a second to the Brew ban? Because that seems like an odd one to me. Does it signal a certain hero pick, or is this just respect to Boom's Brew?
I think it's mostly respect. He plays it really well. I don't necessarily think it telegraphs a particular pick, but Brewmaster is extra good against certain carry heroes that you may have intentions of running. Like if Got the Juice wants to play some hard carry Medusa or whatever, right? You see the SF already. Medusa is a hero who doesn't care about the minus armor. If that's how far ahead they're thinking about it, it's a possibility.
Yeah, some Dusa, some TB, one of these guys, potential there for you. Mao's going to come out with the Keeper of the Light, though. Could be Yamich or Mid-1 playing this Kotl. So also having a little bit of flexibility there. Kind of assuming Yamich's hero, though, just because it is comfort for him. So I think likely we've got our 1, 5, and 4 already picked.
If it is the 5 and 4, though, one thing to be noted is that they don't have the best gank potential between their two supports. The Largo and the Keeper of the Light don't really have an easy way to just run up and stun someone and kill them. Like Largo to some degree, but it's not that sharp.
You need some guy who starts fights, like some Underlord or, I don't know, you would have loved an Axe or a Brew to get in there and do something, from Boom's hands in particular.
Seconds remaining.
And I guess they'll also be looking for some kind of mid-1 Storm or Ember Spirit to get a bit of gap close and catch. Would love that with a Kotl.
They pick up TA anyway on the side of Navi, a hero that, I've spent few thousand hours playing, and overall, it's not a bad TA game. I like TA against Largo. If this is offlane Largo, it gets hard countered by TA, so that's one of the main reasons they pick it here. And that may force them to play the support Largo, which maybe they already wanted to, but at least it takes away that flex.
And there's the Hoodwink with the axe. So kind of as expected, Clockwork moves to 5, plays with a TA turret, and then Hoodwink axe offer quite a lot of ranged damage here.
5 seconds
So
remaining.
if the 5 Largo gets out of position, he's going to get blasted. Or they can just put all focus on the Shadow Fiend and maybe even go for one of these early attempts where, you try lane, kill the SF once, and then go back to normal laning.
Yeah, that would be pretty nice. I wouldn't mind seeing them just kind of camp or at least get the range creep killed, right? Do the whole setup thing where you go for the range creep if the enemy come and contest you, you 3v2 them.
Ooh.
Could be a good opening to the game for Navi. As Tiny gets picked up.
Yeah, so where's he going? Because I think we've seen a bit of everything out of this Tiny. Yeah, look, yeah, exactly. Mainly carry, but mid, offlane, and pos 4 has seen a little bit of play as well.
I mean, carry is where he has looked the best overall, and that's also where he looks the best in pub games right now. So I am also leaning towards wanting to see carry Tiny. I think it's good against Axe. Later on getting Blade Mail called doesn't really feel bad. If it's carry SF and you get Blade Mail called, that's one of the things that can hurt SF as well. So maybe they have plans of going like mid SF, put carry Tiny. But
Or?
it really comes down to what they are feeling on mouse.
Why not pos 4 SF? Why not bring back the Yapzor strat?
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I've seen it.
Boots and mangoes. Just go for razors.
Boots, mangoes, and a smoke. You smoke down, you kill the first creep wave behind the tier 2 tower. You can get level 2 already, and then you can do stuff. Yeah, I actually remember when SF first got the stacking race damage. There was a guy who immediately invented the cutting creep wave level 1 on a support SF, get level 2, and then bully the enemy while your offlaner farms.
Yeah.
Which is an interesting approach.
Seconds remaining.
Well, whichever
don't
way you
think
look
we're
at
gonna
it,
see it.
Mouse has a lot of flexibility with their heroes. They've got a lot of different ways to set up these guys in all the lanes, but they've got to pick their last guy first with the penultimate pick of the draft and taking their sweet time, heading into 10 seconds remaining, all the way through the reserve time to get themselves an Enigma for Boom. So Enigma Tiny lane, Kotl mid, and then Largo SF lane is how I see it.
I really felt it in every fiber of my body that was going to be an Enigma coming in because I didn't see any other good options. The ban outs, like normally we see Centaur here, Centaur with SF, but again, Centaur just gets pretty bodied in a Clockwork TA lane, I think. So I like the Enigma pick a lot more. I think it's a sensible pick. Generally, TA can kill Eidolons, but with good micro, it's hard for her to kill more than one, and she will get harassed by the other ones. So should be a good lane coming out for Enigma.
Yeah, now, Niku, what do you want? Your Cairns and Ember have both been banned out. Do you want a Spirit Hero to be able to play forward into Hoodwink and Clockwork? Or just the Invoker again? Go for some
Imbo.
Sunstrikes.
Okay. I mean, he has Axe, he has Clockwork. Usually that's enough. You also have Bushwhack into that from Hoodwink. So looks pretty clean. And going against a mid one Tiny, I think Evoker is going to have a decent enough time. Last hitting can be hard on the first 2 creep waves, but after that, the game shifts more and more Invoker favored.
Oh, so they do put Yamich on the Kotl and mid one on the Tiny. I really thought it would be the Tiny Enigma lane, because that's such a powerful lane. Even against a TA, just to toss her back into Eidolons, you could fight and kill threat there.
Keeper Light is better on that lane. You can do similar stuff just by blinding lighting towards the Eidolons, letting them do good damage, and then the blinding light mischance actually messes with TA a lot. So the problem with tossing back is that she might just turn around and kill the Eidolons or stand her ground and fight. The blinding light is taking away that option, sort of, with the mischance.
And I guess Kotl is also one of those heroes that you've got to be, from the mid lane, quite a specialist on to keep that tempo going. And I know mid one has played it a bit, but maybe not fully in his comfort zone. But draft versus draft, Na'Vi versus Mouse here in game 2 feels much more standard from Mouse. No more funny business. They've covered all their bases. Your checklist must look pretty good for them.
Yeah, it looks nice. Teamfight is there, push power is there. Lanes are not as strong as maybe I would love to see, but It's definitely acceptable. Largo to counter out the Axe, and then you have the Enigma, who should be doing well in this lane as well. So I definitely think they improved on their draft from the previous game. At the same time, I don't really mind what Navi are doing either. I think their draft is sensible. So good stuff. We get to see both teams with very playable drafts going into this game number 2.
We'll see how it goes. Game 2,
It actually
best of 3.
happens way more often than you would expect, right? That teams just put themselves in a spot where, like, it feels like the draft kind of decided the series, or even decided at least the one game in the series. And I'm not gonna say 100% that's what happened previous game. It wasn't all in. It could have worked, but it's a major component to Dota. And that's why you can't just rely on your coaches to do the entire drafting for you. You need to work a lot together with your coaches.
Yeah, I mean, everything in Dota is about expectations, right? Expectations in terms of hero combinations, pairings, trios, how things work in conjunction as a 5-man, what your opponents are doing, expecting what they're going to be up to, and then counteracting that. If you don't know what your, if your coach and drafter is drafting all the heroes for you, but you don't know how to pilot and execute their game plan and their idea, yeah, you need that structure. That's why so many times when we talk to these players that have these, people like Corbin or Miposhka or Immortal Faith, CY, whoever it might be, the players are always like, yeah, we do a lot of drilling, a lot of practicing, a lot of talking and thinking about how all these heroes interact with each other.
Yeah, it's a routine that a lot of teams, and my experience as well playing in pro games before, a routine that we had a lot of times after draft is like, immediately when the draft is done, you communicate what your goals are and what your vision is, so that everyone is on the same page. Because sometimes, if you don't actively do this, you can have people have a little bit of a different understanding on exactly what timings you're playing on and what you want to do. It sounds very, very random. You'd imagine all pro players to have a very similar view. That's really not the case.
Nope.
Honestly, people have very drastically different views on the game. And they're not necessarily like, oh, one guy is right and one guy is wrong. It's just, an approach kind of thing.
Yeah, that's why, in the early days of Dota, we always used to say being on the same page is better than not being on a page at all. And if you've got all these disparate views and stuff, just having one loud voice, one dictator in the draft and in the game felt good back then, before we had all the coaching staff and stuff pick up the slack in that regard. But we also had a period where so you were one of those teams. Would you pause after a draft and have a little 5-minute chat before the game started?
Hell yeah, that was meta, dude. That was meta back when I played.
Yeah, we had to crack down on that.
Paused.
But it was awful for casters. The draft would end and casters would sit there for 5 minutes like, okay, we've got to pause now. For what reason? And they're just having a chat.
Yeah, teams were just having a chat. Listen, they needed to understand what was going on. No, I mean, it was this weird thing where people started doing it, and then, since everyone else was doing it, if you don't do it, or if you don't take the time to actually think about it, it felt awkward. Or if, say the opponent paused and you just sit there waiting to play, you're wasting time. You should be actively talking.
And there we go. Game 2. Best of 3. Na'Vi are 1-0 up here, as we're down in the lower bracket, heading towards the International 2026. A loss from Mars will dump them out of this. Na'Vi, a victory will push them on forward to face against Hooligani. Our laning stage so far starting out pretty decently for this Tiny at 3-1. But Niku, same story, 3-0 thanks to his Sunstrike.
He's doing a good job with the harassment as well, trying to keep the damage coming into the Tiny. Tiny's gonna be able to get the Forge Spirit though. That's a nice bonus last hit for him. Generally, you want to avoid having any Forge Spirits die. Such a big impact. Extra gold, experience can really swing the lane a bit.
I definitely can. Yeah, that faster bit of regen, that quicker bottle, speedier boots, whatever it might be. Definitely tip the scale. Just keeps the avalanche damage going onto Niku though, making life a little bit more challenging. Has to step back with the Quas and the Tangos, but he'll be fine. And then these side lanes, Enigma keeps the Eidolons going with Yamich behind him. They've got this Enigma 6 last hits. TA is up there at 9-1, got the juice. This is one of his signature heroes. When Na'Vi Jr. burst onto the scene, Got the Juice was playing TA and Sven pretty much every game, I want to say.
Yeah, he's expanded his hero pool a lot since then, and become much more rounded as a carry player overall, but for sure, he plays a phenomenal TA. So far doing very well, and up top actually, Daze got a little bit too close to the SF.
He's dead to the Largo. Oh, he popped the fairy fire, but still fell.
Doing a little bit too much harassment. It's the hard part about playing Hoodwink. You can get carried away, all those auto attacks in the lane. You feel like you can shoot people forever, and suddenly you got licked, pulled back into the SF.
It worked pretty nicely as a combo. Get licked back into a frog stomp raise. And Davies feels the pain. They're going to give it back onto Panto up at top, though, forcing the frog all the way under his tier 1. Oh, down the bottom lane, the TA just trying to spam out these Eidolons. But it's a real challenge for Got the Juice when he's just being pushed around by blinding light.
Yeah.
Twin gate play,
missed
though.
the Sunstrike up top, but we have a gate play by Riddies.
Riddies has come across here. Bushwhack onto Panto. Battle Hunger expires. Level 3 Axe trying to chase Chrysalis under tower with a blood grenade chucked at him. The focal point is the Shadow Fiend still. The Cogs flying through, bouncing around. Chrysalis healed up, though, with a Lotus put on him.
Oh,
Magic Stick popped, and now the salve back up. The Rocket Flare will cancel it, and a Battle Hunger comes in, but the double raises gets Chrysalis the kill. A third raise thrown out there as he turns back onto Daze. The little run around the tree, not going to pay off. The Shadow Fiend finally dying, but Na'Vi had to pay so much just to kill the Shadow Fiend off.
That was a very nice attempt as well coming out. Crystallis, some nice juke shoes there coming in, and the Chakra Magic was a heads-up play, a little bit of extra mana. SF turns it around. Has Got the Juice. Get some extra bonus CS, similar to the mid lane with the Force Spirits. You really don't want to have the Eidolons dying. Importantly, the Enigma doesn't have that many denies. The power of Enigma is just taking over the lane, denying a bunch, holding the lane back, but TA has just pushed the lane and then back to jungle.
And try and find that extra bit of efficiency wherever you can. His axe up at top, left alone for a moment, so he's going to get raised away from that large camp. Pretty imposing force, this Crystallis Shadow Fiend.
Dace steals the creep and denies the creep. Wow, very nice stuff coming out from Dace.
Well, he's died
What's the last
twice. He's got to get some vengeance.
He knows.
There's just non-stop Eidolons down here as well. And Chakra Magic, boom, spamming them out. Constant pressure means pulling small camp is an absolute nightmare for Na'Vi.
Yeah, he even farmed up the small camp, so not much options for him. And we might see a move from Panto. He's thinking about going through the gates. He's at least gonna go and check it. There's actually Riddies coming through the gate already.
Well, Daze is looking at mid one in this mid lane. Niku with a Blood Grenade and Sunstrike. They've caught the Tiny with a good Bushwhack. There you go. Giving it to mid one's Tiny.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Always these little bit unexpected ganks, right? Showing up at the 5-10 mark, not showing up at the 6-minute mark. This is so often successful, honestly. The amount of times that you and I have seen ganks at 5-10 result in a kill, I swear it's one of the highest kill highest kill success rates out there.
Yeah, it feels like it happens every time. Right, it's always that conversation about just trying to be ahead of the curve, trying to be that one step ahead in terms of aggression or greed or whatever it might be. And Riddies, well, he goes for the TP home. Under dire vision, got scouted out, got chased by the Largo and the Shadow Fiend, but he's protected PMA. The Axe can continue farming and dragging waves into camps, so Axe very happy with the state of affairs. While down a bottom lane, Daze trying to scurry back into the tree line. Breaks away from Yamich and boom. Survives, and thanks to Riddies and Got the Juice presence, they don't lose any lives.
Don't lose anything, but they saw Riddies and then they can just back out saying, okay, we're only committing 2 heroes, let's chill, there's 3 enemies, and they're actually gonna have a friend coming in from behind as Mr. Largo himself, TA, pretty far up on the lane,
Radiant are
but Clockwork sees the frog.
Panto way out here, not in his natural habitat. He's going to lick off the Blood Grenade and walk back into the tree line, so he's going to be okay. And then off camera, we actually had Tiny clear out the medium camp that had been stacked on that left-hand side. Mid one with a nice little move there, just shifts in, gathers up the bonus gold that Na'Vi had been building for themselves.
Yeah, I really enjoy what we're seeing from PMA, by the way, right now. Just cutting behind, farming in the dangerous area. I say dangerous, but in reality, this might sometimes be the safer area. Go and cut the creep wave. This is so far away for Tiny to make a backwards move and gank this. It's not a good feeling. Say you do TP over there and kill him, then you're just stuck in a no man's land.
Yeah, also just the a matter of finding him. PMA maybe trying to play Mecha Chameleon, just going to paint himself as a tree over on this dire side of the map. You can't see me. I'm invisible. I'm a neutral creep farming your jungle.
Monkey King just sitting in a creep camp, chilling.
Bottom tier 1, already claimed up though. There we go. 8 minutes into the game. Tier 1 tower dead.
Okay, they're getting tired of the Zax finally moving up the Largo, setting up. Now they could think about TPing in Tiny. But Tiny doesn't have any mana to work with, really. I guess he has Soul Ring. It's gonna be Crystallis.
No, I don't know.
Oh, they don't even see him.
They want to
Oh,
go for
that's
the
awkward.
8-minute rune. Yeah, they're just walking right past the axe, bypass PMA and go top rune spawn, but it has spawned bottom. And the haste for the clockwork. Did Mouse kill a tier 1 in the previous game? I lost track.
Oh, no.
No. So they've already
No,
beaten.
I don't think so.
They've already beaten their record then. There, 8-minute tier 1
Yes.
tower. I'm feeling much better about things.
Significantly better. I mean, it does help that they picked 3 heroes who all push towers. Enigma, SF, Tiny.
Correct.
They don't have any shortage of building damage now.
They do not. And Chrysalis with his Falcon Blade. Going into that Manta style next. When do you decide if it's Mask of Madness or Falcon Blade or Manta Rush or...
I mean, I think overall, I'm leaning towards just Mask of Madness being worth it. But if you really think that you need Manta as soon as possible because there's something you want to dispel, I can see that being good. Here, it may not seem obvious that there's stuff to dispel, but, you know, Cold Snap, Battle Hunger, and importantly, Meld and TA Trap are actually pretty good to dispel as well. TA struggles quite hard to kill something if they have Manta Style because when her Meld attack is in the air, you can even Meld and Disjoint it. So not just Dispel, but Disjoint, and that's a very powerful thing.
Right, that disjoint against the axe, against the Hoodwink also could come into play if you're able to get away from a call or a bushwhack or something.
True.
Do we still have the trainer minigame? The custom game? Does that still exist?
Yeah.
Good, good.
Yeah, I played that a little bit. That's a funny one where you get to dodge different abilities.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Stacks being taken finally by PMA. Daze was circling on the map saying, hey, guys, I've built up bank here. Tiny's stolen it once. Don't let it happen again, please. So Hank is going to come in and finish off his Blade Mail while mid lane, Clockwork is going to get pushed back down in towards the waiting arms of mid one's Tiny. And Largo's
Walked a
guarding.
little bit too close.
Amplified damage rune. Going to get denied out, but he licks back Daze. Not able to catch up to the squirrel.
And no level 6 on the Caudal yet, so can't quite solar bind and hold them in place there for his team, but they're going to push down mid. They have the drums, of course, being put to use. And uncomfortable for Invoker. He doesn't really want to have this many heroes show up on his lane this early on him.
No, not comfortable for him.
Radiant's middle tower
But
is under attack.
TA having a pretty happy time, accelerating quickly, and I'd argue Axe the happiest of all. Top of the net worth for PMA after clearing all those stacks. Gets to play out through that top lane and get a bit closer to Blink Dagger, which is honestly only 1,000 gold away.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah, it's a super early timing, and it's the result of him cutting behind the creep wave top. The moment we saw him sitting there, just farming the creep wave, going jungle, farming creep wave, going jungle, it's exactly what every Axe player wants to do or should aim to do.
And Panto still trying to stack camps. Misses out on the large one, but does get the medium built up. Something that Tiny can come back and clear. And so far, yeah, much stronger showing in the early game from Mouse. Getting on the map, claiming objectives, now able to cut down into that bottom jungle. The worry for me is that they've not had a chance to shut down this TA too much. Like, Got the Juice now has free reign to go wherever he wants. Farm bot jungle, left side of the map, wherever he goes.
Yeah, there's big potential coming up on the horizon here for Navi. Partly from TA and Herdeso, but even more so the Blink Dagger, as we talked about earlier on Axe. 800 gold to go, he will have it, and then they're really going to be able to make some moves. Invoker also trying to open up that mid tower. After losing his own, he ran up and Meteor hammered the enemy mid tower, trying to restore balance.
Well, Blink reveal out of mid one, though. Gets a catch onto Niku. Tosses him in towards the Cottle. He's going to go for the TP Ghost Walk, and he's out of there. Even under reveal, they had no more stuns.
Good reflex.
Radiant's top
Those
tower
that stuns are gone. Daze also dodges the dust, so he's going to be fine.
lose a couple of these medium camps to the mid one. Tiny, but not a big deal if you get your Invoker out of danger like that.
Yeah, I think it's fine. They have their own timings to play for. Sure, you lose a little bit here, but like mentioned earlier, the TA is getting very close. Only 200 more gold for the Desto. Just going for a standard build, the max meld with side blades.
Oh, jump in for Riddies.
He's getting dogpiled.
Annihilated. I was thinking that the pressure is building up here. Maus are rallying around the Shadow Fiend, bringing all the numbers up towards top, but then mid one just gets isolated. And all of a sudden, that pressure build up and just steams out the spout at the top.
Top tower has fallen.
The Shadow
I
Fiend
think it
does
was
get the
necessary
tower.
punishment. They were basically showing one hero on every lane. Enigma showing himself bottom, showing SF top, and then Tiny on mid lane. So anytime that you see 3 heroes showing on different lanes in Pro Dota, that's typically a moment where the other team could punish. 2 lanes is, you know, kind of fine. 3 lanes is illegal. Holy.
Ooh, black hole right on the hoodwink. Some serious hate for days.
Yeah. Boom subscribes to the idea of just use your ulti and get a kill. That's a good idea in the early game for Enigma. I mean, ideally, with the blink reveal, maybe you would want to catch a bigger kill than just the hoodwink, but still pretty acceptable.
And Radiant Scan connects. Na'Vi knows that something's coming. Dire Scan turns red on the axe, though, as PMA blink into blink. Dodges the initiation from mid one, who attempted to go high ground blind. The smoke is still here from a couple on Maus. Na'Vi bringing a few heroes to defend their tier 2 top. It's a difficult push to make as Maus, though. They're trying to reset, reposition, run back as the jump call. Axe and Riddies making a go on mid one. Clockwork out in the open, though, as PMA. There we go on Chrysalis and mid one, returning damage back onto them. And this Axe close to being able to dunk one down. He's been tossed into the ground, finished off. As Maus, they retreat, lose their frog, got the juice. Niku, he's blown up. Boom comes back in with another round of spells, and the Templar Assassin just being annihilated by these Eidolons, man.
Yeah, stuck on the low ground there. Really bad spot for her to be in. And nice little play. He was the only one who died on his team, but Panto, I think, was probably still the MVP there. He hopped in front of the Hoodwink ulti, keeping his SF safe, making sure he doesn't die to the axe jump. So, yeah, great play from the entire lineup of Maus, handling that fight well.
2,000 gold into their pocket, 4,000 experience. A big old team fight in a position that felt a little bit awkward. But they got the ward coverage down, they set up nicely, didn't break ranks. And yeah, you see the graph suddenly pummeling them all the way straight down in towards this Maus side.
Maybe a bit of disrespect. They saw that there's no Enigma Black Hole and thought easy fight. Also, they're gonna go for the Enigma right now.
Attempt on him. And blink call into Sunstrike. Bushwhack to follow through. Well executed to get the dunk. That's what they thought was going to happen top lane. Or Niku, yeah, you're right. In his bottom jungle, licked back into the Tiny, who picks up a killing spree.
Surprising kill.
As Tiny's just non-stop, getting Chakra Magic'd up. He's got another combo. Spends on the creep camp, though, so doesn't have it for Got the Juice, who opens up with the damage onto Panto. Mid one maybe regretting killing off that neutral camp. Could have had another attempt here.
A little bit of awkward situation there, but Got the Juice with a nice move coming in. This is what I was looking for, you know, for him in the Wind Ranger game. I was hoping that he would connect a little bit more early, but here we see him even before the Blink Dagger. He's trying, right? The top fight didn't go their way, but even here he connects and gets the punishment.
Chrysalis gonna mirror. TA farms Ancients on the left. Chrysalis gonna farm Ancients on the right. Maus grouping up again, though, really utilizing this Blink Dagger of Tiny to its fullest. Black Hole is ready as well for Boom, so they're looking for a big opening here where they can maybe control up an area as we head towards Tormentor time. So far, though, Na'Vi have dodged the best of it. Get away with a Riddy's hookshot to safety. And PMA twin gating, or thinking about twin gating.
Okay, runs away. Probably the wiser choice,
Yeah.
not taking any risks. Get himself to safety. But yeah, bottom area being heavily controlled by Dire means they can think about taking Roche. It's not super easy though. The enemy team has Sunstrike, they have Axe, they have, you know, Clockwork with the rocket scouting it.
Forge Spirit's going to walk across, see that Maus are all set up in this area.
Top tower has fallen.
If they're able to take Roshan here, a pretty big deal against these TA lineups who love to go and grab that early Roshan. Shutting down Na'Vi's opportunity to do so.
Yeah, I want to say they shouldn't give this away, but I think they're respecting Black Hole, saying that, you know what, it's a bit scary fighting right now. Let's play towards the timings instead. They don't have everything they want. Like, TA doesn't have her Blink Dagger yet, so very hard for her to get a good position in the fight.
Yeah, trading out farm for Roche. Push out this top lane and got the juice to that Blink. And there's Aegis for Crystalis. Shadow Fiend ready to stand tall. And this mid one Tiny still has an Arcane Rune. And probably wants to have a brawl sooner rather than later. Chakra Magic Arcane Tiny. He's ready to jump again. He just cast his combo on the creep wave. He doesn't get the toss back on Riddy. He's lick back though. That's what's going to do the job.
Yeah, very good combo. So much damage coming out. The Solar Bind as well, amplifying that damage coming in, as all of it is magical. I like mid one's itemization choice again. He really likes going for his second item Aghanim Scepter. He did it on Storm. Now he's going to do it on Tiny. Blink, straight Ags.
That's a good item. I mean, Aghanim Scepter on every hero is a good item.
Thanks. I mean, it's Tiny is one of those where people also usually don't go for a second item, and same story with Storm. So Midway is just a little bit of a, you know, he's a daredevil. He tries something that others are not doing.
Yeah, he's a pioneer.
It's really good.
He's a pioneer. He's looking for gold in them there hills. Or those trees. There's gold in the trees. That's why he's picking them up and throwing them.
Yeah. Tier 2 for tier 2, equal trade as Crystalis is pushing, as well as got the juice.
Or maybe the Treant in game 1 unlocked a primal rage within mid 1. He's like, give me Tiny and let me buy Aghanim Scepter. I want to take out all of my frustrations on these freaking trees.
Maybe. They're standing right on top of an observer ward right now. Not that easy for them to punish it on the side of Na'Vi, though. Na'Vi's still just giving up out their buildings.
Yeah,
this time they don't get a trade for it as well.
Don't. Really looking for this later timing. So now it's not just the blink on TA, kind of waiting for the Hurricane Pike. BKB Axe is obviously a big one as well.
Yeah, it would be nice to have so he doesn't just die when he blinks in, because he can blink in and call something, but if he immediately dies, it's not a great vibe.
Man, if this Invoker's locked in the base, he's getting pretty poor. And sub 9k net worth, can't really get out there. Forge Spirit's going to get immediately dispatched by the Shadow Fiend. And Mao.
I was actually just checking if Invoker had an item on Courier and realized, no, there's nothing.
No, same thing. I was like, does he have half a BKB or anything? But no. Oh, the cogs. Well done to stop the toss back. Mid one doesn't get the latch onto the Invoker, which could have been a straight up kill. Saved by Riddies. Meanwhile, Daze hiding in the trees. Guys, they're going to come for Torm. I'm ready. I'm set up for it. Yeah, about that. They're going high ground, actually. They're hitting your tier 3.
Yeah, they're on here. TA can try and defend with the traps. They're shooting some Clockwork Cogs, but SF is still not deterred. And Axe, how close are we? Still a while to go. Yeah, he's not going to get the BKB that shortly. I think they're happy now, though. They did some building damage. This may seem like nothing was achieved, but really doing that bit of damage makes the future high ground push so much easier.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. And even just the threat of like pushing wave and someone has to come back and defend against creeps because they don't want to lose this tier 3 causes issues down the line. It's just a permanent thorn in your side that you have to come and maintain.
It really is. Tiny finds a DD rune as he goes back as well, so it's going to be very nice for him in the next fight. The Aghanim Scepter benefiting so much from it. And Tormentor, again, not contested. So Na'Vi really just saying, wait, we need to get some items. We need to build up a little bit more.
Yeah, and to be fair, you know, net worth-wise, there's not that much of a gap being created. Mao's are playing this 5-man group up, move towards objectives, getting all of the objectives, but leaving a lot of map space for Na'Vi to inhabit. And now Smoke, pre-Axe BKB. Daze has been caught in the bottom right corner and blown up, but Na'Vi are moving to try and fight down here.
It's been scouted, though. The couriers are flying over observer wards back and forth, so I think they are very aware of what's happening. They're actually going to go back and say they want to fight it, though. Oh, boy. Let's see if this is the right call.
Riddies. Oh, he's just going to get jumped by mid one. Yeah, gets slammed into the ground. The trees tossed at him.
Quick takedown. TA goes for a TP out. Should be in time. And Coddle does not spot her TPing out. Overall, Na'Vi just on the back foot. Not quite as fast as Mouse, who are losing ages in 15 seconds. So a bit awkward if they wanted to go high ground now.
Maybe mid one is just like, I don't know, a brutalist tech bro. He hates trees. Game one, he's playing Tinker. Like, Mao's had that setup, right? They hate the trees. They've got all this technology. Now he's played Tiny, where he's destroying forests.
He loves trees. He's holding one.
And then
You know?
throwing them.
You truly love trees if you carry one with you everywhere, right?
Yeah, that's how it works.
And then he shares them with his friends.
Oh, hello. Jump on the
And he's
shadow
gonna do it
feet.
now.
Licked back and sharing the
He has
trees.
some
Mid one tries to throw some at them. Blinks in, but then gets pushed back. Crystal is pushed back, but gets a bit of distance. In comes Boom, though. BKB Black Hole cancelled by Hookshot.
What a hook shot.
Traps the Enigma in the cogs. Now he's licked away from it. As Riddy's looks like he's the first and only one to die.
Yeah, a little bit awkward fight so far, but at least Black Hole is on cooldown, so Clockwork will respawn in 20.
PMA.
Still defend this.
Blade Mail return damage. Crystal is dying. They need to heal him, drift him, force out of danger. Mid one made a jump onto got the juice, but can't get the kill over there as he's a tanky Tiny getting a bit of distance with another lick back. Mao's able to escape without losing anybody, and the sustain and heal.
Sustain, yeah.
Cottle and
It's crazy.
Largo. So much to keep this push going.
Yeah, the mana is absolutely crazy as well, just spamming the chakras.
That's non-stop. Got Medallion, drums on the Shadow Fiend. Manta dodges the call. There we go. He's been practicing. Tiny made a jump, but Tornado counteracts it. Tiny now in trouble. Sharpshooter kills him. Niku picks up the final touch. And the chase towards him. Sunstrike,
Oh,
Rocket
yes,
Flare,
shot.
giving vision over to Panto. A hook shot in from Riddies. Gets a grab on the Largo. TA struggling to do damage, and PMA doesn't land the call, but they've got the follow-through here to take him down a notch.
Got the juice. Very nice Sideblade spill there to get the kill. Unfortunately, no Deso stacks for him on that kill. You need to land the auto attack on the enemy. Sideblade kills from traps do not count.
That's upsetting.
It is very upsetting.
Like, what
I
the
feel
hell, actually?
Any kill should get it, right? But you need to put the Desolator debuff on the enemy for you to get Deso charges. That's why if you have two people on the same team with Deso, only the first one to apply the Deso debuff on the enemy will get a Deso charge when the target dies. Oh, SF hiding behind a tree.
I've been
Hit gets
called. PMA's there. Finds the opening. Down you go. That's a huge pickoff.
Na'Vi first with a good defense and now finds the massive takedown as well to allow them to get onto the field and just get some map control going. And these PKP timings could really change the game because Dire, they are pretty spell dependent still, and being able to go in with nothing to bother you is changing PMA's game. Same for TA now, sending out her BKB.
For the first time, it felt like whatever. Forever in this game. It's Na'Vi playing aggressively across the river.
Yeah. Invoker got spotted by the Sentry Ward combo. Wanna go on him, but just gonna be a pressure on mid.
And Glyph up for the tier 2. 2 minutes left for Roshan. We know that, but the teams are going to be trying to control up that nighttime Roach pit as soon as possible. And there goes the tower.
Thank God TA doesn't know when Roche spawns anymore. She actually has a useful innate. She has the inner piece.
I mean, useful. That was so good.
It was shit. It was really shit.
It was incredible. Having TA and Oracle on the same team. Oh, beautiful. You know everything.
It was so shit that they put it onto Oracle, and it doesn't really change it. Oracle's still not picked, even though he got both innates. They gave him TA's innate for free, and people are still not picking him. That's how shit it is, okay? It's shit.
Poor Oracle. My little boy. So
Poor
many
Oracle.
spells and so little impact.
I mean, the rune knowledge is insane, though. That shit is fucking bonkers. Knowing where the rune spawns.
Just prognosticating everything.
Yeah.
Days hiding in the trees.
He's looking to set up, knows that he could kill a support together with a Sunstrike, but has to be careful. There are so many heroes here.
Yeah, avalanche into the treetops.
Oh my god.
Your habitat has been destroyed. The Rockman has arrived. Daze.
A lot of rocks.
Maze, a maze, a maze. Why are you here, squirrel? Question. Poor
Little squirrel. They're chasing. Yamich is hunting.
That's just a big ball up from Mouse, though. This is how they play. This is how they have played since freaking Wallachia 6 or whatever, the one that they won. Grouping up together, playing this very tight-knit game plan to storm across the map. Don't give any targets to your opponents. No stragglers, no one left behind. Does leave you a little bit open to the split push and the farming of Na'Vi, but it also means you're very strong when you're grouped around objectives like Roshan, who's about to spawn.
Yeah, they want to play to a strength of their lineup. They have the Black Hole, they have SF ulti, and Tiny with all his spells. It's a pretty strong 5-man constellation. However, on the side of Na'Vi, I like what they're doing more. The split push top and the TP back regroup, and I think they should be in time for this contest as well, especially with the Roar. Not the easiest here against the Rocket Flare. Can't get vision.
They'll see everything. And TA not smoked. Trying to rejoin through that bottom jungle as Riddies is going to ping some cogs into the pit. Mouse smoke themselves and draw the line for the long wraparound. Mid one's not a part of this smoke, though.
SF is going for a butterfly, but TA is queued up not 1 but 2 MKBs to counter him.
2 MKBs, Wagga. That's insane.
Especially as he has no inventory slots for it, really.
It's almost as crazy as ordering 4 Nans.
Oh, I would order more. Yeah, you're right. 4 is crazy. You need at least 6.
Roshan being attempted already by Mouse. They're in the pit. Rocket Flare's going to scout it. And Na'Vi. Right, it's time to make a move. Still some hits in there with the Side Blade trap. Mouse not giving up on this, just sustaining through the Roshan damage with the Frog and the Kotl.
Just watching the Enigma. See his positioning.
Sharpshooter. Chucked into the Roche pit. Doesn't land on Crystallis, though. Illuminate's keeping him topped up. Na'Vi trying to make a move on this. Tiny with a hook shot. Meatball landing in. Mid one's low. Jump in. Crystallis snatches Aegis. SF's fine. Now the Black Hole on PMA and Daze. Riddies caught inside. 3 down as Boom picks up the triple kill.
Oh my god, Crystallis just styling on them. He takes the Aegis faster than 3 players who are on top of it out of the Na'Vi lineup. And then he Hurricane Pikes out, leaving them trapped in their own cogs, and then the Black Hole landing on 3. Beautiful stuff coming out there. I can't believe they didn't get the call on him. Did he get stunned first? I think Avalanche hit him when he blinked in. I need to see a recap of that. I think Axe may not have had anything to protect himself when he jumped in. The BKB on cooldown or just clicked too late?
I just got Avalanche Frog stomped into Black Hole.
Yeah. Did he BKB right after or did he have to BKB before that though? I didn't see his... I was staring at Enigma.
We'll see it back in the replay. Mid one did a great job here bodyguarding the entry points.
Yeah, so here they're bothering the Axe. Look at that. Eidolon's coming up, messing with him. And then he finally gets his blink here. And he's just avalanched. Dude. And then he BKBs. Now PMA. I'm pretty sure he had BKB off cooldown and ready there. He just blinked in without using it. The classic.
Yeah, that's a rough mistake.
Tiny.
Got the juice.
Catches TA, but BKB TP.
Off you pop. Back to Fountain. 9 to 18. Shadowfiend now with Aegis. Mouse once more. Game in their hands. Sat in the driving seat. But who's holding the steering wheel?
All of them. And you pull in one direction each. I want to go this way.
Mid one, take the wheel. Drifting down to the bottom lane. Crystallis trying to drag him back up to top. Still doesn't feel super comfortable, though. Like, whenever Black Hole is down, obviously Na'Vi have this window, moment to strike. But even when Black Hole has been up, there's still a dead even game by the net worth. TA is still up at the top with 21,500 to her name.
It's a close game. Both teams have some stuff going for them, but I do think that Mouse have a pretty good advantage in having Enigma as the game goes later. Yes, I put a lot of value on Axe and Invoker as well, but just overall, the lineup on Dire looks really fearsome as we head late. The SF and Enigma will be pretty oppressive. Oh, nearly came in with the Invoker Sunstrike Steel and Tormentor. Couldn't quite get it though.
56% to Na'Vi even. I'm favoring this TA, maybe going late game. Mid one back into the Echo Saber after this Shard and BKB. Trying to scale back into a right-clicker Tiny so we can actually fill the gap.
Yeah, we have the smoke around going behind Axe. Needs to get onto a good target. It does have Shivas along with BKB and Blade Mail, so he's pretty tanky. Oh, this is a good loop around. Can they get on Enigma? That fight would be a lot easier.
That is the big target,
Oh,
right? They found him. This is a BKB Aghanim Scepter, Black Hole Enigma who's been blasted off the face of the map. Now mid one, the focal point, being targeted by Got the Juice with a minus armor and damage. They've blown him up. Tiny's gone, even with the toss back. Got the Juice licked back in towards the SF, but they protected him. Bought time for the TA to dip away, and now PMA gets the call into damage on Crystallis. First life gone. Mao's in disarray as the TA shreds them, rips them apart. And we see why Dota Plus were favoring them as they head into this team fight. With the upper hand, PMA calls again. Crystallis being held in place, tries to raise back into them, but Got the Juice unloads the damage.
That was just a beautiful wraparound. They loop all the way back around, get the perfect vision on Enigma, who did have a hard time hiding. He was kind of in the open, standing on the lane, not hiding in the trees. He should have listened to the ancient wisdom of the trees, but unfortunately, get spotted, and that's basically the end of the team fight. The moment he gets caught there, they're all just sitting ducks. Because now, Navi do not get punished if they clump up. All of them can just jump on top of SF, you know, and at that point, SF doesn't stand too well.
Finding that Enigma first. Spot on stuff, though.
Yeah.
I was looking at his items thinking, oh god, BKB, Aghanim Scepter, and Shard. This next fight's hard for Na'Vi. And they say, no, actually, it's quite easy, you see?
Dire's bottom tower.
Yeah, I mean, it was an ambitious push, but unfortunately the position was just not really ideal. Maybe he needs to pick up like a Shadow Blade or something for himself and Enigma. Just be sneaky.
Yeah, might do. I have to. Or just
Octarine queued up now. Octarine plus Refresher would of course be a crazy power spike.
start stockpiling smokes. Just buy them for yourself. No one's allowed to smoke except me. Day's gonna feel the pain from a toss and lose the gem as well.
Okay. Some good stuff coming back their way. The net worth lead still isn't that big for Radiant, only 7,000 gold. Still anyone's game here.
Yeah, still super close.
TA, by the way, opted to go for the Daedalus completion before going back for an MKB. She thought about the MKB first, but after the one fight on Roche, not the fight on Roche, they won the lost fight on Roche, she chose to go for Daedalus instead.
So instead of 2 MKBs, it's 1 MKB in a Daedalus?
Yeah, it's crazy stuff, honestly. This is unheard of. But in you know, serious notes, Daedalus is very strong on TA always, since you have that bonus damage. Getting a crit really feels nice. And it's usually, you know, what we saw happen in the previous fight, leaving SF to last is pretty common. And then it makes sense to go Daedalus just to kill the rest of his team faster. Yeah. Like Tiny takes an absurd amount of damage from TA.
Oh, absolutely.
The mystery.
I'm a little worried for Mouse's morale heading into this late game, though. Because they've had a couple of Aegis pushes now not really pay off. Okay, they got a tier 3 in a ranged ranks, but this was meant to be a full set and then take control of, you know, enemy outpost, right? It was meant to be a 2 or 3 part movie.
Oh, Axis going for Tiny.
Is he looking for
Can
mid
he get
one?
onto him?
There's a bushwhack landing. Boomerang as well. They break the trees with Midnight Pulse. Nice by Boom. Just to set the Tiny free.
You've seen Boom's quick buy right now? I think he's listening to broadcast here. He's queued up a Shadow Blade on the Enigma.
He's identified the same problem you have.
Yeah. No, I think he needs to hide. It's tempting to have this Octarine plus Refresher and be the ultimate powerhouse late game, but in reality, one good black hole is better than no black hole at all.
I mean, that is for sure, I think, one of my biggest weaknesses heading into any game is that I love to pre-plan strategies and think, okay, this is my ideal 6 slot, or this is my ideal, you know, RimWorld base, or whatever it might be, my ideal Age of Empires starting build.
The design.
Yeah. I like to design, like, okay, and then you get 7 minutes in, oh shit, I can't do any of the things I planned. What am I meant to do now? Being able to adapt on the fly, you know, one of the greatest skills to have as these pro players. Figuring out what is the mistake I've made, what is the way to patch it up, or what is the way to advance my own game in a way that wasn't involved in the initial planning stage?
Yeah, I think what a lot of these pro players have basically, and at least from my point of view, is that you end up having like 2, maybe 3 different styles or itemization builds that you have for a hero. And then
Loadouts.
small deviations in there. Yeah, you have like 3 main loadouts, and it's like, okay, I'm gonna go down Route A. And when you go to Route A, if you run into trouble, you then have a few deviations. Like, oh, I will do this. And then, of course, sometimes everything goes out the window, and you're like, you know, screw it, I'm buying an Aeon disc on TB or whatever, you know, like we're doing something wild here.
Or
But
Shadowblade on
basically,
Enigma.
it's still pretty designed, though. It's still following an overall idea.
Yeah, just not a locked thing, which I definitely struggle with.
The lower the MMR, the more locked the item builds typically,
Yeah.
from what I see.
Oh, thanks,
High
Margo.
MMR, you stay pretty open. No, I mean, you're still pretty open then, you know? It's good.
TA shows on the mid lane, immediately sees Chrysalis and backs up. As we prepare ourselves for another Roshan fight in this series, I cannot wait. We've had so many sick battles and standoffs, but
They pass the bottle immediately to Chrysalis for the Steeder rune.
yeah. That's a big one. That's huge for Mouse. And readying themselves in this mid lane with a
Smoking around.
little bit of dire vision in this mid lane as well. 3 observer wards, tons of coverage.
They're so ready for it this time. They're not gonna let the same trick fool them twice. Look at how they put down their observer wards, and I bet you they're gonna start shifting the positioning as well. As they don't see anyone defending bottom and mid, the Enigma is gonna shift to be like more bottom positioned here and not be the one standing highest up. See? He's letting his friends go above him so that he's not the break on the smoke here.
And there it is.
Some
PMA
support
still
there.
gets a jump on Chrysalis, though. Finds the opening. Boom with the black hole. It's on. Got the juice, but it's cancelled immediately
no.
by the Riddies. They've stopped them in their tracks. Shadowfiend gone. Frog out. Enigma dead. Na'Vi come in and swoop through with a triple on PMA. A double on Got the Juice. It was a trap.
That was so fast. This is also the power of the Blink Dagger on Clockwork. He always lands these immediate hook shots, and you may think to yourself right now as a viewer, what the hell, dude? How does Clockwork always line up against the Enigma so fast? But it has Blink. This is a big power of the Blink build. You actually can reposition to land a clean hook shot every single day of the week. We get to see a replay here of how it happened. I bet you it blinked right before the hook shot. Blink, hook shot. There it is.
Straight into the middle of them. PMA again, though. Smoke breaks, reacts, jumps up high ground. Very fortunate he finds the Shadowfiend there, right? Because he doesn't necessarily have full information or vision of what's going on.
Yeah.
And a massive swing. 6-7k swing back into the hands of Na'Vi. And that TA
Massive
outputting
amount of,
tremendous amounts of damage.
Yeah, she has the Alacrity, the Flayer's Boda, got the Shard now for even more refraction damage, and yeah, she's absolutely tearing through this building. And with Black Hole on cooldown, Aegis in hand, this is really big problems for Mouse to try and solve.
Yeah, they struggled to kill off a range rack's bottom, and Na'Vi are like, this is actually how you kill buildings, Mouse. You've had difficulties this entire series, but you click them.
Dire's middle barracks are under
Yeah, just send in Got the Juice. Worked in last game.
Send in Forge Spirits as well. Kill off this melee barracks, which is, well, what, a hit away from death, now finished off. So melee mid, melee top. Advantage Na'Vi with a 23k lead.
Oh, they're playing amazing, honestly. The reactions, even if the Black Hole was good there onto, you know, the correct target, getting on the TA, it did not matter at all.
Dire's courage.
Just such a quick cancel coming out.
I'm
I
gonna
have to say the Tiny has really fallen off as well. I don't really feel his impact as much. Like, his stats are okay, 7, 5, and 7,
Yeah.
but he just can't stand toe-to-toe at all against TA, and his damage output is pretty low now.
No, it feels like Axe is doing the job that Tiny wants to do much better than he's doing.
Yeah, it's also Invoker has Refresher Shard and Aghanim Scepter ready.
Boy.
So once we get a call now, we might get 4 Sunstrikes on top of that poor guy.
This one doesn't get the toss back either. A blink away, just good enough. So TA can come back in for the tier 3 take. Na'Vi being delicate with this approach though. Hiding a few heroes behind the TA. Alacrity on the catapult. And a Hurricane Pike pushback again from Got the Juice. Gets the distance as he dodges every attempt that mid one throws at him. Got the juice is just a step ahead. A bridge too far, but boom, the 3-man, 4-man, not cancelled. Riddies, he's in again. Hookshot stops it. So Got the Juice can get the damage back out onto Boom now as well. First life down of the TA. Boom tossed back in towards PMA. But the BKBs are up for Na'Vi. They've got a second round of battling from the Templar Assassin as well to dive past the barracks. Mao's in disarray, trying to dodge away from danger, but PMA makes another jump straight onto the Panto Frog. Sent back to the spawning pools now as Na'Vi claim the mega creeps. All the racks have fallen.
And spells are available still. The refresher was used on Invoker, has some auto spells ready. No BKB on the SF.
And they jump in
called.
straight on the mid one. Cataclysm comes in as well. They've blown up the Tiny, dead with no buyback. And Enigma has no black hole. They've got no abilities, Mouse. They've got nothing left to give. The tank is empty. GG called. They say it's over.
They realize that it's not a moment too early. They have buyback on Caudle, but what can 3 heroes do against such terrifying power as is the Navi's lineup as we go into this stage? And I think they broke the game at an important time. If this game had dragged out to real late game stage with like the refresher dream that Boom had earlier on, then they would be favored, but they hit this insane power spike. 2 amazing smoke wraparounds, and honestly my MVP for the game, personally, Riddies. That clockwork landed, what, 3 or 4 insta cancels on the black hole with the hook shots.
Perfect.
He just did everything he needed to do.
Yeah, I'm really happy for him as well, because we saw in the player cams earlier on, he's blowing his nose, sneezing, coughing, looks like he's got a bit of a cold, but still showing up hot here, even under the weather. Taking Mouse down 2-0. And a day which I thought would be full of 2-1s ends up with a couple of 2-0s as we lose Enjoy, we lose Mouse, watching Hooligani and Na'Vi take them down and move forward to face against each other later on in the bracket.
Yeah, that's going to be an exciting match as well, especially with how well Hooligani played in their most recent series. I think they could actually put up a fight, but Na'Vi, of course, just very, very impressive stuff coming out here, making Mouse look pretty easy. Game 2, at least, these wraparounds were amazing from them. Yeah, Mouse did have a lot going for them, though. I like that they didn't go for an all-in strat and had more balance. You know, I like this game 2 a lot more than game 1 from them.
Way better draft. But yeah, game 1 kind of handing over an easy victory to Na'Vi, set them in this position where they're down and behind for the majority of the time. And this was the big deal breaker. PMA with the jump up to high ground, and yeah, Clock with that jump on the Enigma.
Nah, he was all over him. Just must be the most frustrating game ever to play for Boom here. Just wanted to get some impact with these black holes, but ultimately couldn't really catch it, and this made Got the Juice's game quite easy. The TA got some crazy damage going and just kept auto-attacking down everybody, and the rest of the heroes on Mouse don't really deal with TA. Like, Caudle doesn't do anything to her, Largo doesn't do anything to her, SF, I guess, can do something, but only if he gets some help. So yeah, I think this is a well-worth MVP. The stats may not look impressive, but the player hecking did.
1337 net worth, very good. We need the extra little box though, right? Like 4 black holes cancelled or whatever. That's the big one. Riddies, yeah, spot on. Beautiful stuff out of this Clockwork. Standout player for sure. Having a cracking time there, but man, we lose Enjoy, we lose Mouse. Watching Na'Vi and Hooligani march on down in this lower bracket as we get a little bit closer to these additional qualification slots in the lower bracket as we head to TI 2026. But it's not over for today, Waga. We're going to have a break, you know, sweating out in its 30-degree heat, go pop outside, have some ice cream, but it's going to be Owen and Fog that pick up Yellow Submarine Modus and Team Ball Power Rangers coming away as we take a break and come back with more Dota in a bit.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the European Regional Qualifiers for the International 2026. I'm ODPixel here with Lacoste, and we're getting ready for the third and fourth series of the day. Lacoste, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. A little bit sad that we saw Mouse getting eliminated, but there are only limited amount of slots here in European region. The most, 4 of them, but still not every single team can go to TI, unfortunately. But Navi, they are looking good. And for this one, Yellow Submarine against Modus. I think this one's going to be a close one. From what I've seen, both of these teams, they are kind of on the same level when it comes down to execution. I might give a slight edge to Yellow Submarine because they managed to take the game off Virtus Pro as well. And also might be slightly biased as well because Batyuk, when he was standing in for Team Spirit during Wallachia, he looked very good. He looked very good as a stand-in.
Yeah, he's been quite a bit of fun, bringing in something a bit different to the offlane. Had a couple of games on the offlane Tiny, as you can see, something that nobody else is doing. Mixed success, won a game, lost a game, but still just getting the one win with an offlane Tiny, that's something that no other team is really looking to try and do right now. So, yeah, it'll be fun to see how close these two teams do match up. As you saw in the bracket, still quite a bit of a road for them both to go here in the lower bracket. But let's see who's going to be able to make that first step to progressing towards the international. I believe at this point you need to win this series and then 2 more series after this in the lower bracket to get one of those last 2 remaining spots in the European regional qualifiers. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The draft begins. Yellow Submarine versus Modus. Let's have a look what we got so far. Bans. Seen a bit of a difference with the bans here from Modus. An early Tinker ban and an early Invoker ban.
Oh, yeah. I like this. I like this as a response immediately.
Yeah.
We saw it yesterday when no one played it 2 times against Puck. First game, it looked relatively even. I would say maybe slight edge to Earth Spirit, but he was able to do. And then the second game, it was not close. It was not close at all, this mid matchup. I think at one point, no one was sitting at 15 and 10 CS, and Puck was having 3 CS at the time.
Yeah, it was. It'll be interesting to see if he's going to be able to replicate that sort of beat down this time in this matchup with these players. As we certainly saw the potential from the heroes. We'll find out how much of it was kind of shifted towards the play from the player themselves. Further bans coming out. Modus, as I said, this team's bans, I don't think I've seen any other team ban like they are in this draft. Bat, Tinker, Invoker, Largo, nobody else is opening up with anything close to these 4 bans. This is something very different.
I'm trying to think if this is specific against Yellow Submarine, because Batyuk, he plays offlane Batrider. We saw it in the previous series as well. Cemetery, he's the one who also plays it from position 4 still. They're flexing Tiny across 3 different roles, so a little bit surprised that that hero hasn't been taken out. It has been taken out now, but yeah, the other ones are like not really common compared to heroes that are still left in the pool. Your Clockworks, your Shadow Fiends, Drow Rangers, Kez, they're focusing on something different. There's still Silencer, Bane, some of these like more annoying supports that Puck needs to be aware of playing against them. One Nightmare, Fiend's Grip for just a second or 2 so somebody else can layer another round of spells could be very deadly. And we're even seeing good amount of Ringmaster, I would say. I think Ringmaster stonks have been on the rise.
Yeah, Ringmaster has been looking very good. We've seen, I think Jakoda, I think we had in the stats, 2 and 1 on it. It's a hero he's very good on. So definitely got to watch out for Yellow Submarine maybe going for that Ringmaster this draft, this series. Let's see what the bans from Yellow Submarine. A little more standard, really, from what they've opened up the draft with. Not nearly as kind of custom or tailored towards Modus as it is just tailored towards the patch in general and what heroes most teams don't want to play against.
Yeah, I don't know how you feel about, but I feel like this Puck has been answered with Tiny being in the pool where you can pick it straight away on 9 if you open up with Puck. We're seeing this Earth Spirit being very popular. Some of the supports that we talked about. Lion, very strong hero at the moment. So I feel like there are ways to counter this hero, but sometimes you're falling into this trap where you are counterpicking other heroes because you picked it in the first phase. You were like, yeah, we have one more stun, and then maybe you get some kind of a save for Puck where he manages to survive in some of these earlier engagements. And banning out Rubik, I guess they were debating it's not like a really good Rubik game before you were... I mean, after seeing Earth Spirit, you really don't thrive stealing his spells, but the hero that I mentioned, Lion, you're very good at stealing spells from Lion. One Earth Spike can make hell lot of a difference.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, even though that hero's... Yeah, let's not talk about the last pick Rubik from yesterday. That was in the past, but yeah, could have still been maybe potential here. Modus.
Dire team pick.
Gonna get that techies in. Very, very strong support.
I'd like to see Ringmaster just for the save. I think Puck is going to be struggling if he's playing kind of his own type of a game where he's going in, doesn't have a real follow-up. If he gets caught by one of the spells from Yellow Submarine, I think Puck just dies. And this is not a situation where you want to be in. A lot of the times when you open up with Puck in the first phase, you want to give him some kind of protection. This is a little bit of protection. It's not a save by any means, but it can be very annoying if he's hook-shotting afterwards. Cogs on top of the heroes could be okay-ish. Very simple, very easy to execute type of a draft coming out from Modus. I would say a lot of cookie cutter, a lot of spells, a lot of early damage, which we're seeing some of the teams don't have. Yesterday, Virtus Pro, they kind of got stomped in the lane. In the lanes, 2 out of 3 games, it felt very difficult for them to make the comeback. Even though they made a comeback in the first game, you got to be aware of just the snowball. And no one even talked about in an interview where he said, you know, they should have closed out that game. So having 10, 15K gold lead, most of the time, it does give you that closing opportunity to close out the game relatively early on.
I'm talking about closing the game early on. Lycan coming out for Yellow Submarine. Looks like they want to play it fast. Some of these teams do have some pretty strong Lycan players. Has been getting banned out a few times. Yellow Submarine get it through and likely be, of course, Batyuk taking that to the off lane.
Gives them a lot of momentum. I feel like it's not that great against the supports. He's having the taser. Cogs can be annoying so that he can't lock onto it and kill it. A lot of the times you see a Lycan as a response to some of these more squishier supports, something that doesn't deal well with summons, like, for example, Silencer, Bane. These heroes really struggle against Lycan. This time around, they're not as bad. So I want to see what kind of hero they're going to be picking. I would be okay with some casual Tidehunter, some Centaur type of a hero, just something, even Underlord, something that supports can kind of hug and play around.
Well, going into the reserve time here on both sides. Already at the 4th pick. Modus, they got any surprises for us? You never know with some of these teams, with some sort of the players that you don't necessarily see all the time, that there's always something that they can come in with that they have a particular strength on that isn't always the most meta of heroes.
Yeah, absolutely. Like a lot of the times with these tier 2 teams, I would say that there is a high chance that they just go with the hero that they like, that they played a lot, some of their most played heroes from the off lane. But they go this time around with the more standard stuff. Yeah, so this opens up some of the heroes that Underlord is bad against. He's bad against Lich, especially early on. He's going to have techies as his support in the lane, which is very good. This is a very sluggish hero. Give him the taser. He's going to be able to run away a bit of a disarm. So he needs any kind of a help because Lich is just a menace to deal with at these early stages. Quite a lot of harassment. Lifestealer is a very good ban. They had 1 BKB piercing ability, but you can get away from Coil. You can get out of Pit of Malice, which is most important. They have a lot of circles on Modus. A lot of abilities that can keep them in place so the Firestorm can deal damage, whether we're talking about Coil, Cogs, just battery. Very simple. Again, picks coming out from Modus. I think in terms of execution, Yellow Submarine is much more difficult lineup to execute.
Final ban. Modus.
Radiant team back.
Oh, I'm surprised that hero got through to this point. SF actually been the final ban. A solid one as well. SF would have been pretty nice. That would have been pretty nasty, actually, if Yellow Submarine got in a last pick SF carry.
Yeah, Lich SF, it's
Yeah.
it's not a melee hero for SF. A lot of times you want to be seeing hero like a Clockwork, maybe Tusk to soak up the damage, but Lich SF, it's also insane amount of early damage that you just can't sustain through. Like, you need to bring extra healing cells, raindrops so that you survive, maybe try to get the pulls off, but it's not as easy because you're playing against Lich. And they're going to ban out Necro, which is a pretty good ban. Great against Lycan, even though they have good amount of magic damage, still Necro can cause quite a lot of issues if not addressed correctly.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that was one you were saying yesterday, right? Is one that you just don't want to forget about, because it will suddenly be bam, Necro, last pick, it's there, and then suddenly you realize you haven't got any way to deal with him.
5 seconds
So,
remaining.
yeah, good final bans here from both sides. Modus. I have to go first. Oh, there it is. There's a cheeky one. It's a Brood coming in last. All right. Brood, we've seen it be banned a couple of times. It's never been picked. They find this game. Can you clearly see why they picked it here? Is it amazing, or is it not a super kind of gotcha pick? Like, how strong is this?
Seconds remaining.
It should be very good in the lane against Lycan. Like, you're not threatened by Lycan in the lane at all, I would say. And then later you can take this area of the map, especially because Lycan wants to take an early tower. If they bring in the numbers, let's say they bring Underlord with level 6, they could be the one taking the enemy tier 1 tower instead.
Now select your heroes.
This is a good way to deal with Broodmother. You
It
are
is.
going to be able
Lots
to
of
kill off
AoE.
these spiders. Yeah, a lot
Yeah.
of AoE. It's not a Battle Fury buyer by any means. This was done in the past to have some kind of AoE damage to make sure that you can actually kill the spiders. But Kez, with his abilities, with the way he builds, he can actually one-shot those spiders as well. Very interesting. I would definitely not expect Broodmother to come up, but as we said, these teams, they're going to bring some nasty heroes. I think they also need to play like this. I also feel that they know that Yellow Submarine does have an upper hand with the players that they have, more experienced players, and I don't know. I talked about Batyuk. He is very good. He looked very comfortable in Team Spirit. We had an interview with him once or twice during that Wallachia, and he looked very comfortable and very confident in the way he's talking, the way he's playing. And I also think the meta right now does suit his playstyle, and it does suit his hero pool very nicely, because we're back to Timbersaw meta. He's playing his Lycans, he's playing these tanky offlaners, and also playing some of the Blink initiators when needed to, and bringing in some new stuff that we've seen. This offlane Tiny, currently sitting at 50% win rate, but definitely a player to look out for in this matchup.
Talking about looking out for players, I'm just trying to get some of the numbers on Bottega's Brood, and it's not one that he's played as, at least on the records, not a lot. He's only played it 3 times in officials. He won 2 of the games, lost 1, so 2 out of 3 got the win, but only 3 times. That was 9 months ago. And as for his pub record, obviously we don't see the most recent data, but up until the point it got cut off, he had 54 games, 50% win rate. So nothing that it doesn't look super spooky. You know what I mean? It's not like we're bringing up the numbers. It's like this guy, he just dumpsters games on his Broodmother. So obviously it might have been something that they've been practicing a lot recently. We don't have the data on it. But will be interesting to see. At the least, definitely not like a legacy Brood player, at least not on his main account or in officials. He doesn't. He didn't have a lot of games on it. So let's see what he's got for us, because it's fun to see coming in as the last pick. And I do like the way they picked it as well. Obviously, at the end of the draft, where Yellow Submarine, they'd already used loads of their reserve time, so they didn't really have a lot of time to kind of react to the Brood when it came to kind of deciding what to pick as the last pick. But I do think that, even though they didn't have a lot of time, the Kez is definitely not a bad kind of carry
It's
to
a
sort
good
of answer it.
answer. Yes,
It feels like it's an answer. Maybe it needs more time than the Brood's going to give it to kind of get to the point where it's going to be that answer, but it can be that answer if it doesn't get dumpstered early on.
It's a hero that comes online relatively quickly. I'm talking about
Yep.
Kez, who's building into Mage Slayer Deso. These are his core items. It's a hero that gets involved. You're laning with Lich. I could definitely see them grabbing some of the kills in that lane. And they're also swapping things around. Kasane is going to be playing Techies in the safe lane, and Clockwork is going to be playing position 4 in this one. What do you think Clockwork nickname stands for? How do you pronounce it?
Oh, it's problems.
Well, how do you know?
He's just missing out the vowel.
Why
Well,
is
how
it
have you
not
been saying?
Pre-blooms. How do you know it's not
Problems.
pre-blooms? Now I'm just messing with you.
I mean, true, you could add numerous different combinations of vowels in.
Yeah. Problems. How do you know it's not him?
Problems. Depends how you want to say
Anyway.
it. Yeah. Or maybe it's just, how can you say it without the vowels?
Problems.
Problems. Problems. Here come problems on the bottom lane. Oh, he's good to go. No one is clock. Anyway, so yeah. Overall, what's the vibe? You're liking the Brood lineup here from Modus, or you're liking the Kez lineup from Yellow Submarine? Who's got the stronger
I like
outcome?
Yellow Submarine.
Yeah.
I think Lycan has been countered with the heroes that they did pick. I was suggesting Underlord or Tidehunter, something that they can group around. This is a hero that definitely does counter it. And also carry. A lot of the times carries are affected by a Lycan pick. I don't think Broodmother is going to be caring too much about Lycan at all throughout the whole game.
Eyes on this mid lane, as we were saying. Let's see if Rain can dominate in the same fashion that we saw yesterday. What was it, from No One against Arbed? When No One was on the Earth Spirit against the Arbed Puck in the laning phase.
So far, so good for Rain in the middle lane. But he's also going for a different itemization from what I've seen and from what we've seen from No One. He did completely skip this Urn of Shadows, even though this has been traditional Earth Spirit item, going for Spirit Vessel in some cases. He did go for Treads immediately, and he also did go straight away to get that Kaya Sanj in the second game, got casual Kaya, and then he picked up a BKB, knowing that he's going to need to get out of trouble. So I think just in general, Kaya into BKB if needed sounds like the best option, or Kaya Sanj if you feel like BKB is not needed immediately. In this one, you're playing against a lot of annoying spells, Clockwork, Pit of Malice, Coil, so it might be forced to get a relatively earlier BKB in this game, just so that he can get in and get out.
Top. I mean, which lane's likely to kind of get that early kill? You know, which lane's more volatile? Would you say this top one or the bottom one?
Both of them. I think they have a lot of kill threat, but I'm looking at the bottom mostly. I think once they hit level 3 with Lich, 2 points in Frost Blast, it's going to be quite a lot of damage that they're going to need to sustain themselves through. Elmo, he's already getting those healing salves. He does have a healing Lotus, a couple of stick charges on them. I feel like this game might be a bit slower, and then post 5-6 minutes, we might explode in terms of the kill, how many kills we're going to be getting, because supports are going to be rotating towards the mid lane. And Glyph used as well. That was from Puck. Most of the time, first Glyph, it does belong to the mid laner. Sometimes you might be able to use it if you're the offlane, if you want to be diving under the tower to grab the kill, but he was messing with him, messing with his CS.
At the moment, both carries pretty fine with the lane setup. Bottega and Shigetsu. Having a very smooth time.
Bottega, 1 point in bite. That's a lot of mischance. 30% chance. You're playing against Lycan. That's why I said you don't care too much about Lycan in the lane. You're never going to feel threatened by the wolves. You also have a good amount of physical damage to kill the wolves, but Yuke getting initiated on.
Ooh, can they finish the job? Bottega not going to be able to keep chasing. He'll turn over to Cemetery instead, but Cemetery has got 10 stick charges, so we'll be fine. Not able to quite finish off either of them, just getting them very low, both Batjuk and Cemetery. I'm trying to make a go with this rotation. Jakoda, but doesn't get a clean angle onto Bottega. Modus also bringing in support back up to keep the Spiders safe.
Problems. He's trying to make a move, trying to find the angle. Doesn't have boots of speed ready yet. Gonna be much more difficult for him. Maybe Kasane if he can get the blast off from the trees, but the lane's already pushing. Batjuk, he's gonna be fine, farming underneath the tower. Definitely needs XP. Cemetery, he will leave the XP range. You want to get that level 6 on Lycan as fast as possible. And now the lanes, we still haven't seen a kill yet.
Nice, slow start.
Mid laners, ooh, we're seeing a massive difference in terms of how this matchup is played out. Puck having more CS than Earthbridge, which should not happen, but these are not the top tier teams that we're used to seeing. We saw no one of the best mid laners in the world, where he just completely dominated that matchup, and could have been to what we were saying about these early items that you are buying, and you can see his quick buy. He wants to get Urn into Treads and go to Spirit Vessel. There isn't really that many things that Spirit Vessel is just a great item, but it's also a very expensive item. Sometimes you really don't get the value out of it. Against Broodmother, against her lifesteal, it's gonna work nicely. Underlord is also a very tanky hero, so if you use it straight away, you are dealing quite a lot of damage while he's full HP. It's a percentage-based damage, max HP damage, not a percentage-based damage, but still very good.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like out of the two sides, it's definitely more of a challenge for Modus, right? Because they are doing this around a Brood. And it's just not a carry that we see come through a lot. And again, sort of questions on like what Bottega's going to be able to show us on it. Whereas from Yellow Submarine, the fact that we're having this very calm start, and Shigetsu on the Kez is getting complete free farm, good denies as well in against Elmo. You know, this is a very hot start for Kez. We'll see in the middle lane. See if they can get the jump. They can onto Jakoda, so we'll find the first blood. Finally being able to take out the Lich, and the first blood goal going to Morale on his puck, so Modus will be very happy with that.
Not a bad start for them. 6 minutes in, finally we get the first blood, but you were talking about Shigetsu. He is the one who's completely free farming.
Yeah.
Which is something that you want to have. He's going to be able to get that good timing on his Mage Slayer. Elmo is level 4. I expected slightly more aggressiveness in this bottom lane. Hakoda, he is going for Elmo. The problem is he's already there.
Shigetsu trying to get the angle.
Get him straight away. Yeah, very difficult. 19-1 charges plus a healing Lotus. More than enough tankiness on him.
And always a bit tricky when the clock returns to the lane. Shigetsu, he won't mind too much. He's not too fussed about finding kills in this lane, just as long as he can continue to keep it set up to be nice and safe for him. And he will be able to do that, no problem. Top lane already, a bit of pressure coming in onto the tier 1 from Batjuk. Shoving the lane in. See, problems come back up top, so they've again got the two supports here around Bottega. Difficult to really lead into a play. They can at the least just kind of keep Bottega safe from any aggression from Yellow Submarine.
Bringing in numbers. Both supports are here. Level 4 at the moment. Batjuk, he's still level 5. Not that easy to make a move with Lycan, even though he does have the creep. Extra bit of a slow from Thunderclap. Could make the difference, but also pushing out Broodmother out of the lane. Something I talked about during the draft after seeing these two heroes, and we could see Modus also understanding that there's going to be good amount of push, so he tried to rotate to the top lane, matching the aggression from Yellow Submarine. Maybe they could be the one getting the kills and then pushing their own tower. Never happened. Kasane, he's in on the other side.
Onto Cemetery. Cemetery. And he's got stick charges and a fairy fire, so it could make them work for it. And in fact, they won't be able to get him at all with stick charges and the fairy keeping him safe.
they never cancel his Tranquil Boots, so regeneration did kick in. Might even backpacked it at the moment, because I did watch the bottom fight as well. Batyuk, first like an ulti. Half duration left. You don't necessarily need to get the kill, but he is bringing in the numbers.
Yeah, zooms over to the mid
glyph
lane.
here. Yep.
This is early pressure. I mean, this has got to be rough, right, for the Broodmother lineup. If you're losing both your mid tier 1 and your safe lane tier 1 this early, like, sure, isn't the Brood meant to kind of take over an area of the map, not lose an area of the map?
In theory, yeah, but they also brought the problems from the bottom lane to the top lane, and she's not. She hasn't had any like solo XP. A lot of times you see this hero getting solo XP, getting that level 6 early on, and then taking over the certain area, because the hero is very, very dependent on getting that level. It might be one of the most level 6 dependent heroes from the safe lane in terms of what hero wants to do in the game. And now the farming starts. He is maxing out the webs. You can have 7 of them. At level 4, it's 9 webs, so it's going to be much easier for him to get the farm. There's going to be a good timing on Yellow Submarine once they pick up this helm.
I think so.
On Batyuk, having a good amount of farm, most farm hero in the game. And I think it's going to sync up nicely with also what Kez wants to do in the game, picking up his mage there, and then maybe having one component of the Teso, but he will also gladly join in some of these early skirmishes.
Yeah, really liking the start from Yellow Submarine. This is, again, there's not been a lot of kills. I mean, Yellow Submarine, they've not even got one at all themselves. The only kill being that for Modus, but this 2k gold lead that Yellow Submarine have, the just extra little exhibition of control of the map, and the fact that their 3 cores are going to hit this timing, that it's going to make it very difficult for them to fight into on Modus.
They're just playing for the timing. No need to rush anything at the moment. It does feel good for them getting the items. Clockwork is level 4 only. Problems, he is not having that good of a time. Neither is Techie's level 5 at the moment. 2 supports on the other side. Cemetery is still level 5. Hakoda, Chain Frost is available. The game did slow down, and I think it benefits greatly Yellow Submarine, how they want to play it out in the next 5 or so minutes.
And it does certainly feel like that. We're going to see this smoke play come towards the top lane as they'll try and kill Bottega, and if they get the grab on him, it should be a pretty easy kill. He's going to react, but not quite quick enough. As the kick forwards there, Rain very nicely able to set up Hakoda there for the grab with the Sinister Gaze. Lovely little kick play there from Rain, and allows them to kill the Brood, take Bottega out. As I say, it's early days, but I'm just sensing a lot of problems for Modus.
Yep, and Clockwork ain't one. It's,
I was waiting. Good one. Yeah. I was like, do I say it or I let you say it? But you had it. I threw it, you caught it. Mid lane. They've made a move here, but I mean, Rain's very, very tanky. They will at least get the line. So they're getting a support kill here and there around these mid movements, but not really able to touch the cores early.
Every single time Lycan has ulti, the fights are going to be looking much more difficult for them. We saw first ulti usage, he comes to the mid lane, takes half of HP on it, forces a glyph, they take the tower in the top lane, they grab a kill with another ulti. So the map is going to open up. Rain does something that no one talked about. We had an interview with him yesterday after their victory, and he said 4-1-4 build on Earth Spirit, 3.5 seconds silence, and he did even completely skip the magnetize in one of those games. He felt like just a longer duration silence, extra bit of damage on it, feels much nicer. They did have a couple of dispels available in that game, so probably one of the reasons why he also decided to skip it.
Because, I mean, for Modus, what sort of timing do you think Bottega's going to be looking towards? Like, he's obviously going to go for this Orchid. And then once he has the Orchid, how scary is he? Like, do they just avoid that area, or they don't really care too much about this Orchid Brood? And if they want to, Yellow Submarine can still look to make plays into Modus's jungle, even if the Brood's in that area.
I think they wanted to take over the top tower, maybe kill the mid tower with the Brood, and then this whole area of the map around Triangle gives you potentially a kill threat. It never happened. So now, like, it's a very maneuverable hero. Oh, mid kick back on the swap.
Getting caught by the combo. They will drop the coil down onto the both of them, but they do not have follow-up damage.
Yeah, so I think Broodmother, she, like, both supports are kind of bad against what Broodmother wants to do. Lich is okay-ish with the Frost Shield. It's going to give you some protection, one stun from Lion. If you misuse that, if you can spread the Spiderlings, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. And also Lich ulti, it's not going to be very effective. I think Hakoda is going to need to wait until somebody else cleans those Spiderlings in a fight. Otherwise, his Chain Frost is going to deal 0 damage.
Moments of calm again. And the one to make the most of those moments is Batchuk on the Lycan. Top net worth. Some of the Overlord online. Very, very good timings here from him. Mirel. Rain. It's a very, very nice setup. Do they have
nice
the damage?
from
They
Hakoda.
do. I mean, that was very well done there between the three of them. Yeah, Rain leading him with the silence, getting the kickback into the lockdown of Cemetery's Lion. And that was clean. You know, we're seeing some good mid-earth spirits. And whilst he might not have necessarily dominated the puck in the CS department for the laning phase, these plays that he's coming out with are looking very, very nice.
Dire's middle tower
Yeah, he can cast the spells. That's what matters. Yeah. Sometimes, you know, some players are not the strongest laners, but the mid-game, the late-game spell casting, this is where they shine at. And seems like, so far, that's what we're seeing from Rain. He's also looking again. Ortega could be in trouble. This Observer Ward is scouting out Broodmother where she's farming at the moment. Very sneaky Observer Ward.
Radiant are scanning.
4K lead now. Coming up to Elvira Submarine. Hook shot forward. They do catch Hakoda, but he's able to get off the Frost Shield. He's got backup and Rain's in with the silence. They'll have to stun on the problems. Both of them taken out. It's looking kind of grim.
It's looking grim.
I don't know. You could, as I said, you could kind of feel this was coming.
It's brewing. You know.
Yeah,
it's coming.
this was brewing.
Yeah, you said, you know, calm, panic, calm. A lot of the times it does go like that. This was calm, a splash of panic into calm, and now like full thunderstorm is coming. Hakoda is gonna die, and to point out, Kez is not even playing the game yet. He's sitting at 0-0-0.
Yeah, he's loving it down here. She gets to get in all the room in the world, and that's going to mean that he's going to have this pretty insane Mage Slayer Deso timing. So you know you're absolutely right that this Kez is going to be online and an absolute threat very early on in the game. It's going to be like what 17 minutes, and he's going to have Mage Slayer Deso.
Well, good luck. Puck is in a lot of trouble. That's why I said I wanted to see one of the saving supports because he's in again.
Ooh, Bottega will be able to
him.
get out. Has the Manta, opted to get the Manta done first before the Orchid escape, so at least has a way to save himself, but Problems is still caught by the grab of Hakoda, and Cemetery's coming in from the high ground, has the stun onto Kasane. They're falling apart. Double kill here for Batchuk. Blink Dagger's now done on Cemetery, so the catch is going to be even easier from Yellow Submarine. This is going to be a very hard early game for Modus to fight their way out of.
They can keep doing it. Like, they can just keep going. With Earth Spirit, he feels very comfortable. They're controlling all the runes. It kind of sucks for Puck because this hero is also very reliable on runes. Shigetsu, even going into enemy triangle, trying to steal some of the stacks at the moment. Elmo, we haven't seen him being involved yet as an Underlord. This is pretty similar how Dawnbreaker wants to play, farm on the one side of the map, join with the ulti, but he never joined. It feels like it's too late for him to join anyway, because the damage has already been done. You get initiated on by Earth Spirit, by Lion. The hero is dead. It takes you slightly longer than Dawnbreaker to come into the fight, and he never found the opportunity to actually join in. Going for the Aghanim Scepter, wants to have that extra bit of lockdown immediately if necessary. I think this might be the correct choice, but there's also huge amount of magic damage. I think Pipe is not a build on Underlord for quite some time now, but in certain situations, you might need to swap it back to what it used to be.
Yeah, I mean, you got to explain to me what is up with the item, because indeed there's many games where there's loads of magic, but some teams, you know, it's not just Modus here, other teams as well, they just don't pick up the pipe. Why is it? Is kind of the value off? Is it too expensive? Are the numbers not good enough? Why is pipe
It's
skip
expensive.
quite a
It's
lot?
3.7k gold, and also
Yeah.
that barrier. If you don't get stuff done during the barrier, because it only lasts for 8 seconds, so you need to get the value out of it. If you, let's say, misuse it, a lot of that is gone. Sure, it gives you extra 8% magic resistance aura in 1200 AoE, but that's really not that much.
No. Okay, so just...
We saw Centaur pick it up yesterday. It was...
We did. Sometimes teams will still get it, but yeah, there's a lot where... No, it just does not get picked up.
Bottega, they found him.
They have. They've got good catch here for the Spider. Bottega's taken out. Well, it's looking like a rough one. And maybe they saw something else in, obviously going for this last pick brood. But it's not looking scary. The farm's not bad on Bottega, but it's just a question of what he's going to be able to do with it. This game is not in the position where a brood is going to be able to flourish and just control the map or control even an area of the map.
Yeah. It's one of those heroes where you want to be playing from ahead, from behind. It does feel pretty bad. Missing your timings, especially Orchid timing, because he was forced to skip it in this game. A lot of the times you are the one getting a pick off with the Orchid, and then the fight's going to be 4v5, so outnumbering the opponents easily, and then you can have another play on the map. They bring in the numbers, you're tricky, you run away. This is the type of a hero that really pushes the limits when playing from ahead, but from behind, it just feels like it's always in recovery mode. Kasane, jump in, not much going to be done afterwards.
Yeah, he's trying to mess around there with Bat-Yuk, but yeah, cannot kill him.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, another big problem is Kez. He does have Aegis, he does have Manta style still. Didn't really play the game in terms of getting involved in some of the kill problems. Okay.
Oh my goodness, nearly jumps in and dies.
Dead.
Is he actually might be?
He's close.
That was very
Essence
close.
ring keeping him alive.
I just goes to show, who goes down here to look at this Kez? Nobody's gone down here yet, and I don't think anyone wants to go down here now.
I think Bird is gonna eat the spider. Like in real life, it's
That's true.
not gonna
Actually,
be
I
an
think there's
even
some
matchup.
there's some spiders that eat birds, aren't there? Or no? There's like the really big.
Probably not. Maybe during the
Like-
dinosaurs era, but
have
nowadays I don't think.
I'm looking it up. I think that there must be a bird-eating spider. Yeah, here we go. The Goliath bird eater. There we go. Well, he's not looking like a Goliath bird eater this game, Bottega, unfortunately for him. Oh, roll on to Kasane. Another one for Rain. Cemetery, he's got the catch on the spider. They've found Bottega. He's actually going to try and turn a little bit with the Manta. A little bit of a deep roll beyond him under the tower, but Rain has the BKB so he can get away with this. Hookshot actually goes past Rain, but Rain does still die. They've managed to kill off the Earth Spirit. Chain Frost comes out. Bottega's kind of cleaning up here under his tower. Triple kill for him. All right. Oh, never mind. Maybe this guy is the Goliath bird-eating spider. He didn't eat the bird, but he got all of his friends.
Check if there's a spider that can eat a lion, because that's exactly what he
That
did
can
right
eat
now.
a lion. Well, that was a bit. That was something. Yeah, he got handed himself a triple kill basically under his tier 2 tower.
Finally, Elmo, he gets involved. Like, you see the value out of this Aghanim Scepter. That's why I said in this one, it's going to be a very good item pickup. It gives them the counter initiation once they jump in. So he catches 2 of them. And then Lion, he has no protection whatsoever against this massive army of spiderlings. Hookshot, it does connect. He goes through Rain onto his ally, still getting the connection stun. And then the rest of the team, they're ready to clean up. Again, this is something that we said after seeing the draft. 2 supports on Yellow Submarine. They're not very good against Broodmother, but they missed the timing, and now we're finally seeing Broodmother in action against these supports.
Yeah, that fight definitely showed us the potential of this Brood. You know, if the Brood doesn't get caught, the Brood can absolutely, apparently, still clean up these team fights, which does kind of lend you to believe that if this game on the numbers was a little closer, you know, the rest of the map didn't kind of fall apart as it did, it's like, fair enough. This Brood would have absolutely been taking over. Still a chance, but it's a lot harder for Bottega, considering that the team as a whole is falling behind as much as they are.
That's a good amount of farm still, almost on top of the net worth at the moment. He's going for Butterfly as his next item, which is going to be extra bit of a miss chance. Lycan's not going to be able to hit him almost at all. It's all about that physical damage. It's going to need to be Kez. He's going to need to be dying to some magical damage. Rain ups the BKB.
He's in. Gets the silence onto the two of them. Bottega's going to go in with the BKB. Looks towards Hakoda. Full chasing down the Lich. Will get Hakoda, but Shigetsu's now turned up. BKB comes to an end. They've got the stun in a Hex on towards him. Shigetsu able to stay on top of the Spider. Put the Manta. Try and run, but Rain rolls forward. Has the catch on him. This time, Bottega will get killed off. They have the kick on towards Elmo. Rain continues to dive with the help of Shigetsu. They clean up the 4 kills. They only lose the Lich. And this time round, as soon as kind of that BKB's over, if they've still got someone alive with a bit of disable to lock the Spider down, the fights kind of go back to how they've been looking the majority of this game.
Yeah, Shigetsu, she joins in relatively early in this fight, and then shit gets serious. He's the one who's dealing the insane amount of damage, completely uncontrolled in the fights. And this BKB pickup, I actually love it because he went for he went for Spirit Vessel as his first item, but also we talked about the importance of getting the BKB relatively early on so that he can roll out so many annoying abilities for him to deal with. Picked up a BKB and then hits another roll. This time around, they're keeping a tighter formation, making sure that supports are playing around their cores, which means that Broodmother can't really go in, isolate the target, kill it off with the spiders.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, this is going to be pretty nasty as well, right? When the Ags is done for Bachuk, you're going to have this wolf bird. So that's going to be kind of cool. And getting the bite.
All right,
onto...
Google it. Google if there's a
there's a wolf bird.
Yeah.
Apparently ravens are frequently called wolf birds.
Why?
Apparently, because they fly in like packs, like wolf packs. I think they just kind of act like them. No, there's not a wolf bird.
Middle tower.
Google's lying.
There's going to be one. And
There will
it's
be
gonna
one this game.
scary.
Oh, it is. Yeah, Shigetsu is going to absolutely destroy them if he gets this shapeshift from Batyuk. Ags is done.
Batyuk, he's been involved in 14 out of 15 kills as Lycan. Didn't die a single time. Helm, AC, Aghanim Scepter completed with Shard, so lanes are always going to be pushed in. They have heroes who one-shot the waves pretty much. Earth Spirit, 2 spells. Kez kills the creep wave with 1 Echo Slash.
Bottom tower.
And they're going to wait out for the next Roche. It's available. It's also getting scouted at the moment. Rain is looking for something on the other side of the map. Maybe thinking with potentially one more hero, they could make a rotation, but also the rest of the team is doing Roshan right now. Hear the roar, but not much they can do about it. Maybe problems if he was in the vicinity. He could have blinked in because this is his first item.
Dude, that was close with the rocket flare.
It was close. I
That
thought
was
he might
close.
TP. He might TP, but the problem is he doesn't have an outpost. Maybe try to TP to
No.
Tier 2 tower and try to go for a play. Definitely worth it.
This is pretty nasty. This Kez last pick was just brilliant from them. You know, it's just absolutely destroyed them. Shigetsu's had all the space, and he's just so fun. Like this Kez at this point, You know, if he knows what he's doing on the Kez, which, you know, so far from his farming patterns and his rotations, I believe he certainly does. The Kez players don't lose these kind of games, right, when they're in this sort of spot. This is,
Absolutely
you know, Shigetsu, he's already calling this one as over. He knows that this one's in the bag for him.
Has infinite mana from Lion, infinite sustain if something goes bad, so they can actually reset the fight. As long as they control this spider, I think they're more than okay. Morel, he also picked up a BKB of his own. If he doesn't get the BKB off in the fight, if he gets hexed, or if he gets stunned by a Lion, he just gets bursted from 100 to 0. Maybe Aeon Disc would have been a better choice, but then again, you're playing against very annoying spells. Sometimes it's very hard to itemize as well in some of these games where you don't have the clear itemization, knowing that both of them can be countered in a way. It definitely feels bad. They managed to do a good job pushing out these waves. So now, let's see if Yellow Submarine, if they want to dive, it's in their name. I think they should dive, and they should dive deeper to kill these tier 3 towers.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So, I mean, Rain and Shigetsu will be ready to jump. Rain, he's in, gets the angle, gets the kick back onto Elmo. They've got the magical and physical burst here to bring the Underlord down immediately. Rain, another roll across here over to Kasani. It's under the tier 4s, has to put the BKB to run back here, Rain. Shigetsu will also fall back, focus his attention over towards the buildings instead, look for the tier 3. Rain actually still ended up killing Kasane there with the magnetizing the rocks. And looking very nice. I mean, at least in this series, I don't think you're first picking the puck if the Earth Spirit's still in, right? Sure, you didn't lose the lane, but the rest of the game, like this guy on the Earth Spirit, Rain, he's looked very, very good. This guy is he's a top Earth Spirit.
He's the Earth Spirit, yes. Yeah, you can definitely tell the way he's landing his spells. But it's also very difficult for puck to play. Like we talked about the itemization, we talked about the skill build, the grip just completely destroys you. It's
instantly
3.5 second silence,
from like a mile off. It's very, very strong when used correctly, and Rain absolutely smashing it with the Earth Spirit plays. Using all of his toolkit very nicely as well. Just little things, kind of setting up his team with kicks here and there. Constantly looking for kind of the second kill in the fights, not overcommitting spells onto one target, ready to move to the next. It's been very, very nice stuff from him.
Age is still up and running for a minute and a half. BKB on Earth Spirit is about to reset in 20 seconds. And I really like the Shivas, making sure that they have the opportunity to find this spider, because sometimes you need some kind of vision to be able to find him in the trees, and also makes him super tanky against the physical damage coming out from Brood. With that butterfly especially, I think it's time to go again. Time to go and try to find another fight with this Aegis. Minute and 15 seconds left. Earth Spirit, he can TP to an outpost, does have haste available. It'll be much easier for him to land the roll. Gonna pop that haste.
It's super difficult for them to leave the base right now. Shigetsu constantly sweeping up and down, see if they can catch anyone. Won't quite clip onto Bottega with the roll. Just the slow gets him.
Usually, Underlord is one of the best high ground defense heroes. That's why he was sitting so close. But he also got kicked in the middle of the team, got fingered, got stunned immediately after. No real defense other than Shiva's guard, which is not enough. He also used all of his money in that fight. And now Rain, he's looking. They have vision advantage. They can use these wolves to try to find somebody who's going for an extra wave, trying to play in the outer ring. And that's exactly what they're doing. Shigetsu has been bitten. The wolf bird.
Yeah, this
is a lot of damage.
This is terrifying. Yeah, if this gets on a hero, they're just dead 2 times over. There's so much damage that can come out from him. Shapeshift does come to an end. He's going to make the jump onto Morel. Morel will get the BKB off. That's a big crit coming in, pretty much one-shots problems. Morel with the BKB has to back up to the high ground. You just have to run. Cemetery. Stun onto Kasane. Shigetsu closes the gap. Both supports dead here on Modus. will lose Hakoda on the back lines.
Nice
Bottega was
dodge.
able to get round, but he's used both the BKB and the Manta. So he's now no longer got any way to protect himself. Had to use both of his kind of defensive capabilities to get in and just get a support kill. He dies again, and he's had enough. GG is called. Yellow Submarine very confidently taking this game one as Modus. They tried to do something cute with this last pick Brood, but it didn't work out. His farm was still great, but it just felt that like maybe as a team, they weren't ready to kind of utilize the Brood to its full potential. Things fell apart far too much around him, and they just could not set this game up for the Brood game to be a Brood game.
Yeah, I also didn't really feel the influence of both of the supports. These are supports that usually you don't have the damage problems, but they also got outmaneuvered. This Lycan was causing way too many issues for them, where he took the tower early on, rotated to the mid lane, and like even in this fight, Lich, he is super tanky, silenced from Earth Spirit, immediately dead, fingered. They're lacking maybe some, I would say, a hero that plays earlier, that relieves the Broodmother of the pressure, or something that can join, because we haven't seen Elmo on Underlord join at all until he got Aghanim Scepter, which was, what, 15, 17 minutes in the game?
Yeah, it didn't come together at all here for Modus. They tried some, again, when you try some right, like these Brood lineups, it's going to be very different to all the other Dota that you've played so far in this qualifiers. It didn't work out for them. So at the least, they can kind of go back to something a bit more standard, something that they were running in the wins so far to get to this point. They tried it. They tried to see if they could make a Brood lineup work. Yellow Submarine showed that they immediately had the answer. Just very nice play, very nice last pick response as well with the Kez. Shigetsu just, getting the space that he did meant that he could be this hero that was going to never allow the Brood to out-carry him. And individually, I think, we've got to look at Rain on the Earth Spirit. Another one of these players showing that they've been putting in the practice, and they've been getting pretty good on these Earth Spirits. He's another one of them here, turning up today and absolutely smashing the game. Just complete control and pretty much landing every spell perfectly this game.
That's why I asked no one yesterday whether we're going to be seeing more of Earth Spirit, or this was specific matchup against Puck, because it did look good in both of these matchups that we've seen him. But he also said that Thompson is the one who started the trend for a good reason. The hero feels very strong. He does feel very good in the game. Extreme amount of tankiness that you're getting. A hero that can easily make anything happen on the map, having a little bit of a save potential if necessary as well. And we also saw the kill score. We saw that they only managed to kill one core on Yellow Submarine once.
Rough.
That was pretty much it. Every other death has been on the support. And something that we also mentioned is Batyuk. He looks very comfortable on some of these heroes. I did say that meta does favor him because of the heroes that are good right now. Lycan might not be the most meta hero. It's one of his most played heroes, and he really nailed it this game. 6-0 and 13, amplified the damage, understood his timings, the rotation to the mid lane. Everything was on point.
Yeah, Matt, just taking away that top tier one as early as he did was really kind of the beginning of the end, it felt, for Bottega's game on the Brood. Tough game one here for Modus, but as I say, this was them trying to Brood line up. They can go back to something a bit more standard, something that we've seen them doing so far, so I definitely believe they're going to give us a better show in game two, because as for this game one, it was all Yellow Submarine. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back after the break for game two between Yellow Submarine and Modus.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the European Regional Qualifiers for the International 2026. I'm Pixel here with Lacoste, and we're getting ready for Game 2 between Yellow Submarine and Modus. That first game, pretty one-sided. Modus, they tried to bring out the Brood last pick, and it was dealt with, right? This was... I don't know. It did not seem like it had much life to it, this lineup, right? After a few minutes in, you could kind of already feel that they were slowing down, and there was no way for them to speed it back up.
Yeah, he definitely needed to have a much better impact early on, get to that level 6, and then take control of the map, maybe get a couple of kills here and there. Never happened. I also checked his most played heroes in professional career. It's actually Muerta. Muerta, Morphling, Medusa, Dragonite, some casual Troll, and Abaddon up there. So the meta doesn't really do him favor. These are all traditional late game carry heroes. We see Muerta here and there. We saw it yesterday. It didn't look too good, but there's like Tiny, Shadow Fiend, and Wind Ranger that are meta right now. So maybe stick with one of these turrets. Maybe just simplify the game for yourself, because right now it did feel like they were lacking something. I'm not calling this only on Broodmother. I'm not calling it on the draft specifically. I just feel like the combination between the two, something was just missing. Their modus operandi is still yet to be, I would say, fully discovered, how they're going to operate, how they're going to be able to potentially go through the lower bracket and win the qualifiers. But from what I've seen in this game, and I managed to watch 1 or 2 games so far in the qualifiers, they didn't look that great. It's kind of all over the place.
Yeah, it's been tough for Modus. They obviously won the first round of the lower bracket. That was against Rune Eaters, 2-1. And one of the wins did take them 71 minutes. So the games have been tough for them. Let's see how they can set themselves up here, as they've got to get the win if they want to hold on to their hopes of making it to TI and push this to a Game 3. First opening pick, nothing wrong with this. They get themselves to Shadow Fiend. Was actually banned out at the end of the last draft, as both teams did leave their carry for the last pick. Modus, they're going to be a bit more bold with their kind of statement and say, we're throwing out the carry first. And honestly, when it's something like a Shadow Fiend, it never really feels too bad. This hero, very, very well-rounded right now.
One of the most OP heroes right now. It's just almost impossible to lane against the hero. It's infinite damage, infinite scaling, can't really trade. I think the only way to play against the hero is square up, try to grab a kill, because if you're playing a CS game against Shadow Fiend, you're going to lose. And there's literally not much you can do. He can control the lane, even with the presence as his aura, where you would think that naturally he can push out the lane. He has so much damage that he can kind of keep the equilibrium in the middle, where he can just keep denying. It's almost impossible to push out the lane anyway. And I also don't know how to deal with this hero. It might be coming from me being the offlaner as well, but I don't think I've had much success playing against Shadow Fiend. It just feels, especially with these Tusks and Clockworks, it's just almost impossible lane to beat.
I'll be interested to see if they, on Yellow Submarine, take the route that has been quite successful, I want to say, against SF, which has been that of the Nature's Prophet carry, because you go to sort of just set up a lane that's going to be ready to dive the SF, and just having Nature's Prophet ready to TP in and go for the early kills on him in the lane proves to be pretty nice.
I was talking about like more balance. Let's say it's fair fight where you're
it's
first
2v2s,
5, 6 levels, 2v2s. It's almost impossible to beat the hero. Yeah. But you can go for the twin gate rotation if you find the opportunity with position 5. Try to outnumber them. As you said, this definitely works. And it's going to be Ringmaster. Big fan of this hero at the moment. It gives you everything. Like it gives you save against Bane, which is most important. We saw yesterday how well it did look in that Virtus Pro game, the first one where they played it. Bane was unable to use ulti almost ever, because you just use it and then immediately you put somebody in the box, completely gone. But you also needed to think about potential counters to Bane. We've seen good amount of Silencer. We're seeing Ringmaster as well, because Bane has been super popular as a position 5 after the changes, where you have 15 less mana on your Brain Sap. It does feel very good. Okay, I like this a lot. They do have Tiny, potentially as a position 4, potentially as a carry, maybe even mid. They haven't played it, or did they? Because they played it offlane, they played it position 4, and I can't remember. No, they played it carry, but Rain didn't play it yet. I'm sure he can, but in this one, it's still a flex pick for them between position 4, because this is the old school laning partner for Darkseer with Avalanche, where you have a stun. I don't think this is a good position for hero at the moment, but it has been working out for them, and if they want to use this flex, especially with Darkseer, it is doable. It is a lane that could potentially go on top of the Shadow Fiend and grab the kill, something that he doesn't like. But I also do like Darkseer. I think I saw multiple teams use it in different regions as a counter to Shadow Fiend, which hasn't been done straight away, so we had to wait a little bit for people to theory craft some old school or new school ideas how to counter the hero. He creates a very strong illusion.
Yeah, yeah, and I don't think we've actually had it that much here in Europe. I don't. My apologies if we've already had the stat brought up, but I don't know if we can bring up the Darkseer stat. Yeah, just been a few times, just the 3 picks that we have added in. So it's been pretty rare here, but yeah, as you say, conceptually sounds like a good idea against the SF. Modus, strong support picks. Ringmaster, Techies, can't fault them. You've got great mix of kind of defensive and offensive capabilities with these two. Yep. Love it. Great support combo. You talked about kind of the support combo last game. This time around feels much better.
It definitely does. Also, I think they are getting more value out of Techies in this one. Having the spell against Darkseer is going to feel very nice against Ion Shell, Surge. Going to feel pretty good. And also, another strong lane. Pretty much anything you pair up with Shadow Fiend, it's going to be a strong lane. Doesn't matter what it is.
Now, Modus, they've got to show us their offlane. They're actually going to take the Lycan themselves this time. All right. I mean, Lycan's been good, and last game, Batyuk definitely showed how strong it can be. And yeah, look at that 100% win rate, actually. That's crazy. So 5 picks, won every game. Yeah, I've seen these teams with the Lycans. I mean, I don't know if it's necessarily the teams or is it the hero? Is this hero just that strong right now, Lacoste?
I think this hero has been very good for a very long time. It's just some other offlaners did get priority, but the hero has been in a very good spot. Especially, again, we came back to a meta where position 5s, most of the time, they can't really deal with summons. This is where he really shines, and he feels very good. It gives you super good timing. A lot of the times, like there was a game, this is not Lycan related, but it's more Helm related. There was one game during Dream League where who was it? It was Betboom, who got 9.5 minutes Helm of the Overlord. It's like, what do you do? This dragon has 2,000 HP. It's almost impossible to kill. Like, you don't have it's the reason why it's so strong. The timing is none of the heroes can kill it, and it also provides very good damage, and it provides vision. And a lot of the times, vision is the key to winning some of these early team fights. And Dragon just goes in knowing that he cannot be killed, and gives you to pick and choose which targets you want to go for.
Yeah, I'm liking the Pango here from Yellow Submarine. It's honestly one of my favorite responses to these Ringmaster lineups. This hero just offers everything that Ringmaster hates. So that box is no longer a safe space to put one of his cores. The Pango is going to have all the answers and all the damage and control to go through that. So maybe he's a little bit surprised that does sometimes get left in when teams are looking to kind of rely on the Ringmaster save. I think he's going to be quite happy getting his hands on the Pango here. Rain, looks like a good game for it.
I'm wondering in which direction they want to go. I've seen Sven being very popular. I think this could be another good Sven game. It's 2 cores with physical damage. So you have protection for your teammates, and you have explosive damage against Shadowfin. Shadowfin can't really square up and play against you. You don't really have anything that goes to debuff immunity. So Sven with a BKB can dismantle these heroes and again
Sven
getting
would be
protection.
nice.
Sven,
Yeah, well, for
could have
Yellow
been
Submarine,
good.
right, you mean?
Yeah. I think that they want to
it
run this
sounds
Tiny
really
as a 4.
good. Because you've got the classic Darkseer Sven combo as well. With the Surge and with the Vacuum into the stun. If they want to do it, sounds great.
This is the game.
Yeah, and the armor against the Lycan and the SF, you're right. Sven literally ticks all the boxes. He ticks more boxes than there are. Like, it's good. I like it.
It's a really good pick if they want to go for it. It's not the best hero in the lane against Lycan.
No.
But it's also Lycan, so you're not getting threatened. A lot of the times when you don't have, like when you pick Sven, which is very rare occasion, it became slightly more popular recently. If he gets pushed out of the lane, the hero's still gonna farm, but you're getting enemy offlaner complete free farm, and you're not getting too much out of it. I think in this lane, Sven still gets the farm. He's not pushed out of the lane early by any means, and he's paired up with a strong position 5 Bane. There's also maybe an Ursa that could come out. Okay, so it's carry Tiny, position 4
Okay.
Spirit. They're changing things up.
They are. We're not going to get that Sven, but we're definitely going to get a whole lot of action. Only been picked up once, never banned. Did lose the one game that it got picked up, Spirit Breaker. But yeah, let's talk about it. What we got going on here? They've got the aggression right. The Spirit Breaker Darkseer combo. They are ready to just get in the face of this SF. Modus last pick. It's going to be a Slardar coming in. So that's for the mid. So they're looking to have that matchup here in the mid lane between the Slardar and the Pango. All right. Well, what do we make of this? Yeah, it's only been picked once. It lost the game it was picked. Is this going to be a win for the Spirit Breaker, or is it going to remain at 0% win rate?
Modus, they have 3 physical damage cores. This is all physical damage. Shadowfin does have some magical, but most of the time he is right-clicking. So I think it's very easy to itemize against these type of lineups, getting some Solar Crests early on. I also could see Batyuk potentially picking up Crimson Guard in this one. I think this might be the item.
Well, that'd be
I think
very
Tiny
good,
as well. Relatively early AC just to nullify all that minus armor. You're just getting so much more value out of it when you have like even 2 physical damage cores. This time around it's 3 only physical. So I think that's really the downside of this. Imagine if they had Sven against these against these 3 cores. It
would have been nice. Yeah. That would have been nice, but going a different way. I do think without a doubt this should be a closer game. Unless just like on a skill level, Yellow Submarine are that much higher than Modus. This should be closer because they draft. It makes a lot more sense. It's got a lot more flexibility. It doesn't necessarily have to dominate or kind of take over an area of the map like the Broodmother lineup needed to. They've given themselves a better shot here in this game this game 2 Modus. So let's see if they can show that in the play. My goodness, this lad, he likes to play Bane. This guy's got 1,200 games on Bane. That's a lot of Bane.
What is wrong?
1,200 games. That's pretty. That's got to be his most played, right? 1,200. That's a lot of games, right? That's a big number.
Yeah, this is
1,200 Bane games.
This is insane.
Whoa.
Like what even like what is going on in your life? If you're like, yeah, Bane, man, like gotta play that hero, then you queue up another one. You're like, yeah, Bane. Oh,
Dude, this guy's got to be like the Bane expert then, Jakoda. I said I've liked his support play. He was doing great stuff on the Ringmaster. Honestly, there's some elements of Ringmaster kind of similar to the Bane playstyle, so I bet he was really happy when Ringmaster got added. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, so his Bane play. It's actually his 3rd most played in officials. Oracle and Disruptor are higher. Obviously, both of those not really playable at the moment. But yeah, indeed, Bane is on his main account. This is his most played support hero, the Bane, sitting at a solid 60% win rate on the Bane as well. So yeah, if you need to know how to use your Nightmares and your Fiend's Grips, this is the man to ask. This guy is the Bane expert.
When you mentioned him, the first player that came to my mind about Bane is Fishman. I know that we haven't heard about Fishman in a long time because I had to check. He has 944 games on Bane.
Oh,
this guy's
he's
even
a scrub.
Fishman.
This guy's the expert. Yeah, move aside, Fishman. There's a new Bane in town here. Hakoda here. Over 1,000 games on the Bane.
This guy is a really Bane in the ass for all the other players who are playing against him. So, looking at the lanes, it's gonna be Spirit Breaker, a hero that we don't see much.
No,
For a
not
good
at all.
reason.
Why is that? Yeah, like, what's up with the Spirit Breaker right now? Yeah, aren't you a bit of a Spirit Breaker player, or no?
Not really. I mean, here
You're
and
not
there,
an
but
enjoyer.
nothing too crazy. Not 1,200 games on Spirit Breaker.
No.
I feel like the hero has some value, but also very difficult to lane. Right? As an offlaner,
Yeah.
not a hero I want to lane with, and I think a lot of offlaners would feel the same way. Where the hero is just do nothing. You can pull the wave. But this type of Dota is like in professional scene, it is okay. In pubs, it's really not interactive, and that's exactly what Cemetery is going to do because you're really not doing much. You have no contribution whatsoever at the early stages. There is one hero, and there's only one hero that can make your life better. That's going to be Darkseer, so they have the combo.
Yes, yeah, it can be a very, very fun combo to play with if it kind of gets the ball rolling. Once they start getting that momentum and start finding those opportunities to set up. See how quickly they can get there. Obviously, last game, Batyakon is like him. We saw him kind of take over from the laning stage. Like the beginning of the game was very good. When you look at the lane that Elmo's got on the Lycan on the other side for Modus this time round, how do you expect he's going to do up here against the Tiny Bane? Is it a chill lane for him, or is there pressure?
I think Tiny deals really well with those Lycan wolves. They don't have that much HP. You're also... Like, Bane is very bad against Lycan. Dakota.
But
Okay, they get the kill.
Yeah, able to step up and take him down with the raises.
He was looking. I think Dakota might have been able to kill him. Not sure if he had a cast range, because he was, like, really close to that 19 threshold. It is pure damage, so you can see the number, but problems already using the healing salve. I also think that it's a good Spirit Breaker game in a way where he can charge a hero and it's not going to get interrupted. Shadow Fiend doesn't have anything, Lycan doesn't have anything, maybe he's going to have a creep. Supports Tame the Beast, you need to use that, or Slithering Crush, that's about it. Everything else is very hard to stop him from actually getting in.
Yeah, what do you do about that, actually? Will we see, like, can Kasani on the techies buy, like, a Yules early in his build, or is that not worth picking up? Does he need other stuff with the support techies this game?
I'm thinking if he's going to be able to get enough. I think
Yeah,
when you
it's
have
a lot,
Shadow
isn't it?
Fiend,
Yeah.
when you have Slaughter, you also want to be getting something like a Solar Crest to increase the damage, but it's a very, very good Yules game. You're playing against Darkseer, removing Ion Shell Surge. You're playing against Darkseer, removing Ion Shell Surge, stopping Spirit Breaker from going in, maybe canceling the Bane's Grip. Even against Pango, it can be very annoying. So very good pickup if somehow he manages to get the farm.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. So we'll be a bit of time if he wants to go for that. Go for that first. So far, though, his lane. Kasani's been setting up nicely for Bottega. Complete free farm here on the Shadow Fiend. Close, honestly, probably close to like perfect CS. 28 last hits here, 3 minutes and a half in. Bottega not getting contested whatsoever by the Spirit Breaker Darkseer. So whatever power these two have, it's certainly not there in these first few levels, apparently.
It's not
the
here,
SF,
yeah,
he doesn't care. Yeah.
It doesn't exist yet. It's gonna need to be something crazy. They are creep skipping, understanding, but they can't really play the lane against Shadow Fiend and Bottega. He is coming in close. Ready with the right clicks, ready with the raises. Spirit Breaker charging the mid lane. Well, might be in trouble. At least steal his rune.
Yep.
Nice
Make him a little
time.
bit sad. There we go.
But Elmo denied it on the other side.
Oh, he sent a wolf over, didn't he?
Yeah,
oh, so actually,
he
yeah,
did.
Rain's sadder. He has no regen. Well, he's a Tango, but his mana, he's got nothing for that. So completely out mana pretty much on the Pango. No refuel.
Blast off misses in the bottom lane. If that hit Spirit Breaker, it would definitely die. Playing behind enemy lines. Again, this is the reason why the hero is not popular. Look at him. 0-1 and 0, 2 last hits. Can't really do much. leaving your offlaner alone on the island. Try to find a way. He can't even stack. Like, the only way you can stack in the triangle, you can stack one camp and maybe use blood grenade to stack the other one. That's about it.
Yeah, it's a rough life here for the Spirit Breaker in the early days, for sure. We'll be able to at least bring the creep wave over. But again, just, yeah, zero pressure onto this SF. I think this has honestly got to be one of the highest CSs I've seen on a 5-minute SF. 44 last hits and 5 minutes in. It's pretty crazy. Top lane, some good body blocks going on here with the Wolves as they set up onto Hakoda. And can he live under the tower? Botega's going to come in with the rotation, and Shigetsu's going to get a nasty surprise. As the SF turns up, he dies. Elmo's going to still continue to look to chase down Hakoda under the tower. They got enough to take him out. He's trying to get the walls around for the body blocks. He doesn't want to waste any more time chasing him. He's happy to turn his attention back over towards the tier 1. But yeah, nice little movement there from Botega. Turns up and makes sure that they can take the enemy carry out.
There were no creeps for him in the bottom lane because they dragged that creep wave, fit Spirit Breaker, meaning that lane was underneath the tower, so he uses the opportunity to backstab the enemy carry, gets the kill, and is pushing the tower. They have catapult, they have overwhelming damage coming up from these heroes, and it's gonna die. Much crisper game from Modus in this one.
Yeah, really nice start from them this time around. 6 minutes in, very early tier 1, and Bottega, as I say, continues to just have one of the fastest opening 6 minutes that we've seen from any of these SFs. He has had a dream lane. And so far, the Spirit Breaker Darkseer, not a lot of potential has been shown from it. And they can do something now.
Batyuk, you would love
There we
to
go.
be level 6 here.
They're ready for the dive. Rolling Thunder coming in, controlling Bottega. So if they have enough to kill him, they don't. He's actually able to turn kill off Cemetery. Further TP backup comes into play. They don't get the kill. They lose 2 lives themselves. Just the misery continuing here for this Spirit Breaker Darkseer duo that are just having no game at all really on this bottom lane. Sure that the farm's still there for the Darkseer, but they're not able to make any sort of play to slow this SF down.
No, he's having a complete free farm. You said his net worth, like 4.2k, 7 minutes in. And they also didn't get the kill. Darkseer needed 9 experience to be level 6. Maybe with the Wall of Replica Illusion,
maybe.
it would have been enough. It's a lot of damage. It's a 70% damage. Shadowfiend Illusion does hurt. Maybe they thought we're going to be able to kill 1 creep underneath the tower, get some XP. It would push him to level 6, but it just wasn't enough. Some of these small things, they definitely add up.
They'd love to try and dive this SF, but after that attempt they're going to feel that they need so much more if they want to try and do that. You know, they bought Imrain on the Pango to try for that effort. Did not work out. They're going to see if they can maybe set something up in the mid. Not easy, though, and Kasani, he's going to come in with a blast back towards them. Cemetery will charge over. Not having enough damage, though, Yellow Submarine to really burst a target right now. At the least, none of them will die. I'll stay safe. Pretty much just looking towards that diffusal timing on Rain for when they're going to have that early item that will allow them to get away with these offensive moves. Still obviously a lot of time that Shigetsu needs until he's going to be ready to turn up to the fights as the tiny carry. It's a much slower start from Yellow Submarine this time. Modus looking infinitely better after they struggled throughout the entirety of that game 1.
Even in that game number 1, they had relatively slow start to the game. They got their first kill 6, maybe 7 minutes into the game and didn't get much done. It was more about them farming up until a point where they felt comfortable joining the fight. They were playing for their timings. Now I'm not seeing that timing. There's going to be Diffusal Blade on Pangolier, but in terms of syncing up with another hero, there really isn't much. Hakoda, still level 5 at the moment. Not too many things that can dispel or stun Fiend's Grip, but at least you have a box. You have Escaped Act, which is going to be always very good so far. Problems, we've seen very good positioning coming out from him.
Trying to set up here in the
fight
river.
damage on Rain.
Botega's turned up, and with that you got to run, but the jump forward comes in. They get the catch onto Batyuk. They'll drop the wall, but they'll very quickly deal with the illusions, and Batyuk is dead as well. Cemetery, can he run from this? He's going to get hit by the dart. Should be able to keep his distance from problems, though.
No, wow, that Spirit Breaker impact. Whew, man. Hard to
It's
catch all of it on camera.
Yeah, this is it's rough. Level 3 Spirit Breaker here, 10 minutes in. Not having a fun time, Cemetery, and he's just getting bullied now by problems. He'll have charge again in a second, so well, actually,
Get him. Yeah, this is it. This is his highlight.
well, why did he try and TP problems? Anyway, in the mid, they'll lose the Bane. Why did he TP in front of the... Did he want to be charged? Just to stop Cemetery from charging out of this area? Maybe? I don't know. He's got TP, though. I don't know. Well, either way, rip TP there for problems.
I think they were making a move, and he wanted to... Maybe thinking, I need to cancel some of the abilities. Bane is still level 5, so no grip available anyway. I don't know. Maybe for the lull zone.
I guess so. They're going to try and set up in the mid, but as you say, without the level 6 on Bane, they don't have huge amounts of lockdown. Nice little whip from Problems. Stopping the charge for the Cemetery, so no connection at all onto Morel. Morel perfectly fine. There's the Slardar. And just, yeah, this net worth for the SF, Bottega, he is getting ridiculously farmed. This is an SF more out of control than any of the other SFs we've seen in the early games.
Absolutely. 6.5. Yeah. He's going to get the tower on top of this. Yeah. Maybe get a kill.
Well, they do drop the
Created
wall
the
down.
illusion out of him. So that
He's
hurts.
taking... not hurting enough, though. Or maybe with the grip. They're going to try and lock him down. Rain's in with the rotation. Big double here for Rain as they kill off the techies and the SF. So this time, Modus getting a little bit ahead of themselves. They tried to push forward aggressively. You know, popping the Mask of Man is trying to get in there, trading the damage. But the potential, indeed, of the wall. They get the illusion out, and things get a little more complicated. And the first death occurs there for Bottega. The kill going to Rain on top of that. So... going to show that even with the incredible amount of farm he does have on this SF, he's got to be careful. Can still very much die if they drop the ults on him.
Yeah, he's getting minus armor from his presence, and he's also getting minus armor from Mask of Madness that he's using. So quite a lot of minus armor. Minus, what is it, 11 at the moment? It's level 2 presence of the Dark Lord. Oh, that hurts. Like, his armor... is still not that high. Like, for Agi Hero, sure, you are getting the armor, but with the Mask of Madness, with the aura being applied to yourself, it doesn't feel that great. They also have quite a lot of minus armor on their side. Again, it's all about that physical damage lineup. Morel, he picks up a Blink Dagger. Amplified damage with Shadowfiend, with Lycan. It's gonna start to hurt. I did talk about the atomization prior to the game about what the Darkseer needs to buy. He is rushing it. He is going for the Crimson Guard this time. It's very good to pick up the aura. It feels very nice against 3 physical damage cores. And I also want to see if somebody else is going to giving, you know, maybe some extra bit of utility as well. I see Ash Legion Shield picked up on one of the heroes. They would definitely love to have more, but... or some kind of a Solar Crest, and I also see Shiva's Guard. This is very important. You get kind of double the value again, playing against multiple cores with physical damage. So you're slowing their attack speed, and it also is providing you with insane amount of armor. That's 17 armor from Shiva's.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Slowing down the net worth lead a little bit. There's Yellow Submarine. Continue to punch back, finding problems. Starting to make the moves now as a team. Closing that gap that Modus were able to create at the beginning.
And most importantly, Rain, he was the one who got a kill on Shadowfiend. He got 1 extra kill in that bottom tier 1 tower engagement, which did give him that extra bit of gold that he needed. He was not having that good of a time early on. The Fuse of Blade is now ready on him. Smoke available. Wolves as well, trying to scout things out.
Cemetery will at least get the cliff ward down here inside of the triangle. The rest of them unlikely to find anything with the remainder of the smoke. looking back at the mid, but nobody's showing it. There's problems hovering around for the occasional XP.
Help completed. Elmo also has enough money to buy Shard and 200 gold. That's going to be their way of dealing with the waves. So they can push them out, go for the objective on the other side. And I could definitely see them in the next minute or so try to look for a fight near the Roche pit and then take Roshan for themselves, because they have more than enough damage. With all this minus armor, it's definitely more than enough to kill Roshan. They have a tower in the mid lane. Cemetery with the charge. Again, problems. He's been causing a lot of issues.
Morel went for the blink jump there, but Rain just counters it with a beautiful angle with the Rolling Thunder, catches on to both of them, sets up for the killer onto Morel, and now in the river, Kasani nearly dying to the swashbuckle. They'll get the ult onto Shigetsu, locking down the Tiny. With Velma rotating in, we'll be able to kill him before Batyuk's able to surge him out of this. Hakoda also left behind. So Elmo able to time this rotation over towards the mid with the shapeshift to ensure that Modus still get the cleanup, despite losing their mid.
I think Rain could have committed heavier with this Pango. At least kill off Kasane, maybe even try to roll on top of problems. Because I think they could have gotten at least one more kill in this trade-off. And exactly as we said, like they're going to try to look for a fight. And with the overwhelming physical damage against Roshan, they're going to try to go for it. Batyuk. Let's see if they decide to go and try to scout things out. Wall is ready, but Roshan's dropping low. It's going to drop it as well.
Batyuk
Does see him.
going to try and time it. He's in, he'll drop the wall. They're going to use the Requiem, though, to keep the Roche area secured. They are losing heroes outside of the pit, but they got the Roche and they got the Aegis on Bottega. So if
They
it's just
see him.
the two
Bottega
supports
is in
dying,
trouble.
I mean, they might just be able to kill him twice,
They're going to
right?
kill him twice.
They're going to surround him.
Okay.
That's the first one. And
Shadowfield,
All right.
he hits 5 times while Tiny hits once. They have an Avalanche ready as well. He has no Requiem. So this
Okay.
Roshan completely nullified.
yeah, immediately. They get 2 support kills, and then it's like, okay, if they get the support kills and the Roche still goes the way, and Modus and the SF can get out, Modus is still happy. But yeah, SF just gets chased out afterwards, loses all the benefit that he got from that Roshan, and now they won't be able to play aggressively with this Aegis. It gives a bit more time for Yellow Submarine to continue to stabilize the game.
They're definitely back with this type of a play. If they manage to get out and then control the map with the Aegis, that could have been problematic. But now they're in a pretty good spot. You have... like even Spirit Breaker, he picked up Ghost Scepter. Hakoda, he has one in his quick buy. Also, the fight that we've seen in the mid lane in the river where Hakoda used grip, he knew that they have no abilities. It was a nice play. Team keeping an eye on every single ability, knowing that there's nothing that can stop it from going off. But there was no follow-up. Shield.
Going for the jump onto Cemetery, but
Immediately dispelled.
I mean, maybe with Elmo. I mean, he's got a charge available, Cemetery, so he can look to charge. Okay, kind of goes for just a short charge, and he's going to opt for the TP out. Nothing to stop it, though, so he gets away. Ooh, Morel. Did he get the cross on a Rain? Rain tried to slide in with the swashbuckle, but he's caught by the Wheel of Wonder. Rain jumps into his death there, completely underestimating what Modus have ready to throw at him.
Oof. Without Pango, without Wall, their damage is kind of very limited, and we are seeing some of the issues that they have with this Helm of the Dominator creep, especially Bane, who can't really deal with it. One Corrosive Haze on him. Dragon and Wolves are gonna kill him. This is the hero that has 0 abilities that deal well with Summon, that deals well with AoE. Maybe you have like Shard from random Tormentor, but it's still not enough to deal with what Ancient Black Dragon does. And it's giving him quite a lot of momentum. There's gonna be AC completed as well on Elmo in the next minute or so. Massive increase of damage output from both of your cores and yourself, and that's also going to give them ways to go for more objectives. Try to kill the towers. Yellow Submarine, they need to pull off the big combo. I think they need some Blink Vacuum Avalanche onto 2-3 people to win off the fight. And then with the Pango roll, you have the charge. The question is, can they execute it?
of a moment of calm again. Just waiting for that next round of the items. Aghanims and a few hundred gold for Rain. AC's done for Elmo. So things next round kind of coming together for both teams. Neither will be afraid of a fight. It's a question of who's going to be more prepared for it. Modus, they're already going to start the set up top. Smoke's there. See if Yellow Submarine are going to sense that this is coming for them. Cemetery's already out through the twin gate. Rain is making sure he doesn't get caught out on the lane. They're going to go through the twin gate. They put their eyes on Cemetery. But Taker, he just takes that out on his own there with the raises. Easy solo kill here for the SF. And Yellow Submarine, they're going to try and look towards him. But the setup's here behind Bottega. Smoke
They know
on
the
smoke.
scan connected.
Rain's got to be
It's going
careful.
down
Last
so
few times...
quickly.
Okay, they get the jump combo onto the Tiny. Oh, sorry, onto the Techies. Kasani's out. And they'll start to back off here. Elmo's looking for the chase. Put the summons onto Shigetsu. Avalanche back up in a second so Shigetsu can protect himself if they dive. Surge onto him also. Keeps him out. See at the side, Bottega is looking for the Requiem, but he's going to get caught by the charge. They have the Rolling Thunder on top of him, and they actually
the
get forced
illusion.
into the Rolling Thunder again, and Shigetsu's back in with the Avalanche combo. That's going to be Bottega gone, and now with the shapeshift coming to an end, Yellow Submarine can just chase down Elmo and potentially chase down Morel. The
They
charge
want
is
more.
in onto Elmo, knocked back here by the Ultimate Cemetery. That's
Shigetsu?
going to be Elmo gone. The TP out just in time from Morel. But Yellow Submarine, they were ready to just immediately go for that. Just a bit unfortunate, really, for Bottega. He could not get the Requiem off. They have too many stuns and interrupts, really, between the Spirit Breaker and the Pangolier that he can't just stand his ground and pop the Requiem.
No, without BKB, he really can't. There is still multiple abilities that go through debuff immunity, but he desperately needs a BKB. He needs to be able to stand his ground and
Yeah, we'll see
take the
again.
fight. Yeah, it's too much. Again, Rain with another good roll. He's the one controlling the whole fight, controlling the backlines. He tripped him up and creating the illusion out of Shadow Fiend. You see the minus armor. It is working as intended. That's why we're seeing this Darkseer being used as a counter to Shadow Fiend. And he almost caught, as well as this Slaughter who was trying to TP out. He needed maybe like a half a second because he did get a glimpse of him, but his Blink Dagger just wasn't ready at the moment. I also want to see if he's going to match that AC that there is on the other side. So I want to see if Shigetsu decides to pick it up. I feel like it might be needed because nobody else can really buy it. Pango could potentially buy it, but it's not the item, so I kind of think that they still need it. I see double Shiva's Guard, one from the mid lane, one from the off lane.
yeah.
I'm definitely fine with that. A lot of the times double Shiva's
You don't
isn't
mind
like you're not getting the value, but in this case, definitely fine with it. If one guy is either further away or if he's dead, it's also an item that's just going to tank you up so heavily. 3 physical damage cores, you get 17 armor from it, the bigger AoE on your spells. It does feel nice. We'll see if he decides to go for it. Right now, they are hunting down whatever they can find on the map. 250 gold for them.
That's a lot of money from that. Very easy for them to kill any time that the Helm of the Overlord creep does show. Down to pretty much dead even, almost on net worth right now. So a bit of a concern for Modus, considering they did have that early advantage. Yellow Submarine starting to take away nearly all of that.
Oh, I like what I see, Owen. Spirit Breaker, it's it's probably a build that in this particular order has never been done before in the history of professional Dota.
What did
Going for Ghost
Brown Boots
Scepter
Ghost? Yeah.
into Ags. I think Ags is going to be the key. I think in this one, if they get Vacuum onto 2-3 heroes and then he charges in, it's going to be a lot. It's going to be massive.
Yeah, that is going to be quite something if they can line up that combo.
And he's going to get it with the greedy enchantment.
It's not that far
extra
off,
75. Yeah, has 2 components, basically 3 components.
That's going to be a lot of fun to watch out for in the team fights. Not a lot of fun for Modus, of course. As
Modus,
we are, we're seeing the Spirit Breaker come online, slowly but surely. The start was very slow. The lane wasn't great. It wasn't easy. I mean, it never really is right into an SF lane, regardless of what your hero is. But they are definitely making the Spirit Breaker Darks here have some life to it now in this mid-game portion.
They're waiting for the timing on Modus. Double BKB plus a nullifier on Lycan. Lycan doesn't have it yet. They're collecting the bombs as we speak.
Cemetery. Yeah, was able to clear out the area just before it was enough damage to kill him. Right. Perfect angle. Completely locks down problems on the stairs, and maybe even just able to go for more here. Requiem will push back Rain. Morel in with the jump. They got the save. Shigetsu's going to get him with the combo. Rain will try and swashbuckle away, but he's gone. The wall's down. They have the grip onto Morel. Cemetery. Quick charge, doing a fair bit of control Bottega through the BKB, and now the BKB's come to an end on Bottega. Shigetsu's going to get on top of him as the Tiny doesn't have enough damage on his own. The defense will come in with the box, and Elmo wrapping around from the back lines takes out both supports Yellow Submarine. Shigetsu has to back out. He is stuck though.
He's stuck.
Have to wait have to wait for the blink to come back up here. Or I guess
he's going to grab the tree.
Yeah,
he can grab the tree and get out. Not a bad fight again. Like they lost Pango. No. It was nicely timed combo. His roll ended. Even with the shield rune still up and running. Nicely timed Requiem. Clips him on the edge just enough for them to layer another spell. And you see the explosiveness of this draft. In terms of the damage output, Shadow Fiend plus Slaughter. So much minus armor coming out from them.
They need that extra bit of armor on the side of Yellow Submarine, and it will come out soon. The AC not too far off for Shigetsu. He has a couple, a minute or so freedom to farm. Should be able to get that online for the team.
Yeah, that's the next big timing for them.
Yeah.
This AC, Shiva's Guard on Darkseer, try to slow them down, and potentially Aghanim Scepter on Spirit Breaker. Maybe we're going to be seeing some just a casual plate mail on Pangolier. That's going to work. Even splint mail, extra 7 armor, anything you can get early on is going to feel nice. But we talked about what Modus wants to do. Nullifier on Lycan. He has it. Double BKB on other 2 cores. So they can lock onto a target and try to kill it from 100 to 0. 2 Ghost Scepters that have been very annoying. Darkseer is going to suffer immensely as well.
Well, he's in. Gets the jump on Hakoda. Hakoda's going to be able to get away, though, with a Ghost Scepter. Turn actually used the grip to lock down Morel through the remainder of his BKB. Shigetsu jumps forward. Hakoda will still die, but Rain's got the Rolling Thunder good to go. Gets the angle onto Morel. Morel will attempt to slither away. The Requiem comes out, pushing back Cemetery. Few right clicks to finish off the job. They take Cemetery out. The buyback will come in from Hakoda. Trying to play it towards Elmo in the mid. Shigetsu gets the avalanche. Batchuk, oh, that's quite the vacuum. That's a 4-man vacuum wall coming in there from Batchuk. No immediate stun combo, but they still get the toss forward as Rain gets thrown over towards problems. A blink out in time will save Morel, and Elmo's able to get up to the high ground and TP out. So, as sweet as the 4-man vacuum wall did look, the majority of them get out alive.
If they have one avalanche on top of that, they're all dead. They're all dead. They're all gone. One Spirit Breaker charge, they're all gone. Hakoda, he used buyback in the previous fight.
He did.
Will not have it. That grip also held him into place for his whole BKB duration. A bit of a chaotic fight for Yellow Submarine.
Oh, they're not going to be quick enough with it, though. And now, they're actually going to try and make the jump happen here. They burst Hakoda, so there's a dieback on the Bane. He's out for 70.
Nice
Vacuum just onto the 1, but allows them to take out Kasani. Still, though, Cemetery destroyed by Elmo with the summons here. It's Lycan doing a hell of a lot of damage.
Maybe Lycan's OP. Maybe teams have been sleeping on this hero. We saw it dominate the previous game, didn't die a single time. This time around, 1 death on Elmo, but it does look great. On top of the net worth, as an offlaner, as Lycan, I want to see what the next item's going to be. He just picked up a Blink Dagger, making sure that he can lock onto that target. He can blink in, nullify either Darkseer, both of the supports with the Ghost Scepter. Even Shield Crash can be very annoying. The extra bit of a barrier that you're getting, it's not the most important one, but there are a lot of things that he can dispel.
Back on with the push now. Tier 2 bottom. And we will see Cemetery still hasn't quite got the Ags. We'll have it here with these creeps. There we go. So the Ags finally online here for the Spirit Breaker. And Now they just got to hope that Batyuk can bring in another one of those 4-man vacuum walls and that Cemetery's around to combo it up.
They need one spell. They need the Rolling Thunder, Avalanche, or Charge. It doesn't even need to be 4. If he can land a 3-man vacuum, they're all gone. Especially in a longer fight when their BKBs are down.
It could look pretty spectacular
Radiant's top tower is under
if they can land this crazy teamfight combo. Bit of a slowdown. I mean, imagine if you're Modus now, you manage to kind of regain control of the game. You don't obviously have the Aegis that still sits on Shigetsu for another few minutes. Are you fighting into Yellow Submarine, or are you just trying to avoid fights for this Aegis time on the Tiny?
2.5 minutes, almost 3 minutes actually. I don't know if they can. Right now, they're probably just going to be dodging, but if the fight comes, they will have to take it. Well, manages to blink out.
Nice little surprise there. Able to get the wisdom 3 minutes after it appears on the map.
top tower is under attack.
A little bit of a steal there for Hakoda.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's
I just want to see the Wombo combo. If they pull off even 3-man vacuum with the
It's gonna
Spirit Breaker
be-
charge, they're just gonna die. If they sit inside the wall while they're getting bashed, getting that extra bit of a damage
Radiant are scared.
from the Aghanim Scepter, it can be pretty tricky. They're gonna smoke and maybe look for something. They're pinging it out. Somebody will need to defend the tier 3 tower in the bottom. But right now, Yellow Submarine, they're playing on a different side of the map.
Dire are scared. Radiant's top tower.
Gonna start poking the high ground here, Bottega. Immediate TP's coming in. Ooh, Shigetsu.
Cemetery's
It's actually
going
able to jump and get the 2-man avalanche. Batyuk is going to look for the 3-man wall. Who had the follow-up with the Rolling Thunder, but the BKB was already out from Bottega and Morel, so they'll have a chance to run. It's going to get knocked over the cliff here, Morel. BKB about to come to an end. Rain continues to chase him in with the Rolling Thunder. Bottega, he'll TP out. So he manages to
That was
escape, save to be
close.
sent for Kasani. But they'll still lose 2. Very quick reactions there from Yellow Submarine. As soon as they saw that SFT, pushing up to the high ground, they TP'd in. I think pretty much with everyone, right? Apart from the Spirit Breaker obviously charging in from the angle of the mid lane.
He was finding the angle. It didn't connect. Requiem did clip him right when he was about to land it. I think they saw him with this Observer Ward that Problems did place. And they have another charge. Now they're going to be ready to go in, but Cemetery too fast for the rest of this team. Maybe you can try to backpack your boots so you're not fast enough so the rest of the team can try to catch up. But another good fight. Thanks to Batyuk, who's been owning this whole series. In the previous one, he played Lycan, no deaths, kind of solo owned the game as well. I mean, there were a couple of factors to that first game, but in this one, definitely keeping them alive with multiple man vacuum walls.
Yeah, stopping Modus from getting away with that attempt to make a bit of a move in these moments where they don't have the Aegis on themselves, Modus.
It's one of those rare occasions where you see Tiny just getting like even extra armor. He's getting AC in this one. He's getting neutral enchantment, getting tough. So extra 12 armor, sitting at 40 armor at the moment, which does give him what is this, 71% physical resistance, knowing that most of the damage is physical. And I'm also really glad that he swapped things around. I wanted to mention that, yeah, sure, Daedalus is fine as an item, more than fine in terms of damage, but I think Satanic is a better option. It gives you that survivability, it gives you the spell against Howl, because Howl is also something that we haven't mentioned. It's very good against Tiny. It is the green damage, so reducing that by 40%, it's quite a lot of damage that you're reducing against Tiny. Lightning bombs at the moment.
I'm just clearing the area. Rain. Bataega's going to show himself at the front. He's just going to get caught immediately in the stun combo, gets the BKB off. Now starting to turn and trying to take back Yuk down with the right click, and will succeed in doing so. They've killed off the Darkseer. Elmo ready to try and get him with a shapeshift. Pretty much one-shots Hakoda there. His BKB has come to a finish. Both supports of Modus buying back. Yellow Submarine, they will respect that, they get out. So Yellow Submarine, they do lose 2 heroes, but they get 2 kills, and also 2 buybacks out of Modus.
Radiant's bottom tower
They should know that Darkseer doesn't have buyback available. He just showed his 9-second BKB in this fight. It's time to go for the high ground. Also, Shadowfiend holding the high ground in that fight, and he does have overwhelming damage. With Mask of Madness, Daedalus completed on him, sitting at almost 5,000 gold. Slaughter amping up all that damage. Let's see how they're gonna approach it. I would love to see them maybe try to poke a little bit, but Shigetsu is taking care of the bottom wave. Spirit Breaker as well. Mid lane is getting pushed in, but they're still gonna respect it, knowing that they have no BKBs available. So 2 buybacks on supports. Yellow Submarine, they want to take the fight, knowing that the BKBs are down. 30 seconds.
Cemetery. Trying for the setup there, but Bataega will Hurricane Pike out in time.
Dire's middle tower is
They were not aware where the rest of the teammates were. They would definitely go in with the blink Shiva's guard, even just casual poke from Pangolier. Yeah, look at Tiny's damage. He loses almost 200 damage with 1 howl.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy actually. That's a lot of reduction that you wouldn't get from any other ability in the game.
Hey, imagine if we had a spell that says give him minus 200 damage.
Yeah, it's on a very low cooldown. Like it's going to be constant through the fights.
And Feeble is 70% damage reduction, but it's nowhere as near when we talk about getting damage reduced the same way that Howl does against Tiny. Another Shiva's completed on Pangolier. They are understanding that all that damage is physical, trying to reduce it as much as they can, purchasing all of these armor items. AC, double Shiva's guard. Spirit Breaker. He was thinking about maybe getting a BKB, but decided to pick up a Shadow Blade instead. Still yet to see the combo with the Aghanims, charge, and vacuum. Shigetsu getting jumped.
That's a good stun. Gets it onto the 2 of them. The Cemetery Core. The same to be said for Shigetsu as he's trapped in the wheel. They'll drop the wall
Can he get
down.
Satanic and clicks? He cannot.
But he's gone. Immediately destroyed here by the physical damage. Bataega getting Rain and even getting Hakoda. I mean, there's 4 of them dead. They're straight up to the high ground. They've got to look to try and get this mid lane, but Backyuk's going to try and cut it. Fortifications there. They'll use it to keep this creep wave safe so they can get in and start doing some serious damage to the base modus.
Stacking on top of each other. Slaughter finds the opportunity, finds both of them. And this Spirit Breaker melts completely. Even Tiny, he did not feel tanky at all. Shadowfiend, again, gets some free right clicks in. These are long 50 seconds without Tiny. He does have buyback available, but with AC, with Shadowfiend, the damage, AC as well. Look at all this minus armor. There is tier 2 tower available in the top lane, so they can get megas.
bottom barracks has fallen.
Or at least force a buyback from Tiny. Which means that they can play for the next Rosh. It is alive in the bottom pit. And it dies so quickly. Like this Roshan is gonna melt.
They get this Broom around the top lane. They're going to be in a pretty good spot. Cemetery was considering charging him, but wasn't even able to make it anywhere close in time. So Roshan goes down. They get the Aegis onto Bataega. Refresher shot at the ready for Elmo, so he can have 2 rounds of the shapeshift. A decent lead now here for Modus. Ready to start setting up on the top lane to get that tier 2 and challenge for the mega creeps here whilst they have the Aegis.
Yeah, this fight pretty much. Not gonna say won them the game, but if they do win the game with the next fight, it is that fight pretty much. Yellow Submarine. Talked about the combo that they have. Still haven't seen it fully
No.
executed. They had this one big moment, but there's no real follow-up. There isn't a charge, there isn't an avalanche. A lot of the times it's on cooldown, the Blink Dagger's cancelled, Spirit Breaker is getting Requiemed, he doesn't have it ready. And now they're ready to go for the high ground potentially. Lincoln Sphere available on Shadowfiend. That's going to give him protection against either charge or Fiend's Grip. And he can slow siege the high ground with the AC, with Lycan Wolves. This time around, it needs to be perfect. The execution, they need to find the combo, either with the Rolling Thunder, with the Avalanche, or charge with the Vacuum.
Yeah, stopping this Aegis push is going to be so difficult.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Submarine. Big challenge for them here on the defense. Swift Blink now done for Bottega.
Shigetsu, he sold his items, is getting BKB. No treads available, so he is a bit slow. Will need to upgrade his Blink. Not sure if he's gonna have time for it.
He just gonna wait until they come. Oh, they're actually gonna go for the risky move here with the smoke. This is into the Aegis of the SF. Just hoping to try and catch Modus by surprise by fighting into it. Baiting a little bit with Bat Yuck. See if they take the bait. And then Will in with the crush. Charge now comes over. Now with the counterplay, they get the ult onto Elmo. Nice angle for the Rolling Thunder. They get the vacuum down onto the two of them. Yeah, the three of them getting caught by the wall. Double kill here for Shigetsu. They turn up Bottega. They're going to take the Aegis out of him. It's working. The setup, the bait here, as Yellow Submarine encouraged Modus to make that play onto Bat Yuck, and it gets turned around massively. They deal with the Aegis SF, killing off three of them, and they hold the defense. That went beautifully. For Yellow Submarine, and they went straight for it.
Off the hook. They
did.
They got mega baited. And they were ready. They baited with the guy who does have buyback available. Even if it did go wrong, they can still come back into the fight. And Hakoda, we haven't mentioned it ever since the start of the game. Like, his positioning has been good, but this time around he gets the Nightmare, resets just for a second, and now 60 seconds without your Shadowfiend, who doesn't have buyback. He upgraded his Swift Link, thinking that he is more than okay. Oof.
They're gonna lose at least one set of racks. I mean, with as long as the SF is dead, they might just lose two and get kind of put.
It's two at least.
Even with Yellow Submarine now, yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is falling.
Facing the same problem, there is tier 2 tower available in the bottom lane. They're gonna glyph.
This is pretty terrifying. I mean, do they even want to try and risk defending as four of them? Or do you just let this Rax go?
Maybe in the next 10 seconds they can try to get a jump when Shadowfiend is about to come out, but doesn't seem so. It's still 15 seconds. Shigetsu is getting the clicks in.
All right. Both racks taken there off the back of that very cute bait play from Yellow Submarine. As Yellow Submarine take the defense, get rid of the Aegis on the SF, kill him again. Bat Yuck, can he get out? Will blink away just in time. They were starting to chase out of the base to see if they could get any catch. And we'll continue to run down Bat Yuck.
Needs some extra gold for buyback right now. He did invest into Octarine, which means that lower cooldown on Wall, 45 seconds, lower cooldown on Vacuum, 22 seconds, might be able to get maybe two of those in a longer fight. This game has been really back and forth. Like, we've seen one team winning a fight and then other team winning it immediately after.
Radiant are scanning.
It's definitely going to hurt that little bit more for Modus. Especially after the struggles in game one, and now the fact that in this game two, you know, they go from a position of having the two sets of racks taken away, having the Aegis, and then bam, suddenly the game kind of flips on its head, and they end up being the ones to lose their own 2 racks. Very close one here. And Modus, they're going to try and strike again. And we have them with the smoke.
Batyuk, he's in a good spot. 3 bounty runes. They try to
They
bait
get the
it.
wheel on a Shigetsu, they caught him, but there's the vacuum wall down on a Bottega. Put the BKB,
Satanic?
look towards
Is it
Shigetsu.
enough?
Shigetsu's going to pull himself away with a harpoon. He's trapped in the trees for now, but at least he's alive. Elmo tried to commit him with the BKB, but he has to run here with the BKB shapeshifter, who's taking too much damage through it. They get the control onto Bottega with the Rolling Thunder. Elmo at least able to turn and clean up Cemetery. Can they get anything more from this? Morel's going to look to jump in a second. No, he's getting his blink cancelled here by the illusion.
They're thinking about
of this SF. I mean, this SF illusion causing them issues, stopping them from being able to chase on. So even with all the ults and the BKBs used, only the one hero dying, just Cemetery going down.
It's still difficult for Tiny to square up against Shadowfin if he doesn't have that wall, if he doesn't have Pango rolling on top of him. Rain going for Nullifier next, selling his treads. It's going to be very good against Sprint. It's going to be very good against Box. A lot of these defensive items on Ringmaster as well. Ghost Scepter, Yule Scepter, removing the Solar Crest, Force Staff. All of these things have been very annoying because they wanted to play a bit of a longer fight, knowing that they need to reset as well. Maybe try to bait this Rolling Thunder, kill off the wall illusions. Level 25, soon to be done on Darkseer as well. The big one on Radiant is Slaughter. He's not close to it though. He needs another big fight to be level 25. The Undispellable Corrosive Haze, you see Tiny all the time. And he also can't dispel it, so gonna be receiving that extra bit of damage. Spirit Breaker even picked up a Blink Dagger.
Oh, he just wants to get this perfect angle.
Yes, yeah. Shadowblade was not enough.
Modus again in the same spot. Yellow Submarine, their turn to try and hit them with the smoke. Go back, Yoke trying to get the lead in, but they get on top of him first. Straight away, they destroy the Darkseer. He'll buy back. You know that they did use a fair few BKBs here on Modus to go for that Darkseer kill, and inside the pit, they catch Bottega. Completely locked down and taken out. Elmo's got to run with his BKB coming to an end. Bottega buys back immediately. It's been 3 buybacks from Yellow Submarine. They've used that much more here than Modus. Modus just the one.
If they can kill off Shadowfin again, knowing that he doesn't have BKB ready. Wall coming off cooldown in 20 seconds, but Yuke has BKB available. They could potentially try to go in, and if they kill Shadowfin, that's going to be GG pretty much. At least it's going to be Roshan for them. It's going to give them another fight. 7,500 gold available on Shigetsu.
Yeah, the buyback
slightly more for a buyback. Yeah, 3 buybacks. That's pretty big.
And here we go, smoke time. Elmo is going to look for the jump. Has the Hex on towards Shigetsu, but Shigetsu's able to pop the Silver Edge and start backing away. They get the vacuum wall down onto the both of them. Bottega, he's going to get caught by Shigetsu. They're in with the Avalanche toss combo. He's up in the air. He's back down. He's gone dead for 2 minutes. They'll lose the Bane, but Morel's falling so low that this fight cannot go the way of Modus. Elmo has to run. They lose their SF. The catch is going to be there on towards the Lycan. Triple kill for Shigetsu. As they tried to make that move, but it was so risky. The SS still didn't have BKB backup ready to press, and they're making that play, as you say, where he doesn't have to buy back. He's just used it. So he's now out for 100 seconds. They'll buy back on Morel, but that's the only one they have. They don't have buybacks available on the other 2 cores. 1,400 gold short on the Lycan. He doesn't have the money.
In. He's ready, potentially with the toss back. If somebody shows, Surge ready if he wants to use it. But for now, going for the buildings. 1 glyph available.
He's going to try and put a stop to this, but the combo comes out from Shigetsu. Shigetsu's got the BKB back up. Morel, he'll put the BKB, trying to stand toe-to-toe with Shigetsu. Shigetsu will back off.
Let's see
Still
what
a
the
fair
call
bit of
is.
time.
Go for Roche or try to end the game.
I think
They're
you've got to go all
planting
in.
the banner. I think you're going all in.
Yeah, you know that these buybacks are likely to not be there. There's Morel caught in the avalanche. There's the vacuum wall combo on both Kasani and Morel. Rolling thunder in from Rain. He heads over towards the Slardar, locks him down. Nullifier also thrown away, and Morel will start to back away. Same to be said for Yellow Submarine. They're going to respect the fact that problems buybacks. And the buyback comes out from the Ringmaster. And now with the respawns coming up fairly shortly for the other two cores, they will back off and look towards the Roche instead.
I think you give Aegis to Darkseer. Pango,
True, he bought back, yeah.
Because Shigetsu, he does have enough money. But Yuk, he's been pretty much the hero that you need to have in a fight. Amplified damage. Roshan is moving, and he's moving quickly.
He's zooming down the
Shadowfiend
river.
is out.
I mean, they might be able to set something up for a fight around him, Otis. Not as clean now as an opportunity for Yellow Submarine to finish this Roshan. Modus is going to be ready to fight.
Tiny has 1,000 damage. This is a pre-crit. He also wants to get Daedalus. Kasane planting some bombs on the hill.
So you've got to be so careful if you show here. Shigetsu's going to be right on top of you. Checking out the Roche pit. Neither team wanting to go in first. Still a tough position for Modus. Nobody having buyback available on Modus. At least for Yellow Submarine.
Only 2
two of
buybacks
them
available
still.
in the game.
Yeah. Just Shigetsu and Rain.
Hakoda goes downhill, plants sentry, plants observer board on the high ground. Good scouting tools from Modus. They can keep sending the wolves, keep sending this creep. Ogre Frost Mage. Scouting things out inside the pit. What's going on? Both of the teams have taken 2 sets of barracks.
Oh, they're going for it.
Vega, he's in. Shigetsu
Okay.
gets the avalanche.
I mean, going to make the jump forward, but has put the BKB same from Morel. They're going to go all in on trying to kill Shigetsu. Be a nightmare that kind of bails him out. Nice nightmare save. Still though, Bottega finishes the Roche, gets the Aegis. So Aegis on the SF. Rain
There's stuff on the ground.
is in with the Rolling Thunder. Walls down, but Modus will be able to deal with the illusions. We're in the mid. Chase there for Elmo. They catch the Wolf. He's not able to run away with the shapeshift. And the rest of Modus now. They got the Roche, they got the Aegis. They've probably just got to get out. They don't want to let anyone else get caught here by the chase. The TP out just in time from Bottega.
They needed half a second.
They get out, and they've got the Aegis now, but they don't have their Lycan for 80.
Yeah, that's the problem. Spirit Breaker, he blinked in, picked up Refresher Shard, refreshed it, get another charge on that Lycan, and then got another ulti off after that. Also, I think there was a grip on Shadowfiend with Lincoln Sphere, so it didn't connect. I think it was on that target, or maybe they used it on somebody else. But he is the one holding the Aegis. Starter is level 25 now. Corrosive Haze undispellable. I also see that Tekis is starting to plant some bombas in the base. Buybacks are coming off cooldown in the next 2.5 minutes for both of these teams, and they're gonna wait it out.
Final tier 2 here for the taking for Yellow Submarine. They might not have the Aegis, but they're still going to feel very strong. So Modus, even though they do have this Aegis on Bottega, have to be very prepared for any jump that Yellow Submarine might look for. Just waiting in the base for now, Modus. Almo back up. He's got everyone ready to go. She gets her in position if anyone does step outside. Lots of money. Good look to sell
saving
something
it for
to pick
now.
that. I mean, what do you sell actually? His inventory's kind of nice.
I don't think you sell anything. I think you might be
we can't
swapping
get the
things
stateless
out. Yeah, BKB.
Sure.
Because before
Yeah.
the refresher change, you would always like keep your BKB, but now since you can't like even refresh your BKB, that's the item that you always swap out, no matter what. So I think just pop a BKB, swap in Daedalus, because you want pretty much the other items. He could also maybe remove the Silver Edge, but Silver Edge is also good. The rest, like you need the double hit, you need the Swift Link, AC is too valuable. I think you just keep both of them and then swap in Daedalus. We'll see what he decides to do.
Only a minute and a half left on it, and Modus haven't really been able to leave the base. I'm very likely just waiting for their own buybacks to come back off cooldown. A couple of them back up in a minute. I'm still seeing Elmo definitely living on the edge though. Continuing to spend up and not having money for his own buyback as the Lycan. Refresher done. Here for Rain.
That's how you siege. I think there was a game, I keep going back to Chinese qualifiers, that was that last game where they managed to make insane comeback, Bach and the team, where the other team, they didn't have refresher on Pango for a really long time. I think that game could have been much different. Just use one Rolling Thunder, refresh it, use your roll up, use it again. Pango struggles against one thing. He struggles against these long-range turrets who can actually kill him during roll. Shadowfin being one of them, but if you get a connection on him, or if you manage to get a BKB out of him, you're still getting the value out of that. So want to see this slow type of a siege for now. They're waiting until Aegis expires, and I feel like Yellow Submarine is going to go and try to go for the high ground, but still got to respect the jump from Slaughter. A lot of bombs in the base as well. More to the other side rather than the bottom part of the map. But he is planting some now.
Radiant are scanning.
And also preparing for the late game. Bobble on techies. I think that's the only one that I've seen. Everybody... Oh no, there's one available on Bane.
They're in. Quick jump in towards the Slaughter. Get the BKB off. We'll have to just BKB and run. Vacuum wall down onto both Problems and onto Bottega. Bottega will try and turn. They're losing their supports here, Problems. He is going to get back just in time. So neither side
Right
to
here
losing
on
him with the
Shadowfin.
combo. Oh my goodness, he's gone all in. All right, here we go. Bottega. All right.
No BKB on Morel. That's the big one. He does have cheese.
I mean, I like this as well. I mean, was this necessary? This is, you know, going for the, I mean, I love it. He's gone for the rapier. There we go. You see the damage, but now he's caught in the combo. He's in trouble. He'll get the BKB off, but the ult's there from Cemetery, locking him down. The box comes in. They'll get him back up to the high ground. Bottega. My goodness, living on the edge. He'll live, gets back to the fountain. It's going to be Morel having to consider a buyback here as he'll die outside of the base, dead for 2 minutes. Does have buyback available.
It's a very risky move from Bottega. A lot of the times you would see, like, you don't see Lincoln Sphere on Shadow Fiend. Like, this is supposed to be your Satanic, so that's when you have this explosive damage, level 25 talent, Shadow Rays applies attack damage, plus Satanic, plus Daedalus, plus the crit. It all syncs up, but without Satanic, it's not as strong. Shigetsu getting tripped up.
Put the wheel onto him. Take it. Nearly getting clipped.
Another
by the
wall ready.
swashbuckle.
Thanks to the talent, level 20, minus 40 seconds, 25% reduction from Octarine, and they are sieging.
Rain. With the roll, we'll force out the buyback from Morel.
This is why I mentioned Pango with the refresher, plus a tiny. It just gives you ability to win the game. When you play against Megas and maybe even post 60 minutes, it's almost impossible to make the comeback because tier 5 neutral items, they are that powerful. 30 seconds away from these tier 5 neutrals. Shigetsu. I also want to see if they're going to be camping this bottom area of the map, this outer ring, where they can potentially catch someone who's going to be, or at least try to be greedy and try to farm these neutral items. Because right now, Yellow Submarine, they're in a definitely better position where they can control majority of the map, have access to their neutral items. We've seen more experienced teams place the Observer Ward like very close to these gates, so they can't leave the base and then camp the other side. Potentially put 2 Observer Wards down if we have vision available, and you can see Modus doing the same thing. Sentry Ward in the spot that I just mentioned, plus the Observer Ward, making sure that maybe they can be the one getting that first initial jump.
See if they get the big stuff. Anything crazy on the combos for these neutrals. Definitely going to have a much more freedom to get those pickups as opposed to Modus, who's still trapped in the base. And Modus have to play so careful around this Rapier SF. They do not want to let Bottega go down. He dies, it's game over. He's nearly got money for buyback on top of it, but losing the Rapier is going to feel pretty rough. And Cemetery. He's got eyes on Morale. We'll get the BKB off. Jump forward here with the fall in the sky. And they've got the grip. Yeah, the box is there though. Morale, can he get back to base? The vacuum wall's going to catch on. A Pokemon now reigns in with the Rolling Thunder. Nullifier onto Problems. Problems gone. Shigetsu in with the toss combo to take down Morale, and that's both of them out without buyback. It's going to have to be 3 versus 5 on the defense now for Modus for the next minute and a half.
Let's see the damage from Shadowfin. Audacious Deso with Divine Rapier. Problem is, you don't have that amp damage from Slaughter anymore, but look at all these bombs. Somebody will need to go through the minefield. It's a minefield, basically. It's
yeah. I mean, you got to see what Rain sort of rolling over them or something.
I think he rolls in, and they go, and they try to get Megas. Daedalus now completed on Tiny, plus the buyback available.
And they've got these fallen skies here. Taking turns to poke down the base and get that final set of barracks, Yellow Submarine.
6,000 HP on Tiny.
Very, very close to level 30. Should be able to set up for this Roshan here. The Mega Creeps in their favor. I mean, this is going to be a pretty impressive turnaround for Modus if they're able to hold. And they are going to give it their all here. Trying to desperately hold on here for the chance of making it to TI. A loss here, and it's the end of the road for Modus.
They got to go all in. They have to. Problem is, Shadowfin hasn't really been able to get the right clicks in. He's getting heavily focused in like every major team fight for the past 30 minutes. Every single time with the wall. But Yuk even has Refresher available now, so potentially 2 walls. You're playing against 2 Rolling Thunders. They could siege. They could just go for an end. AoE Surge available. Tiny getting that tower done. Banner has been planted.
Oh! And they get the jump! The vacuum wall's in onto wards in Rolling Thunder as well. The avalanche follow-up. He'll get the BKB off. It doesn't matter. The Fiends group's there. The Rapier on the floor.
Divine's
is anyone
on the
able to
ground.
pick it up? He steals
Bango
it, rolls in and gets it. Rain gets the pickup, takes the Rapier. Shigetsu's in trouble. He is dead. Okay, Bottega's got it back. The Rapier's recovered. Bottega kills off Batyo. And now, looking for Shigetsu's trying to end the game. Not going to be able to do that. Yeah, not going to be able to do that at all. Just gets destroyed here by the Rapier SF. Morel gets his hand on Hakoda. Oh, okay. Well, the buyback's coming out.
He got the Rapier back.
He got it back. He tried to roll in and steal it, but they kill him.
he rolled in a different direction. I think he needed to go through the other entrance where they knew that there were not going to be mines. And then Tiny just completely disappeared in basically 2 hits from Shadowfin.
All right. Okay. Here's the SF buyback. But his rapier back in his hands that he'll be very happy with Bottega. I mean, can they do anything, though, with this minute? The Yellow Submarine are without a couple of their heroes.
25 seconds until his BKB is up. They gotta respect the wall. It's still, I don't think they're gonna be able to push in. Even though they have super creeps in 2 of those lanes, still mega creeps is stronger than super. We need giga creeps, Owen.
Yeah, they do still scale up, right, as the time passes, or is
They
there
do, yeah,
a cap?
yeah.
Well, they do.
Yeah,
they continue to cap.
I believe they
scale up a
do.
bit.
Yeah, let me just double check that because it has been
think
changed.
Yeah, I can't remember if there's an actual cap to the scaling or if they do just continue to infinitely creep up. I think they might. But maybe not. Maybe they could do with, as you say, getting some other sort of burst to it, because we get a lot of these long games. Maybe actually not as much in this EU qualifiers, but still not been completely rare. We've had a few 60 minutes. 65 minutes. I mean, if Modus is able to find a way to push this to game 3, it's going to be pretty insane with how much control that they've lost. And if they do, it's absolutely going to be down to Bottega making the big call and picking and playing this with this rapier.
Dire are scanning.
Not able to do anything with those 2 death timers on Yellow Submarine, though. Yellow Submarine are going to get the chance to get everyone back in the game. And be ready to go for that next move. And this time, Bottega will not have the luxury of being able to buy back and trying to retrieve his rapier. That's got an E on this.
On this, on Shadowfin.
Okay. Yeah.
Instead of that Lincoln Sphere, doesn't want to get jumped immediately, doesn't want to get killed off straight away. There is Nullifier on Rain. He could remove it. Checking if there's anything left in the Roach Pit. Maybe we forgot something. It does happen.
It does. It does indeed.
1800 crit from Shadowfin with 1 raise. You talked about not many mega creeps so far in the European qualifiers. In Chinese qualifiers, we've seen, I think, I've seen like 5, 6 mega creeps, and there isn't really a comeback. Like, it feels like it might come down to that, but it never did. It's just so difficult, especially because of these neutral items. Most of the time, if you picked up Audacious, okay, let's see the jump here. Tiny, just gone.
Absolutely deleted. These raises doing nearly 2k damage from Bottega with the rapier.
Okay, 5,000 damage in 3 seconds from Shadowfiend.
Dire are scanning.
It might be blade mail time for somebody to pick it up, try to squeeze it in. Force him to use a BKB. Proc his Aeon Disc, and then the damage is not gonna go through. He's getting scouted by a wolf, but he gets the jump.
Rain. Has he got any backup though? And he's got the charge. We'll stop Bottega getting the hits onto Rain, so Rain will continue to roll back to safety. So have to go catch the creep wave though. And these mega creeps continue to push back heavily against the waves of Modus.
Tiny's in there. You can definitely feel it, that Tiny doesn't feel comfortable coming into these fights anymore. Playing against Corrosive Haze, Shadowfiend, this Divine Rapier, he gets 3-shot by it. A hero with almost 6,000 HP.
Yeah, there's somehow I have to find this change stump, but it's not easy with the on disc on Bottega. Again, though, even with these kills, not able to do too much on the map, Modus. Time is brought here for Shigetsu to get back in the action. Well, for the jump onto Cemetery. Ooh, these right clicks are going to hurt. Ah, he's dead anyway. Elmo.
Abyssal.
In with the jump. They have the Yules set up. Nobody's coming here to help Cemetery.
Some tips coming in as well.
All right, yeah.
69 minutes in. They waited all this time. I feel like Radiant feels they're in a pretty good spot right now. Buybacks coming off cooldown on Shadow Fiend, minute and a half. They are afraid of him. Neon Disc ready. You have support with the Blink Dagger, with the box behind you, potentially to save you.
So far, Bottega taking the risk with that Rapier pickup, but it's absolutely allowed them to stay in the game. Now with the chase, they catch Shikoda out on the map. Shikoda's gone. They do have creeps coming in on the mid, so might now actually get a chance to start poking at the base of Yellow Submarine again. Here comes the mid wave. Take a see if he can get a surprise setup from the smoke. There's the jump. Okay, in with the counter, but he actually get the outblast. Rolling Thunder out onto the two of them. We'll see now jumping over towards the back lines, but the charge is in onto Bottega. Eon Disc will protect him for now. The wall's down, and they've got the feed grip. The walls, they're trying to come out with the box here to save him from the wall and the grip, and it's going to allow Bottega to live that little bit more. They're coming in with the buybacks. They have to throw everything onto this SF to kill him, but they will. They bring him down. Rapier into the hands of Shigetsu. It cost them the 3 buybacks, but it's a big hold. And now Tiny with the Rapier. And the SF,
he has no money.
He doesn't have the buyback. He would have had it up in 20 seconds, but they did not get the gold before they went in for that all-in play.
Oh man, they really messed it up. They probably don't know. It's very hard to know whether somebody has, at this point of the game, 2k extra gold on top of what they have. Roshan may be alive, but because Shigetsu also bought back in the previous fight, he seems to be want to take it slow. And I'm looking at the minimap. There's a lot of dots. It seems like they rebuilt the base.
But it's all so much going on in there. Yeah, Kasane setting up the area. I mean, maybe they can get through the 70 seconds where they don't have the SF. Depends how quickly Yellow Submarine are going to try and push it off getting the Roshan.
I think they need defusal, Owen. They need to defuse these bombs in the base. Or somebody can pick, like, even Manta style is not enough. It's more of a pub tactic where you can't siege, but you also don't have enough gold to buy this item just for now. Shigetsu does have Divine Rapier running out of slots. Also, how many Fallen Skies do we have? I think we have 5 Fallen Skies available.
Yeah, that's a lot.
To blink in.
It's way more than you usually see. And we do just have we have one player baubles, right? Is it just Hakoda? No, never mind. It's also Kasane. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Techi's bobbling with Timeless.
With the spell amp.
The spell amp, it gets pretty ridiculous. Yeah. Bane also having his, and he also does have level 25 talent. Fiend's Grip duration. Plus also he killed heroes a couple of times. There is 4 Ichor of Niktasha on Shadow Fiend. So decreased by 20%. 20% status resistance, which means that his spells are going to be lasting for 20 extra duration.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure really on the Ringmaster. Problems to get that box off every time. If it's not there, these Fiend's Grips are going to ruin heroes.
Divine, it's not just Divine Rapier, it's Divine Regalia on Tiny.
Oh,
he
there we go.
A new neutral item and new enchantment, having fleet-footed instead. He lost so much HP. At one point, he was having over 6,000 HP. Now he's down to less than 4,000. He's shrinking. That's what I always wanted to see. I wanted to see Break working on Tiny, where you can break his grow. And then he just goes back to normal. Yeah.
Yeah, that would look kind of cool. Almo At least keeping up with the powering denies, keep sending the walls out, which is, it's pretty nice for him to keep up at this late 74 minutes. Just little things like taking away that amplified damage rune could certainly make the difference. Staying locked in here on the Lycan, Elmo.
Block of cheese ready. On Spirit Breaker, they crafted it. I love the description on it. Try me. That's it.
Apparently very tasty. Does it like a... What is even like the symbol on the cheese? Or is
I
that
was
meant to be
about to say, it's like Mao's logo. It looks like...
Oh, I guess maybe it is, yeah. Is it? Yeah. This is nice. It's got the holes. Might be like a nice block of Gouda. One of, you know, the cheese with all the holes in. It's a good one. Now submarine. 2 minutes left on the Aegis. But the base, you can feel it. They don't want to go into the base.
There's always this like one equation that comes to my mind when we talk about the cheese and the holes. Like cheese has holes. More cheese equals more holes. More holes equals less cheese, which means that more cheese is actually less cheese, if that makes sense.
I feel like you've just found like a flaw in the fabric of reality. Yeah, you gotta be careful with that. You're gonna destroy the simulation if you start bringing up the holes in the cheese and the holes.
Yeah, we don't know much about black holes, but we also don't know much about the cheese holes as well.
No.
Maybe we should focus
One of those unsolved
on
mysteries.
in exploring the cheese holes instead of the other things. Unlock the mystery of the universe.
Sounds a pretty tasty thing to study. Oh, they're going to try for the jump. It's a good jump as well. They get the catch on both of them. Rain's able to clean out some of the mines here with the Rolling Thunder. Not able to finish the kills, though. Kasani gets back to the base alive. Still, it's so hard to get into this base. So many mines. Nobody wants to just kind of send it and jump in. Bottega's nearly got the replacement Raker. Yeah. He is very close.
But no buyback.
Another jump. This time it's cleaner and they actually get the kill on Kasani. He'll just buy
immediately buying back.
Yeah, needs to start setting these mines back up.
They can get to new neutral items. He is stuck. He does have 4 out of 20. He's still blazing them with those mines, but it's not enough. He would definitely love to have that one increased.
Rain? Just to go for it here with the Rolling Thunder and the Falling Sky. Decent angle onto Morel. But nobody else wants to go in with him. They sort of just see the Pango go in there like, you're on this on your own. Nobody else wants to jump the base. Maybe in the mid, though. It's a good vacuum wall. He on this, keeping Bottega safe. Morel's had to put the BKB, but the same to be said for both Batchuk and Shigetsu on that attempt.
They're gonna get him. He's in. It seems like they're committing.
Yeah,
They got
he's
it.
got buyback. He's going to have to buy back. Oh, there we go. Yeah, can't really hold on for too much because Elmo's been caught outside the base by the Fiend's Grip. The box is going to come in. Elmo's going to try and run away with the shapeshift, but the charge is up. He also has to buy back immediately. Slowly but surely, Yellow Submarine making the progress, forcing out 2 major buybacks. On top of the tech is actually
Rolling
from
Thunder.
a minute earlier, so 3 in the last minute.
It's
being
doing
forced
so
out.
much. He does have that extra bit of magic resistance during the roll, 80%, so he can pick up some of the mines, and he can also be the one controlling the Shadow Fiend. Does have Nullifier as well. With the Rolling Thunder off cooldown, they could potentially try and go in again.
No, they're holding
They're
on for
scouting
dear
things
life
out.
here.
Shield Rune available.
Oh,
It's
this
being
is
pinged out. Shigetsu's gonna pick it up.
this is a risk.
Extra
They
2,000
have
HP.
to take it. This is going to be all or nothing here. They lose a fight outside of the base, it's going to be game over.
They have double block of cheese. What is this? Cheese. What about this? Cheese.
Oh.
And this? Cheese.
They get the catch on a Morel. Morel's BKB still on cooldown for 10 seconds over to the side. They managed to get the combo on Bottega and on towards the wall. Felmo and Bottega taken now. Diebacks on them, as they may have been able to hold for as long as they did here, Modus, but the game, the series is over for them. They're knocked out of the qualifiers. Yellow Submarine will be moving on here. 2-0. Took them 79 minutes nearly to close this one up. As I say, Modus doing their best here to hold on, but they couldn't quite stop Yellow Submarine getting the 2-0 Lacoste.
Oh man, it ended. They were just ready to close it out. Again, there is almost no coming back against Mega Creeps. Unless you have Mega Creeps on your own, which Modus tried to do. They had a couple of big fights in the later portions of the game where they were getting these right clicks in. But again, Shadowfiend doesn't have buyback available. He was keeping all of these items, swapping them in. Maybe the right play would be able to sell one of them, make sure you have buyback available. And then we, again, are coming back for Mega Creeps, where you just really can't deal with them. Eventually, with the Fallen Skies, this time around, we had 0 Books of the Dead. But eventually, the buildings are going to fall, or you're going to be forced... Like, even with techies, there were bazillion mines in the base. It's still not enough.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. They could not stop it. They had a great early game, and overall, obviously, a much better game from Modus as opposed to their game 1, but still not quite good enough to take the win here today against Yellow Submarine, coming out on top. And, you know, Yellow Submarine showing that they can deal with games in both capacities. You know, they know how to do a good old-fashioned stomp, but they also know how to, in these later stages of the game, close it up carefully. They didn't make any of those mistakes when it came to kind of jumping. They were very cautious about trying to close this one up. And one of the reasons why it did go on for as long as it did, but it did always feel like a very much uphill battle for Modus. They tried it with the Rapier pickup on Bottega, but just a little too much to turn around this time, Lacoste.
No, Yellow Submarines this time around, they're very resilient. Thanks to Batyuk, some of the combos that he managed to pull off, these big vacuum wall combos, 3, 4 man most of the time even. He kept them in the game for a really long time. And then that bait in the mid lane that he did, the rest of the team ready to back him up. There were, like, the whole game was really back and forth, so it's hard to pinpoint what was the turning point in that game, but I think that one fight is what was the beginning of the end, where Yellow Submarine, they were ready to, with this type of a play, they had an idea and it worked out. This was them playing against Shadowfiend with Aegis, and we've seen, like, Shigetsu as well. Like, he completely dominated getting these. I also loved his itemization, I gotta say. This early AC that he did purchase, he sold a lot of his items from early on, had a lot of them in the backpack as well. But this AC, the itemization from the whole squad, something that we talked about prior to the game as well, picking up this Crimson Guard to try to reduce the damage, early AC on Tiny, double Ghost Scepter on both of the supports, knowing that most of the damage on their side is physical, so they needed to have something to deal with that overwhelming physical damage.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, great itemization, great play from Yellow Submarine. 2-0 for them here as they will be moving on in the lower bracket. And their next matchup, we'll be able to actually see the sort of the bracket and where they're going to go with this. So winning this game means that they're going to go forward to that round 3 of the lower bracket, Yellow Submarine, and they will be waiting to see who their opponent is. The last series today that we're going to be having, Power Rangers versus Team Bold, will determine who gets to go up against them. I do believe I have information that we are going to have a slightly longer break, apparently due to an emergency situation. So hopefully everything's good with the players. The game is still going to happen. It's just going to be a little later. We'll be starting at 6:30 CST. So that's about just under 1 hour from now. So not too long. Have a quick little break, you know, get some fresh air, get yourself a drink, get the food ordered in, because it's going to be a good one. Because it should be, right, Lacoste? Our last series of the day, Team Bold versus Power Rangers. I think this series was maybe a little expected that it was going to be a 2-0 for Yellow Submarine, but the next one, this could go either way, Power Rangers and Team Bold.
It could. Power Rangers, legendary Dota organization as well. They have some big names. TI15, Nikki Cool, Immersion. He's making the comeback as well. He was, like, always there. Earth Spirit is back in meta, Owen. That's one of his most played heroes. So want to see if he's going to be able to pull it off.
Yeah, no, looking forward to see it. And as I say, so we will have a slightly longer break. You'll see a little longer of a timer on the stream. But yeah, everything should be good. We are set for the game to start at 6:30. So make sure you're back. Make sure you're back. It's just in under 1 hour from now. That series will be starting, the final series of the day. We'll see you in, just under an hour for our final series, Power Rangers versus Team Bold.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the European Regional Qualifiers. We are back. We've been sad the whole time. I'm sure you guys and girls have been as well. So welcome back after that little bit of a short break as we're ready for the final series of the day. I'm ODPixel here with Lacoste. We're getting ready, of course, for Team Bold versus Power Rangers. Lower bracket matchup. We're going to see who's going to be kind of coming to the end of their dreams for TI and who's going to get the chance to continue it. Lacoste, how are you doing?
Doing good. I got some food in the meantime, and this one should be, I would say, very even. I think we have two teams that are kind of evenly matched. In the previous matchup, I did have an upper hand. We did give an upper hand to the team that did win in the end. Team Bald, they are a mix of very interesting players. Shad, Sanctity, Jibe. I also don't know if we're going to call Mrls, if we had, if we called the other guy, but yeah, problems. And this is going to be... Because it's I don't know what we're going to actually call him, but...
I looked it up, actually. According to... This is very nice as well, actually. According to his Wikipedia page, it says... so his full nickname is actually Amaryllis. So we can call him Morales. Add in some vowels there. It apparently comes from the flower Amaryllis, which was, or is, I'm not sure the situation, but one of his mother's favorite flowers. So it's a very sweet nickname that the lad has. So shout out to there to Amaryllis, who's obviously a support for Team Bold. As you said, the lineup, we can see at the moment quite a mix of heroes, honestly, that these lads have been playing with so far. In the qualifiers.
They're all over the place.
Yeah.
The one that stands out the most to me is Bengen. Bengen, Witch Doctor. It doesn't get like the combination between him and Witch Doctor. Like he was playing for some squads before as a stand-in, as part of the team. But his Witch Doctor, he was always a menace on that hero.
Was. Yeah, you got to watch out for that. Might come out.
Yeah,
it might come out. I hope it comes out.
It might come out. I think
Always
there's one hero that we're seeing on the screen as well. Jibe did get one win with Lycan, and Lycan looked really, really good in the previous series. It just looked unstoppable, gives you so much momentum, gives you like ways to push out the lane without being there. You kind of have what we call ghost push. We do have it twice coming in from Lycan with the creep and with the shard, so randomly spawning in one of the creep waves and then managing to push it out. And then for the other squad, Power Rangers, we can take a look and see what they've been up to. I do like Naive's hero pool. I think I've been talking a lot, maybe like 2 months ago, about Carry Magnus potentially that could be coming out. I do believe in this hero. We've seen it a few times. It did win, it did lose, but the hero is super fast farmer. You have a built-in Empower, so you don't necessarily need to use any mana whatsoever. You're just there. It exists on your hero. And then you can just keep farming. Echo Saber, Mask of Madness, into Blink Dagger. You scale really well. And also Necro that he banged out, the Luna as well. Very interesting hero pool overall. Nikki Cool. 2 games on Tiny.
Tiny mid.
I don't know how you... I don't know how you feel about the hero. There are different ways to itemize from the mid lane, but I haven't been feeling it yet.
No. And I think, was it Nikki Cool that was doing this Blink Aghanims build, or was that another Tiny player? It was, right.
Yeah,
so he's kind of got this stuff. Didn't work out. I think in one of the games it looked better. Like one of the games was rough, but one of the games it looked like it was going to work out. But yeah, definitely a different approach. So we're interested to see if Nikki Cool strays towards the Tiny mid again, or if you'll just stick with something different, because obviously this record's not been too good so far here. Both losses there with the Tiny mid. And I think the other one to watch out is probably going to be that Silencer for till the end. This is a team that will pick Silencer if you pick Bane. Very nice counter to the way the Bane wants to play. And a good player till the end on the Silencer. He's able to not feed on it, which is always a challenge on Silencer. But till the end, he knows his stuff, knows his positioning. So definitely something
bad move
that they'll think about. Yeah.
If you make one bad move with this hero in the lane, everything can go real bad real quick with Silencer. I was a little surprised, especially in the previous series, is that Snapfire was completely uncontested.
It wasn't.
This hero is... I think this hero is still very good, even after the nerfs. Like we nerfed the core Snapfire, so her innate ability doesn't work on denying the creep. Same thing goes for Sniper nowadays, but this hero is a flex hero. You can play it from the mid lane, play it from the off lane, even throw it to position 4/5. So basically, you have 4 out of 5 roles covered by this hero. If you are playing into bad matchup, you can put it onto 4, put it onto 5. Insane amount of damage with paired up with any kind of stun, anything from the off lane that gives you control. It just works so good. It's an almost infinite amount of damage, infinite amount of scaling, extra bit of a save coming out. So just a hero that has pretty much everything. So I was really surprised that we haven't seen it.
No. It was weird that we didn't have it today. But this series will definitely see it. I'd imagine probably in all of the drafts come up in the picks of the bans will be contested with these two teams. I think we actually have to bring up, let's have a look at the bracket just to show the viewers where these teams have come from so far in their runs at the regional qualifiers. So Power Rangers started off, they got the 2-1 against Huligani, so winning the first round. Got knocked down by Team Vision. That's pretty much a what can you do kind of situation, right? I think anyone was going to be getting knocked down by Team Vision. That's how they've ended up here in this round 2 of the lower bracket. Team Bold, they lost their first series against Enjoy. Got knocked down, but did manage to win the first round nice and clean against VP Prodigy with a 2-0. So different trajectories for both teams. Probably from what we're seeing, you would maybe consider Power Rangers to have the better kind of record so far, because the team they beat, for example, Huligani, is still in the competition. They just 2-0'd Enjoy on their side of the lower bracket. Whereas Team Bod, the matchups that they've had so far, the first loss against Enjoy, that actually ended up being another team that also ended up down in the lower bracket and actually got knocked out by Huligani. So hard to really gather too much from the games that both have been through and the matchups they've had so far. But arguably Power Rangers is having a slightly tougher time getting to this point. Not to say that this matchup in itself will not be close, because I think it will be very close here between the two of them, Team Bold and Power Rangers. We do apologize. We do have a slight delay at the moment. We're just trying to get some further information on what is exactly going down so we can hopefully get this series going. As I know that a lot of you are tuning in, especially for this one, to see what happens. Obviously, a lot of fans watching here for Team Bold to see if they can make it. They had a very good run in the Opens. Didn't make it through the first one, but ended up coming as the first place in the second Open qualifier run. So we'll see how that goes. And obviously, and for Power Rangers, they did get invited here to the regional qualifiers. So let's have a look at some of the stats whilst we wait for this series to start. This is the stats across all the regions that we've had so far. Of course, still games to be played in some of them, but this is what we've seen. What sort of stands out to you here, Lacoste?
Oh, Wind Ranger and Phoenix paired up together, 5 picks. 100% win rate. If you remove the numbers, I would definitely say that Bane and Shadowfin have, because I consider this lane to be like super strong at what it does at early levels, so then it transitions into something bigger later on. Like we've seen Shadowfin in the previous game having 6.6k plus at 10 minutes, which is insane amount of farm. But 2 range heroes in the lane, most of the time your offlaner, he's a melee hero. There aren't really many range heroes that you can throw in. Maybe some casual Viper, maybe some Razor, but nothing too crazy. And some of the biggest offlane combos, again, Rubik plus Underlord. This is a super strong lane. If you go back a month and a half ago when Rubik and Hoodwink were the most contested supports, I think this is also during Wallachia, so maybe even 2 months ago, where you had to, like, if you pick Rubik, Underlord's unpickable. If you pick Underlord, enemy team needs to either pick or ban Rubik. So combo that works really well in the lane as well doesn't seem to be winning.
Yeah, I feel, if anything, that might just be testament to Rubik just being a bad hero. You know what I mean? Because that lane combo, as you say, that should be really strong. You'd think it's going to dominate lanes. Surely that leads to winning games. Apparently not. And when I look at that duo, I don't think it's going to necessarily be the Underlord's fault that that's at a 20% win rate. It's probably the Rubik.
You're
Maybe
just a hater, Owen.
I don't know. I've been infected with kind of Fog's disdain for Rubik. It wins sometimes. You know, the win rate not terrible, but it's certainly not great. The question is, the cost, do teams need to stop picking Rubik?
I think it's a specific. It's not a I can pick this hero no matter what anymore. It did get nerfed a couple of times, not like major nerfs, but also I think teams just got better at understanding what Rubik does. And also, I don't think you can pick this hero blindly because a lot of the times you have really shitty spells to steal, especially now that Earth Spirit is kind of back.
Yeah.
You don't want to be stealing his spells because they don't really do much. It's not like something that you want to be getting. I think it needs to be very specific. I also think in some of these mid-game fights, it gets pretty difficult for Rubik to get some of the spell steals as well, depending whether he's playing against like big jumpers. But yeah, we'll have to see if they go into that direction.
Yeah, we will. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we do unfortunately still have this delay. We're still, I don't think, clear on exactly what the delay is. I see we don't have all players in the lobby, so that's obviously the reason, but I don't know the reason for that being the case, unfortunately. We're going to send you to a break. Hopefully it's a short one. As I said, it seems unclear what the status is on when this game's starting. We will let you know as soon as we know, so don't go anywhere. Hopefully, we'll have a game starting soon. We'll pop a time on the screen. At the least, we'll be able to check back in with you to let you know, give you an update on the situation. But for now, still waiting to get all the players into the lobby. Admins are sorting it out. Hopefully, we can start the action soon. So don't go anywhere. It hopefully shouldn't be at least another hour break. Hopefully, it's a matter of minutes. We'll let you know either way in a few minutes what's going on. So we'll see you soon. Hopefully, this game going to start in a few minutes. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for your continued patience. We've got good news in that the game is ready to go. All the players are now in the lobby. The bad news for the Power Rangers fans, but good news for the Team Bold fans, I guess, is that because we gave them extended time, you know, the admins did their job. Power Rangers were not able to get themselves ready in time, though, even with that extra sort of amount given to start map 1. So they have to forfeit the first game. So that means we are going into game 2. Team Bold up 1 game because of that unfortunate circumstance. Power Rangers not able to get all their players together in time. But all their players are here now. They're ready to go. Technically jumping into game 2 here of this best of 3. Team Bold up 1 game at the moment due to the map 1 forfeit the Power Rangers had to give. So game 2, we're getting into the draft. What do we got, Illicost?
Nothing too crazy at the moment. The big one that stands out the most, I would say, is Viper. Everything else is kind of expected. Maybe Tiny, not as much, but this is also a hero that we are seeing teams play from different roles. Nikki Cool played it twice from the mid lane, Blink Shard into Aghanim's Scepter, and let's see if the response is going to be the same that we've seen 3 times so far, today and yesterday, where they just pick up Earth Spirit. Power Rangers, we talked about it like an hour ago when we were closing out the first series of the day, that Immersion, he's back. Earth Spirit, he mostly known for his Earth Spirit plays, but the question is, can Nikki Cool play it? We've seen it from the mid lane. It looked extremely good.
It did. They're not going to go for the first pick on it, though. They're opt for the Bane, which every team, it feels like, has been enjoying. A lot of Bane picks coming through in this EU qualifiers.
One of the best heroes when it comes down to locking down. Puck, 1 Nightmare, Fiend's Grip for a second or 2 is going to give you just enough time for other heroes to get close, maybe cast some extra lockdown, silence. I still want to see if they're going to be respecting this Earth Spirit, because I got to say, it looked amazing. 3.5 second silence, the 4-1-4 build that no one was talking about, something that Thompson started, new trend. Thank you, Thompson. He always starts a new trend no matter what it is. He's going to find a way. Every mid laner probably is just watching his stream, looking for a new idea. The question is, can you play it? This is not an easy hero to play by any means. You need, I would say, at least 20, 30 games to get into groove of it.
Yeah. We'll see if they do feel confident enough to go for the grab on it. It's not been banned out. See Team Bold opting to ban out the Night Stalker, one of those tougher heroes for the Puck to play against. So getting rid of that and the Lion, both of, you know, very much I'd imagine kind of the calls being made from Sanctity, saying, I do not want to play mid-puck against these 2 heroes. Power Rangers, see what they want to ban from Team Bold. The big one that's still in is the Lycan for Jibe. So I feel that's worth a ban. I got to be honest, seeing how well Jibe plays it.
I gotta
it's
agree.
that good.
Jibe is very good at microing as well.
Yeah,
it's also
really
a hero that it's a hero that doesn't allow Bane to bully you. A lot of the times he's trading against the support. It also doesn't allow Bane to bully the other support because you have Wolves on you. Axe kind of does the same thing. For now, it's going to be Slaughter. I would love this Slaughter to be paired up in the middle lane against the Puck, because this is the old school counter. This is something that a lot of Chinese teams started. I think XM might have been one of the first one that started this trend. It felt very good. Others started to copy it. And let's see if they're going to be going for some like long range way of dealing with these things. Global Silence, it's still a thing against Bane. It can be very good. Oh, no, they lost.
Oh, no, the Rubik. Oh, we were talking about this. I'll tell you, if they were able to win with Rubik, I'm going to be very impressed. This hero, not been looking great. I tell you what, it did win, 100% win rate on hard support, but I'd imagine with this, it's probably not going to be hard support. It's probably going to be... No, yeah, it's going to be soft support, right? It's going to be position 4. But it's a risky pick. It's
you
the
got
records
confused
have
with
not
the
been
hard,
good.
with the hard and soft, huh? It took me some time as well when we first introduced this.
Well, there
it's
we
like what is hard, what is soft, like which one is which? But it could be a good Rubik game. We said like you need to
Okay,
have some
yeah.
relatively good spells to
It's-
steal against
yes.
Bane. You can steal the grip.
Yeah.
Nightmare could be pretty powerful. Now even against the Doom.
All right. Ooh. Okay. Io comes in. Already two lovely heroes to tether up to, the Slardar and the Doom.
If he doesn't have the new IO set,
I hope he
I don't want
does.
to cast
Yeah,
it.
that head
It's
in
one of the
bottle
best looking sets. Like we revealed the head, what IO actually is.
5 seconds.
Is very spooky.
It's an insane hero. Hey, it's IO Slardar. It's
Yeah.
set up. You can like it's Bane plus IO. This is pretty similar to what Bane and Invoker does, where you can play Bane, you can play your own type of a game on the other side of the map, get the Nightmare, get the Fiend's Grip, and then it's a setup for the relocate.
On Team Bold. Let's see what they come in here with their final two cores. I don't, yeah, what do you think they're considering, Team Bold, for the carry and for the offlane?
I think some Venge carry could work out for them. I think you might need a hero. The
Ooh,
reason
that would be,
why I'm
yeah.
mentioning this is it's a counter to Doom. It's like Aghanim's Scepter counters it because you still have a hero even after you die. It's basically Wraith King replacement that people have been using back in the days when Wraith King was a hero as a counter to Doom. It's a super strong lane as well. With Clockwork,
Yeah.
you could definitely grab kills in this lane. It's very good at saving somebody with the swap, canceling the grip. This is another hero that doesn't care too much about Doom.
Okay, yeah, that's true. It is one of those carries that is very nice to pick into a Doom, and also it's the minus armor from Slardar, not really doing a whole lot against the Deucer. So
Yeah.
very much seeing the appeal there.
Very good pick.
You got the split shot up to the eye. The only thing that's kind of annoying, right, is if you do get caught by the Fiend's Grip, you're going to lose
losing
a
the
fair
mana
bit
as well.
of mana. So, but that's kind of the only strength Power Rangers have against the Deucer, right? If you kind of ignore the Bane and look at the other three heroes, the Deucer looks pretty nice here.
It does look good. Removing Anti-Mage immediately. Pango is still in the pool. Might need to remove that one as well because they can play either Pango or they can play Slardar from the off lane. And removing Undying. This is a hero that
Got
we've
a few
seen
of these
do
off-lane
very
Undyings.
well. Yeah.
Yeah.
I tested it out. As soon as I saw Miero play it a couple of times in the last tournament, I was like, yeah, this is good. This hero is also a bit forgotten. Nothing really changed about the hero. I think it's pretty similar to what we were discussing in the previous series about some of these like forgotten heroes that were still like very good, but they were never getting picked. And then of course there's going to be small patches, so things are going to get nerfed, and those heroes that haven't been touched are going to receive like an indirect buff.
For Team Bold's last pick, they're definitely going to want to look more around the control. You know, someone that's going to be able to lock down an area and set up the fight for Medusa. They already have decent options with the Dream Coil from the Puck, the hook shot and the cogs from the Clockwork. Some extra kind of front line, that's definitely what they need. They need the front line. At the moment, nobody really wants to go in first on Team Bold. Oh,
Yeah,
a
it could
rare
be good
ban
center.
there.
Ooh,
A Slug
yes.
ban. I mean,
Could be good with IO.
Oh, yeah,
Like they
yeah,
don't have
I
many
see it,
things.
yeah.
It's a good ban. They 0-0-0. They didn't have anything that Slark would be afraid of up until the last pick. I could see maybe some Centaur. I could see Axe coming out potentially for Team Bald. Centaur is the good one because it gives you save against the Doom as well. So he needs to be the one getting doomed, not so efficient against Fiend's Grip. But Axe is good. I was also thinking about Lotus Orb buyers. Both of them can buy into Lotus Orb. Centaur relatively early on. Axe needs his Blink, he needs his Blade Mail, and then he can pick it up.
now, do you think we're going to see Power Rangers switch up their heroes at all? Or is this Doom locked in on the offlane and the Slardar locked in the mid?
Team pick.
I think you want to be playing Doom from the offlane because of the Medusa. I think there's
Sure.
still
You don't wanna
there
carry
was a
matchup, yeah.
chance that they would play it from the carrier role. IO plus Doom is still an insanely strong lane. But I think they're going to give priority to last pick against Medusa.
Seconds remaining.
Team Bold. What have they got here? They've come up with some pretty fun last picks in some of their other drafts. They're not afraid to throw a bit of a curveball. Looking for Jibei's hero. On the off lane. Running down to the final seconds here on the reserve time.
Radiant team pick.
It's going to be nothing flashy, nothing crazy. Just the Underlord here. Is that a little bit of extra control? Ability to join up with the Deucer when required. And a way to react to the IO's relocates.
Yeah, Jibei's reaction doesn't give me too much confidence.
Well, I
He's
didn't see,
like,
what did he do?
He just gave, a little nod, a little bit shake.
Okay.
It's like, okay, it's fine, but it's nothing too crazy either. It's just another hero. It's a bit of a slower hero, a bit of a slower draft between the offlane and the carrier role. These two heroes don't really complement each other in a way where they both want to farm. Underlord will be joining later on, and then you still have Puck, Clockwork, Rubik. They can play together up until Medusa comes online. Naive, aka TI15, he is talking, so it seems like they still want to be getting last pick for him.
Yeah, what's the big carry for him? The big kind of IO pairing. I mean, already, as we said, the IO can make moves with the other cores, but you do still want that crazy kind of right-click carry that pairs nicely with the IO to boost him in the later stages, giving that edge against the Deucer.
I mean, Kez is still available. I think this hero can work. They went with the carry that doesn't die in the lane.
Yeah, okay.
Rubik plus Underlord. We've seen this combo. And we commented on it. That it has a terrible win rate. It was like 20% or something.
It was Rubik Underlord in the qualifiers
22, I
is
think.
22.2% win rate. It's not been great. And as I said, I think that's mainly because of the Rubik. So I'm looking forward to see this. I think at this point, I'm kind of waiting for a team to show me the potential of the Rubik, because it has seemed to be kind of a cursed hero that does just end up doing kind of nothing. So I'm looking forward to see what Morales can do with his Rubik. But yeah, the records from the other teams have not been hot. All in all, how does this sort of end up looking for you with these drafts? Team Bold rallying around the Shads Medusa, Power Rangers, going around these kind of potential IO pairings, and a lot of kind of in your face, right? Running these 3 melee cores ready to just run at you and tank up so that you don't have the damage to kill them.
Yes, exactly. Plus, you have IO behind them. You have Nightmare Save behind them. Their damage on Team Bold is very limited. There isn't really much of an explosive damage. Puck isn't the burst damage that you need to kill these heroes. It takes a little bit of time. Same goes for Underlord. So I think if this game could go up to a mid-game without Power Rangers losing too much, if they get to their BKB timings on your Slaughter, Lifestealer has a built-in BKB, Doom as well, I think this game looks very good for them. But also don't underestimate the timing of Medusa. If you manage to, because this is such a good Butterfly game, I assume in this one,
that's true,
you want to be picking up your Manta style into Butterfly straight away, playing against Slaughter and Lifestealer. It gives you that potentially first Roche where you can go and not necessarily end the game, but gain so much advantage that they don't feel comfortable fighting into this Medusa.
Looking forward to see how this one goes down. And of course, if you're just joining us, just tuning in, you'll see this is game 2 of Team Bold versus Power Rangers. That game 1 was forfeit by Power Rangers due to being late to the lobby. So Team Bold get the free win in the first game. Yeah, on to the second one. Let's see if Power Rangers are going to be fueled up and ready to push this to a game 3. Or Team Bold are going to be able to close up the series nice and quickly.
There is a chance with this Underlord plus Rubik. I saw the exact same matchups in the China qualifiers for TI, where they managed to kill off Lifestealer level 1, level 2. So it's just still a very strong lane. Make it cool, getting quite a lot of harassment here.
Yeah, fighting into the Firestorm.
This is not good for his mid matchup. Did get one share tango from Bane. Will bring his, but your bottle is going to get heavily delayed. And doesn't seem like he might be even going for the bottle at all, considering what he has queued up and which items he bought. Because this is the offlane build, pretty much, that you do go for. More stats. I'm not sure if this is going to work out.
Do you still get the bottle after getting the 2 braces? Or if you're doing this, you don't get bottle at all?
I don't know. I don't think I've seen this before. Like, this is pretty similar to what Dragon Knight used to do in a matchup against Puck, where he picked up a bracer or 2. He does have a built-in regen, which is much better compared to Slardar. But I don't think it's enough. I don't think you can play without bottle against Puck. I think Puck wins this matchup.
All right, we'll see what Sanctity can do. He has had some pretty phenomenal games here, the mid for Team Bold. He's looked very, very good. See, bottom lane. Let's see if the Rubik Underlord can work this time. Because again, in theory, the lane combo should be great. You know, you've got the root into the lift, keeping them in the Firestorm. But as we saw before the series, the record of these two together has been pretty rough in terms of getting the overall win.
If they lose this one, Owen, I'm done. I stop believing. This is the true test.
Yeah. No, it really is. Yeah, if this game ends up looking rough for Rubik, I don't know if I want to see more Rubik. But Amoralis, ready to show us what he can do. And as you say, that it is definitely a game where there are some good potential steals from Morales.
It's not one of those games where you have super easy spell to steal, like you're playing against, I don't know, Weaver, and then you just own the game because you stole
like a
very cheap
one,
spells. Yeah. Maybe there's a chance that you steal Crush, which is good, but you're a range hero. You don't want to be getting too close to a fight. Corrosive Haze could be pretty good, amplifying some of that damage for your Medusa. Doom could be pretty massive, so Doom might need to start looking into ways of getting a creep that does give him ability, either a War Stomp, Purge, whatever it's necessary. Purge could be pretty good, actually. You're playing against Underlord, remove Pit of Malice, remove Silence off of one of your heroes as well. This top lane, I don't think they have enough damage to deal with Doom. Albrica is going to have, I would say, pretty good time with CSing. Clockwork Medusa, not enough damage early on to kill him. Hero that gains quite a lot of strength, 3.6 per level, plus also being tethered to IO. The lane, if they manage to push it, you get the Lotus, you're getting the sticks, Hedris. It's way too much region.
Yeah, kind of hard to see a kill really happening on any of these lanes. You know, bottom lane, both supports going to have measures to kind of keep their core safe if they get gone upon, and even at that, they're both pretty tanky. And as you say, top lane, both of these cores unlikely to die to one another. Even in the mid lane, you know, Sanctity, unless he massively slips up and Nikiko is able to get on top of him, he shouldn't die. So,
yeah, he should be A-okay.
To see where the first blood happens.
And we're seeing some of the differences as well with no bottle slaughter, where he can't really put the pressure. Puck winning this matchup by 5 CS already.
Yeah, hot start here for Sanctity. And in terms of control for him, it's kind of just the big ults, really, that they're going to be looking towards, the Fiend's Grips and the Dooms. Outside of that, it's a pretty nice game for Sanctity to be jumping and orbing about. Trying to put some pressure onto Shad. Alberca. We get on top of him, and Shaddy's got stick charges, but doesn't really have much assistance here. So he is going to get slowly but surely run down, and looks like nothing can be done to save him. A very slow, painful death for Shad, and a first blood for Alberca. Bottom lane, they will get till the
Rubik
end.
got it. He's back. He is back.
And he's actually going to survive. Naive's not going to be able to stay on top of him. So, indeed, if it weren't for that top play, Amoralis on the Rubik, he would have had that first blood. But as we saw, Power Rangers able to strike that little bit sooner and get the first blood for the Doom.
Oh, I'm looking at what Immersion is doing. He did use his spirits, and he also farmed the small camp. If you can get to your neutral items early with IO, it's kind of GG in terms of the lane. Like, you can't really out-sustain. Like, it's just going to be way too much region coming out. Because if you get, for example, Polywog Charm, if you get regeneration, if you get vital, it's too much. It's just the amplification on your allies is way too good. Jibe also has to TP out till the end, forcing him out of the lane. I'm a little worried for Team Bog, because if this type of a lineup doesn't really have that explosive damage to kill Slardar, to kill Lifestealer, to kill Doom, 3 very tanky cores with IO behind them, and their damage output is very limited. It's a chip damage, it's damage over time.
It does feel like a lot is going to be on the shoulders of Sanctity and Shad to kind of carry this one. Which the bottom lane's a bit of a slow start. These two can do it, but they're going to need a lot of time. Shad getting pressured once more under the tower. Should be all right this time. And Alberca definitely making sure that Shad is kind of living on the edge. He's going to go for him again. Does have a few one charges, Shad, and does now have Bengham back by his side. Can't quite go for a kill attempt onto the Doom. Doesn't quite trap
Doesn't
him in,
matter.
and yeah, the damage was
Even if he did, he's not dying. A couple of one charges, raindrop, extra bit of regen that he does have.
Bottom lane. Jibe's still getting a decent amount out of the CS. And played it nicely with the TP out. Has been able to continue to farm down here despite the constant pressure coming from both Till the End and Naive. But definitely not able to slow down Naive too much at all. And the fact that this top lane, Alberca is getting a fantastic amount of farm, a free farm offlane Doom. And now we're back up from Till the End. Maybe seeing if they can go for a dive with the 3 of them. See how ready Team Bold are for this. Till the end, we'll get the Nightmare setup. Instant TP reaction coming in from Team Bold. They don't want to leave Shad to go down again. Sanctity also TPing over, trying to punish Alberca. They'll get the Dream Coil onto the Doom. He's being kept alive by immersion, but at this point, the IO's not going to be able to do enough to keep him safe. Team Bold, they react, and they put a stop to Alberca. Shad getting the last hit as well, getting the kill. Pretty huge, considering how good of a time Alberca was having up until then. So a little too aggressive from Power Rangers, gets punished.
Yeah, they definitely need that. They need to bring in the numbers. You see, bringing 4 heroes. We already talked about how the damage is pretty limited on their side. So they need to bring the numbers. Doom is also level 5 at the moment. We did mention like some of the creeps that he can get. Right now, he does have Mana Burn, which is insanely good against Medusa. One of the reasons why Shad is not having that good of a time either. And also, his ulti is now available. Naive, completely uncontested in the bottom lane as well. Things are looking pretty good for Power Rangers.
Yeah, all 3 cores, the top 3 net worth at the moment, Power Rangers. Slight lead overall. Bottom, easily able to escape with the Infest. Not going to be dying anytime soon to the Rubik and Underlord. It's going to take at least a rotation from the puck to try and challenge this Lifestealer, and even then, Naive's got ways to play his way out of that kind of a jump. Yes, never going to be really easy at all for Team Bold to make any sort of early gank onto the Lifestealer.
The only ability they have is Hook Shot, which is going to be heavily delayed. That goes through debuff immunity. Maybe if you can initiate with a Coil, Silence. There isn't really that much follow-up. Any spells that he's really afraid of, something... I mean, you need Hook Shot into pushback, into Silence Rubik's Lift to be able to kill off this Lifestealer. So I think in this type of a game, it's going to be Lifestealer, I would say, with maybe 1, maybe even 0 deaths if he's playing this correctly.
All top. They got the setup on his Shad. This time, Shad won't be getting any assistance. Good aggressive moves again around Alberca. They know he's the strongest hero on the map right now. And he's got great setup with the IO and the Bane, allowing him to move in and get these kills. And unless Team Bold have the means to kind of turn up in the numbers, they will continue to lose the Medusa up on this top lane. Maybe more. The setup onto Bengen. Already dropped down the conks. They come to an end. Alberca closes in. You can feel it already. This Doom IO is going to be quite the problem. They could start just completely ruling this game.
Really worried for Bald in terms of how much they're going to be able to get. They have like their high ground defense. I think we're entering the territory where we need to start thinking about how they're gonna defend the high ground. You have Medusa, you have Underlord and Rubik. Maybe that's gonna be your way into the game, but right now they can't really punch back. It does feel like they don't have enough Sanctity with that. Invis Rune, you're still gonna be able to see him. I believe there was a Sentry Ward available. Getting very close to that Blink Dagger. XP Rune still available, 10.5 minutes in. Immersion is gonna pick it up. There's gonna be a really big timing on Power Rangers once they hit Radiance on Lifestealer, Blink Dagger on Slaughter, and Doom. This time around, he's playing a bit of a different game. Not going greedy, something that we've seen. This was the Amar trend where he was getting Radiance every single game, then starting to scale with the BKB, Shivas, SNY. He picked up drums, knowing that there is already Radiance from your Lifestealer, and meaning that they can really put the pressure with these smaller items. 17, almost 1800 HP on him.
Yeah, they're looking to play this nice and fast here, Power Rangers. Very nice start. Just a question if Team Bold's going to be able to get through the rough portion of this game where Power Rangers are just going to be running at them, jumping on top of them with the Blink Slardar. As there's that timing. So this could start to speed up quite a bit. It's already a 4K leader at 11 minutes. Power Rangers will not be looking to slow this down anytime soon.
Till the end is doing Medusa dirty. He pulled the small camp on the side, and now he pulled the big camp. So the only farm that you're getting right now are the jungle creeps. The lane creeps are not getting near you. And he might try to stack it as well. He might try to stack it one more time and do it, but the creeps did the job, and Alberca's also using the Scorcher. He wants to get some of that farm as well.
Oh, Nicky Cool. He's in with the Blink. He's going to have Immersion until the end here, ready to back him up, allow him to go forward. The Dream Core does come out of the two of them, as well as Jibe coming in with the Pit. They're going to try and turn towards Nicky Cool, but fueled up by Immersion. Nicky Cool still standing strong. They have to grip lock down onto Jibe. Jibe's in trouble. Crush over towards Amaryllis, as both of them are dead. Double kill for till the end. Power Rangers, they are going to play this faster and faster now. They know that Team Bold are very weak at this point of the game with their lineup, and they are ready to punish it.
Oh, absolutely. And we talked about how they don't have the damage. You have Io behind him with the great healing Lotus if needed. He had the stick, and they also have 2 Ash Legion shields. So 320 extra physical damage on top of that. Like, your right clicks are actually not dealing any kind of damage. Naive even joins in. I believe that's his relic on the courier. Things are looking very rough for Team Bold at the moment.
This is going to be one of the more difficult early games to battle their ways out of that they've been through, Team Bold. Everything coming together very early on in this game for Power Rangers strat. 5K lead. And for Bold, they just need more and more time, as much as they can get for Shad. So Power Rangers are not going to be interested in just giving them that opportunity. Alberca, this CS, is going to have his Blink coming out. So another way that they can just jump multiple heroes in these fights. It doesn't require them to all go on the same one. So any of these early fights that they find, Power Rangers, I mean, Team Bold, they just have to avoid them completely. I don't think they can take a team fight at all right now.
Oh, absolutely not. They don't have the damage. They don't have a ways to actually start a fight, knowing that there's going to be relocate. Until the end, he can start to play a bit of a different game now. Level 6 on him, level 6 on Io. He can be the one setting things up on the other side of the map for the relocate plays.
And they can look to start it with either of these heroes. Nicky Cool, a little too close to the tier 2s. Won't follow up on that.
Radiance done, 14 minutes. Things are going to be very rough for them. Already limited amount of damage, and now you're also fighting into mech on Io, great healing Lotus, 400 HP coming out from that, healing the amp with his Equilibrium, his innate ability, 68%. Could have pushed it by 1 extra percent. I think 32%, to be honest, is very generous.
It's looking hard. I mean, they sometimes the win probability does like the big kind of late game carries. So I guess it's looking at the Deucer and saying, you know, Shad's got a chance if they can slow it down in the mid. Cool. The aggressive dive. Banger's going to come up with a hook shot onto till the end. Going to get the initial push back with the cogs, and now Burker, he's able to surprise Sanctity with a blink, jumps straight over, gets the Doom down onto the puck. As Sanctity and Morales are dead. And already maybe seeing if they can find Shad. He does read the situation though, TP's out. Make sure that at least he doesn't get caught. With casualties continuing to roll in. As Team Bold fall further and further behind. And yeah, Naive on his Lifestealer going completely undisturbed.
Oh, there's Bane. Oh, he even places Observer Ward. Jibei jukes him in the trees. He was trying to go for the relocate play. Rest of the team ready to back him up. Naive playing very close by. That's going to be another tower. Another tier 1 down. Naive going uphill even, knowing that he doesn't really need to care about what they have. They can't really stun lock and kill him from 100 to 0. Taking over the farm, taking over the area where Medusa wants to farm. She's getting pushed out from the top lane to the triangle, then out of the triangle, and there's that relocate play in the bottom.
Set up onto Jibei, and indeed bringing in a +1 to make it a 4-man play. Just absolutely melts at the moment on the Underlord. There's no way to keep himself alive. Falling far behind on the net worth, and straight back over towards the mid. They do lose immersion. So a little something here for Team Bold. A bit more money for Shad, at the least gets the kill. They do go for the Dream Call on the hook shot onto Alberca, seeing if they can get the Doom out of this. They got enough damage to take him out. He's on the run. The orb forward, jumping for Sanctity. They will find it. Now over to Nicky Cool. They'll start to back away as the gate was coming in from Jibei. Naive going super aggressive here in this attempt to run down Shad. And with a jump in from Nicky Cool, they might be able to still fight this. Sanctity getting low, back under the tier 2. They lose the supports against Team Bold, but they are able to get a big kill. They do kill off Alberca. Shad gets to survive and gets to return to farming. It's a little bit of something.
It's something.
For Team
yeah,
Bold.
it's
something.
It's nothing too crazy, but
Yeah.
you can still feel the weaknesses. They need a lot of time. They need a lot of time to recover, because this situation that they are in right now really isn't working out. Sanctity, you said that he had a couple of really good games. He's been carrying Team Bold, and so far, he's doing good. Involved
Just
just
the one death.
75% of the kills. Yeah, let's make it sound better than it is.
Good Nicky Cool. He's going to get back up. Naive's going to get brought in by Immersion. Comes in with the Infest to try and protect Nicky Cool. Will get caught in the root, but still able to slither away. Immersion, he'll get left behind. So they won't get the core, but they will be able to punish Immersion. And also, again, Shad getting the last hit on that. So getting these extra bits of gold on the Medusa, and also able to get away from the rest of Power Rangers. So whilst there is that 8k lead, it has started to stagnate a little bit. And Team Bold getting a little bit of a control of the situation. It's still not a great situation, but they're slowing it down. He wants it till the end. Sets up with the Atos, keeps him in under the Firestorm. Another one here for Team Bold as they push
Another one
Power
indeed.
Rangers out of the jungle.
It feels like they're kind of giving it to them. I don't think they need to be forcing these type of fights. They can play for the relocate. You see the amount of healing that they have with Io, popping the stick, popping the mech, even Infest on Slaughter. He does survive. Nicky Cool having a really good game, but rest of the squad did give away a couple of, I'm not going to say important kills, but it did manage to stabilize this lead around 8k. If they lost the previous fight, it could have easily been 11k where they're taking over the map, and Shad, he does continue to farm up. I want to see what the item is going to be. I see Scotty first into Butterfly, whether he thinks he needs to be slightly more tanky. Scotty's going to be good to reduce the healing, of course, against the Lifestealer and Io, but so is Butterfly. I mean, you are playing against two heavy physical damage cores, Lifestealer and Slaughter, so I want to see in which direction he wants to go. Also, your Butterfly is definitely more damage compared to Scotty.
Power Rangers still playing pretty grouped up. They got the 4 of them down here on the bottom lane. Just around Nicky Cool in case Nicky Cool was going to get jumped, but it's not the case. Team Bold, they're around the mid. They'll secure the haste room for Sanctity. Power Rangers, they will be here in position though to go straight for the Tormentor. 20 minutes in and get the shard. Ends up going the way of immersion.
Extra bit of heal as well. And also extra bit of a damage that you're dealing. Back in the days, IO could stun people with tether.
Stun, yeah.
That was really good. We had so many things that were OP throughout Dota history.
What was the
really
most
very-
OP one?
Yeah, I was about to say, it would be like
would you
very
say
hard.
initial Glimmer Cape?
What was the initial
Or
Glimmer
what
Cape?
about Monkey King at launch?
Monkey King and Earth Spirit at launch, these two
Yep.
things were just abominations. But if we go even back in time,
Oh, back in
I
time,
think
okay.
back in
the
time,
day. What did you have?
Darkseer wall, allies could go through the wall and you would still get the illusion. So you could
Oh, you could just
play
make illusions of the team as
make
well.
an illusion. Yeah, exactly. Basically CK ulti with Aghanim
Or
Scepter.
banging? Not making it out. Alberca. Yeah, we stop him. Oh, they'll get him. And they're ready to go now. I mean, they picked this diffusal blade up on the Lifestealer, so Naive is
That's big.
ready. He's ready to kill this Medusa. And certainly ready to kill whoever they get their grip on until the end. Able to find the grip onto Sanctity. This is the thing with the heroes and the lead that they have. When they do make these smooth plays and catch Team Bold caught out one by one, they kill them very, very quickly.
I love this diffusal. It gives you mana burn, of course, against Medusa, and also can be upgraded to Disperser, remove the silence from Puck, remove Rod of Atos, remove Pit of Malice, all of these annoying things. It gives you extra bit of a chase as well. I want to see if he just gets it straight away. Because Medusa right now doesn't have that evasion. She doesn't have Butterfly. He did buy one component of Scotty.
I would say just on the Lifestealer, Naive is absolutely just going to continue to run at them. They'll smoke up. Power Rangers. Ready to
Turned off
see who
the
they can
radiance.
find up here.
Nicely done.
It is just Jibbe, but maybe TPing out in time. If they got anything to stop that, they don't. So good read from Jibbe. Gets away from the smoke play.
Alberca paused. Oh no, I wanted to say what the reason of the pause was, because he
Not
just
reason.
realized that
Oh, yeah,
immersion
reason.
doesn't have that new set for IO. He does have.
That's true, he doesn't. I mean, the cube is pretty cool, but
It's cool,
I think
but
the newer
it's
one
not the
kind
new
of takes
set.
precedent now. Yeah. And back up to an 11k lead for Power Rangers.
Puck is actually cosplaying IO. If we go back, go quickly.
That's a
find
big
Puck.
IO.
That's a big IO, and it's gone. We didn't catch it, unfortunately, but it was a big
hidden
ball.
in his illusory orb.
Yeah. Perfect timing for it. They need to delay the game. Try to find a way how to cut the waves. Problem is you're playing against Bane, you're playing against Relocate, Doom, Slaughter, double initiation, double blink initiation, plus also he can catch you with the Fiend's Grip, with Nightmare. It's going to be enough time for Relocate play to come in.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Scotty done.
Radiant's bottom
Here
tower
for Shad.
is under attack.
He at the bottom, banging. Couple of hits from Nicky Cool, we'll deal with him. Just trying to finish off the tier 1, but Power Rangers were in with the TPs.
Scotty's gonna do the trick. You're playing against melee heroes, like triple melee core, so it's not as effective in terms of slow. It gives her stats, and it also gives her 50% healing reduction.
Morales tried to TP into out Jibbe out. We'll let Jibbe run a little bit, but the Doom's still going to come in, so Jibbe still won't escape despite the effort from Morales to TP in to help out. Bottom lane, looking at Nicky Cool, but these two just don't have the damage to go for him. Shad has to stone gaze and run. Alberca's in with the chase though, and they still get the crush onto him. Shad in trouble as the stone gaze comes to an end. Shad will fall. Naive taking the kill.
Running out of damage, running out of ideas. There was this one good fight, maybe the second one where they got a relatively okay trade, but you can feel the tankiness of the heroes on Power Rangers, plus also limited amount of damage that you do have. They need to bring in 3, maybe even 4 heroes. I said that Lifestealer might die once in this game. Judging how the game's going right now, it doesn't seem like he's going to be dying at all.
Dire's middle tower.
There's the push. Not even immersion. Quickly tearing down the tier 2 mid. Bottom lane. Looking at Alberca, but Bengen and Sanctity don't have the damage to take this Doom down, especially when he's got the BKB ready to press. He's getting rid of the tier 2s. Mid's gone, and Nicky Cool is ready to finish up the tier 2 top. Bottom, got the sleep set up onto Sanctity. Still able to get the phase shift off. But the backup coming in from Xibe Alberca. He's going to pop the BKB in advance. They bring over Naive, take out Bengen here with the spirits. And Sanctity will make it out of this. So they lose the clockwork, but it is the relocate and a BKB out from Power Rangers.
As long as they can get some kind of farm on Medusa without her dying, that's still an okay trade, but this butterfly is very far away, which means that all the attacks from Lifestealer, they're not gonna miss, and also burning the mana on her. It's a lot. 40 mana on each attack, him having insane amount of attack speed. Nicky Cool, he's in.
Yeah, Morales dead. Naive running over towards Shad on the Medusa, ready to chase him with this Disperser back up in a few seconds. Shad should be fine though, has the Manta and Stone Gaze if necessary.
Is under attack.
Will be able to get back to the safety of his base. Still getting the areas of the map taken away from him, so less and less places where Shad's able to freely farm.
Till the end, trying to catch him, he gets him. Found him with the Nightmare. Relocate, not available for a couple of seconds, but he does have Fiend's Grip. Literally insane amount of control coming out from Bane. That's why this hero is so heavily contested. Still gets the phase shift off.
Oh, is he getting out? He might just get out. I mean, Nicky calls around, so he's got to be careful which route he takes here, Sanctity. He's into the pit. He's getting out of that. They didn't have enough. They didn't want to drop down the Doom onto him. And that meant he's actually able to play his way out of that. Sanctity lives.
I think for a hero that is as slippery as Puck, just use it. It felt like they don't need it. Nicky Cool on the chase immersion with the relocate.
Shad, his TP's on cooldown. He's got backup though. Bengen comes in with a hook shot. We'll be able to grab the two of them in the cogs. Immersion is going to be able to take them back out. He'll leave Nicky Cool here to try and get a kill out of this. And with the BKB, Nicky Cool can stay on top of Xibe, bring down the Underlord. Sanctity jumps in though with the two-man silence. The Dream Core's up and ready onto Nicky Cool. Shad trying to bring in the damage. We'll see the jump forward from Alberca. He's got the Doom ready to drop, but Nicky Cool's dead. He'll now drop the Doom down on a Shad. Shad out of mana. Naive able to clean him up. Nightmare to catch Morales to ensure that Naive still gets the ultimate cleanup. Double kill for him as the Lifestealer. Only Nicky Cool dying for that on Power Rangers. As Power Rangers still take much, much more away from Team Bold.
Medusa's dishing out good amount of damage, but it feels like she needs so much more. Maybe with the Butterfly online, even Eagle Song. As she needs some kind of a damage amp as well. I don't see any of the items that's going to give her extra bit of damage. Usually you're position 5 when you're playing with some carry Dragonites, turrets, anything. You want to be having that Solar Crest. I mean, you are playing against Slaughter and Lifestealer, so that's going to be extra protection as well. Clockwork not going for it. He does have Dual Scepter in his quick buy, but I also think that maybe he needed to pick up Solar Crest in this one just to amplify the damage of Medusa. She's pretty much the only damage on your team. Firestorm deals some. Puck is also okay-ish, but it's going to come down to one spot, and that's going to be, can your Medusa out-damage what Lifestealer is doing in a fight?
See bottom. Bengen and Sanctity are still looking for these plays, just in case they catch something like a support alone. Good info there with the rocket. Just keeping this wave cut. Trying to do whatever it takes to make it harder and harder for them to go for that final tier 2. They did already get a wave round though, so now you can start looking at the tier 2. Bengen is going to opt to TP out of this. We'll get away before Nicky Cool's able to put a stop to it. Sanctity still hovering around, maybe seeing if he can get away with another creep cut.
Dire's bottom
Tower's gone though. Final tier 2 to fall on the side of Team Bold's map. Morales chased down by Alberca and Immersion.
Too many items, too much sustain, too much control that they have. This Bane has infinite amount of control. We saw it against Buck using a Nightmare for 6.5 seconds and then using 5-second grip on top of that, so almost 12 seconds of complete lockdown. Nicky Cool, not gonna
That
stun.
was close.
He was trying to find him
Sanctity.
first.
Going to find his way out there in the tree line. And again, just sort of anytime they can kind of draw their attention away from the Medusa, they're going to be feeling happy. Power Rangers, though, still able to make something out of being down here. Second Tormentor, it's going to be theirs as well. This time the Shard going over to Naive. And Bold, they're going for a smoke move. Still trying to do whatever they can here away from Shad so that Shad can at least have the space to finish off the butterfly. He's getting pretty close to it. About
That's what they need.
1,300 gold away.
Butterfly is the big one. It increases your damage by so much. Tier 3 neutral item, Unrelenting Eye. With the alert enchantment, so extra bit of attack speed coming up from that. Megan just dies in 2 hits.
Yeah, massive damage coming out here from the Slardar Lifestealer combo. But again, if it can continue to just be a solo support, you know, Shad, I'm sure, you know, he's keeping the team morale high. He's telling them, I got this. I'm hitting the creeps, I'm getting the items. Jibe, he will die as the rotations continue from Power Rangers. Can Shad carry this?
He's gonna need to do it soon, because right now they are knocking on the high ground. Gonna pop the glyph. But they're not gonna stop. They have more than enough sustain with IO behind them. Holy Locket, Mech, Glimmer Cape. He needs to join in. They need to test out how much damage he does have.
Nicky Cool. He's going to go straight for the jump on, and Morales ready to dive here a bit, Shad. He's going to get the Stone Gaze off, but he's already out of mana. The Doom's down upon him. Shad's in trouble as they jump him up towards the tier 4s, chasing the Deucer down. Shad dead for 70. And with that, that's a lot of time for Power Rangers to take what they want from the base.
She's gone for 60 seconds. I don't think they can close out the game immediately. She's going to be able to respawn, but they have another glyph available, but the damage has already been done. Knowing that he can initiate any time with Nicky Cool and not needing to care about him dying, having these supports behind him that can definitely save him. Aghanim Scepter completed. Status resistance makes him super tanky as well.
Just able to run over the game so far here with this fast-paced Power Rangers. 2 sets of racks being taken out. Still 20 seconds without Shad. Not a lot the Team Bold can attempt to do without their carry.
And on top of that, Doom picked up Granite Aura.
See, up in 10 seconds here.
Bit of a
A
lag.
little bit of a pause.
And it did seem like they lagged for a second. Quick reconnect
about-
from Naive. Yeah, they have one more fight. If they lose
and
the fight, they lose the game.
It's going to be game over, yeah. They're 800 gold off having the butterfly. Will be the next timing, but the items just continue to fly out for Power Rangers. AC, full AC coming out for Nicky Cool. So they can take it safe and easy. Over to Roshan. Get themselves the Roche, get themselves the Aegis. So got an Aghanims on Doom. All the tools here for Power Rangers to close this one up. So here we go. Ready for the killing blow. on Power Rangers. The smoke out of the Roche.
I'm watching what Chad's doing. He's trying to get his butterfly, but also queues up Divine Rapier, just in case. It gives you that
Nice, big
extra
dreams.
oomph. Yeah, it gives you that, like, we could still win this, guys. When you see this in inventory, like, yeah, that's our win condition. Problem is, you can't get there.
Looking for that third and final set of barracks. Oh, and they get the jump on his Shad. Straight in with the AoE Doom and the Fiend Script. They've locked down the Medusa. Shad is dead. He's out for 70 in this game. It's over. GG is called. As this game, my goodness, Power Rangers, they play it fast and just relentless. They give no chance for Team Bold to get things together. It looked pretty one-sided, this one, Lacoste. This was, Power Rangers, they knew their route to victory, and they did not stray from it at all with this lineup.
It also looked very over from the start, because you picked a draft that doesn't really deal much damage. You have very limited amount of damage, and then you have super tanky cores with IO behind him, who's just gonna heal them up. Alberca off to way too good of a start, finding the mana burn creep, completely destroying Shad in the lane, and also a big fan of what Naive was able to do. Complete free farm on him, plus also itemization, really on point, picking up this Diffusal Blade before the Butterfly. Medusa didn't even finish the Butterfly in the end, and also picking up Disperser of his own, ending the game with 0 deaths.
Yeah, this was, I think those last two picks hit them pretty hard, right? The IO coming out, Immersion, one of his best heroes, Grandmaster tier here, level 30 on it. And just the fact that then after that, they get this Life Stealer, which, as you say, with the play and the build that Naive went for, was just completely uncontested and lent them to having that start to the game where they could put it against this Rubik Underlord lane, which, as we saw in the stats,
don't let me even start to talk about it.
What the Rubik?
It's just like they can't win. We're going back to Rubik. I did make the Rubik's hate club. Everybody was able to join. We got like 16,000 followers at one point, and then Rubik, and then because I was the CEO of this organization.
Actually, back in the day, yeah.
Back in the day, and then Rubik got buffed, and I got hyped. Rubik was doing really good. Him and Hoodwink, like two best supports for a good couple of tournaments, and then the hero was just falling off the cliff.
Yeah, he's had some really rough games. The stats have not looked great for him. But yeah, I think Power Rangers, love the approach from them this time. Just an absolutely in-your-face draft. You know, all of these heroes just ready to run at Team Bold. And Team Bold's heroes just don't really fare too great if they're getting run at. Standout player, Immersion, absolutely. Love the IO pick. I think it caught Bold by surprise when it came in the fashion that it did. And it just paired perfectly and just enabled everything that Power Rangers heroes wanted to do. We saw them make great relocate plays. The opportunity to kind of buff up and allow the Doom to dive the tower at the top lane very early on and take control of that lane. This IO, it kind of did everything. Just really took their draft to the next level.
Yeah, it really did. This hero was just doing too much. It did allow them to snowball this lane for Doom, setting him up for the success, and also reducing their damage. We saw the numbers, almost 17,000 healing coming out from him compared to some damage numbers that we're seeing on the Dire side. It's not enough. Medusa, she dealt 18,000 damage. Puck dealt 18,000 damage. So basically the amount of healing that he did removes all the damage from one of these two heroes that I mentioned completely from the game.
Yeah, now I'll be interested to see how Team Bold adapt to this. We've very much seen them be able to strike back, punch back after rough games in the past. So looking forward to see if they're going to be able to do here. So now the series standing 1-1 between Power Rangers and Team Bold. We're going to a game 3. We'll find out after this break who's going to be moving on here in the regional European qualifiers for TI.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, every move.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for Game 3 here between Team Bold and Power Rangers to see who's going to get to continue on their run in the European Regional Qualifiers. Lacoste, we just saw the Game 2. It was a tough one for Team Bold. We know that they can do better than that, right? They could absolutely pick themselves back up and give us a more competitive Game 3. There's no doubt about it, right? Surely.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this has to be one of their worst performances that we've seen them. Definitely draft related in this one. We haven't really seen them struggle so much. There's always like something that you can do in the game, make some kind of a play. This time around, it looked like they had no options after losing the lanes, which they should, considering what they were playing against. So I want to see some more heroes that can actually play Dota. I think they also got relatively baited into this Medusa pick. This is not a pick that they wanted to come in. Like when you do preparation for the series, definitely you were not thinking about Medusa, even though we are in turret meta. It was more a response to Doom, but we also seen Doom just dropping that ulti onto Medusa 2 or 3 times in the late game, saying, yeah, we don't care. We just want to kill you, and it got the job done.
Yeah, it was... It felt definitely one of those games that very early on, as you were saying during the cast, it was kind of game over. So at the least, Team Bold, they can kind of just completely kind of forget that one, go in with a fresh mindset here to this game, and they can say, hey, maybe things didn't hit off great in the draft or in the early game, whatever combination it was, that game just
you got to make an excuse. Very quick. You got to find something.
You got to find something to blame. It's like they can blame the draft, or they can blame the laning, But it's like that's a conversation not worth having. So for Team Bold, I'm sure they just look to the next game.
I think the play as a drafter is to say something first. Like, you don't want this to be on the draft, so you just call someone out, like, real quick. You have 4 options, and then you throw one name into the mix. You're like, yeah, Jibe's fault.
Just everybody just flames one guy. Just throw one guy under the bus and be like, yeah, it's his fault. Let's move on. Well, let's have a look. So, first pick's already changing. Team Bold, they're going to grab the Doom for themselves. And Power Rangers opening with the Centaur, hero we see a few times. I want to say it's been doing very well, but I want to say it's not been necessarily first pick quite a lot.
No, this is a response to Doom straight away. It allows your carry to actually play the game, basically giving him the second life. So you need to have a good catch. You need to have abilities that are not affected by Stampede, like we've seen Bane, we've seen Puck in the previous game. These type of heroes are very good against it. Bane already banned out, so they know something is... Because they don't have the pick out of the phase. Bane just too good of a hero right now. So I want to be seeing some extra bit of a control when you play against Centaur, something that can keep them in place.
Looking forward to see just a more aggressive lineup from Team Bold, and I think we're going to get that already with the Doom coming in first. Has that flexibility to be either in the hands of Shad or Jibe, which is always one of the pluses, especially when you're showing it as that first pick. Team Bold, the bans. I mean, honestly, I'd be kind of feeling an IO ban. I don't know about you, but Immersion looked really good on it, and it seemed to fit the playstyle. And I think already with the Centaur lineup, having that kind of global ability could be pretty huge. They're going to leave it in. Maybe Power Rangers don't go that way. Okay. Does that put you off? That's true, actually. And is that indeed enough? Do you think Immersion is saying I won't play IO into Doom? Like Doom is that much of a turnoff for the IO player?
I think it's still playable. You have relocate to save people, but it's more about you getting the heals, and maybe somebody else is gonna interrupt that relocate play. So I think they're gonna go with something different. I mean, he does have relatively big hero pool, like his hero that he likes to play. He has a couple of these niche heroes as well. Trin Protector position 4 being one of them. I could see maybe some Hoodwink, something along those lines. Maybe not Rubik, but we'll have to see. Clockwork is
that would be funny if we see Power Rangers take Rubik and then absolutely get stomped. Then it's then I'm all in on the Rubik hate train. Then I'm like, this hero ain't it. I mean, you can see already 13 picks, 30% win rate, the lowest by far out of the most picks, at least of the soft supports. So I think we're going to see Rubik ignored this game. But I'm ready to be surprised. I'm ready for one of these teams to surprise me and show that they still want to make this Rubik happen. I see Power Rangers. Going to go with the clock. Very safe. Seeing a lot of clockwork. it's in, they'll take it. Team Bold. Now, let's see where they go. To be a different supporter. So I don't think we're going to see the Rubik again from them. And obviously, we can't see the clock. That's been taken away by Power Rangers. So something a bit different this time. What do they want to do?
5 seconds remaining.
What does Bengen want to play? Like, what are we thinking? Witch Doctor, maybe some Phoenix, something along those lines.
Oh, Phoenix would be lovely. Did he play Phoenix, right?
He plays Phoenix. It's good.
Phoenix is good.
It's good percentage-based damage against Centaur.
Yeah.
Stampede is also very good against the egg, whether you're
that's true, I guess.
disengaging or whether you're trying to kill and bring in the whole squad.
I mean, but you could still get the puck for Sanctity. You know what I mean? So you could still have a strong means of keeping them up close and personal with the Supernova.
Radiant team.
You could. I'm definitely down for some extra control. This is a super strong lane. Lion plus Doom. Keep them in place. Have extra bit of a damage. It's gonna be very difficult for you to find a hero that loves to play. Like no carries love to play against Lion. Add Doom into the mix.
It's annoying.
You're gonna have a hard time finding.
Oh, here we go.
It's coming.
It's
here.
time. It's absolutely time to bring it out. You know, you're in game 3. This could be your last game. You bring out the big guns. You bring out the Bengen Witch Doctor. Here we go. 100% win rate. I think 100% win rate in his career lifetime as well. I've never seen him lose with it. I'm going to check his win rate, actually.
All right, you check it.
It's got to be good.
About to do the same
I'm
thing.
checking
it has
this,
to be
yeah.
good. I would
It's
say
gotta
from
be
the top
good,
of my
yeah.
head, like
What, like
70% win rate or something.
Let's have a look, Bengen. So in pro games, most played, 57%. It's his most played in pro games, 66 games of it in officials. Check out his pubs. Oh my goodness. He loves Witch Doctor a lot. He has 1,900 games, and that was when it stopped recording back in a year. So he must easily have over 2,000 Witch Doctor games. Now, this is what I can respect. There's other heroes, it's like, what are you doing playing this hero that many times? But a Witch Doctor, I get it. This hero is amazing. He loves it, and he's ready to go. Let's see if he can do it. Power Rangers, they get a very solid pick themselves. It's going to be the Snapfire coming in.
I said Snapfire is very good. This hero hasn't been contested in the previous one. I believe it wasn't contested at all in the previous series that we were covering earlier today. And it's a very easy setup. Whether the Snapfire is going to be played from the mid lane, from the support role, you always have 1-2 combo with either Centaur, with Clockwork. I assume this is going to be core Snapfire, because you're getting the levels. You have two very good, you have two very good heroes that you can play with. It's kind of guaranteed kill. And also both of the supports, they hate to play against the Clockwork. Like Clockwork ruins both of these heroes.
And Power Rangers coming at them fast again, getting the Chen. How does the Chen look here? Is this like a lineup from Team Bold that don't deal well with the Chen and the creeps, or how good is this Chen pick?
5 seconds remaining.
Supports don't really like to play into it. Witch Doctor, you could say, I want to max out the cask, but this is not something that he does on a Witch Doctor. Instead, he wants to go for the heal, secure the lane, have 1 point in cask just for the sake of having a stun.
Is it a problem that you kind of pick Chen into the Doom, or is that not kind of that big of a feature of the Chen? The healing
I think
element?
it's more. I think they're just seeing the bigger picture, where they don't necessarily say like, oh man, he can't be healed, because they have Stampede, they have Cookie, they can reset the fight, and then they can get the heals, and it's also a super strong lane. And so removing the Terrorblade, I think I had one hero. I'm still okay with Carry Avenge. I think Carry Avenge is heavily underrated when you are playing against the Doom.
These teams haven't really been going for it though in the Europe qualifiers. Did you see a few of it in the Chinese qualifiers?
I think there was one. I don't think it was a response to Doom, but I believe this is a very good way of not caring what Doom is going to do to you.
It's true.
So
it's
you
true.
have that Aghanim Scepter, you pick up one small item, Specialist Array into Aghanim Scepter, Kanda scaling coming out from this hero is insane. Level 20 talent as well.
Yeah.
Farms super fast. Like I tried it a couple of times. It does feel very nice. You wouldn't expect that she can farm as much, especially when she's paired up with a strong laning support like a Chen, like a Clockwork. So it does feel really nice.
I'm talking about really nice as well. Team Bold, they're getting their best stuff here. The Sanctity Quap, one that he has looked amazing on. Even in games where he might fall behind in the lane, he does just kind of pop off. So already, I'm loving the picks here for Bengen and Sanctity. This is top stuff from Team Bold. And then I imagine, are you expecting the Doom is going to be Jibei's hero and they're leaving Shads till last? Okay, so
Yeah,
we're looking for another carry. Because they're banning out the offlaners on Power Rangers. They're banning Jibei's heroes.
I think it might be a bit of a mix. I think they might
Still
ban
flex,
one.
yeah.
Yeah, and the other. I think it's a very good Faceless Void game. What he's playing against the relatively limited amount of damage that they do have.
Sure, I wouldn't mind
Chen
that. I
doesn't
also
really do much. Go ahead.
I wouldn't mind Lifestealer for Team Bold.
Lifestealer's good. Yeah,
Lifestealer looks kind of easy.
I wanted to say that they might have picked it on 18 as well. It would look good. Again, hero that does survive most of these engagements.
I guess the only problem is they do have final pick on Power Rangers, so they can look to get a favorable carry matchup if Team Bold do want to end with the Lifestealer. If indeed the Doom's going to be on the offlane, which is, we'll see if Power Rangers give any of their bans over towards the carries, or if they're just going to be completely focused on banning out offlane heroes, assuming that Shad's going to be playing the Doom carry.
Doom carry, also there was like 1 or 2 games recently that we've seen like Echo Saber build with the
you go on
shard.
the right click.
And then you go right click, you pick up the dragon, and it's going to be the
I
carry.
like this. So they don't put the Doom as a carry. They're going to get the carry Alchemist. And say Power Rangers, they were just banning out the offlaner, so this might catch Power Rangers a bit by surprise. And I got to be honest, this is one of those games where everybody on Team Bold, they're all going to be queuing up for that Aghanims, Lacoste.
Oh yeah, this is one of the best combos. Probably my favorite combo in the game. Void Spirit is definitely up there, but Primal Beast, maybe. I would rate them Queen of Pain, Primal, and Void Spirit. I know that Void Spirit is not the most popular hero, but with the Alchemist, it can work because you have that extra bit of a damage. And here it comes.
We're getting some fun. The carry Magnus for Naive. All right, this one's going to be a fun game. We have Power Rangers with a carry Magnus. We saw it earlier. I believe they did win their game with it. They look good with it. And Team Bold getting to play some of their best stuff here. So we're in for an absolute treat here in this game 3.
Yeah, it's really good. I mean, he played it once already. We saw it a couple of times, but nothing too crazy. I've been very vocal about this hero being pickable from the carry role, and finally we're seeing it. So kind of glad. I think this hero is very, very good, especially his level 15 talent, where they just keep buffing it. Every single patch, every major patch, this hero gets some kind of a buff on his level 15 talent. So right now we're sitting at 14 all stats per hero hit by RP.
You can get some crazy buff up and last for a good 20 seconds as well when you get that. So absolutely seeing why some of these players are looking towards the carry Magnus. As I said, this one's going to be a fun one. As the Bengen Witch Doctor, there it is. So okay, they're apparently still just about 1900 according to the in-game stats. Well, I was saying that he had 1984 games, so it hasn't quite broken the 2000. He's very, very close to it. Very, very close. 60 more games.
We were very excited in the previous series when we saw 1,200 games on Bane. That's nothing compared to almost 2,000.
No. But as I said, with the Bane pick, it's kind of like, whoa, that's kind of crazy. But with the Witch, I said, you can respect the Witch Doctor spam because this hero is just so much fun. And Bengen knows. And this game, I said, I'll be interested to see where the Aghanims go from Shad. Obviously, the first one's going to be going over towards the Quap, but I do hope that we get to see Bengen get treated to an Aghanims as well from Shad.
Eventually, I think he gives out probably 2 Aghanims and then he plays for himself.
Ooh. Team Bold. Getting a little bit of setup, but not wanting to walk into the high ground. Let's have a look, ladies and gentlemen. This is game 3 of Team Bold versus Power Rangers. Loser of this, end of the road for them on the qualifiers. So everything to play for in this matchup. I mean, because what do you make of this? All in all, these two drafts, who on paper does have the stronger one, from your perspective? Like, what do you really like going on here?
I mean, I'm a big fan of Queen of Pain plus Aghanim Scepter. Like, it's just an insane amount of damage. I'm gonna mention Chinese qualifiers again. There was one game where Queen of Pain was dealing 25,000 damage. It was the same combination of the heroes, and she was dealing 25,000 damage almost in every single fight because of it. And these were some late game fights. Of course, she found Timeless. She found one of the most broken neutral items that we are having in the meta. That's Catalyst. It gives you that. Oh, Nicky, cool. With the Centaur in the mid lane.
Yeah, let's talk about this. Yes.
Yeah.
Snap Offlane and Centaur. There was already so much fun stuff going on this game. We missed out on one of the biggest fun stuff. Yeah, it's a Nicky Cool mid Centaur. All right, so why have they done this? What's the strat here? Mid Centaur, I don't know if I've seen this before. We do know that Nicky Cool likes to play these kind of heroes mid. You know, he was the one that was still playing like tiny mid. He likes these blink stun heroes. Centaur mid, talk to me.
I think it was maybe Alberca. It's not a hero that's going to win against Queen of Pain. I think it's mostly about Centaur from the offlane not getting maledicted. It's very difficult to play, and now you have a ranged core from the offlane, so you don't care too much about maledict.
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, this I get it right. It's a Bang and Witch Doctor. You adapt your lanes, whether or not it means you're putting a Centaur mid to get yourself away from the Bang and Witch Doctor. So, you know, respect there from Power Rangers. They know that they don't dare to put a Centaur in the Bang and Witch Doctor lane, as Bang will just eat them up.
Both of them, yeah. I mean, you would play 2 melee heroes against Witch Doctor, which really doesn't sound fun. With Clockwork, you can definitely grab a kill, because you have this insane amount of damage coming out from Snapfire, Clockwork as well. Alberca jumping in.
Gonna try it. Go for the burst on Bangin. Bangin. He's going to be the first to fall first blood for Alberca here on the offlane. The switch up for Power Rangers, giving them a strong start in the lane.
If I was Snapfire, I would tip him, but not Bangin. Not Bangin. I would tip my Centaur because he took an L for the team.
For the snap to be down here, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, Maledict and Concoction and Acid Spray. He's got 7 stick charges, Alberca. Is the Maledict going to be enough? It shouldn't. I think he's going to be fine, right? Yeah, he'll be fine here. It's just level 1 Maledict, of course, at this stage. Not too volatile. Offlane. They've got to be careful here. Level 2 is on the Witch Doctor, so Bangan's ready to go with the combo.
Also, one cool stuff happening in the top lane. Till the end, Orb of Frost on Chen. First time seeing this. I saw Jin Q picking up Orb of Frost on Windranger because they were playing against a lot of healing. And this one, there isn't really that much healing that you're getting. Jibei is getting some from the Scorched Earth, but throughout the whole game, I don't think you're going to be interacting much with hitting the Alchemist. It's extra bit of a slow. Maybe that gives you that extra oomph that you need in the lane to maybe get a kill. But first time seeing this. As a rush.
See how much? Yes. Yeah, just go immediately for the pickup. So far, so good. I mean, he's securing a very nice lane for Naive. Naive having free farm here in the top lane. The mid matchup also looking very good for Nicky Cool on the Centaur, getting a good amount of denies against Sanctity, 19 and 8 against the 15 and 2, so having the lead on the lane for now. Top. They try and make the play for till the end, and they should be able to find him. They bring him down. Good control from Morales, and Jibei's got the damage as the Doom.
Yeah, it isn't a control that you have in the lane. Like, Doom is super tanky. 2 bracers plus Scorched Earth. It gives you so much regeneration.
Oh, bottom. Good bounces from Bangin. Couple of bounces with the Cask and a Maledict will get Immersion out of the lane.
I think you need to be a Witch Doctor player. I think you need to be a Spirit Breaker player. Like, you have to have it in yourself. You know, the cast, it needs to bounce. Like, that bash, you need to prime it. And it's gonna die to Alberca.
They're blasted here by the Snapfire. Alberca having heavy burst here now, level 4 with the 2 points in Scatterblast and Cookie. Bingham will get knocked out of the lane. Shad does have the creeps in a safe position, though, to continue to pick up the farm. Certainly having a bit of a slower start, though, than Naive is having on the other side of the map. Naive, this Magnus is going to get farmed very, very quickly at this pace.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Mid lane. Sanctity still a little bit behind, but levels are still good for him.
I mean, Centaur is a strong hero, just period.
Yeah, it's hard
has
to...
insane amount of damage, very hard to push out of the lane, insane amount of regen, and once you get the levels, retaliate, it's starting to add up. I also want to see what kind of build he's going to go for. They don't have an initiator up until a point where Magnus picks up a Blink Dagger. Maybe they could think that Clockwork with the hook shot is going to be enough. Stampede is also going to be available relatively early on. So I could see Helm of the Dominator. Hold that thought.
They're collapsing in onto Shad. Morales is going to come in to try and help out. We'll get the stun onto Alberca underneath the tower. Alberca having to cookie away. The Stampede's at the ready. He's hit the 6 and ready to save them. So we'll allow them to back out. Team Bolt, keep Shad safe. Force Power Rangers to retreat. And Stampede has been used.
Ooh, he's going to get... Not gonna say it lucky, but Centaur did go in the other direction. He did pick up the Regen Rune. Queen of Pain just got level 6. Sonic Wave at the ready. So you have to go back to Centaur.
Yes.
I think he might just pick up Heart. Like, this has been the build.
That's been the build,
for the last month or so.
Which is, you know, not something you'd see from any other mid heroes, right? Helm into Heart. Very, very different, but as you say, very, very good on the Centaur. I mean, and is that kind of the reason why we don't ever see anyone else try the mid Centaur? Obviously, this game, as you say, is more so because of the switch. But why do we not get Centaur mids?
Oh, we could. I mean,
maybe starting a trend. Yeah.
I mean, I saw Thompson playing mid Centaur a couple of times. This was maybe like 2 months ago or something. I don't think anybody picked up on it.
Alberca. I mean, Team Bolt got a very nice play there. They're able to take both of the 7-minute Shrine of Wisdoms. They get the kill onto Alberca with the rotation of Sanctity. And that's pretty huge. For a game where the net worth was close, the fact that they actually had the setup to just walk in and steal that Wisdom, and nothing was done by Power Rangers to stop them.
Yeah, nicely done. First Sonic Wave used. They grab a kill. Has Regeneration Rune available. Doom is getting levels. Doom is getting farm. Things are looking much nicer for Team Bold in this one.
Absolutely, a much cleaner start to the game, and with a lot more potential to make a lot of plays. 2 explosive supports and an explosive mid. We'll be ready to fight this time round. Very different approach to game 1, and looking like just a much, much better one.
Yeah, Shad is stacking for himself in the outer ring. Triple stack for him. Stack the other camp as well. Okay, cool. He's going to be A-okay. Does have that extra bit of regen. Shad hits level 6 in the bottom lane, and he's going to start to ramp up. It's all about relieving the pressure off of him.
Sanctity. It's going to be able to force out the Stampede. There was a good read there. He knew that the temptation would be to stick around and farm that camp whilst he was low. So we'll bully him back to base, get the Stampede out. Bingham could be in trouble, though. Till the end turns up with the army of creeps. Sanctity's going to jump over to attempt to help Bengen out. Skewer over into the 2-man RP from Naive. He catches both of them. Can he kill off Sanctity? Sanctity's got Blink back up in a second. He'll get away from till the end. He'll live. Naive's getting chased down by Jibei. The rocket flare actually from Merchant does end up clipping Sanctity, but Jibei able to make the trade out of this one. Runs him down.
Jibei doomed the creep.
Oh, I was going to say, I just clicked on him and I saw the Doom was used, and I was like, well, he didn't kill the Magnus with the Doom. Oh, no. we got to watch that again then. Oh, no. What? Oh, no, okay.
He doomed the Wild Wing Ripper. But, it got the job done.
Oh, okay.
Maybe
it did. Yeah, they didn't need it to kill the Magnus. He killed Naive anyway.
It's a statement coming for
Yeah,
the next
it's a
fight, saying that
statement.
if I use
Oh,
it
no.
on you, imagine what I'm gonna do to you. Bricka's in trouble again.
Yeah, big damage here with the Maledict. Shad ready to just dive the tower. Alberca's dead for sure. Or maybe not. The one, never mind, he's not dead for sure. The one will save him. Alberca survives. Still very low. I mean, the two of them, Immersion also has to be careful under the tower. And they'll have to fall back a little bit. Close start, 4-4.
Mask of Madness done on Naive. His farm is gonna start to ramp up. 4 points in Empower, extra bit of damage, extra bit of cleave. Plus Mask of Madness. It's gonna help out amazingly. The Zero farms so quickly. Trying to make a move onto Doom maybe, but they don't really have that instant initiation. Wallace and Bengen, they're ready to go. Stun, finger.
That got the burst, Naive. He's going to get the RP off, but that Maledict's upon him. He's going to pop. The Naive goes down, jumping in from the angle. They get a good angle there with the Sonic Wave from Sanctity. Double kill for Morales. As Team Bold are ready to dive the Tier 1 tower, they'll chase down till the end. Sanctity jumping in to finish the job off. Team Bold are speeding things up, getting the gold lead here 11 minutes in and ready to start taking these Tier 1 towers.
And also Shad farming in the bottom lane. You are making a move with Alchemist on the team on the other side of the map, winning that fight, and also having Alchemist completely free farming. Lion also got 2 stacks of finger, which isn't really that much, but it's starting to add up. If you're off to that good of a start, Bengen forcing Stampede.
It's a few times now Nicky calls out to use the Stampede just to live.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Farm speed for Shad. 2,500 into the Relic. Top Morales. Ready to just continue to mess around with Naive. Making sure that Naive doesn't feel too safe even farming in this deep area of the map. Looking in the mid, but Sanctity hard to catch right now. Looking cool, stepping up. I mean, the Death Ward's going to be dropped down on top of the Maledict. This is a lot of damage he's going to take. He is very likely dead here.
Pop.
The
Let's see if he
TP's far
buys
too late.
rain
He
drop
is dead.
or-
No,
couldn't get
there
it.
was no
He
way.
bought Fairy
There was
Fire.
no way.
It was a bit of a too
Yeah, he
late
tried.
of a TP.
Yeah, that was not going to happen. Maybe if indeed, I think if he did it sooner, he might have had the chance. Yeah, another big kill for Team Bold down bottom. Alberca's suffering. Morales dominating as the Lion. That kill pretty much giving him the gold to get the Blink Dagger online.
That's a very early Blink Dagger. 13 minutes in, he's gonna have it. And again, Shad getting involved, getting that Radiance up. I also think I said two Aghanim Scepters that he's gonna purchase. One being on Queen of Pain, second one he can give to, just kidding, Witch Dog, I wanted to say. But I think he plays for himself. One Aghanim Scepter into BKB Blink Dagger and then play with the team. Then later on you can give Aghanim Scepter to Doom if needed. But Queen of Pain is the best one. That's why Sanctity going for Kaya Sanj as his first item, which is going to make him tanky. And then we'll have that Shadow Strike upgraded.
Good catch here from Immersion. Gets the setup. They have to snap 5 more to his kisses to do the damage, so they will be able to get Shad out of the lane. Was getting quite a lot of peaceful moments down here. That finally comes to an end. Power Rangers bring in the numbers and will manage to take away Shad's Tier 1 tower.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning.
Naive, he's keeping up with Alchemist farm pre-Radiance. Going into Blink Dagger straight away, thinking that they need to find a way how to initiate into a team fight. The 2-man RP, 3-man RP with the follow-up hook shot, Snapfire ulti is going to do the trick. It's going to be the damage. And Nicky Cool, he was swapping things around. We said that maybe Hart, but after he died to Witch Doctor, getting harassed constantly.
Morales
The pipe.
catching him by surprise here. They'll drop everything. The Death Ward and the Doom to make sure that Naive cannot escape. Over in mid at the same time, they will manage to make an aggressive jump onto Sanctity, so not going empty-handed there, Power Rangers. They'll finish off the tier 1 on top of killing the Quap.
Some kind of a trade that they're getting out of it, and a good trade, that is. Picking up the tower, picking up the kill on another core. Shad about to finish off the Radiance. 15-minute Radiance. Still gonna be a good timing on it. But yeah, pipe on a Centaur, almost there. We talked about these auras maybe not being as represented as we would like them to see if it's a good game for it. And this time around, he will pick it up. A lot of magic damage. You are playing against Queen of Pain. That's going to be given Aghanim Scepter. You might need to have it.
Yes, and I guess one of the benefits of when it is your mid building it, you're going to have it a lot faster, right, than a lot of the other cores that would look towards a pipe and usually need other items. You know, Centaur can still very much play his game with these 2 items. So the pipe timing could come in pretty clutch against this heavy burst team fight of Team Bold. Bottom, Bengen, he has been found.
Oh, I love how he used the shotgun like 4 times in a different direction. Bengen still jukes them.
He's making it work for it. There we go, that blast will hit.
He even jumped over because Immersion pushed him too hard with the power cogs. Just a funny sequence.
Took him a bit of time though to get him with that. So, you know, Bengen, he'll claim space was made, and it is. They're able to clean up these stacks that they had, Team Bold. RP onto Shad. He'll get the chemical rage off, won't be able to run. So again, managing to slow down Shad's chances of getting the Ags online for the team. Game slowing down a little bit.
I'm looking at his itemization. Gloves of Haste in backpack. I assume that's going to be Hand of Midas. That's going to be relatively late Hand of Midas as well. Not the item that we see on Doom. He did pick up the shard. Does have casual gloves for now. And casual gloves as duelist gloves. Look at the... I think he did this on purpose. The way that they're not facing each other. His neutral item and the item that he bought. He put it in the slot on purpose. In this top right corner.
That's true, looks nice, yeah.
Very important information.
Yeah. Finger onto till the end. Get that finger stack. Up to 4 stacks already here on Morales.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Now onto the mid tower, Team Bold. Chad's back in the game. He's going to start farming on the top side of the map a bit safer now. The Power Rangers have moved into the bottom area. The Aghanim's timing is going to be crucial to just really step Sanctity's game up to the next level. Jibe. Gonna get the jump on him. He's looking to try and get the Doom out, but they throw everything onto him.
Okay.
RP and kisses. They wanted Jibe gone.
Either kisses
Or Aberka. Maledict and the Death Orb ready to go from the high ground. That's going to be Aberka dead. Maybe when the heal comes in, Stampede, it's not going to save him. Surely this is a lot of burst. This next Maledict tick.
Pipe's going to keep him alive.
The pipe saves him. You're right. Nicky Cole comes in clutch and keeps Aberka alive.
They used everything. Stampede to get close, making sure that he can reach, he can get the pipe, maybe reducing some of that damage because of the distance, and also Hand of God. They really wanted Alberca to live, and he did.
He does.
That's basically your mid laner when you think about it. It's
kind
not
of is,
your
right?
off laner. Yeah, because Centaur's building the offlane items from the mid lane. And you also need to scale. You can't allow yourself to not get any items that's gonna set you back. Kaya, Blink Dagger, Shard ready on Alberca. It's a huge amount of damage going into BKB next. Queen of Pain, no Aghanim Scepter yet given. Shad needs another 1500 gold to finish it off. That's gonna be a very strong timing for them.
Yeah, it's getting close.
I don't know how much I like this build on Chipe. With Hand of Midas, I assume that's gonna be it. You don't need the casual gloves on Doom. Because you already picked up Aghanim Shard, you invested 1400 gold into it. Going very greedy, but also if you want to go greedy, you can also go for Radiance as your build.
Maybe you will as well. I'm down for the max greed. Now get the Shard, get the Midas, get the Radiance, go all out.
Yeah, get
Let's go.
Octarine and Refresher,
Octarine.
and then you're ready to go.
And refresh those Devour charges. I want to see him do it.
Yeah, you have
At the
two.
moment, he's not
you
revealing
can have 4.
I guess he's just not. He isn't going to get the Midas, right? The fact that he's not spending the money up now.
I assume so. I think he realized that also it's too greedy. They need an item right now. I mean, speaking of greedy...
Oh, shot. Axe is going to get slowed down a little bit again. Off the map for 45. Naive. He could go for some RP plays now. As the Blink, Mask of Madness and the Echo. He's going to go for Bengen. He wants this Witch Doctor dead. Stampede as
Can't
well.
blame him.
Everything on Bengen. They know who the real problem is. They got to get rid of that Witch Doctor.
What does he have right now? Grigri, 500 gold saved up. He wants to die. This is the only hero in Dota that doesn't care about dying. And all those players that say space when they die for 15th time in your pubs. Which is not actually space.
This Torment is kind of painful. They will get it, but they're going to be super low. And Team Bold are heading over. They might be able to capitalize on this and get some kills. They've hit the scan. See who they find here. At the least, they should get Immersion jump forward. They get the control onto the Clockwork. Ooh, hook shot to safety maybe for Immersion. He's still ticking down to the daggers. Will get Glimmer. Doesn't matter. Sonic Wave comes through to clean him up. Here's the Ags.
Alberca almost died there as well. He got clipped by Scream of Pain. If they had another Blink ready to interrupt it immediately after, he would have been dead, which would have been a pretty massive kill. Aghanim Scepter, this is the big timing. This is where they want to take the fight. Jibe, he did go back for Midas, thinking that this game might need to go late, creating gold out of thin air. Yeah.
Oh yeah, get that Radiance queued up next. Oh, the max greed. I want to see it. Oh, Maledict's off the mark there. Immersion, he's away. As I say, have the Stampede here. They're going to get the catch. Maybe onto multiple. They get the jump stomp as well onto Bengen. He's going to be able to force out. Looks like he should be fine. Immersion, actually, he's got the hook shot if he wants to go for this. Immersion, can he hit the angle? He can. See Sanctity off to Blink back to safety. Bengen trying to turn and fight. They've got Shad coming in from the side. He's looking to find a target for the Concoction. Will be able to throw it down onto Immersion. They'll catch the clock. Hand of God will not save Immersion as Team Ball bring him down.
Bengen's the one who's getting the kill. The most important thing, get this Witch Doctor big.
You get him an Aghanim. Come on, Shad. What's he doing? Building for himself? This guy thinks he's the carry? What's going on? We need to see Bengen with an Aghanims. I mean, well, we will. I believe eventually we will. You know, sure, Shad's got to get like the Blink, the BKB, maybe a Basher and AC before he can start treating them to the rest of the Aghanims. Top, they're going to try and burst through Nicky Cool. He is tanky, but they'll drop a Doom, seal the deal, make sure there's no chance of survival as Nicky Cool gets taken down. 14-13, the game continuing to be close. Slight gold lead here for Power Rangers at the moment. But yeah, as you know, compared to game 2 that we saw, this is Team Bold absolutely bringing their best out to try and get the victory.
Where do you think Witch Doctor damage is in this game? Would you put him in?
It's going to be high.
It's going to be high on his team as well, I think. It's going to be
we might have the damage numbers. I think we've got the tech for that. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, second highest. Look at that.
More than any hero on Dire's side.
That's the power
Give
of
him
the
the Aghanim. I've seen enough. Give him Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, come on, Shad.
Give him Moon Shard.
Come on, Shad. Get the Ags. Buy him the Ags. I mean, he's got double BKB queued up, you know, so he's already changing the builds. Morales?
I didn't know you can give out the BKB. That'd be pretty cool.
don't give them ideas. This, you know, this hero's already had a phase where it was pretty ridiculous. You know, at the moment it's a bit more kind of balanced, but if he's able to start giving out their items, that would be a bit crazy. So no, yeah, Shadows is he'll get the blink, he'll get the BKB. Do you think is blink BKB enough to the point where he can then start treating the team tags, or do you kind of have to get 6 slotted yourself as the out carry before you start thinking about your teammates again?
I think he can give away maybe Axe after he gets a BKB. If there's going to be a Lincoln Sphere, I see one queued up, one naive. Maybe as soon as he sees one Lincoln Sphere, he can give it to Doom. So you are countering that Lincoln Sphere, not caring too much about it. Because you can AoE Doom, you can Doom yourself, jump into the fight. Lion Axe is also pretty good. Like, this is not something that we see in competitive Dota.
Do it. I mean, I think, you know, we would love a long, close game, and a long, close game would mean that we'll see Aghanims on everybody on Team Bold. Hook shot. Comes in onto Bengen. Naive doing a good job of finding these picks. Anytime that he sees someone alone, he is straight in with the blink skewer plays. I'm looking to Roche now, Power Rangers. And Team Bold, will they look to do anything about this? It doesn't look like they have any interest of heading over to the pit. No.
No, this is pretty big. Give it to Naive. That's one way to counter the Doom. Have that extra life. And he becomes super tanky as a hero. He also deals quite a lot of damage. Defiant Shell, Alert, so you have, with Echo Saber, basically a triple hit. If somebody hits you, you hit them back with your Echo Saber, Defiant Shell. And also, level 15, 14 all attributes per hero with RP.
Yeah, it's huge. You get so much from that if you're hitting these multi-man RPs. Bengen, it's got to be scouted out. You get the hook shot, Stampede in to close the gap with the remainder. Team Bold is doing their best to at least keep a space on the map that Shad's able to farm it. Oh, there it is. It's getting queued up indeed next. Blink BKB. Now back to the Aghanims grind here for Shad. Who is it? I mean, it has to be the Doom, right? The Doom is next on the list.
It's Doom, yeah.
Oh. Yeah, well, these supports though, they would love an Aghanims, but as you say, yeah, it's probably going to be for Jibbe, the next one from Shad.
One can only hope.
Yeah. Naive. Coming in with the smoke. Team Bold. From the safety of the high ground.
Tower is under attack.
If anyone shows, though, Naive is going to be straight in with the skewer play. And Bold seem to be pretty aware. But will now step out. They'll see them with this vision. He could go for the opening onto Sanctity if he feels they have to lock down. He's going to try. Get the drag back with the RP. Into the cookie. Into the hook shot. They've got the combo to burst through the Quap and take Sanctity down.
Yeah, that was nicely done. Good execution. Cookie into hookshot immersion, even using jetpack to find the right angle.
They're going into the base for more. They get up to the high ground and burst through Bengen. They're speeding things up, taking the tier 2 mid. They're ready to look up to the high ground.
Radiant's MVP gone. Witch Doctor is dead, and they're not stopping. You can also give out some empower to whoever. Right now, it is Snapfire. Jibbe with the Doom.
Go for the jump. They get the Doom out on towards Nicky Cool. Shad over towards the backlines, takes out the Chen. The Doom's going to bring this Sentinel down super low. Bengen trying to step forward. They've got the dust out onto Immersion. They'll be able to chase him out through the Glimmer. Immersion uses a hookshot to try and get away over to Jibbe. As Jibbe turns, gets the final swoop of his blade down onto him. Team Bold, they'll hold here with the Bengen buyback, dropping the Death Ward into the face of Alberca. They'll keep the racks alive and push Power Rangers back.
Knowing that they already used RP, they find an opening. Doom gets dropped onto Centaur. Who's gonna live? Glimmer Cape, Black King Bar, keeping him alive there. I think he also had a pipe prior to the fight, so reducing some of the other spell damage other than the Doom. But the chase wasn't really there. Whenever you have Doom, you need to have a good chase. Queen of Pain usually does the trick, but he finds a really good opening. Morales getting the finger. and also pushing him slightly forward, more into the enemy territory. He's still gonna live, but the rest of the squad ready to take the fight. You can see that they're picking and choosing the targets. This is something that professional e-gamer teams got better over time, where they actually know once they see a hero, they know it's dead. They're not gonna overchase. They're not gonna throw another spell. Instead, they're gonna go for multiple different targets, which we've just seen Team Ball do. And Jibe is also scaling right now. It is paying off. I mean, he was getting the Aghanim Scepter. Yeah, but the greed is there.
It absolutely is. And they're absolutely getting away with it at the moment. Keeping level with Power Rangers. Morales, he's going to find a nasty surprise here with Naive. Jumping in. Getting the RP, continuing to rack up the kills. He's going to be looking for the Lincoln Sphere next, Naive, so he can more likely get away with his Blink Skewer plays without worrying about the instant catch of the Hex of the Lion.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
See next up for Bold Bengen. He's going to look to try and get the pipe online for them.
Radiant's top tower.
Auras for Power Rangers. What do we have coming up soon? Actually, Big Lime Snap's going to look to try and get this Hex. Shad?
Yeah, but the pipe as well queued up on Witch Doctor. Bengen, he wants to be able to be as tanky as much. Shad?
He's not got a TP. I think he might have used it anyway, so might be on cooldown. He's going to try and get through the Twin Gate with the rest of the BKB, but the BKB comes to an end. Shad in trouble.
He tried to go for the advanced Nightfall. Everybody heard about Nightfall, but the advanced one is BKB, go through the Twin Gates on the other side.
Power Rangers not quite hitting the hook shot there. Slight miss from Immersion. Jibe very close to his Shivas. Shivas for Power Rangers is done. I think Nikki Cool should have that on its
on the
way
career.
out. Yeah, so seeing the Shivas
Double
getting
Shiva
it
timing.
slightly faster on Power Rangers.
Tormentor is up in the bottom area. They're gonna go for it again. Clockwork got the previous one. Snapfire already has hers. Could be Center already picked up his, so it's gonna be Magnus getting it. It's
So, no, I like this
extra bit of a skewer range, extra bit of a like 3 damage and extra bit of a cliff hit damage, which is not really that important. It's more about the range. So 5 Aghanim Shard available on Dire's side. And on the other side, on Radiant, they are collecting Aghanim Scepters. They are getting the better deal.
Things starting to calm down again. We'll see if either team wants to go for the smoke play. There it is. Team Bold. Trying to look towards the mid. Morales on the lead. Morales got the vision down. He's going to make the jump. Wheels on towards Immersion. Nikki Cool coming in with the counterplay. They get the Hex into the RP. Straight away, Naive in with the reaction. The cookie to keep them locked down. Both Shibe and Sanctity caught in the combo. Shad's going to try and fight on and chase down till the end. But they've lost Bengen. And Shad, he's now got to run. The BKB coming to an end. He'll let the blink up in a second. He's going to be able to blink.
Is under attack.
See if that's enough to save him. Blink.
Skewer ready. And it's a long-range skewer. Harpoon as well.
Closing
They're
in.
going to be able to catch him.
Rocket Flare blinks back up in a few seconds. Shockwave will stop it
Harpoon
from coming
onto
back
a
up.
creep.
He's still able to blink though. Yeah, we're trying to use it to close the gap. And still will manage to get him. As the blink comes back up, he's got a skewer at the ready. Shadow will try and throw out the concoction, but Immersion. Actually, whose Lotus was that? No, that was his.
It was Clockworks.
It was Clockwork, right? Yeah, it was Immersion.
Yeah,
But
Immersion.
getting the Lotus on Naive, reflecting the cast. Big fight win there for Power Rangers. Team Bolt, they tried to get out for a smoke play, but Power Rangers, they were ready for them. And this Hex pickup from Alberca certainly caught them by surprise.
Definitely did. after BKB. Now going into Refresher. By going into Refresher, there might not even be enough time to get that Refresher, considering that they just won a massive fight with the 2-man RP and now pushing for more. But they're going to respect potential buybacks maybe coming out, because this is how they lost the fight previous time when they were pushing the high ground in the mid lane. Alchemist is still dead for 20 seconds, 30 seconds actually. Amplified damage available. Roshan not spawning yet. Queen of Pain is not doing that much. Like, if we check the numbers, Queen of Pain, usually with Aghanim Scepter given to her, she pops off every single fight. This time around, it's really not the case. Especially if she's the one who's getting initiated on, putting herself in a spot where she dies. If she gets RP'd with the follow-up cookie or clockwork hook shot, she's gonna die. Oh man, I love this. Naive picking up Scotty. This has to be one of the really rare times where you would see this item being picked up on Magnus. It gives you so much stats. It's 35 stats, and then you have 15 talent, which gives you 14 stats per RP target. So like 300-ish HP from that. He's going to be sitting at 5,000 HP in a fight.
Jibei?
All is down.
They're going to look for the counterplay bang, and he's trying to get the Death Ward out, but the stuns are hitting onto him. Immersion with the Glimmer and the hook shot away the Death Ward's down, but they're already out of the range of it. They're able to retreat, get themselves out of the range of the Doom, and now they're ready to turn. The kiss is coming in onto Jibei. His BKB coming to an end. Naive ready with his own BKB to commit on forwards. Drag Jibei back with the harpoon. Kill off the Doom. The Hex comes onto Shad. He wasn't able to get the BKB off. They've got the chains to finally get the BKB off here, Shad. Can he survive? Naive! A huge RP. Catches the 3. Gets the triple. Skewer over towards Shad. Power Rangers cleaning up another huge team fight here against Team Bold.
5,000 HP on Magnus because of the 3 RP.
My goodness, look at those stats.
All stats that he's getting. Plus the Scotty and also the Scotty slow, Scotty healing reduction against Alchemist. It just makes the perfect sense.
Power Rangers crushing these last 2 team fights. Ooh. Might able to get the grab on Sanctity. Only one alive. They really don't want to have to use these buybacks, Team Bold. They're going to just have to watch the bottom set of racks being taken away. The tier 2 falls to the push of the creeps on the top plate, so the final set of racks open. Power Rangers, second set taken away here from Team Bold.
Roshan is available. AoE Doom did cause some issues, but also Congregations of the Deep didn't connect immediately. I think they need... I'm not sure if Centaur had BKB running straight away or if he popped it afterwards, but these are some very tanky targets. Like even Snapfire is sitting at 3,000 HP with items that don't really give her any kind of tankiness. It's basically Soul Ring, Treads, and BKB. These are relatively cheap items. Sight doesn't give you any stats, neither does Blink Dagger, neither does Yashikaya in terms of tankiness. And then you have Centaur, 4,000 HP. It gets massive as well. It gets bigger in the fight because he has Shard, and I see Card queued up as well. So just making sure that they can survive the initial burst from Queen of Pain, Lion, the initial jump. If they survive Doom long enough, if he can get the Stampede off, they're going to be countered.
If Naive gets in, he's going to do insane damage now with his Daedalus done. Absolutely massive on the Magnus. Him and Nicky Cool up there at the top net worth. Nicky Cool nearly having the money to get that heart done. In fact, I think, yeah, if he sells the helm, he'll pretty much have it. So incredibly tanky on these cores. Team Bold down 22k right now.
Shad, he's running in.
He's going to go for the jump. Till the end, stampeded.
That's a Chen.
And he's away, and that was the doom from Jibei. 2-minute cooldown.
Oh, Jibei on camera. He knows that he messed up. That's ages. 3.5 minutes on Magnus. No Doom available. they want to catch someone. Naive, he's looking. He also swapped his Scotty out. He wants to have BKB instead of it, even though he is holding on to that Aegis. And there's that heart that we talked about. Centaur, almost 5,000.
Oh, he's in!
With Prophet's Pendulum, he's in.
He's going to get the grab on Jibbe. Into the hook shot. Jibbe, can he get the BKB off? He's going to try and run. The concoction will hold back Naive. So Jibbe's able to live. We'll get away from them this time. They're going to be ready to go again. Sanctity's got to be careful. If they get any sort of jump onto him, he is dead. Morales coming in with the pause. That's true.
Gonna be
and
okay.
Blink's back up in a second. Does have BKB. In terms of the Blink status for Power Rangers, Nikki Cools is still on cooldown for a couple of seconds. Same to be said for Naive. So Sanctity should be able to blink back to safety. Let's see if it doesn't stick around. Naive. Gonna get the grab on him, but they're quick with the Hex. They get the lockdown. Death Ward as well coming into him, but he's going to get picked up by the cart. Nicky Cool with the save. Takes him over on Sanctity. Eon Disc gives Sanctity the safety to get the BKB off and jump away. BKB, RP, Naive has the lockdown on the quad. They'll try and force Sanctity to the side. It's going to allow him to blink away. They'll save Sanctity. And can they save Shad? Sanctity's going to TP out. Shad will also manage to blink back safely. So somehow, some way, Team Bold are able to keep everybody alive.
They need extra bit of a stun, like extra bit of a damage. Just one double edge would do the trick onto this Queen of Pain, but they hold. They hold, and that's what matters.
They do.
Magnus, he hit level 25. Extra stun on that RP.
Jibbe will have the Doom back up in 10 seconds, ready to drop. Bengen's very close to having the pipe done for the team, so at least a little bit of an extra aura to help out. Refresh is done, though, for Alberca. Ready to make big moves with the double. AC done for Shad. To get slowed down quite a bit.
Yeah, Chen has been holding this AC for quite some time till the end.
Yeah, he's been chilling, yeah.
He's very farmed. He almost has the same amount of farm as Alchemist, which is pretty insane to think about.
Shad. You see the jump forward here, but the Doom to try and help out. We'll get the BKB off Jibbe. Was not able to save Shad. He's dead for 80 seconds, no Alchemist. Alberca moves in with the Hex. They're trying to finish off Jibbe. Jibbe into the trees. He's going to go down. They're in with the cookie. Jibbe to fall. He has the luxury of buyback. Kisses coming in. Bengen trying to make his way back to the fountain away from the Kisses. He'll get forced back into safety. They'll survive the Kisses, but Power Rangers, they're onto the tier 4s. Sanctity. Try and keep the dagger spam going to push them back. Stun onto Naive, but the jump stun's there for Nicky Cool. Caught by the Maledict. Hex onto Sanctity. Sanctity in trouble. The cookie comes in. The Eon Disc keeps him safe, gets him out of the stun. They'll step forward, continue to try and spam these daggers. They're bringing down Naive pretty low, but he still has that Aegis. The finger comes in, but he's going to be back for round 2. Death Ward's down, but there's no one to hit with it. It gets some damage on towards the Magnus on the respawn.
Glimmer keeping him alive.
He's able to burst through him. I mean, Sanctity's kind of doing it with these dagger spams. He's holding them back. They have to respect them as they continue to add up. But he's caught by Hex. Anyone to save him? No, the RP's up. They've locked him down. He has the buyback available. Morales taken out of the side. He does not have buyback on the Lion. Everybody's still alive here on Power Rangers.
Let's see if they're going to reset or if they want to push it. No Lion for 40 seconds. If they can keep track of this buyback, they would know.
Shot in, Bengen.
Not up yet. Immersion.
Some trouble. Another set of daggers out from Sanctity. Caught by the Hex. Into the cookie. Second cookie. Jibbe's here to try and help out, but no Doom for 20 seconds. Shad back in action. They'll find immersion in the tree line. He did buy back for this immersion, so he's going to be out for a long time. Dead for 100 seconds. Team Bolt, they need to try and turn this into more. They're hot on the chase. But Power Rangers, with the Stampede, they're quick to escape. Jibbe jumping in, but the Hex comes in. Again, Alberca tripping them up with the Hex. Naive turns over towards Jibbe, but the BKB's up. He's got Doom available in a second. Shad, Concoction out onto Chen. Shad with the chase. The Doom's there. Can they close in onto them? They can. Sanctity jumps over. Naive's going to go for the TP out. He'll get away, but till the end, left behind. The Cause, they'll quickly look to escape. Nicky Cool also into the trees. TP out. He'll survive. Team Bolt, they're able to punish the 2 supports, push them back a little bit, keep the game alive, but they don't find the core kills.
Oh, finally a fight where we see Queen of Pain pop off as she's ready to jump in. 23,000 damage coming out from her.
Yeah, the
compared to
damage must be
26
adding up for this quad.
It's just constant spam. This is literally like 15 daggers that she used in the previous fight, and I don't know if she has not been blessed by Catalyst as a neutral item, or if he picked up Prophet's Pendulum on purpose. I assume he would have picked up Catalyst because it's just too good of an item on
That's
Queen
crazy.
of Pain. He also found Keen-Eyed as his enchantment, which is a bit of a cast range.
Team Bold. Down 26k gold. Only hanging on to a final melee racks. They're going to try and hit them with the surprise play whilst they don't have the supports up on Power Rangers. Can they get a big catch here? Any of the cores would be huge. Alberca in the neighborhood. Is anybody going to get a read on him? Doesn't look like it. So they won't find anyone with this sweep, Team Bold. Sanctity very close to the 25.
That's a big increase. 2-second blink cooldown. Doesn't have Octarine Core. He is going for the Bloodstone, so extra bit of survivability, extra bit of a damage that he's going to be doing. Aeon Disc, very good purchase on him. Allows him to have that second life, or the first life, where he jumps in and then gets the blink out freely out of it. 25k gold lead, 45 minutes in. Seems like they're going to be ready to maybe get a pick off and try to kill off these last melee barracks. Buyback
So
status. Not many heroes have it at the moment.
Oh, Morales is going to get caught by the Hex. Straight in they go. The Doom will come out. They'll try and keep Morales alive, but he's got knives in with the RP on towards Bengen. Hook shot forward. The kiss is coming in. Bengen's gone. Jibe trying to run over towards Alberca with the AoE Doom. Will get on top of him. Alberca forced to the side. Jibe's going to continue to attempt to run him down. Sanctity pops the BKB. Now ready to look towards Naive. Great stun comes in from Morales off the back of the buyback. Sonic Wave to follow up. Shad bringing in the
Puts him
damage,
in
but
the
Nicky
cart.
Cool comes in with a save. Picks him up in the car. Ready to take him out. Shad turns his attention over towards the easier kill. Makes the jump over to till the end. They kill the Chen. The two support buybacks there from Team Bold. They get the kill on the Chen. Everybody else gets out in Power Rangers.
2 buybacks as well on supports. Chip. Any kind of a chip damage they can deal. Anything to get some kind of a buyback, some kind of advantage, so they can push the high ground and get these last melee barracks.
A bit of a painful item loss there, though, for Sanctity. I think that was the final bit of the Bloodstone on the Courier. So we'll have to wait an extra 2.5 minutes until he's going to be able to get his hands on that. Now, Power Rangers, do they want to strike again? Whilst they're 4 vs 5 banging. Get the force off, but the hook shot's there. Can they save him? They can't. That's Bengen out for good. Dead for 90 seconds. A die back for him. Down to the final 4 here at Team Bold.
I think Queen of Pain, she can go and buy the last component. It's only
Sure, just
the
buy
booster that's missing.
an extra
yeah,
one.
energy booster. It's 800 gold, and then you can sell it.
It would be worth, but getting out to the secret shop's kind of difficult. Looks like they'll have time for the Witch Doctor to respawn. Power Rangers just trying to get the next round of items done, get this Aegis secured again here as they'll head into the pit. Team Bold very unlikely to try and make a move over to him. They're also buying time, Team Bold, for their own buybacks to come up. 2 minutes and they'll have the buybacks there for Jibe and for Sanctity. And 1 minute until Sanctity can have his items. Yeah, just spending all out, actually. Feels that the 2 minutes is still too long to wait for the buyback, so 50 seconds. And then not only will he have the Bloodstone, he's also able to find the gold to pick up the shard.
That's a big one. Blink being on 4-second cooldown allows him to get multiple silences off in a fight. Extra bit of damage as well.
Stampede. Immediate smoke. Naive. He's going to get the catch. Look at the Hex. Jimmy's going to move forward. Drop the Doom down on towards the Snapfire. Shad comes in with a blink. Follow-up Sonic Wave. Burst through our Burka. They've killed the Snap off. Now they turn towards Naive. Big damage here. The Dead Floor doing a lot to Naive. He'll be able to put a stop to it with the RP, though. Kill off Bengen. The buyback will come in from Alberca. Another round of Hex onto Naive, but he's so tanky with these stats. Nicky Cool saving to be set for him. Goes straight over towards Morales. Morales turns with the stun. Shad, he's caught outside of the base. He's got buyback available. Hook shot from Immersion comes over to Jibbe. Shad comes in with the buyback. Sanctity still full HP. Jumps in aggressive. Wants to try and finish off Naive, but the Hex is there. The cookie comes in. Stun for Morales, trying to keep Sanctity covered. Skewer to the side. Sanctity's able to put the Bloodstone. Jumps back in. He's healing up. Sanctity will survive, but Jibbe blasted down. He'll be out of the game for nearly 2 minutes. Naive will fall, but he has the Aegis. He's going to be back for round 2. Morales trying to time the stun. Get the opening.
He refreshed. He does have RP available. Naive, ready to fish. Sanctity getting initiated on.
Nicky Cool hooks off the follow-up, and here it comes with the kisses. The skewer, the lockdown, it's there. Sanctity's out of the game. No buyback for him. The dream is over for Team Bold as GG is called. Power Rangers take game 3, and we'll be moving on 2-1, knocking Team Bold out of the competition.
Oh man, Power Rangers, they've done it. After not showing up on time for the first game and then getting a def loss out of it, managing to make a massive comeback, especially the way that they played. Like, I really like the heroes that they're picking, especially this carry Magnus. He feels very comfortable on the hero. The switcheroo that they did from the safe lane to the off lane, playing the mid Centaur, so that Centaur doesn't get ruined completely by a Witch Doctor. Instead, Alberca gets a lot of stuff done in this bottom lane. Really great optimization coming out from him with the Hex that he picked up, with the refresher, these multiple cookies that he was landing, level 20 talent, 2 cookies as well. Just some beautiful stuff. Also, his positioning was really good. He was able to get multiple cookies out of the Doom, out of this AoE Doom that did come relatively early on. But man, Naive with these 2, sometimes 3-man RPs, he really nailed it this game.
He did. He did. The carry Magnus, as we saw it once from him before. I guess just something you got to watch out for, them bring him through, especially if they're able to get the chance for it as the last pick. It always, at the moment, it still can definitely catch you by surprise because it's not something we're seeing all the teams do. But some of these players like Naive, very, very confident on the hero. And yeah, just super smart with the switch up there, putting the Nicky Cool Centaur mid and Alberca taking the snap to the offlane. And as you say, just doing so much on the Snapfire. 19, 5, and 10. Incredible performance by him. Team Bold, they tried their best. They certainly made it entertaining up until the end. They're giving their all to try and hold on and find the comeback, but it couldn't quite be done. I think they can definitely go away, though, knowing that they really did give it their all here. They kind of got some of their best heroes, and they got to play Dota this game. Last game was a rough one, but this one, they got to give it a proper fight, Lacoste.
Yeah, for sure. That's the first or second game, whatever we want to call it. They didn't get the chance to play much Dota. They got overrun by Power Rangers. This time around, I'm just glad to see Bengen Witch Doctor in action.
Yeah,
like,
we got to see
he did a lot. You could see that they had enough. They definitely had enough of him at one point where they were using some big spells to counter him, find the kill. Yeah, it's just like, get this guy out of the game. And Naive, standout player for a good reason. 13, 3, and 15. Also, his damage was through the roof this game. 42,000 damage coming out from him. Queen of Pain, a hero that we expect to deal a lot of damage, especially with the Axe given, is sitting at 60k plus. But Naive, this Scotty that he picked up made him super tanky, plus the level 15 talent, the extra 14 per hero hit with the RP, made him extremely tanky. There was one fight where he had 5,000 HP.
Yes, yeah, got some crazy stuff as well with the RPs getting those stats multiple times. She's hitting like 3 heroes in some of these late game fights. So fantastic stuff for him, and just fun to see that this Magnus carry. I'm glad we're seeing this. I want to see more teams picking this up. I hope it kind of stays this way going into TI. A very fun hero to have being played in the carry position. But yeah. End of the road, unfortunately for Team Bold. They did very well to get this far. Were a lot of fun for all the viewers at home to follow through the open qualifiers and then through these first few rounds of the regional qualifiers, and I'm sure we're going to get to see them in future qualifiers down the road. Always a very fun org to follow. And yeah, results for today, as you can see, we're going to be moving on to the lower bracket round 3. Power Rangers and Yellow Submarine make it through, and Na'Vi and Hooligani make it through to that next round. And again, just to give you a reminder of what we saw the other day in the upper bracket, Spirit and also Team Vision getting those first 2 spots. Tomorrow's schedule is going to be that next round of the lower bracket, of course. Na'Vi versus Hooligani will be the first series, and then that will be followed by the winners that we just saw here, Power Rangers, moving on to play against Yellow Submarine. I mean, what are your kind of thoughts and vibes about these 2 series, Lacoste?
I think teams with the black and yellow logo are going to beat the teams with the white and black logo.
That's probably, yeah, they're probably considered the favorites. That's right. Na'Vi, if they step it up, almost certainly coming in as the favorites for that one. And yeah, Yellow Submarines look pretty hot today. Either way, one of those teams, whether it be Power Rangers or maybe one of the others, is definitely going to be bringing power back to the Carry Magnus as we continue to see them do so. So I'm looking forward to see where that comes in the drafts tomorrow. But yeah, fun day to Dota. Anything to summarize today, Lacoste, from what you saw?
I mean, we had some like fun heroes. We had some fun stuff happening. Looking forward for tomorrow because it's going to be a good matchup. I said that, you know, Navi's going to win, Yellow Submarine's going to win. Hooligani, they are a pretty good team. Navi, sometimes they can have these bad days. They are definitely favorite in this matchup, but Hooligani, they have very good players. They've been, I would say, pretty pleasantly surprised the way that they've been playing it out. And I mean, these are qualifiers for TI. You're going to give your best heroes. You're going to prepare as much as you possibly can. I think this is the series where Hooligani might even take one game, and if they maybe get the win in the first game, it could potentially transition into something else.
They might be able to get that momentum there. We'll find out, of course, tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Can't wait for you all to join us then as we continue the action in the European regional qualifiers with that next round of 2 series, as you saw on your screen tomorrow. So back to the 2 series tomorrow, starting at, I believe it was at 1 p.m. CST. Make sure you're there for more action. We'll see you tomorrow.